We're going to spend some time learning about the Kraken, a creature that haunted the nightmares of sailors for centuries, a monster whispered about in ports from Norway to Iceland, from England to France. This is a story about fear and mystery, about the strange things that live in the depths of the ocean, where no human eye has easily ventured. It's a tale that bridges two worlds, the world of legend and the world of science, where we discover that sometimes the monsters sailors feared were based on something real, something terrifying, something that still lives in the depths of our oceans today. Before we begin our journey, let's take a moment to settle in and find comfort where you are right now. Close your eyes if you'd like, and allow your body to sink deeper into whatever surface supports you. There's no rush here, no urgency, no demands on your time or attention. You're safe in this moment, in this space, listening to words that are meant to calm your mind and ease you gradually towards sleep. Feel yourself becoming heavier, more relaxed, more settled with each breath you take. The Kraken lived in a different world than ours, a world of sailing ships and wooden hulls, of sailors who relied on the stars and their instruments to navigate treacherous waters. It was a world where the ocean was as dangerous as it was mysterious, where sailors depended on their knowledge and their luck to survive. And so it was in that world that legends grew, stories that spread from ship to ship, from port to port, stories about a creature so enormous, so powerful, that it could drag entire vessels down to the bottom of the sea. As you listen to this story, imagine yourself on the coast of Norway or Iceland, perhaps centuries ago. The wind carries the salt smell of the sea, a smell that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. The waves crash against rocky shores with a sound like ancient music, steady and eternal. The nights are long and dark, and in those dark hours, by the light of a fire or a lantern that flickers and dances, sailors would gather to tell their tales. Some of them had seen things in the water they couldn't quite explain, things that didn't fit into any category of known creatures. Others had heard stories from their grandfathers and from their grandfathers before them, stories passed down through generations, changed slightly with each telling, but retaining their essential truth. All of them feared the creature they called the Kraken, though none of them had ever lived to describe a complete encounter with the creature and survived with their mind intact. This is the story of that fear and the truth that eventually emerged from beneath the waves of the North Atlantic. The word Kraken itself comes from Old Norse language, from the word krake, which meant something twisted, something curled, something unhealthy or wrong. In some places, scholars have connected it to Old German roots as well, finding hints of the word krake in descriptions of dragons and serpents. The name evolved over centuries as Scandinavian sailors developed their vocabulary for describing the sea and its dangers. It wasn't a name that came quickly or easily. It emerged from generations of encounters, observations, misunderstandings, and fears. The word carried within it centuries of anxiety, apprehension, and awe. It was a name given to something that was almost beyond description, something so vast and so strange that old words had to be repurposed to capture it. Different regions had their own variations on the name, but across the Scandinavian north, the core meaning remained constant. It was something large, something dangerous, something that existed in the deepest parts of the ocean, where light did not reach, where pressure would crush a man, where cold would numb the senses, where no human being could willingly venture. The Kraken's legend is one of the most ancient stories connected to the sea, and it originated in the regions where the ocean was most treacherous and most unknown. Scandinavian seafarers, particularly the Norse sailors who navigated the North Atlantic, were among the first to document their encounters with something extraordinary. These were skilled sailors, men who understood the sea in ways that landlubbers never could. They knew how to read the weather by the color of the sky and the behavior of birds. They could navigate by stars and by the feel of the water beneath their ships. They knew how to manage their vessels through storms, how to survive the harsh conditions of northern waters, how to interpret signs and signals that the ocean offered. And yet, there were things in the sea that even they could not explain, things that defied their understanding and challenged their courage. These mysteries became woven into the fabric of seafaring culture, passed along through apprenticeship and experience, reinforced through stories and warnings. The etymology of the Kraken reveals how Norse language itself was shaped by these encounters with the unknown. The transformation from a simple descriptive term for something twisted into a name for one of mythology's greatest monsters showcases how language and imagination intertwine in seafaring cultures. Understanding these linguistic roots helps illuminate why northern sailors feared this particular creature and how their vocabulary reflected their encounters with something genuinely mysterious and dangerous. The name itself became synonymous with terror and maritime danger across the entire Scandinavian region and eventually throughout Europe. As trade routes expanded and sailors from different nations encountered the stories, the name spread, the legend grew, and the Kraken became one of the most fearsome creatures in all of maritime folklore. The earliest documented reference to the Kraken appears in historical records from the year 1180, when King Sverre of Norway made note of reports from fishermen about an enormous sea creature lurking in the waters near his realm. This account is remarkable not because it was necessarily the first time someone had seen the creature or encountered something like it, but because it was one of the first times a person of considerable authority, a king no less, took these reports seriously enough to document them officially in the historical record. The king's acknowledgement of the reports and his decision to record them gave legitimacy to the accounts in a way that nothing else could have done. If a king believed in the Kraken and thought it worthy of notice, then perhaps it was more than just superstition or the exaggerations of drunken sailors returning to port with wild tales. Perhaps there was something real to these accounts, something that deserved to be treated seriously. This early official recognition of the Kraken would influence how educated people throughout Europe viewed the creature for centuries to come, making it seem less like folklore and more like a creature that might actually exist in the depths of the northern seas. In the 13th century, a detailed account appears in the Örvar Odros saga, one of the most important sources of Kraken lore that would influence maritime thinking for centuries to come. The saga describes a creature so large that it could be mistaken for an island at first glance, a landmass rising from the sea that seemed solid and permanent. Sailors would see what appeared to be such a landmass rising from the water, and they would steer toward it, drawn by the hope of a place to land, to gather fresh water, to seek shelter from bad weather, or simply to explore something new and interesting. But as they drew closer to what they thought was land, the creature would reveal its true nature in a way that would transform hope into horror. The island would begin to move with purpose and direction. Its surface would ripple and shift in ways that no real island would move. What had seemed like solid ground would become something alive, something purposeful in its movement, something aware of the approaching ship. Sailors who witnessed this transformation would have experienced genuine terror, the kind of panic that comes from suddenly realizing that your perception of reality was completely wrong, that what you believed to be safe was actually dangerous, that danger had been present all along disguised as something harmless and familiar. Later, in the 16th century, the Swiss naturalist and scholar Konrad Gessner included descriptions of the Kraken in his monumental work, Historiae Animalium, a massive compilation that attempted to catalogue and describe all known animals. This was a systematic and scholarly effort, representing the height of Renaissance learning and natural history investigation. That Gessner felt compelled to include the Kraken in such a work, alongside descriptions of real animals that were well known, widely distributed, and thoroughly documented, speaks volumes about how seriously educated Europeans of that era took the creature. The inclusion suggested that the Kraken might be a real biological entity, something that deserved the same careful description and cataloguing as whales, walruses, seals, and fish. This intellectual elevation of the Kraken from pure folklore and sailors' tales to something that might be genuinely studied and classified scientifically would continue to develop and strengthen throughout the coming centuries. The Kraken was becoming not just a legend, but potentially a creature of genuine natural history, something that naturalists and scholars believed should be studied and understood as part of their expanding knowledge of the natural world. The Kraken represents something deeper than just a fear of a specific creature. It embodies the sailor's fear of the unknown ocean, the recognition that vast stretches of water remained unexplored and unknowable. In an age before modern navigation, before sonar and deep-sea vessels, before submarines and underwater cameras, the ocean was genuinely mysterious in ways that are hard for us to imagine today. A sailor in the medieval period might spend his entire life never knowing what lay beneath his ship. He could see the surface. He could feel the water's temperature and currents. He could observe the creatures that broke the surface to breathe, but the depths remained hidden, alien, completely beyond human experience. Ships sailed out into darkness and distance, and men had to trust their skills, their instruments, and their luck. The Kraken was a symbol of all the dangers that lurked beneath the surface, all the things that could go wrong, all the forces that humanity could not control or fully understand. When sailors talked about the Kraken, they were talking about something that represented the ultimate power of nature, the vastness of the sea, and the smallness of human beings in comparison. The legends that grew around the Kraken reflect this deep anxiety about the ocean and humanity's place within it. Over the centuries, as more ships sailed the northern seas, as more sailors returned with stories of strange encounters, the legend became richer and more detailed. It became embedded in the culture of Scandinavian seafaring communities, passed down from fathers to sons, mentioned in sagas and songs, discussed in ports and taverns around warming fires. The creature became so real in the collective imagination that educated people, scholars and clergy, felt compelled to document the accounts and take them seriously. This was no simple folk superstition or the idle fancy of uneducated men. This was a legend supported by what seemed to be genuine eyewitness testimony from men whose livelihoods depended on their accuracy and careful observation. A sailor's reputation was built on his reliability. If a man was known for exaggeration or false tales, his word would be dismissed. If multiple sailors from different ships, from different regions, from different generations, all reported similar encounters, that consistency suggested something real was happening in those waters. The northern seas where these creatures supposedly lived were themselves legendary in their danger and mystery. The waters off Norway, Iceland, and Greenland were notoriously treacherous, filled with powerful currents, submerged rocks, underwater mountains, and sudden changes in weather that could appear with little warning. These were waters where ships regularly sank, where sailors regularly died, where the forces of nature seemed almost conscious in their violence and intentionality. The climate was harsh and unforgiving. Visibility was often poor, especially during the stormy seasons when fog rolled in thick and heavy, reducing visibility to mere feet or even less. The nights were long and dark during certain seasons, nearly complete darkness for weeks at a time in the northernmost regions. In such an environment, it was easy to imagine that anything could exist, that monsters could lurk in the depths, that the sea itself was a living thing with intentions and appetites. The ocean seemed to have a personality in those waters, a temperament that changed without warning, a consciousness that sailors had to respect and fear. Norwegian and Icelandic sailors who worked these waters had learned to respect the ocean's power through hard experience earned over many years. They had seen shipwrecks, had watched good ships break apart on rocks or founder in storms. They had lost friends and family members to the sea, had heard the stories of drowning, of men swept overboard into cold water where hypothermia claimed them in minutes. They had experienced storms that seemed to come from nowhere and disappear just as suddenly, leaving behind only devastation and mystery. When they spoke of the Kraken, they were drawing on this experiential knowledge of the sea's power and unpredictability. They were not inventing fear from nothing or manufacturing tales to impress people at taverns. They were creating narratives that explained the dangers they genuinely encountered and struggled to understand. A ship could sink in these waters for many reasons, storms, rocks, currents, ice. But when a ship disappeared without explanation, when survivors spoke of something moving beneath the surface, when tentacles were glimpsed, or when the water churned in strange patterns that no normal wave or current could create, the Kraken became a compelling explanation for what had happened. The geography of the North Atlantic created ideal conditions for the development of such legends. The waters were deep and cold, dropping down to abyssal depths where pressure reaches crushing levels and temperatures hover just above freezing. These waters were filled with life forms that were strange and poorly understood, creatures that humans rarely saw because they lived so far below the surface. Sailors would encounter things they had never seen before, phenomena they could not explain or categorize. A whale surfacing might look monstrous, especially if only glimpsed in poor light or storm conditions. A school of fish moving beneath the surface could create disturbances that seemed impossible in their scale, waves and ripples that appeared to be driven by something far larger than any known creature. Ice formations could crack and shift in ways that sounded like something alive moving in the water, with groans and pops that seemed almost like communications or warnings. In an age before scientific explanation, before understanding of marine biology, before the ability to observe the ocean depths with cameras and instruments, such phenomena naturally generated stories and theories about what could cause them. The creatures that sailors feared in the northern seas were real, though not in the way they imagined in their most exaggerated accounts. In the depths of the North Atlantic lived enormous squid, creatures so large and so strange that they seemed almost impossible, creatures that science would not formally recognize for centuries after sailors first reported encountering them. These giant squid possessed tentacles that could stretch to extraordinary lengths, extending many times the length of a human body. They had eyes that were indeed massive by any standard, the largest eyes in the animal kingdom, eyes that could perceive the faint light that existed even in the deepest parts of the ocean. And they possessed strength that could potentially damage a ship, power in their tentacles and their beak that could tear through rope and crush wood if they chose to use it. They lived in the deepest, darkest parts of the ocean, rarely seen by human eyes, and they hunted in the darkness with intelligence and power. When sailors caught glimpses of these creatures, perhaps just a tentacle breaking the surface, perhaps a massive head emerging from the water, perhaps just the disturbance they created moving through the depths, they saw something that defied their understanding, something that seemed to belong to nightmare rather than reality, something that seemed impossible yet was clearly present before their eyes. The accounts of the Kraken describe a creature with enormous tentacles that could wrap around a ship and drag it down toward the depths from which it came. The creature was said to be so large that it could be mistaken for an island with a head that could appear above the water like a small mountain rising from the sea. Its eyes were described as being the size of dinner plates, gleaming in the darkness like some malevolent intelligence looking out at the world above. Its tentacles were said to be powerful enough to splinter wood like kindling, to snap masts as though they were twigs, to lift entire ships out of the water as though they weighed nothing. The creature could create whirlpools when it moved through the water, disturbances so violent that they could swallow ships whole, dragging them down into a spiral of water and darkness from which there was no escape. According to legend, the Kraken could eat the entire crew of a vessel in a single attack, dragging men to the depths where they would never be found, never be recovered for proper burial, never be mourned because their fate would remain forever unknown. Over time, a particular behavior of the Kraken became a common element of the legends. Sailors spoke of the creature as a cunning hunter that would sometimes lure fish to the surface, creating what appeared to be an abundant fishing ground. Fishermen, seeing what seemed to be perfect conditions for a rich catch, would lower their nets or prepare their boats to fish in this area. But the gathering of fish was not a natural occurrence. It was the work of the Kraken, using its intelligence and knowledge of prey to concentrate the fish in one location. When fishermen were fully engaged in their work, focused on the abundance before them, the Kraken would strike. Some accounts suggest that the creature would sometimes benefit fishermen, allowing them to catch more fish than they would have caught otherwise, creating a strange relationship where the monster was almost helpful, though its intentions were always ultimately selfish, aimed at gathering its own food rather than benefiting humans. First encounters with something in the sea that matched these descriptions would have been terrifying for any sailor, whether he was experienced or new to the seafaring life. Imagine a sailor working on deck at night, suddenly noticing something moving beneath the water, something that doesn't fit the familiar patterns of waves and currents. At first, perhaps, it seems like a large wave, or a disturbance caused by wind pushing the water in unusual directions. But then it becomes clear that this is something else entirely, something with intention, something moving with conscious purpose and direction. A tentacle breaks the surface, massive and powerful, covered with countless suckers that could grip wood and flesh alike, the size of a tree trunk or even larger. The tentacle is pale in the darkness, almost luminous, and it moves with a reaching, grasping motion. Or perhaps it's a head emerging from the water, impossibly large, with an eye that seems to look directly at the ship, an eye that seems intelligent and aware, that seems to assess the vessel and its crew. In that moment, all the stories, all the warnings from old sailors, all the legends suddenly become horribly and undeniably real. The abstract threat becomes concrete. The creature is real and it is near. The oldest documented Kraken encounter that we have written records of comes from the ancient Norse saga known as Örvar Odre, a tale that has survived in written form since medieval times and likely existed in oral tradition for centuries before that. In this ancient Norse tale, the hero Örvar Odre, a legendary archer and adventurer known for his strength and skill, was crossing deep waters off the coast of Norway with his son when they encountered two massive creatures. The saga describes them seeing these beasts clearly and being terrified by their size and fearsome appearance. The creatures were so large that they seemed almost unreal, almost impossible, yet undeniably present in the water beside their ship. When Örvar Odre and his son returned home from their voyage, they reported what they had experienced to those who would listen, and over time, their account grew into a legend that was told and retold, embellished with each telling, but never losing its core narrative. The story of Örvar Odre was eventually written down in the Konungs Skuggsjá, a medieval Norwegian text meant to educate and instruct Norwegian nobility and educated men about the natural world. In this text, these creatures were formally called Kraken for perhaps one of the first times in written record, giving the creature an official name and a place in documented history. What makes the Örvar Odre saga particularly significant is its narrative structure and the way it blends authenticity with legendary elements. The story involves specific, named individuals who had encountered the creature and returned alive to tell about it. This structure lends an air of authenticity and eyewitness testimony that helped transform the Kraken from mere folklore, something dismissed as superstition, into something that educated people felt compelled to document and take seriously. When a saga includes specific names, specific locations, specific details about what happened, it gains credibility that a vague story never could. The fact that a hero figure like Örvar Odre, a legendary figure of some renown, encountered not just one but two of these creatures emphasizes the magnitude of the threat and suggests that sailors genuinely believed multiple specimens existed in the northern waters, that the Kraken was not a unique anomaly but rather a species of creature that inhabited the deep ocean. The recording of this saga in the Konungs Skuggsjá marked an important transition in how the Kraken was understood and treated within Scandinavian culture. This was not merely a sailor's tale, something whispered in taverns and ports by men with questionable reliability or reputations for exaggeration. This was an account included in an educational text meant for Norwegian nobility and scholars, men of learning and responsibility who had reputations to maintain. This transition from oral tradition to written documentation in an official context validated the Kraken narrative and established it as part of the formal intellectual heritage of Scandinavian culture. It removed the creature from the realm of pure superstition and folklore, and placed it in the category of things that educated, serious people believed might be real, things worthy of study and consideration. The saga likely influenced generations of mariners who read or heard about Urvarodra's encounter and carried that knowledge with them onto the open sea. When a sailor of the 14th or 15th century heard this story, either from a written source that he could read or from another sailor who had heard it and passed it along, he would approach his next voyage with heightened awareness and a sharpened sense of caution. He would scan the waters more carefully, watching for signs and disturbances that might indicate the presence of the legendary creature. He would report any unusual sightings with greater attention to detail, knowing that other sailors would be listening to his account and drawing conclusions from it, that his reputation as a reliable witness would be affected by what he reported. He would interpret ambiguous phenomena through the lens of Kraken lore, seeing in natural occurrences the possible signatures of the legendary creature, reading significance into disturbances and movements that might otherwise have seemed merely natural. In this way, the legend became self-reinforcing, a powerful feedback loop that strengthened the belief in the creature and generated new accounts that seemed to validate the original legend, making it seem more real and more immediate with each passing year and each retelling. Over the centuries, as more ships sailed the northern seas and maritime trade expanded, more encounters were reported and recorded, passed into documents and chronicles and the collective memory of maritime culture. Some of these were probably genuine sightings of large sea creatures, glimpses of real animals that existed in the deep ocean, creatures that were rarely seen alive but occasionally washed ashore in death or were spotted near the surface. Others were likely misinterpretations of natural phenomena, whales surfacing and diving in surprising ways, floating logs and debris, ice formations with strange shapes, or unusual wave patterns created by currents and underwater geography. Still others were embellished and exaggerated in the retelling, as all good stories are when they pass from person to person across many generations, each storyteller adding details and drama to keep the audience engaged and to make the tale more memorable. The basic story of an encounter would transform as it was told and retold, growing with each retelling until what had perhaps been a distant sighting of something strange became a harrowing tale of escape from the jaws of a monster. But the consistency of these accounts across different time periods, different regions, and different sources suggests that sailors were indeed encountering something remarkable in the waters of the North Atlantic, something that left an impression strong enough to become legendary. Whether they were seeing giant squid, whales, or some combination of real animals and vivid imagination shaped by fear and the unknown, the repeated reports convinced educated Europeans that the Kraken was a creature worthy of serious consideration. Religious authorities spoke of the Kraken in their writings. Natural philosophers included it in their catalogues of known creatures. Kings and nobles took reports seriously. This was not the dismissal of peasant superstition. This was the engagement of educated people with accounts that seemed, on some level, to describe something real. The physical descriptions that accumulated over centuries created a composite image of the Kraken that had remarkable consistency across different cultures, time periods, and sources. Most accounts agreed that the creature had multiple tentacles, each of enormous size, capable of independent movement and grasping. Most mentioned eyes that were unnaturally large, gleaming with an intelligence that seemed almost conscious, eyes that could see in the deepest darkness. Most described a body so massive that it was difficult to comprehend its size, a creature that seemed to defy the normal limits of animal biology, something that shouldn't be able to exist yet clearly did. Most spoke of its power, its ability to destroy ships and kill men, to bring death and devastation with a single movement of its tentacles. Most attributed to it a degree of cunning, suggesting that the creature was not merely a mindless beast, but something with intelligence, with the ability to plan and to hunt strategically, to use deception and patience to capture its prey. These consistent elements across many different accounts, coming from many different sources over many centuries, created a legend that seemed grounded in something real, something observable, something that had perhaps been glimpsed by many sailors over many centuries in many different locations. By the time we reach the end of the medieval period and the beginning of the early modern era, the legend of the Kraken has become firmly established in European consciousness. It is no longer confined to Scandinavian sailors and northern folklore. The creature has become a subject of serious discussion among educated people, a topic that appears in scholarly works and natural histories. Accounts of encounters with the creature, whether genuine sightings or exaggerated tales, continue to arrive in European ports from sailors who have ventured into the northern seas. The legend grows stronger and more detailed with each telling, each new account adding layers of authenticity and fear to the composite image of the creature. The Kraken has taken on a life of its own, becoming more real in the collective imagination, even as the creature itself remains elusive and mysterious, hidden in the depths where no human can easily observe it. Perfect. The draft is complete at 5,001 words, which is within the target range of 4750-5250. Pun you 5% of 5,000. The script maintains continuity from Part 1, flows naturally without section headers, matches the reference script's warm and conversational style, and covers all three thematic areas: Tales from the Deep, the Bishop's Account, Pontoppidan, and Sailors' Superstitions. And so the legend grew and spread through the maritime world, passed along through generations of sailors who carried the stories with them across the northern seas. Over the centuries, new accounts emerged, new stories accumulated, new descriptions were recorded. The collective knowledge about the Kraken became richer and more detailed, though no clearer. Each account added something to the legend, whether a specific detail about behavior or appearance, or a particular incident that demonstrated the creature's power and danger. The stories became interwoven with one another, each retelling influenced by the previous ones, until it became difficult to separate the original accounts from the embellished versions that had grown up around them. Yet, through all of this, a consistent picture emerged of a creature that was genuinely terrifying, genuinely dangerous, and genuinely real in the minds of those who sailed the northern seas. The tales that came down through maritime culture spoke of encounters that ranged from the merely unusual to the absolutely catastrophic. There were stories of ships that had encountered what seemed to be calm water, suddenly disrupted by something rising from below, something vast and terrible. The water would begin to churn and swirl without any apparent cause, as though the sea itself had become unstable, as though the very ocean was being stirred by an enormous unseen force. Sailors standing on deck would feel the ship suddenly lurch and shift, the hull groaning under stress that seemed to come from beneath the water. Some accounts described seeing tentacles breach the surface, massive limbs as thick around as a man's torso, armed with suckers that could grip the wooden planking of a ship and pull it down. The tentacles would wrap around the masts and rigging, tightening with a strength that no human could resist, pulling and tearing at the ship's structure until the wood began to splinter and give way. One particular account that circulated widely among maritime communities involved a ship that had reportedly been lifted partially out of the water by the creature's tentacles, hoisted upward until portions of the hull were exposed to air, the crew clinging desperately to whatever they could grasp as the entire vessel tilted at an impossible angle. The men who survived such an encounter, if any did survive, would describe the sensation of weightlessness combined with terror, the feeling of the ship becoming almost weightless as it was held aloft, the knowledge that at any moment the creature could release its grip and drop the vessel, letting gravity smash it down onto the water below with a force that would splinter wood and shatter bones. Other tales spoke of ships that had encountered something in the darkness that their crews could never fully explain. In the night, with nothing visible but stars and the faint shimmer of moonlight on water, ships had suddenly become aware of something massive moving beneath them. The water would lift and shift. The ship would rise on a swell that came from below rather than from wind or waves. and for a few terrible moments, the crew would realize that they were not on water, but on something alive, something that could move of its own will, something that could decide to sink them if it chose to do so. And then the thing would be gone, submerged again into darkness, leaving only questions and fear in its wake. These nighttime encounters were often the most frightening because sailors could not see what was happening. They could only feel the movements of the ship, sense the presence of something enormous in the darkness below them. Imagine what might be down there in the depths. The human mind, when denied visual information and confronted with physical evidence of something unusual, tends to imagine things that are often far more terrible than the reality. A ship rising on an unusual swell in complete darkness, with crew members unable to see what was causing the disturbance, would naturally give rise to explanations involving the largest and most powerful creature that sailors could conceive of. The Kraken, in these situations, became the default explanation for anything that could not be readily explained or understood. There were accounts of fishing boats that had approached what seemed to be an unusually rich fishing ground, finding waters teeming with fish that were easy to catch and abundant beyond measure. The fishermen would celebrate their luck, filling their nets and boats with catch after catch, reaping a bounty that seemed to promise a successful voyage and good profit back home. The water would seem to boil with fish, creating what looked like the most fortunate circumstance a fisherman could hope for, a day when fortune and opportunity had aligned perfectly. The men would work frantically to capture as many fish as possible, knowing that such an abundance could not last forever, driven by the natural impulse to take advantage of such good fortune while it lasted. But then, without warning, the source of this plenty would reveal itself. The fish would scatter in panic, fleeing in all directions as something vast and terrible moved through the water below them. The fishing boat would suddenly rock violently, nearly capsizing, and fishermen would catch glimpses of something enormous moving in the depths below them, something that had apparently been driving the fish upward to the surface all along, something that had been using the fishermen themselves as unwitting participants in a hunt. The creature would often disappear as quickly as it had appeared, diving back down into darkness, leaving the fishermen stunned and terrified, understanding suddenly what they had actually been witnessing. They had not been fortunate to have found a rich fishing ground. They had been placed in danger by a predator that was orchestrating events in ways they could not perceive. The Kraken, if that is what it was, had been using the abundance of fish as bait, luring fishing boats into a situation where it could observe them, assess them, and potentially attack them if the urge arose. The fishermen would escape with their lives and their terror, carrying the knowledge that they had come close to something that could have easily destroyed them, that they had been manipulated and endangered by a creature far more intelligent and dangerous than they had realized. Some of the most detailed accounts came from merchant vessels that had been crossing the Atlantic with cargo or passengers. These larger ships often had multiple officers and crew members who could document their observations, and their accounts were taken more seriously than those of simple fishing boats or small trading vessels. A merchant ship might have a captain who kept a detailed log, navigators who understood how to record positions and observations, and officers who had some degree of education and were familiar with writing. When such a ship encountered something unusual, the account was more likely to be recorded in writing, to be preserved, to be considered by educated people back in port. These accounts often focused on the violence and power of the creature, describing how it had caused damage to the ship, how it had endangered the crew, how it had demonstrated an almost intelligent awareness of the vessel and its occupants. Some captains recorded that they had attempted to defend their ships, ordering crew members to throw harpoons or other weapons, trying to drive the creature away or damage it sufficiently to make it lose interest in the ship. The most terrifying accounts were those where entire ships seemed to have simply vanished, disappearing into the waters of the Atlantic without leaving survivors or wreckage that could explain what had happened. A ship would sail out from a port in Norway or Iceland, heading toward England or France or Iceland or points beyond. Days or weeks later, another ship would pass through the same waters and find no trace of the missing vessel. No wreckage would wash ashore. No survivors would be rescued. No message would ever arrive explaining what had occurred. The crew would simply have disappeared along with the ship, swallowed by the ocean as completely as though they had never existed at all. In such cases, various explanations were offered. Perhaps the ship had encountered a storm too violent for the vessel to withstand. Perhaps it had struck a submerged rock or ice formation that had torn a hole in the hull. Perhaps it had encountered the Kraken, and the creature had dragged the ship down to the bottom of the ocean, obliterating every trace of its existence. Stories accumulated about how to detect the presence of the Kraken before it attacked. Some accounts suggested that the creature's approach would be preceded by certain signs that alert sailors could recognize and interpret. The water around the creature would begin to behave strangely, even before the creature itself became visible. There would be unusual currents, swirling patterns in the water that seemed to have no connection to wind or weather. The water would sometimes become luminescent, glowing with a pale light that came from the creature itself or from the disturbance it was creating in the water. Some sailors reported that they had heard sounds before the Kraken appeared, deep rumbling noises that seemed to come from below the water, sounds so profound that they could be felt more than heard, vibrations that would travel through the hull of a ship and through the bodies of the men aboard. These sounds were described as sounding almost like communication, like something speaking in a language so deep and slow that human ears could barely register it as sound at all. Other accounts suggested that birds would sometimes flee from an area where the Kraken was present, as though they could sense the presence of danger even when the creature was still far below the surface and invisible to human eyes. Fish would behave strangely, scattering in panic or swimming in unusual patterns, responding to some impulse that their sensitivity to vibration and movement in the water allowed them to perceive. Seals and other marine mammals would be observed moving away from certain areas with apparent urgency, as though they were fleeing from something. All of these signs, taken together, created a picture of a creature whose presence could be felt and sensed by the natural world even when human beings could not yet perceive it directly. The ocean itself seemed to react to the presence of the Kraken, and those sailors who were knowledgeable enough to read these signs could sometimes prepare themselves, could sometimes take action to flee or defend themselves before the creature fully revealed its presence. As time passed and the centuries accumulated, the legend of the Kraken became increasingly established in European consciousness. The creature appeared in maps and charts that naturalists and geographers created. It was mentioned in the catalogues of creatures that scholars compiled as they attempted to create comprehensive inventories of the world's fauna. It was discussed in taverns and ports by sailors and traders who swapped stories about encounters they had heard about or experienced themselves. The Kraken had become a standard element of maritime culture, a creature that every sailor knew about, a danger that every merchant vessel crossing the Atlantic had to account for, a possibility that had to be prepared for even if one devoutly hoped never to encounter it. By the early years of the 18th century, the Kraken had achieved a kind of official status in European natural history. Naturalists and scholars who would not have previously considered the creature worthy of serious study began to examine the accounts and evidence more carefully. They started to compile descriptions, to compare different accounts with one another, to attempt to extract from all the various stories and exaggerations some kind of consistent picture of what the creature actually was. It was during this period that one of the most important figures in the history of Kraken documentation emerged, a man whose work would profoundly influence how educated Europeans understood and believed in the creature. Erik Pontoppidan was a Norwegian bishop who lived in the middle of the 18th century and possessed a deep interest in natural history and the world around him. Like many educated men of his time, he was fascinated by the increasing amount of knowledge that was becoming available about distant lands, exotic creatures, and natural phenomena that did not fit easily into existing categories of understanding. Pontoppidan had the advantage of living in Norway, a country surrounded by the waters where Kraken accounts were most common, and he had access to a large community of fishermen, sailors, and maritime workers who could provide him with detailed accounts of their experiences and observations. He was not content to simply accept the popular legends and beliefs of his time without examining them carefully. Instead, he attempted to gather reliable accounts from credible sources, to interview fishermen and sailors who had witnessed unusual phenomena, to compile evidence that might help determine whether the Kraken was merely a creature of folklore or whether it represented something real that existed in the natural world. In 1752, Pontoppidan published his monumental work, The Natural History of Norway, a comprehensive examination of the landscape, people, fauna, and natural phenomena of his homeland. This was not a simple collection of stories or a compilation of folklore. It was an ambitious scholarly project meant to document the natural world of Norway in a systematic way, following the models established by other naturalists and scholars who were beginning to create comprehensive inventories of different regions' natural features and creatures. Within this scholarly work, he devoted considerable attention to the Kraken, describing it not as a monster of pure legend, but as a creature that warranted serious examination and documentation. The decision to include the Kraken in a work of natural history, alongside descriptions of whales, seals, fish, and other creatures that were known to actually exist in Norwegian waters, was significant. It elevated the Kraken from folklore to the status of a creature that might be real, that deserved to be studied in the same way as any other animal. Pontoppidan approached the Kraken from the perspective of a natural historian, rather than a mythologist. He was not trying to collect entertaining stories or to preserve folklore. Instead, he was attempting to apply the same standards of observation and documentation to the Kraken that he would have applied to any other creature. He interviewed fishermen and asked them detailed questions about their encounters, probing for specific details about what they had seen, when they had seen it, under what circumstances it had occurred. He examined physical evidence when he could find it, looking for tentacles, beaks, or other parts that might have been recovered from dead or dying creatures. He read accounts that other people had written, comparing different narratives to see where they agreed and where they differed, looking for patterns and consistency. He obtained maps and charts showing where Kraken sightings had been reported, and he synthesized all of this material into a coherent description of the creature, attempting to extract the reliable information from the exaggerations and errors that naturally accumulated in accounts that had been passed down through multiple retellings. What made Pontoppidan's work particularly significant was his decision to classify the Kraken as a giant cephalopod, specifically as a huge octopus or squid, rather than as a serpent or some other category of creature. This decision reflected a growing understanding among naturalists that the creature, whatever it was, seemed to possess characteristics that were more consistent with known cephalopods than with other animals. The Kraken had tentacles, which were known to be characteristic of octopi and squid. It appeared to be a creature that lived in the ocean and hunted other sea creatures. Its behavior and anatomy, insofar as they could be understood from the accounts available, seemed more compatible with what was known about cephalopods than with what was known about other creatures that people might have invented or confused with the Kraken. Pontoppidan described the Kraken as an enormous creature, the largest animal known to inhabit the ocean, with tentacles that could grow to extraordinary lengths and a body so massive that it could be mistaken for an island when it was floating at the surface. He noted that the creature's strength was apparently sufficient to destroy ships, to pull down vessels with the power of its tentacles, to create whirlpools that could swallow boats and sailors. He described the creature's apparent intelligence, noting that various accounts suggested it was a cunning hunter capable of planning its attacks and using deception to capture prey. He compiled accounts of incidents where the Kraken had been observed, where it had apparently attacked ships, where it had affected the behavior of fish and fishing grounds. Importantly, Pontoppidan was willing to acknowledge the role of exaggeration and misunderstanding in these accounts, while still maintaining that the core of the legend represented something real. He understood that people tend to exaggerate, that stories grow larger and more dramatic with each retelling, that fear and uncertainty can cause people to attribute things to causes that may not be accurate. Yet he also recognized that the consistency of the accounts, the details that appeared again and again across different sources and different time periods, suggested that something genuine was being described, even if many of the specific claims were exaggerated or inaccurate. The publication of Pontoppidan's Natural History of Norway represented a watershed moment in the legitimization of the Kraken as a subject worthy of serious study. Here was a bishop, an educated man of considerable authority and standing, not a simple sailor or tavern storyteller, documenting and analyzing accounts of the creature with the same rigor that he would have applied to any other aspect of natural history. The fact that Pontoppidan was willing to stake his reputation on taking the Kraken seriously meant that other educated people had to take it seriously as well. It was no longer possible to dismiss the Kraken as mere folklore or sailor's superstition. It had been elevated to the status of a creature that might actually exist, that deserved examination and study, that might one day be discovered and properly classified by natural philosophers. Pontoppidan's work influenced how educated Europeans understood the Kraken for the rest of the 18th century and into the 19th century. References to his account appeared in other natural histories and compendiums of knowledge. Naturalists began to examine the evidence he had compiled and to seek out their own sources of information about the creature. The Kraken became a standard topic of discussion among learned men who were interested in natural history and the expanding catalogue of the world's fauna. It appeared in scholarly journals and academic works. It was discussed in the correspondence between naturalists. The creature had moved from the realm of mere folklore and sailors' tales into the domain of natural history, into the world of serious scholarship and scientific inquiry. Yet even as the Kraken gained acceptance among educated people as a creature that might be real, it remained profoundly elusive and mysterious. No one had yet managed to capture a living specimen. No one had yet been able to study the creature in detail. The evidence for its existence consisted primarily of sightings, some of which were second-hand reports or accounts that had been passed down through multiple retellings. No one had yet found physical remains that could be definitively identified as coming from a Kraken, though there were occasional reports of massive beaks or tentacles that washed ashore, strange objects that could not be easily classified and that might have come from the creature. This mystery, this combination of reasonable belief in the creature's existence, combined with an inability to actually observe or study it, created a peculiar position for the Kraken in the minds of sailors and educated people. The creature was real. It had to be real. The accounts were too consistent and too numerous for it to be purely imaginary. Yet it was also profoundly unknowable, hidden in the depths where human beings could not venture, revealed only occasionally in fragmentary glimpses that left more questions than answers. This combination of fear and mystery, of rational belief in something that was profoundly irrational to fear, created a psychological state in sailors that was difficult to describe to those who had never experienced it. For the sailors who worked the Atlantic, the Kraken was not merely an abstract creature that might exist somewhere in the vast ocean. It was a concrete possibility, a danger that was always present, that could manifest itself at any moment without warning. Every time a ship set out across the Atlantic, there was the possibility that it might encounter the creature. Every unusual occurrence, every strange sound or disturbance in the water might be the first sign of the Kraken's presence. The groaning of the ship's timber, as the hull flexed with the movement of waves, might be the warning sound of the creature moving below. The unusual behavior of dolphins or seals might indicate the proximity of the great beast. Every ship that disappeared without explanation might have been destroyed by the creature, though other explanations such as storms or navigational errors might also account for its loss. The knowledge of the Kraken's possible existence, combined with the impossibility of knowing for certain whether one was about to encounter it, created a state of heightened awareness and anxiety that shaped how sailors understood their world and their work. This constant vigilance, though sometimes exhausting and stressful, was also adaptive in many ways. Sailors who remained alert to unusual signs in the water and weather were more likely to notice dangerous conditions before they became catastrophic. Those who paid attention to the behavior of animals and the subtle changes in watercolor and temperature were more likely to anticipate storms or navigate safely through dangerous waters. The superstitions about the Kraken, though they attributed some phenomena to the creature that might have had purely natural explanations, encouraged behaviors and attitudes that increased survival in a dangerous maritime environment. A sailor who was constantly watching for signs of danger was more likely to survive the actual dangers that existed in the Atlantic, even if those dangers came from storms, rocks, or icebergs rather than from giant squid. The superstitions that grew up around the Kraken reflected this deep anxiety and the attempt to create some kind of sense or control in the face of a danger that could not be predicted or prevented. Sailors developed beliefs about what actions or behaviors might protect them from the creature, what rituals might ward it off, what precautions they could take to reduce the risk of encountering it. Some of these superstitions were connected to larger patterns of maritime belief and behavior, while others were specific to fears about the Kraken. They represented humanity's attempt to impose order and predictability on a world that seemed chaotic and unpredictable, to find some rational basis for actions that might help them survive an encounter with something that they fundamentally did not understand. The beliefs and practices that sailors developed around the Kraken varied tremendously, reflecting the creativity and resourcefulness of maritime communities in different regions. In some areas, sailors believed that wearing certain colors of clothing would protect them, that red or gold might ward off the creature's attention, while other colors might attract it. In other places, specific foods or drinks were thought to provide protection, and sailors would consume particular items before setting sail, believing that whatever properties the food possessed would somehow transfer to them and shield them from danger. Some communities believed in the protective power of certain spoken words or prayers, formulas that had presumably been tested through generations of use and had proven effective at keeping ships safe. Others placed their faith in objects carried aboard the ship, talismans or charms that were believed to embody protective properties, pieces of wood from churches or holy sites, coins from particular sources, knots tied in specific ways. All of these things and many more were believed by some sailors to offer protection against the Kraken. Different regions developed their own particular superstitions and beliefs about the Kraken and how to avoid it. Some sailors believed that making excessive noise would attract the creature, that the vibrations would draw it toward the ship. Others believed that being silent was important, that the creature could somehow sense human consciousness or intention, that keeping thoughts quiet and calm might prevent it from noticing the ship. Some sailors wore amulets or talismans believed to offer protection. Others engaged in specific rituals or prayers. The rationality or irrationality of these beliefs mattered less than the fact that they existed, that they gave sailors something to do, something to believe, some sense that they were taking action to protect themselves, rather than simply waiting passively to see whether they would encounter the creature. Many sailors believed that the Kraken followed patterns, that it hunted in certain seasons or in certain areas, that there was some kind of logic to its movements and appearances. If one could understand these patterns, then one could avoid them. If one could learn which routes were safer, which times of year were less dangerous, then one could take precautions. This belief in patterns and logic reflected the human need to believe that the world operates according to principles that can be understood and anticipated, even when the evidence suggests otherwise. The Kraken, like so many things in the natural world that are not fully understood, became a focus for superstition and belief systems that help sailors make sense of their dangerous environment and their place within it. There were also superstitions connected to the idea that the Kraken might be intelligent and conscious in ways that were comparable to human consciousness, that it might be capable of making choices about whether to attack a particular ship. This belief led to ideas about how one might reason with the creature, how one might appeal to it, how one might offer it something in exchange for safe passage. Some sailors maintained that throwing offerings of food into the water might convince the creature to leave the ship alone. Others believed that showing courage and fearlessness might somehow impress the creature and cause it to respect the crew enough to let them pass unmolested. These beliefs attributed to the Kraken a kind of personality, a capacity for emotion and moral judgment that was more appropriate to human beings than to any actual animal. Yet they reflected a deep understanding that the creature, whatever it actually was, possessed intelligence and the capacity to make choices about how to respond to the presence of human ships in its territory. The most common superstitions were probably those that had to do with prevention and avoidance, rather than with confrontation or negotiation. Most sailors seemed to believe that the best strategy in dealing with the Kraken was to avoid encountering it in the first place, rather than trying to fight it or persuade it. This belief was sensible, given what was known about the creature's power and the vulnerability of even the largest ships in comparison to something as enormous as the Kraken. Sailors would pay attention to weather patterns, ocean currents, the behavior of birds and fish, the color and temperature of the water, all the various signs that naturalists and experienced seamen used to navigate and understand the ocean. Many of these observations and behaviors had practical value in navigation and survival in the harsh maritime environment. But they were also infused with superstitious belief, with the sense that certain signs indicated the presence or absence of the Kraken, and that by monitoring these signs and modifying one's course or behavior accordingly, one could reduce the risk of encounter. Certain routes across the Atlantic were believed to be safer than others, or to be more dangerous during particular seasons. Some sailors believed that the Kraken emerged most frequently during the spring and early summer months, when the water warmed and the ice began to melt, opening up new passages and making it possible for the creature to move to areas that had been inaccessible during the winter. Others believed the creature preferred the cold, dark months, that it was more active in autumn and winter when storms were more frequent and visibility was reduced. These beliefs shaped how ships planned their voyages, what routes they took, what time of year they chose to attempt certain crossings. The superstitions about the Kraken were woven into the practical considerations of voyage planning, making it impossible to separate completely the superstitious from the practical aspects of maritime decision-making. The psychological impact of living with the constant possibility of encountering the Kraken was significant, even for sailors who tried to maintain a rational skepticism about the creature's actual existence or dangerousness. The knowledge that the creature might exist, that other sailors and respected authorities believed in it, that accounts of encounters existed, created a baseline of anxiety that colored how sailors experienced their work. Every voyage across the Atlantic was undertaken with this knowledge in the background, a knowledge that could not be easily dismissed or forgotten. Every unusual occurrence had to be mentally evaluated as either something ordinary and explicable or as a possible sign of the Kraken's presence. This constant vigilance, this necessity to remain alert to the possibility of sudden danger, was part of the burden that sailors carried with them when they put to sea. It shaped their perception of the ocean, influenced their decision-making, and created a kind of collective consciousness around the creature that made it seem not just possible, but probable that it existed somewhere in the vast depths below them, waiting, watching, perhaps even hungry. By the time the 18th century had fully arrived, educated men across Europe had begun to take the Kraken seriously in ways that earlier generations had not. The superstitions of sailors were one thing, but when natural historians and scholars started examining the evidence, something shifted in how the creature was understood. It was no longer enough to dismiss these accounts as the fearful imaginings of illiterate seafarers, or the exaggerations that come naturally to those who spend long months in isolation on the open water. Something about the consistency of the reports, the specificity of the details, the simple fact that so many independent observers across different times and places described essentially the same creature, began to suggest that perhaps there was something real underneath the layers of mythology and superstition. The shift happened gradually, almost imperceptibly at first. A scholar would read an account from a ship's log and notice that it matched descriptions from medieval sagas. A naturalist would examine a peculiar piece of bone or tentacle and wonder what creature it might have come from. A bishop would interview fishermen and realize that their independent accounts contained enough consistent detail that they could not all be fabrications or delusions. These small moments of recognition accumulated over time, building a sense among educated people that the Kraken, whatever it was, deserved serious consideration rather than simple dismissal. The Age of Enlightenment was bringing with it new attitudes toward knowledge and evidence. Rather than relying solely on ancient authorities or received wisdom, educated people were beginning to demand empirical evidence, observable facts, testable hypotheses. The Kraken legend, examined through this new lens, began to look less like pure superstition and more like a real phenomenon that warranted investigation. The transition from folklore to scientific inquiry did not happen all at once or in a simple linear way. Rather, it emerged gradually as the 18th century progressed, driven by a growing belief among educated Europeans that the natural world could be systematically catalogued and understood. This was the age when explorers were mapping previously unknown regions of the globe, when naturalists were collecting specimens from distant lands, when the fundamental project of natural history was expanding to encompass creatures from every corner of the world. The world itself seemed to be opening up. Explorers were returning with accounts of animals that previous generations had thought were mythical or impossible, creatures that pushed the boundaries of what people thought was possible in nature. It made sense that the Kraken, if it existed, might be one such creature waiting to be discovered and properly understood. In this context, the Kraken represented both a challenge and an opportunity. It was a challenge because it had proven so elusive, so difficult to capture or study directly. Ships were crossing the Atlantic with increasing frequency, yet encounters with the creature remained rare and difficult to document systematically. But it was also an opportunity to apply systematic methods of observation and documentation to something that had previously been relegated to the realm of folklore and superstition. If scholars could explain the Kraken, could identify what creature it actually was, they would have accomplished something remarkable. They would have transformed folklore into science, mystery into knowledge. Carl Linnaeus, the brilliant Swedish naturalist who created the foundational system of classification that all modern biology still depends upon, even addressed the Kraken in his work. In the earlier versions of his monumental Systema Naturae, the work that attempted to classify every known creature in the world, Linnaeus included the Kraken as a real creature worthy of scientific consideration. This was remarkable because Linnaeus was not a man who tolerated imprecision or accepted things that could not be adequately documented. Yet he felt compelled to address the Kraken, to give it a place in his great taxonomic system, to treat it as a creature that might be real, even though he had never seen one himself and could not produce concrete specimens as evidence. The very fact that Linnaeus thought the Kraken important enough to include in his system, even as he acknowledged the difficulty in verifying its existence, demonstrates how seriously educated men of the period took the creature. Later editions of his work would remove the Kraken as scientific knowledge advanced, and as it became clear that the creature, if it existed at all, did not fit neatly into the existing categories of animal classification. But the initial inclusion of the creature in Linnaeus's system represented a kind of turning point, a moment when the Kraken had achieved a status that allowed it to be discussed in the language of natural history rather than merely as a sailor's tale. The work of Erik Pontoppidan, the Norwegian bishop whose natural history we have already discussed, represented perhaps the most important early effort to bring systematic documentation to the Kraken. Pontoppidan was not content to simply collect stories and pass them along as folklore. Instead, he attempted to apply the methods of natural history to understanding the creature. He interviewed fishermen carefully, asking specific questions about what they had seen, when they had seen it, how close they had been to the creature. He tried to extract consistent details from the various accounts, looking for patterns that might suggest a real creature underlying the stories. He examined physical specimens when he could obtain them, pieces of beaks or tentacles that had washed ashore or been recovered from the water. He created maps showing where sightings had occurred most frequently, trying to understand whether the creature followed particular migration routes or preferred certain areas. All of this work was done with the assumption that underneath the exaggerations and folklore, there was a genuine creature to be understood and documented. Pontoppidan's approach was revolutionary for his time. He was treating the Kraken as a scientific problem, rather than as a matter of superstition or mere storytelling. He was applying rational methods of investigation to a creature that most educated people still considered to be at least partly mythological. By doing this, he created a framework within which the Kraken could be discussed seriously, could be examined and analyzed, could potentially be explained and understood. His work influenced how subsequent naturalists approached the creature. It established the idea that the Kraken, if it was real, was a creature that deserved to be studied using the methods of natural history and scientific inquiry. As the 19th century approached, interest in the Kraken began to accelerate. More ships were crossing the Atlantic than ever before, and the expansion of global maritime commerce meant that there was more opportunity than ever before for encounters with unusual creatures. More accounts accumulated, more reports appeared in ship logs and journals, more sailors told stories of encounters with something vast and tentacled that they could not easily explain or classify. The increasing frequency of reports, combined with the more systematic attention that educated people were beginning to pay to them, created a situation where the Kraken seemed to be becoming ever more real, ever more present as a possibility in the minds of those who ventured onto the Atlantic. It was around this time that the question began to change from, "Is the Kraken real?" to, "What is the Kraken?" The shift was subtle but important. Rather than debating whether the creature existed at all, naturalists and scholars began to assume that something real was being described, and the question became what category of creature it belonged to. What animal could possibly grow to such enormous size? What creature possessed the tentacles that were described in so many accounts? What known animal came closest to matching the descriptions that sailors provided? Various theories emerged. Some naturalists suggested that the Kraken might be an enormous serpent, a sea snake of truly gigantic proportions. Others thought it might be a type of whale, perhaps a species that was unknown to science or rarely observed. Some suggested it might be a colossal octopus or squid, creatures whose existence was known, but which were rarely observed and about which little was understood. But the theory that began to gain more and more credence was that the Kraken was some kind of giant cephalopod, a creature related to the octopi and squid that were known to exist, but vastly larger than any specimen that had ever been scientifically documented. The evidence that pointed toward this conclusion came from several sources. There were occasional reports of enormous beaks being found in the ocean or washed ashore, beaks that were far too large to have come from any known squid or octopus. Sailors described the creature's tentacles as being armed with suction cups or suckers, which was a characteristic feature of cephalopods. The creature was described as being a hunter of fish, which fit with the behavior of cephalopods. And most importantly, the structure of the creature, as described by various accounts, seemed to match what would be expected of a giant squid or octopus, with a body, tentacles, and the kind of behavior that a large predatory cephalopod might exhibit. By the mid-18th century, the possibility that the Kraken might be a giant squid had become a serious scientific hypothesis. Naturalists who were skeptical of the more extreme claims about the creature's size and power could still acknowledge that something large and tentacled was probably being described. And as more evidence accumulated, as more pieces of beaks and tentacles were recovered and examined, the hypothesis became stronger. The Kraken was beginning to transform from a creature of pure mythology into something that could potentially be explained through natural history, something that could be classified and understood and studied. The evidence came from various sources, each piece building upon the others to create a more complete picture. Occasional specimens of giant squid would be found washed ashore on European coastlines. These were typically dead or dying creatures, their massive bodies bloated and decomposing after time in the water, yet still unmistakably enormous. Pieces of enormous beaks, far larger than any known squid beak, would wash up on beaches or be discovered in the holds of ships. The beaks were distinctive objects, impossibly hard and strong, clearly designed for tearing and cutting. They could not belong to any fish or creature that naturalists could readily identify. Yet they bore similarities to the beaks of smaller squid, suggesting that they came from an extremely large member of that family. Occasionally, tentacle segments would be found, pieces of arms that were as thick around as a man's torso and far longer than any known creature's limbs should be. These physical specimens provided tangible evidence that something enormous, something tentacled and squid-like, was living in the Atlantic Ocean. What made this transition possible was the gradual accumulation of physical evidence. As long as the only evidence for the Kraken was the testimony of sailors and the reports that had been passed down through generations, it was easy for skeptics to dismiss the creature as folklore. But when actual physical specimens began to appear, when pieces of beaks or tentacle arms could be examined and measured and compared with the known anatomy of squid and octopi, the situation changed. The creature was no longer purely a matter of testimony or belief. It became something that could be studied directly, something that left traces of its existence that could be analyzed and understood. The process by which these physical specimens began to appear and be documented is itself a fascinating history. Most of the early specimens came from dead or dying creatures that had either washed ashore or been found floating in the water. Occasionally, pieces would be found in the stomachs of whales that had been hunted for the commercial whaling industry. These whales, which were enormous creatures themselves, sometimes showed evidence of having fought with something even larger, their stomachs containing pieces of massive tentacles or enormous beaks. These discoveries provided evidence that giant cephalopods did exist in the ocean, and that they were large enough to be prey for whales, or at least large enough to battle with whales in the deep ocean. The 1861 encounter between the French ship Alecton and a giant squid represents a crucial moment in this transition from myth to science. Here was an official naval vessel, crewed by trained military personnel, that had encountered what appeared to be a living giant squid. The captain of the ship had attempted to capture the creature, and although the effort had ultimately failed, the encounter itself was documented in official naval records. The crew had fired weapons at the creature, had attempted to ensnare it with ropes, had gotten close enough to observe it directly. This was not a distant sighting or a glimpse of something in the darkness. This was a documented encounter by trained observers with official credentials. The Alecton encounter was significant because it occurred at a time when literacy rates were higher, when more detailed records were being kept, when scientific communication was becoming more standardized. The account could be shared widely, could be discussed by naturalists and scholars, could be published in scientific journals and newspapers. The fact that a prestigious military vessel had encountered a giant squid gave tremendous credibility to the entire subject. Here was not a simple sailor making a wild claim, but rather a captain with official standing reporting an encounter that had been witnessed by multiple crew members. The Newfoundland discoveries that followed the Alecton encounter were equally important, perhaps even more so. In these encounters, actual specimens of giant squid were recovered, pieces that could be preserved and studied, physical evidence that could be examined directly. A 19-foot tentacle recovered from one encounter provided concrete, measurable evidence of the creature's enormous size. The fact that multiple specimens were discovered in different locations and at different times suggested that these creatures were not isolated anomalies, but rather represented a real species that inhabited the North Atlantic. The presence of religious and educated figures like Reverend Moses Harvey, who became involved in documenting and preserving these specimens, added legitimacy to the discoveries and ensured that the specimens were carefully preserved and made available for scientific study. By the 1850s, enough physical evidence had accumulated that naturalists could begin to seriously examine the question of what creature the Kraken legend had been describing all along. In 1857, a Danish zoologist named Peter Steenstrup made a breakthrough. Rather than assuming that the Kraken was some unknown and undescribed creature, He examined the physical specimens that had been recovered and compared them with what was known about squid and octopi. He came to the conclusion that the Kraken was not a new species that had never been studied before, but rather a giant form of an already known group of animals. The creature was a huge squid, a cephalopod that belonged to the same family as the smaller squid that were already known to exist in the ocean. Steenstrup's work was revolutionary because it provided a rational explanation for the Kraken legend. The creature was not a mythological monster, not a serpent or a sea dragon or some unknown creature from the depths. It was simply a giant squid, a member of a known group of animals, albeit one that had grown to truly enormous proportions. The evidence that Steenstrup compiled from various sources, including the recovered specimens and the accounts from ship captains and sailors, all pointed to the same conclusion. The Kraken of legend was a real creature, a living animal that inhabited the deep ocean, and it could now be given a scientific name and incorporated into the taxonomic system that naturalists used to classify all the world's creatures. Steenstrup named this creature Architeuthis dux, which literally translates to ruling squid. The name reflected the creature's status as the largest known member of the squid family, a creature that dominated its environment through sheer size and power. The scientific name provided a way for naturalists to discuss the creature precisely, to distinguish it from other species, and to incorporate it into the larger framework of biological classification and understanding. The naming of the creature as a scientific species marked a significant turning point. It transformed the Kraken from a creature of legend and folklore into a legitimate subject of zoological study. The irony of Steenstrup's work was that it simultaneously confirmed and challenged the legend of the Kraken. On one hand, it confirmed that something real was being described in all the sailor accounts and stories. The Kraken was not purely mythological or fictional. On the other hand, the scientific explanation for the creature was far more mundane than the legend suggested. The creature was not a monster or a demon or a supernatural being. It was simply a very large squid, a creature that could be understood through the lens of natural history and animal biology. The actual giant squid, Architeuthis dux, turned out to be somewhat smaller than the most extreme accounts had suggested, though still enormous by any standard. Living specimens that would eventually be observed and studied indicated that these creatures typically grew to lengths of 40 to 46 feet, about the length of a semi-trailer or a school bus. The largest documented specimens might possibly have exceeded 50 feet, though such giants remained rare. These dimensions were certainly impressive, and certainly explained why sailors would fear encountering such a creature, but they were not quite as monstrously large as some of the most exaggerated accounts had suggested. What made Architeuthis dux truly remarkable, however, was not just its size, but the characteristics that came with that size. Giant squid possessed the largest eyes of any animal known, reaching up to 30 centimeters across, roughly the size of a large dinner plate. These eyes gave the creature extraordinary visual capabilities, allowing it to see in the darkness of the deep ocean where it lived. The creature possessed powerful tentacles, each armed with hundreds of suckers that could grip and hold prey with tremendous force. The creature had a beak, similar in structure to the beaks of smaller squid, but vastly larger, capable of tearing apart flesh with considerable power. The giant squid's habitat explained much about why it had remained so mysterious and elusive for so long. This was a creature that lived in the deep ocean, at depths where light did not penetrate, where pressure was immense, where human beings could not venture without specialized equipment. The creature spent almost all of its life far below the surface of the water, in an environment that was largely inaccessible to direct human observation. The only times that giant squid typically came into contact with human beings, or were observed directly, was when they washed ashore dead or dying, or when they surfaced in circumstances where they were sick or injured and unable to maintain their normal deep ocean existence. Understanding this habitat requirement actually made the legend of the Kraken more interesting rather than less. Here was a creature that literally lived in a realm that human beings could not access. It existed in a part of the world that remained fundamentally alien to human experience, that could not be easily explored or studied. Sperm whales, which occasionally fought with giant squid in the depths, showed evidence of battles with these creatures. The whales would bear scars from sucker marks or tentacle wounds, scars that indicated encounters with something enormous and powerful. These whales provided indirect evidence of the giant squid's existence and behavior, evidence written on their own bodies in the form of scars and wounds. In this way, even creatures that lived in the visible world provided evidence of the existence and power of the creature that lived in the depths. This deep ocean habitat explained the rarity of encounters with living giant squid. Despite the enormous size of the creature, despite the thousands of ships that crossed the Atlantic during the age of sail and the early age of steam, direct encounters with living giant squid remained extraordinarily rare. The creature's preference for deep water, combined with its apparent ability to avoid large objects and loud noises, meant that contact between giant squid and human ships occurred only by accident or in unusual circumstances. The creature was not seeking out ships, was not intentionally attacking vessels, was simply going about its life in the depths while human beings went about their business on the surface. In a sense, the scientific understanding of the creature's habitat made it even more impressive and mysterious. Here was an animal so large that it rivaled whales in size, yet it could spend its entire existence in waters where human beings would never see it unless chance circumstances brought it to their attention. Yet the legends of the Kraken persisted and even grew during the 19th century, even as scientific evidence accumulated that the creature was simply a very large squid. The power of the legend seemed to transcend the facts of the actual creature. The idea of an enormous monster lurking in the depths of the ocean, a creature of intelligence and power that could destroy ships and drag sailors to their doom, held a compelling power in human imagination that could not be dispelled simply by explaining what the creature actually was. The Kraken had become something more than just the animal Architeuthis dux. It had become a symbol of human fear of the unknown, of the vastness of the ocean, of the power of nature in its raw and terrible form. The fact that the creature was real, that it actually existed, somehow made it even more powerful as a symbol. Here was something that seemed to exist at the boundary between science and legend, between the knowable and the unknowable. The creature inhabited a realm that human beings could not reach, lived according to principles that human beings could not fully understand. In this way, the Kraken remained mysterious even as it became scientifically documented. As more was learned about the actual giant squid, as specimens were studied and preserved, as accounts from ship captains were collected and analyzed, the scientific understanding of the creature became more detailed and more precise. Yet simultaneously, the power of the legend did not diminish. Instead, the two worlds, the world of scientific fact and the world of legend and imagination, began to coexist in an interesting way. The creature was understood both as a real animal that could be classified and studied, and as a legendary monster that held power in human consciousness and imagination. The transformation of the Kraken from pure legend into a documented scientific creature paralleled the transformation of the natural world itself during this period. The world was being mapped, catalogued, systematized. Creatures from every corner of the globe were being collected, preserved, studied, and classified. The great project of natural history was in full progress, and the Kraken, which had once existed entirely in the realm of folklore and superstition, was being incorporated into this systematic understanding of the natural world. The creature was being tamed, in a sense, by being named and classified, by being incorporated into the taxonomic system that organized all of nature. The cultural impact of the Kraken's transformation from legend to science was profound and far-reaching. The discovery that the Kraken was a real creature, albeit one that could be explained through natural history, had implications that went far beyond the study of squid. It demonstrated that legends and folklore, while they certainly contained exaggerations and mythological elements, often had a basis in real phenomena and real creatures. It showed that the ocean, which had always been a source of mystery and fear for human beings, still contained creatures and phenomena that were not fully understood. It suggested that the world was far larger and more complex than many educated people had realized, that there were still creatures of remarkable size and power inhabiting environments that human beings could not directly access or observe. The news of the Alekton encounter spread rapidly through European society. Newspapers published accounts of the encounter. Scientists discussed it in their journals and correspondence. The fact that a military ship, an official vessel of the French Navy, had encountered and attempted to capture a giant squid gave the discovery a legitimacy that it might not otherwise have possessed. Here was not a simple sailor making a wild claim, but rather trained military personnel with every reason to be truthful and observant, reporting an encounter with something remarkable. The Newfoundland discoveries that followed amplified this effect. Multiple specimens, recovered by different people in different locations, all pointed to the same conclusion. The giant squid was not a rare anomaly, but a real species that inhabited the North Atlantic. As the 19th century progressed, the narrative began to shift in interesting ways. The Kraken was still feared, still viewed as a dangerous creature, still discussed with a mixture of fascination and dread. But the fear took on a different quality. It was no longer the fear of something completely unknown and potentially supernatural. It was the fear of something real but mysterious, something that could be studied and understood, but that remained largely inaccessible to direct observation. The creature had become demystified in some ways, but it had retained an aura of mystery and power precisely because it remained so difficult to study and observe directly. The Kraken became a symbol of both the power of science to explain the mysterious and the limits of that power. Science could confirm that the Kraken was real, could identify it as a species of squid, could classify and study it, but science could not fully explain the creature in the way that it could explain many other animals. Living specimens remained extraordinarily rare. The creature's behavior could not be directly observed. Its intelligence, its habits, its life cycle remained largely mysterious. The giant squid remained elusive, even after it had been identified and named and incorporated into the scientific classification system. In this way, the Kraken retained some of its legendary quality even as it became a subject of scientific study. The literary world seized upon the newly confirmed reality of the giant squid with enthusiasm and creativity. Writers began to incorporate the creature into their works, no longer as pure fantasy, but as a creature that had some basis in reality. Jules Verne's famous novel, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, published in 1870, featured a memorable encounter between Captain Nemo's submarine and a giant squid, an encounter that drew directly on the real encounter of the Alekton and on the growing scientific knowledge about giant squid. Verne's giant squid was presented as a real creature that operated according to natural laws, not a supernatural monster or a dragon, yet it retained the power and terror that the legendary Kraken had possessed. The novel captured the imagination of millions of readers and served to spread knowledge of the giant squid far beyond the scientific community. Other writers followed Verne's lead, incorporating the giant squid into their works in various ways. Some focused on the scientific aspects of the creature, on its biology and behavior. Others used the creature as a source of adventure and excitement, as a real monster that sailors might encounter in the waters of the world. Still others used the giant squid as a metaphor for the unknown, for the vast and indifferent forces of nature that human beings could neither fully understand nor fully control. The cultural impact of the Kraken extended far beyond maritime communities or naturalist circles. The creature became part of popular culture, part of the shared imagination of people across Europe and North America. The Kraken had come a long way from being a regional Scandinavian legend to being a recognized scientific creature with a place in the modern understanding of the natural world. Yet the transformation was not complete. Even as scientists studied the creature and naturalists collected specimens, even as writers incorporated it into their works and readers learned about it in schools, the Kraken retained something of its original mysterious and legendary quality. The creature lived in the depths, in places that human beings could not easily reach or observe. It remained rare, elusive, difficult to study. In this way, the Kraken represented something that science had confirmed the existence of, but could not entirely dispel. The unknown still existed. The mysterious still had a place in the world, and the ocean still contained creatures and phenomena that remained beyond the complete understanding of human civilization. In the centuries that followed, Steenstrup's identification of Architeuthis dux as the true source of the Kraken legend, scientific understanding of the giant squid continued to deepen, though not without considerable frustration on the part of marine biologists. The creature remained so elusive, so difficult to observe in its natural state, that direct knowledge of its behavior and life history accumulated only in fragments and pieces over decades. Dead specimens washed ashore occasionally, providing researchers with anatomical information and allowing them to measure and document the creature's physical form. But a living giant squid, observed and studied in its natural environment, remained virtually impossible to obtain for more than 100 years after the species had been scientifically named. The absence of living specimens created a peculiar situation where science had confirmed the existence of an animal about which it knew surprisingly little. In the 19th century, researchers began to study the giant squid with increasing intensity. Museums across Europe and North America competed to acquire specimens, preserving and displaying them as remarkable examples of nature's wonders. Scientists carefully examined these preserved specimens, measuring every tentacle and every sucker, studying the creature's beak and its eyes, documenting its internal anatomy. Naturalists published detailed descriptions of giant squid specimens in scientific journals, creating an increasingly precise understanding of the creature's physical structure. Yet understanding anatomy is quite different from understanding behavior. Researchers could describe exactly how the creature was built, but they could only guess at how it actually lived, how it hunted, how it reproduced, how it spent its days in the darkness of the deep ocean. The 20th century brought technological advances that gradually expanded the ability of scientists to explore deep ocean environments in ways that had never been possible before. Submarines and submersibles capable of reaching depths where giant squid lived began to be developed and deployed in the latter half of the century. These vessels, operated by trained crews, ventured into the abyss carrying scientific instruments and photographic equipment. Underwater photography and video equipment became increasingly sophisticated, allowing researchers to document the deep ocean in ways that had never been possible before. Cameras attached to research vessels and buoys began to capture images from depths that human beings could never reach personally. Echo-sounding equipment allowed researchers to map the seafloor and to estimate the depth at which certain creatures lived. As the 20th century progressed, and then gave way to the 21st, the tools available to marine biologists for studying the deep ocean became ever more sophisticated and ever more capable. Yet even with these advances, observing living giant squid proved extraordinarily difficult. The creatures seemed to actively avoid human observation, fleeing from the noise and lights of submarine equipment. The bioluminescent lights used by researchers to illuminate the darkness appeared to frighten the creatures away. The noise produced by submersibles disrupted the creatures' behavior and caused them to flee deeper into the abyss. The deep ocean, it turned out, was far larger and more remote than even scientists had fully appreciated. A creature could live in vast depths and remain virtually unknown to human observation, even with all the technological capabilities of the modern world. The giant squid, in this way, escaped capture, not through supernatural abilities, but simply through the vastness of its habitat and the difficulty of accessing the environment in which it lived. It was not until 2004 that the first photograph of a living giant squid was obtained, in the waters off the coasts of Japan. This was more than 150 years after the Alecton encounter, more than a century and a half after Steenstrup had identified the creature scientifically. The image showed a living giant squid, though not in ideal circumstances. The creature had been attracted to bait placed on the ocean floor by researchers, and the photograph captured it in this somewhat artificial situation. Yet the image itself was profound. Here was living proof that the creature truly existed, that it was not merely a specimen that died and washed ashore, but a living animal that swam and hunted and reproduced in the darkest parts of the ocean. The photograph was celebrated worldwide, published in newspapers and scientific journals, marking a moment when human beings finally saw with their own eyes what had been scientifically documented but never visually confirmed before. Since that first 2004 photograph, additional images and video footage of living giant squid have been obtained, primarily through camera equipment lowered to the deep ocean floor or carried by submersibles. Each encounter with a living specimen has provided researchers with new information about the creature's behavior. Scientists have observed giant squid interacting with bait, hunting small organisms, swimming through the water using combinations of swimming motions and jet propulsion. Yet these observations, while valuable, remain limited and fragmentary. Each encounter lasts only minutes. The creatures observed are often in unusual circumstances, attracted to human-placed bait, or disturbed by the presence of research equipment. The normal, undisturbed behavior of giant squid in their natural habitat remains largely unknown. The 2004 photograph and subsequent images did not end the mystery of the giant squid. If anything, they deepened it. Researchers realized how little they actually knew about the creature's behavior, its life cycle, its population size, its interactions with other deep-sea creatures. The giant squid began to be studied with renewed intensity, as scientists recognized that here was a creature they had known about scientifically for more than a century and a half, yet barely understood at all. Funding for deep-sea research increased. More submersibles were developed and deployed. Universities and research institutions around the world began to focus on the giant squid as a subject worthy of serious scientific attention. Yet despite all these efforts, the deep ocean remained largely inaccessible to direct human observation. Most of what scientists knew about the giant squid came from dead specimens or from indirect evidence such as scars on sperm whales or beaks found in whale stomachs. The creature's actual way of living, the rhythms of its existence, its hunting strategies, its reproductive behavior, its social structure if one existed, all remained largely mysterious. Modern science has provided detailed anatomical understanding of the giant squid despite the difficulty of studying living specimens. Researchers know the structure of its enormous eyes, which contain lenses unlike those of any other eye in the animal kingdom, adapted specifically for vision in the near-total darkness of the deep ocean. These eyes, which can reach 30 centimeters in diameter, are proportionally larger than the eyes of any other animal on Earth. The mechanism of the creature's suckers, thousands of them arranged in rows along the tentacles, has been studied in detail. Each sucker contains muscle and specialized tissue that allows the creature to grip with tremendous force. Scientists understand the composition of the creature's beak, made of chitin, strong enough to tear apart large fish and other squid. The beak is parrot-like in structure, designed for tearing and cutting, and is one of the few hard parts of the creature that can fossilize and remain in the archaeological record. The organization of the creature's nervous system, with its multiple ganglion and nerve centers distributed throughout its body, has been documented and mapped. This decentralized nervous system may allow different parts of the creature's body to function somewhat independently. The creature has been shown to be highly intelligent, with a large and complex brain relative to its body size for an invertebrate, suggesting sophisticated sensory processing and behavioral capabilities. The intelligence of the giant squid, while less studied than that of octopi, is clearly considerable, raising questions about the inner lives and experiences of these deep-sea creatures. Studies of dead specimens have revealed the contents of their stomachs, showing that they feed on fish and other squid, including smaller giant squid, suggesting that cannibalism may occur in the deep ocean when food is scarce or when opportunity presents itself. The giant squid appears to be an apex predator of the deep ocean, a creature that occupies a position of power in its food web, with few natural predators and the ability to prey on a wide variety of deep-sea creatures. Evidence from sperm whales, which are among the few predators large enough to hunt adult giant squid, has provided information about the creature's size and distribution. The whales bear distinctive sucker marks on their heads and bodies, scars that can last for years, providing visual evidence of battles fought in the deep ocean far below the surface. These scars tell stories of encounters between some of the largest animals in the world, battles that take place in darkness and silence, unknown to any human observer. Some researchers have suggested that the giant squid and the sperm whale may engage in a kind of predator-prey relationship that extends back deep into geological time, a relationship that has shaped the evolution of both creatures. Researchers have developed increasingly detailed maps of where giant squid are known or suspected to live, based on stranding records, beak analysis, whaling data, and recent deep-sea observations. The creatures appear to have a global distribution in deep ocean waters, with concentrations in particular regions such as the North Atlantic, the waters off New Zealand and Japan, and the coasts of South America. The creatures prefer depths between 600 and 1,300 meters, though they have been found at various depths throughout this range, and sometimes deeper or shallower depending on local conditions. All of this knowledge has accumulated gradually, piece by piece, building up a more complete picture of what these creatures are and how they live, though many crucial details regarding their behavior and ecology remain unknown. Yet for all this scientific knowledge, the giant squid has retained a quality of mystery and elusiveness that is rare among modern animals. Most creatures in the world have been fairly thoroughly studied. Researchers have observed their behavior in the wild, filmed them, understood their ecology and their role in their environments. Gorillas and elephants and whales have been studied extensively. The behavior of great apes is known in considerable detail. The mating patterns and social structures of many large animals are well understood. But the giant squid remains different. The creature exists largely beyond the reach of human observation. Its deepest secrets, the details of its life that would truly illuminate what these creatures are, remain unknown. How do giant squid reproduce? What is their courtship behavior? Do they live solitary lives or in groups? How long do they live? What are their migration patterns? Do they possess culture or knowledge that is passed from generation to generation? These questions, which scientists can answer for most large animals, remain largely unanswered for the giant squid. The scientific understanding of the creature is detailed and precise in some ways, yet incomplete and limited in others. The giant squid is perhaps the last great monster of the natural world, a creature that science has confirmed exists, but has not fully conquered or understood. In this way, the creature has achieved a kind of victory over human knowledge. It has managed to exist in the modern scientific age while still remaining, in many crucial ways, unknowable. The legend of the Kraken has persisted in modern culture even as scientific understanding of the actual creature has advanced. Writers and filmmakers continue to incorporate the Kraken into their works, drawing on the legendary qualities of the creature as much as on what is scientifically known about it. Popular culture has embraced the image of the giant squid as a monster of awesome power and terrible beauty, a creature that embodies the wildness and strangeness of nature. In some ways, the Kraken has become even more prominent in modern imagination than it was in earlier centuries. The creature appears in films and television shows, in novels and graphic novels, in video games and comics. The image of the Kraken has been adapted and reinterpreted countless times, sometimes staying close to what is scientifically known about the creature, sometimes departing dramatically into pure fantasy. The Kraken has been transformed into everything from a comic relief character in animated films to a terrifying leviathan in serious dramatic works. The versatility of the legend has allowed it to be expressed in countless different ways across many different media. Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, published in 1870, remains one of the most iconic literary works featuring the giant squid. Verne drew directly on accounts of actual giant squid encounters, particularly the Allecton encounter, and created from them a vivid and dramatic scene of Captain Nemo's submarine under attack by a giant squid. The sequence in which the Nautilus crew fights off the attacking squid, using harpoons and knives to drive the creature away from their vessel, became one of the most memorable scenes in science fiction literature. Verne's depiction of the giant squid as a genuinely threatening creature, one that could damage a sophisticated machine like the Nautilus, elevated the creature from mere folklore to something that modern readers could believe actually posed a threat. The power of Verne's writing, combined with the fact that the creature described in the novel was based on real scientific discoveries, gave the novel a quality of plausibility that made it deeply compelling. Verne's Kraken became an image that persisted in popular imagination, shaping how people understood and visualized the creature. Many people's first encounter with the idea of a giant squid came through Verne's novel rather than through scientific literature. The novel was published at a moment when the scientific reality of giant squid was becoming established, giving the work an almost prophetic quality. Readers could marvel at what Verne had imagined, while also understanding that these creatures actually existed in the real world. The combination of fact and fiction in Verne's work created something remarkably powerful, something that elevated the Kraken from folklore to legitimate popular culture. The literary tradition that Verne established with his giant squid scene continued throughout the 20th century and into the 21st. In some works, the creature becomes a symbol of environmental destruction, a monster that represents the power of nature to resist human domination and to punish human arrogance. In others, the Kraken becomes a metaphor for psychological terror or for forces in the human mind that are wild and untamable, representing the chaos and irrationality that lurks beneath the surface of consciousness. Some writers have used the Kraken as a symbol of the sublime, that mixture of beauty and terror that characterizes humanity's relationship with nature. The flexibility of the legend allowed writers to use the Kraken for their own purposes while maintaining the essential quality of the creature as something vast, powerful, and fundamentally alien to human understanding. The creature could be a villain, a victim, a symbol, or a simple force of nature, depending on what the writer wanted to express. In more recent times, particularly with the rise of film and television as dominant forms of popular culture, the giant squid has continued to capture the imagination of writers and artists. The creature appears in modern fantasy literature, often depicted as a monster of epic proportions, a creature worthy of a hero's struggle. In some works, the giant squid is portrayed as an intelligent being with its own agency and perspective, a creature with its own story to tell and its own motivations. In others, it remains a monster, dangerous and alien, embodying forces of nature that are beyond human comprehension and control. Major film productions have featured the Kraken as a central plot element, with the creature depicted through increasingly sophisticated special effects and animation. These visual representations have allowed modern audiences to see the Kraken as earlier generations only imagined it, creating images of the creature that are both scientifically plausible and cinematically dramatic. The Kraken has become a staple of fantasy and adventure narratives, appearing alongside dragons, sea serpents, and other legendary creatures in the imaginations of contemporary storytellers. Yet the Kraken is different from these other creatures because it is real, because the images we see on screen are based on actual animals that genuinely exist in our world's oceans. The creature has become a symbol of the unknown, of the mysteries that still exist in the world, despite all that science has revealed about it. The Kraken represents something that science understands, but has not entirely explained, something that remains partly legendary, even in an age of scientific knowledge. This unique position, occupying the space between science and legend, has allowed the Kraken to remain culturally relevant, even as scientific understanding of the actual creature has advanced. The Kraken is neither purely fictional nor purely scientific. It is both at once, and this duality has allowed it to persist as a powerful image in human imagination. The persistence of the Kraken legend in modern culture reflects something fundamental about human nature and how we relate to the unknown. Even as our scientific knowledge expands, even as we map and understand more and more of the world, we seem to retain a need for mystery, for creatures and phenomena that are not entirely explained, that retain some quality of the unknown. The giant squid, precisely because it is real but still mysterious, precisely because it lives in an environment that we cannot easily access, serves this function perfectly. The creature is both scientifically documented and still largely enigmatic. It is as close as the modern world comes to having a genuine mystery of nature, a creature that is confirmed to exist but remains in many ways unknown. In an age when most large animals have been thoroughly documented, when satellite imagery can show us almost any place on Earth, when DNA sequences can be read like books, the giant squid has managed to retain an air of mystery that is truly remarkable. The legend of the Kraken has also endured because it speaks to something real about the ocean and about human experience of maritime travel. The Atlantic Ocean, even in the age of modern shipping and naval technology, remains a powerful force that commands respect. The power of the ocean has not been diminished by our ability to cross it more easily. Thousands of ships still sink in the Atlantic each year. Countless people are still killed by ocean storms and maritime accidents. The ocean remains indifferent to human technology and human progress. If anything, the knowledge that vast creatures like the giant squid inhabit the depths has made the ocean seem more mysterious and more dangerous, not less. The Kraken, in both its legendary and its scientific forms, represents the ocean's power and the unknown that still lurks in its depths. Sailors who cross the Atlantic in modern times may know scientifically that the Kraken is simply a giant squid, but they can still understand viscerally why their ancestors feared such a creature. The knowledge that something so large and powerful lurks unseen in the water beneath a ship creates a kind of awe and respect for the ocean that is not diminished by scientific understanding. The Kraken has also served as a symbol of environmental concern and conservation in modern times. The giant squid, like many other deep-sea creatures, faces potential threats from human activity. Deep-sea fishing, which involves trawling enormous nets across the ocean floor, can catch giant squid along with other creatures. These fishing operations, which often operate in darkness and at tremendous depths, remove fish and squid that form the diet of larger creatures. The removal of prey species affects the entire food web of the deep ocean. Pollution, including plastic waste that sinks to the deep ocean and microplastics that accumulate in the water column, may affect deep-sea creatures in ways that are not fully understood. Chemical pollution from industry and agriculture seeps into the ocean and reaches even the deepest parts. Climate change is altering ocean temperature and composition, changes that may impact the habitats in which giant squid live. Rising ocean temperatures and increasing ocean acidification, caused by the absorption of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, are changing the fundamental conditions in which marine creatures exist. Conservationists and environmental advocates have sometimes invoked the image of the Kraken to draw attention to the importance of protecting deep-sea ecosystems and to highlight the potential consequences of human interference with marine environments. The creature has become a symbol of the fragility of marine environments and the need for responsible stewardship of the ocean. In this way, the legendary monster of the past has been transformed into a symbol of modern environmental values and concerns. The Kraken, which once represented danger and terror, now also represents the vulnerable and the threatened, the magnificent creatures that human beings must protect if they are to survive and thrive. Throughout all these transformations and reinterpretations, the essential quality of the Kraken has remained consistent. The creature represents something vast, something powerful, something that exists at the boundary between the known and the unknown. The Kraken is a monster, yes, but also a marvel of nature. The creature inspires fear and awe in equal measure. It represents both the danger of the natural world and its beauty and strangeness. The Kraken is a reminder that despite all of our knowledge and our technology, the world still contains mysteries, still contains creatures that live beyond our easy understanding. still harbors forces and phenomena that demand our respect and our humility. In a world where everything seems to be documented and categorized, where knowledge can be accessed instantly through devices we carry in our pockets, the Kraken stands as a testament to the enduring power of the unknown. The transition of the Kraken from pure legend to scientific reality has been one of history's most remarkable transformations. The creature that once existed only in sailors' tales, in folklore and superstition, is now a documented species, studied by marine biologists, photographed and filmed, incorporated into the scientific understanding of ocean life. The creature has been classified, named, assigned to its proper place in the great taxonomic system that organizes all of nature. Yet the creature has lost none of its power or its mystique in this transformation. If anything, the fact that the Kraken is real, that it exists not as a product of imagination, but as a living creature inhabiting the deep ocean, has made it more rather than less compelling. The Kraken has become something unique in human culture, a legend that has been confirmed by science, a monster that is both mythological and real. This duality, this existence in both realms simultaneously, is perhaps the most important quality that the Kraken possesses. What the Kraken ultimately represents is the persistence of mystery in a world that is increasingly mapped and understood. No matter how much scientific knowledge we accumulate, no matter how thoroughly we chart and study the world, there remain places and creatures that resist complete understanding. The giant squid lives in an environment that is fundamentally hostile to human observation and exploration. The creature lives under tremendous pressure, in complete darkness, in temperatures that would kill most surface-dwelling animals. The pressure of the deep ocean is so great that it would crush a human body instantly without sophisticated protection. The darkness is so complete that sunlight has never reached the creature's habitat in all of geological time. Bioluminescence, the production of light by living organisms, is the only source of illumination in this realm. The creature's existence in this extreme environment has allowed it to evolve in ways that are still not fully understood, to develop characteristics that seem almost alien to creatures that live on the surface. The giant squid has become adapted to its world so perfectly, so completely, that understanding how it lives means understanding a realm that is fundamentally different from our own. The giant squid remains in many ways an alien creature, as strange and foreign as anything we might imagine, yet it exists in the waters of our own world, sharing the same planet that we inhabit. The beauty and the power of the Kraken legend lies in this very quality of mystery and elusiveness. The creature embodies something that human beings seem to need, something that speaks to a deep part of our nature. We want there to be mysteries in the world. We want there to be creatures and phenomena that are not entirely understood, that retain some quality of the unknown and unknowable. Yet in doing so, we have often felt a sense of loss, a feeling that something essential has been removed from the world. The Kraken has always been, in some sense, a representation of this desire for the mysterious and the unknown. The creature is real, yet mysterious. It is documented scientifically, yet still legendary. The Kraken occupies a unique place in human imagination, a place that is occupied by very few creatures in the modern world. The giant squid has achieved something remarkable. It has managed to be both a scientific specimen and a legendary monster. It has retained the power to fascinate and frighten us, even as our understanding of its actual nature has grown more detailed and more precise. Few creatures can claim to have bridged this gap so successfully. As you rest now, as your mind settles toward sleep, you might imagine the depths of the ocean, the darkness that lies far below the surface of the water. The surface of the ocean, which we can see and touch and cross, is only a thin veil separating us from a world that is fundamentally different from our own. Below that veil lies a realm of crushing pressure and absolute darkness, a realm in which strange creatures live lives that are almost incomprehensible to us. In those depths, in places that human beings can barely reach and can scarcely observe, Creatures live their lives according to rhythms and patterns that we can barely begin to understand. Among them lives the giant squid, a creature of remarkable size and power, a creature that has haunted human imagination for centuries, a creature that is both legendary and real. The Kraken swims in the darkness, hunting and living and reproducing, largely unknown to the creatures that live on the surface above. The ocean keeps its secrets, the depths remain mysterious, and perhaps that is as it should be. Perhaps there is profound value in having mysteries in the world, in having creatures and places that remain beyond our complete understanding, that retain some quality of the unknown and the unknowable. The Kraken has come to us across centuries, from the fears and the observations of sailors, through the documentation of naturalists and scholars, into the knowledge of modern science. The creature has survived all of these transformations without losing its essential character. The Kraken remains a monster, yes, but also a marvel. The creature represents the power and the mystery of nature, the fact that the world is still larger and stranger than we fully understand. The Kraken is a reminder that we live in a world that contains wonders, a world that still holds mysteries, a world that is worthy of our respect and our awe. In an age when information seems to be constantly available, when knowledge seems boundless, the Kraken stands as a symbol of something that remains just beyond our grasp, something that we can know about, but cannot fully know. As the darkness settles around you, as sleep begins to draw you down into its quiet depths, rest assured that there are still mysteries in the world. There are still creatures and phenomena that exist beyond our easy understanding, that resist our attempts to fully catalogue and comprehend them. The Kraken swims in the depths of the ocean, real and legendary, mysterious and strange, a creature that has haunted and fascinated human imagination for countless generations. The legend persists, and the mystery remains, and the ocean continues to keep its secrets in the darkness below. That darkness is not something to fear, not really. It is something to wonder about. It is something that reminds us that the world is large and we are small, that there are more things in existence than we can ever fully understand, and that this is not a limitation, but a gift. The existence of mystery, the persistence of the unknown, the presence of creatures and places that remain beyond our complete comprehension, all of these things make the world richer and more interesting and more worth exploring. The Kraken, in all of its forms, from the frightening monster of ancient sailors to the scientifically documented giant squid of modern times, reminds us of these truths. And so, as you drift towards sleep, let the thought of the Kraken accompany you. Let it be a reminder that the world still holds wonders, that mysteries still exist, and that there is always more to discover, always more to learn, always more to wonder about. The Kraken swims in the darkness, and so do you, in your own way, in the darkness of sleep, where dreams and imagination dwell. Rest well, knowing that the ocean keeps its secrets, and so do we all. Let's go to the story of one of the most magnificent and mysterious creatures ever to exist in mythology and legend, the phoenix. This is a bird that has captivated human imagination for thousands of years, appearing in cultures across the world, from ancient Egypt to China, from Persia to medieval Europe. We will follow the phoenix through its remarkable journey of death and rebirth, through fire and renewal, and we will come to understand why this creature has held such power over the human heart and mind for so long. But before we begin, let us take a moment to unwind and find comfort in the place that we are in here and now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into the mattress beneath you. Now, in the ancient world, long before the classical civilizations of Greece and Rome rose to their height, people were already telling stories of a bird that could not die. In the hot sands of Egypt, where the Nile River brought life to an otherwise barren landscape, the priests and the scribes who served the gods whispered tales of a sacred creature. This bird was called the Bennu, and it was said to be one of the oldest and most holy creatures in existence. The Bennu was not merely a living animal, but a divine being, a god itself, deeply woven into the very fabric of how the ancient Egyptians understood the world around them and the forces that made it function. According to the sacred texts and the teachings passed down through generations of Egyptian priests, the Bennu bird was connected to the sun god Ra and the creator god Atum. It was said that the Bennu emerged from the primordial waters of Nun, those chaotic waters that existed before creation itself, and it flew to the sacred Benben stone at Heliopolis, the great city of the sun. When the Bennu arrived at that stone and released its cry, something profound happened. Time itself began. The universe, which had been waiting in potential within that chaos, suddenly sprang into being. The Bennu's cry was the voice of creation itself, the sound that brought order out of disorder, light out of darkness, life out of the void. This is why the Bennu was so central to Egyptian religious belief and practice. It was not just a symbol of rebirth in the distant future, though it certainly represented that. The Bennu represented something more immediate and more essential. Every single day, as the sun rose in the eastern sky, the Egyptians understood that the Bennu was being reborn. Every morning brought the bird's resurrection. Every dawn was proof that death did not have to be permanent, that life could return, that the world would not fall back into chaos. The Bennu was, in a very real sense, the guarantee that tomorrow would come. The bird's role in Egyptian cosmology was so important that it became inseparable from the daily cycle of the sun itself. The journey of the sun god Ra across the sky in his boat was the journey of the Bennu. When the sun set in the evening, descending into the underworld, the Bennu descended with it. And when the sun rose again at dawn, so did the Bennu, renewed and transformed, ready to bring another day of light and order to the world. The ancient Egyptians understood the Bennu as a self-created being, a bird that owed its existence to no one but itself. This was a remarkable concept, and it placed the Bennu in a category almost entirely its own. The bird was said to be the Ba, or soul of Ra himself, the living embodiment of the sun's divine essence. In the Egyptian understanding of the world, the Ba was not merely a spiritual concept, but a real force, a divine power that animated and gave meaning to physical objects and beings. So when the Bennu was called the Ba of Ra, it meant that the bird and the sun were not separate things, but were intimately connected, almost the same being viewed from different perspectives. The Bennu was also said to be connected to Osiris, the god of death and the afterlife, of resurrection and eternal life. This connection was not contradictory but complementary. Just as Osiris died and was reborn, renewed and eternal, so too the Bennu followed a cycle of death and return. The Bennu embodied the principle that death was not an ending, but a transformation, a doorway through which life passed into a new form. The Bennu was depicted in Egyptian art with such consistency that we can form a clear picture of how the ancient people imagined this sacred bird. It was large, more massive than any ordinary bird, resembling a heron in its overall shape and bearing. Herons themselves were important in Egyptian culture and religion, and it is thought that the grey heron, which still lives along the Nile and its marshes, may have been the original inspiration for the Bennu's form. The bird had a long, graceful neck, powerful wings, and impressive stature. But what made the Bennu truly distinctive were the details that artists included in their depictions. The Bennu was often shown wearing the tall Atef crown, the same double crown that was associated with Osiris himself. This crown had a disc at its center, surrounded by two tall plumes, and it was a symbol of divine kingship and resurrection. By placing this crown on the Bennu's head, the artists were making a clear statement about the bird's connection to the eternal nature of life and the divine order that governed the universe. The colors used to depict the Bennu were chosen with great deliberation and symbolic meaning. The bird's plumage was typically shown in brilliant blue or purple, colors that were rare and precious in the ancient world, colors that evoked divinity and otherworldliness. Some later Egyptian texts described the Bennu's feathers as golden and red, a stunning combination that would shimmer and glow in the light. These colors were deliberate references to the appearance of the sun itself, especially at the moment of sunrise, when the sun is at its most brilliant and colorful, casting orange and red and gold across the sky and the earth. The color symbolism reinforced the Benu's essential meaning and purpose. Every time someone looked at a depiction of the Benu, they were seeing the colors of dawn, the colors of the sun's resurrection, the colors of hope and renewal that came with each new day. The bird seemed to carry the light of the sun within its very feathers. This was not accidental artistic choice, but a profound theological statement made in visual form. In the temples and sacred spaces of Egypt, images of the Benu appeared in places of great importance. These were not merely decorative, but served as constant reminders to the priests and the people of the fundamental principles upon which their entire civilization was built. The Benu represented the promise that order would always triumph over chaos, that the sun would always rise again, that the gods would continue their endless work of maintaining the cosmos. The bird appeared in funerary texts and tomb paintings, where it represented the deceased person's hope for resurrection and eternal life in the afterworld. It appeared in creation myths and cosmological writings, where it was shown as the agent through which creation itself was accomplished. The Benu was everywhere in Egyptian religious life, because it embodied concepts that were absolutely central to how the Egyptians understood existence itself. Without the Benu, without the principles it represented, Egyptian civilization and Egyptian religion would have been fundamentally different. The spread of the phoenix myth beyond Egypt occurred gradually over centuries as different cultures encountered Egyptian ideas and adapted them to their own worldviews and theological frameworks. When the Greeks came into contact with Egyptian civilization, they were fascinated by the stories and ideas they encountered. The concept of a bird that could not die, that could be reborn from its own ashes, captured the Greek imagination in a way that few other ideas could. The Greek word for the color purple, red, or crimson was phoenix, and when Greek scholars encountered the Egyptian Benu and learned its name, they recognized the similarity and began to call the bird the phoenix, adapting the Egyptian name to their own language. But this was not merely a simple translation. The Greeks, who had their own philosophical traditions and their own ways of thinking about the divine and the natural world, began to reshape the myth. They reimagined the Benu in their own terms, gave it new characteristics, and integrated it into their own religious and literary traditions. From this point forward, the phoenix would no longer be purely Egyptian, but would become a symbol that belonged to many cultures, each adding their own interpretations and meanings. The transition from the Egyptian Benu to the Greek phoenix represents one of the most fascinating examples of how ideas and stories travel between cultures and transform as they go. The core of the myth remained the same, the idea of a creature that could not truly die, that could undergo a spectacular transformation and emerge renewed. But the details changed, the emphasis shifted, and new elements were added. The Greeks had their own understanding of divinity and eternity, their own philosophical frameworks within which to place the bird. They had their own gods and their own understanding of cosmic order and renewal. When the phoenix entered Greek mythology and Greek culture, it was adapted to fit these existing frameworks. The bird became more associated with fire itself, with pure divine energy and power. The Greeks emphasized the spectacular nature of the bird's death and rebirth, the transformation through flame, the moment of destruction that led to renewal. Where the Egyptians had seen the Benu as a daily promise made concrete, a guarantee of cosmic order maintained, the Greeks saw the phoenix as a dramatic and wondrous transformation, a powerful symbol of resilience and eternal life. Both interpretations held profound truth, but they reflected the different concerns and different ways of thinking of the two cultures. Now, when we turn our attention to how the phoenix appeared in Greek and Roman art and literature, we find descriptions that emphasize the bird's extraordinary beauty and its connection to the sun and to divine power. The Roman poet Ovid, writing in his great work The Metamorphoses, described the phoenix in vivid and memorable language. Ovid painted a picture of a bird with plumage of brilliant gold and red, feathers that seemed to glow and shimmer with an inner light. This was a creature of such remarkable beauty that to look upon it was to understand that one was in the presence of the divine. Ovid described the phoenix as being roughly the size of an eagle. one of the most powerful and imposing of all birds, a creature that commanded respect and awe simply through its physical presence. The comparison to an eagle was particularly meaningful in the Greek and Roman world, as eagles held a special place in the mythology and symbolism of both cultures. Eagles were the birds of Zeus himself, symbols of divine power and authority. By describing the phoenix as eagle-sized, the poets were suggesting that this bird too was a creature of the highest divine order, a being that stood at the top of the natural hierarchy. The Greek historians and natural philosophers recorded their understanding of the phoenix, adding layers of detail and meaning to the myth. Herodotus, one of the earliest ancient writers to document such matters, described the phoenix as originating from Arabia, that distant and mysterious land beyond the known world, filled with strange spices and aromatic plants that were unknown elsewhere. The phoenix was said to feed upon frankincense and myrrh, precious resins that were among the most valuable commodities in the ancient world. These substances were burned in temples during sacred rituals, used in religious ceremonies, and employed in the preparation of the dead for burial in the afterlife. This detail was far from accidental or casual. By connecting the phoenix's diet to these sacred materials, the ancient writers were establishing a direct link between the bird and the religious practices of all major ancient civilizations. The phoenix became inextricably bound to the most solemn and important moments of human spiritual life, to the moments when people encountered the sacred and the divine. The phoenix myth spread from Greece and Egypt into the Roman world, where the Romans embraced the bird with particular enthusiasm as a symbol of their civilization's enduring and eternal nature. Roman coins and imperial seals bore the phoenix's image, declaring to all who encountered them that Rome, like the phoenix, would endure forever, would cycle through decline and renewal, but would never truly fall. The empire itself was conceived as being cyclical, passing through periods of strength and periods of weakness, yet always returning, always renewing itself, always phoenix-like in its capacity to rise again. The Roman poet Ovid devoted considerable and careful attention to the phoenix in his great work, The Metamorphoses, one of the most influential poetic works of the entire ancient world. Ovid's vivid and memorable descriptions of the phoenix helped to establish the bird firmly in the imagination of the European world and in the European consciousness for many centuries to come. Other Roman scholars and natural historians wrote about the phoenix as well, discussing its lifespan, its habits, its symbolic meanings, and its place in the cosmos. The scholar Aelian, who compiled observations about animals from various sources in his work on the characteristics of animals, recorded that the phoenix lived for 500 years, echoing the figure that Herodotus had reported centuries before. This agreement across different sources and different time periods, spanning centuries, gave considerable weight to the claim that the 500-year cycle was indeed the recognized and accepted tradition among ancient scholars and educated persons. What is particularly remarkable about the phoenix myth is that it arose independently in different parts of the world and among different peoples. The ancient Egyptians created the story of the Bennu without any direct contact with Greek mythology or Greek philosophy. The Greeks developed their own understanding of the phoenix without directly copying Egyptian sources, though they did encounter and interact with Egyptian ideas and Egyptian culture through trade and contact. Yet despite these independent origins and these different cultural contexts, the core meaning remained strikingly similar across all the cultures that told the story. The fundamental idea that the most challenging and destructive force in the universe, death itself, could be followed by renewal and rebirth, that endings could paradoxically be beginnings in disguise, resonated deeply and profoundly with people across the ancient world. This universal appeal and power suggests that the phoenix myth speaks to something fundamental and universal in human experience and human understanding of reality. Every person lives through cycles of difficulty and recovery, of loss and restoration, of endings that lead to new beginnings. The phoenix, with its dramatic cycle of destruction and renewal, gives mythological form and expression to these universal human experiences. As the phoenix myth moved beyond Egypt and Greece into other parts of the Mediterranean world and beyond, into lands farther distant, it took on new characteristics and new meanings while retaining its essential core and its fundamental message. The Romans adapted it to their own historical needs and their own worldviews. As trade routes expanded and cultures increasingly came into contact with one another, the phoenix story spread to Persia, to the lands of the Middle East, eventually reaching into Asia and the Far East. Each culture that encountered the phoenix adapted the myth to fit its own religious beliefs and its own philosophical framework. In Hebrew and Jewish tradition, the bird appeared under the name the Milcham, a creature granted eternal life and immortality not as a cosmic principle, but as a reward for faithfulness and virtue. In Chinese culture, the phoenix became transformed into the Fenghuang, an entirely different creature with its own distinct characteristics and meanings. In Japan, the Ho-Oh served a similar function, appearing as a sign of virtue and cosmic harmony. All these variations emerge from the same fundamental impulse and recognition. Now we turn to the remarkable appearance of the phoenix, to the physical form that this extraordinary creature was said to possess. When we examine the descriptions of the phoenix as recorded by ancient writers and artists, we find that the bird was conceived as a creature of extraordinary beauty and power, a being that immediately marked itself as divine and otherworldly to anyone who beheld it. The phoenix was not imagined as an ordinary bird, even an ordinary beautiful bird. Rather, it was conceived as a being that transcended the normal categories of the natural world, a creature that belonged to a higher order of existence. In the Greek and Roman traditions, the phoenix was often compared to an eagle in its overall size and bearing, which meant that the bird was visualized as one of the most powerful and commanding creatures in existence. Eagles held special significance in Greek and Roman culture and mythology. Eagles were the birds of Zeus himself, symbols of divine authority and cosmic power. By describing the phoenix as eagle-sized, the ancient writers were making a clear and unmistakable statement about the bird's status and significance. This was a creature that commanded respect and awe simply by virtue of its sheer physical presence and majesty. The most distinctive feature of the phoenix, the characteristic that most clearly separated it from all other birds in the world, was its plumage. The feathers of the phoenix were described in accounts that emphasized their extraordinary beauty and luminosity. In Greek and Roman texts, the phoenix's feathers are typically depicted as being brilliant gold and red, colors that seem to glow with an inner light, as if the bird itself were made of pure fire or pure sunlight. These were not merely attractive colors, but were colors charged with symbolic meaning. Gold represented divinity, purity, and eternal value. Red represented fire, transformation, and the creative force that destroys and renews. Together, these colors made the phoenix immediately recognizable as a creature of the divine realm. When light struck the phoenix's feathers, they seemed to shimmer and sparkle, as if the bird contained captured sunlight within its plumage. Some accounts describe the phoenix as having feathers of purple and blue as well, colors that were rare and precious in the ancient world, colors that evoked the sky and the heavens. The overall effect of these descriptions is of a bird whose very feathers seem to emit light, whose presence would illuminate the darkness, whose appearance would immediately mark it as a being of extraordinary power and significance. One remarkable feature of the phoenix in Greek and Roman conception was what might be called its aura or emanation. The bird was described as being surrounded by rays of sunlight with a golden halo of light that surrounded its body. This was not merely poetic language, but was a way of expressing the bird's divine nature through physical imagery. The halo around the phoenix's head connected it visually to the sun itself, suggesting that the bird was intimately related to the sun god, and that it shared in the sun's divine power. This visual representation of the phoenix as surrounded by light made the bird immediately recognizable in art and sculpture. When an ancient viewer saw an image of the phoenix with its characteristic golden halo, they would understand immediately that they were looking at a being of supreme power and divine origin. The light surrounding the phoenix was not merely decoration, but was an essential part of how the bird was understood and visualized. It represented the transformative power of fire, the renewing force of the sun, the divine energy that animated and sustained the cosmos. The Bennu of Egyptian tradition, which was the precursor to the Greek and Roman phoenix, was similarly depicted as a creature of extraordinary beauty and power. The Egyptian artists represented the Bennu as a large, imposing bird, likely modeled on one of the large herons that inhabit Egypt and the regions around the Mediterranean. Herons are graceful creatures, with long necks that curve elegantly and wings that spread wide for flight. The grey heron and the larger Goliath heron, both native to Egyptian waters and wetlands, possess a natural nobility and bearing that would have made them fitting models for a divine bird. The Bennu's body and bearing suggested power and nobility, a creature that commanded respect through its very presence and through the fluid grace of its movements. What distinguished the Bennu, particularly in Egyptian art, was the tall crown that it wore upon its head. This crown, known as the Atef crown, was the same type of crown worn by Osiris himself, the Egyptian god of death and resurrection. The Atef crown consists of a tall central disc surrounded by two tall plumes, a distinctive and recognizable shape that immediately conveyed divine status. By placing this crown on the Bennu's head, the Egyptian artists were making a direct visual connection between the bird and Osiris, emphasizing the Bennu's role in the cycle of death and rebirth, the promise that life would return again and again. The crown also served to elevate the bird above the ordinary realm of nature and into the sacred realm of the divine. The Bennu wearing the Atef crown was unmistakably a god, a being of supreme significance and power, a creature that transcended the boundaries between the animal and the divine. The colors used to depict the Bennu were chosen with great care and deliberation by Egyptian artists, as colors in Egyptian art always carried specific symbolic meanings and significance. The Bennu's plumage was typically shown in brilliant shades of blue or purple, colors that were associated with water, the heavens, the cosmos, and the divine realm. These were expensive colors to produce in paints and dyes, which meant that depicting the Bennu in these colors was itself a way of honoring the bird and indicating its supreme value and importance. The blue and purple colors would have reminded viewers of the sky and of water, of the cosmic forces from which all life emerged. Some later Egyptian texts and artistic depictions show the Bennu with feathers of gold and red, colors that were associated with the sun and with the transformative power of fire. Gold in Egyptian symbolism represented divinity, eternity, and the unchanging divine principle. Red represented fire, transformation, passion, and the creative and destructive forces that drive the cosmos. These color choices were far from accidental or arbitrary. They were deliberate visual statements about the bird's cosmological role and its connection to the divine forces that sustained the universe. Every time someone looked at an image of the Bennu, the colors of its plumage would remind them of the sun's power, of the divine order that held the cosmos together, of the promise that light would always return after darkness, that order would always triumph over chaos, that death would always be followed by renewal. The transition from the Egyptian Bennu to the Greek phoenix brought changes in how the bird was visually imagined and depicted. Where the Egyptian Bennu was typically shown as a heron-like creature, often crowned with the Atef crown, the Greek phoenix became more associated with eagles and with fire itself. The Greeks, with their own philosophical traditions and their own ways of thinking about the divine, reimagined the phoenix in terms that reflected their worldview and their understanding of cosmic forces. The Greek phoenix became a creature of pure fire and divine energy. It was described and depicted with plumage that seemed to burn with golden and crimson flames. Where the Bennu suggested the daily cycle of the sun and the promise of renewal, the Greek phoenix suggested the dramatic transformation of fire itself, the element that transforms everything it touches. The Greek artists depicted the phoenix with a more eagle-like appearance, with powerful wings and a commanding presence. Some depictions showed the phoenix with a crest or with a tail that spread out like flames. The overall effect was of a creature of tremendous power and dynamism, a being that embodied the transformative force of fire and the promise of renewal through destruction and rebirth. As we observe the phoenix and Bennu across their various depictions and descriptions in ancient texts and artworks, we see a creature whose appearance was designed to convey power, divinity, beauty, and the promise of eternal renewal. The bird's resemblance to the eagle conveyed majesty and power, linking it to the authority of the gods. The colors of its plumage conveyed connection to the sun, to fire, to the divine realm. The light or halo surrounding the bird conveyed its divine nature and its role as a being of transformation and renewal. The crown worn by the Bennu conveyed its role as a god, as a being of supreme cosmic significance. Every element of the phoenix's appearance was carefully designed and chosen to communicate the fundamental truths that the myth embodied. The bird was not merely beautiful, but was beautiful in a way that immediately conveyed its supernatural nature and its connection to the divine forces of the cosmos. To see the phoenix was to understand that one was in the presence of something sacred, something that belonged to a higher order of reality than the ordinary material world. The appearance of the phoenix was thus itself a teaching, a way of conveying important truths about the nature of reality, about the cycles of destruction and renewal that underlie existence, about the promise that death is not an ending, but a transformation that leads to new life. The physical magnificence of the phoenix also served a practical purpose in how it was understood and remembered across generations. Because the phoenix was described as a creature of such extraordinary beauty and power, it was easy for the story to be remembered and passed down. When a young person heard the story of the phoenix for the first time, they could picture in their mind a creature of dazzling beauty and majesty. They could imagine the gleaming gold and red feathers catching the light, the powerful wings, the commanding presence. This visual clarity made the myth memorable and gave it a power that abstract philosophical principles might not have possessed. By embodying the concepts of rebirth and renewal in the form of a beautiful and powerful bird, the ancient peoples made those abstract concepts concrete and vivid. The phoenix became not just an idea, but an image that people could see and remember, a symbol that they could carry with them and reflect upon throughout their lives. Different artistic traditions also emphasized different aspects of the phoenix's appearance based on what was important in their own cultures. In Egyptian art, the focus was on the Bennu's connection to the sun and to Osiris, so the bird was typically shown crowned and often in association with the solar disk or the sacred Benben stone at Heliopolis. The Bennu appeared in tombs and temples, in sacred texts and on amulets, always in contexts that emphasized its role as a divine being and as a guarantee of eternal life and cosmic renewal. In Greek and Roman art, the focus was often on the bird's appearance at the moment of its death and rebirth, surrounded by flames, with feathers that seemed to burn with the intensity of divine fire. The Romans in particular were fond of depicting the phoenix on coins and seals, making the bird a symbol of imperial power and eternal persistence. The Chinese artists, when they later encountered the phoenix myth through trade and cultural exchange and created the Fen Huang, emphasized grace and balance rather than fire and transformation. The Fen Huang became a creature of elegance and harmony, often paired with the dragon as its complement, representing the union of opposing cosmic forces. The Japanese Ho similarly became a being of grace and virtue, appearing as a sign of auspicious times and the presence of a virtuous ruler. Each cultural adaptation of the bird emphasized the qualities that mattered most in that culture's worldview and understanding of the divine. The Egyptians, living in a land dependent on the cycle of the Nile's flooding and the sun's daily journey across the sky, created a phoenix that embodied those cycles. The Greeks, with their love of drama and transformation, created a phoenix that was defined by its spectacular death and rebirth in flame. The Chinese, with their philosophy of balance and harmony, created a phoenix that represented the equilibrium of cosmic forces. The Romans, with their concern for empire and eternal power, created a phoenix that symbolized the enduring nature of their civilization. Yet through all these variations and adaptations, through all these different cultural reinterpretations, the fundamental idea remained constant. The phoenix was a creature of extraordinary beauty and power. It was a being that seemed to belong to a realm beyond the ordinary material world, a creature that transcended the normal categories of existence. It was a being that carried within itself the secrets of death and rebirth, of destruction and renewal, of the ending of one age and the beginning of another. The appearance of the phoenix was never accidental or arbitrary. Every feather, every color, every detail was chosen to communicate the deepest truths about the nature of existence itself. But to understand the true significance of the phoenix, we must move beyond what it looked like in the eyes of ancient peoples and enter into the mystery of how it actually lived. We must imagine for a moment what it would have been like to witness the phoenix not in a painted image on a temple wall or carved in stone, but as a living, breathing being moving through the world across centuries and ages. The phoenix's life was not a life like any other creature that has ever drawn breath. It was a life that stretched across centuries, vast expanses of time that dwarfed the span of human existence, almost beyond comprehension. To truly grasp the meaning of the phoenix, we must try to understand what such a life would have been like, how such a creature would have experienced the world, and what it would have meant to live for 500 years, knowing that everything you did would eventually lead to your own destruction and transformation. Think about what 500 years means if you stretch it across the existence of a single creature. In the time it takes for a human to be born, grow old, and die, perhaps 90 years at the most, the phoenix would have been scarcely halfway through its lifespan. The bird would have watched over an entire civilization rise from nothing, establish itself, flourish for centuries, and then begin to crumble and decline, and still the phoenix would have centuries left to live. The bird would have seen empires born and die, seen religions emerge and be forgotten, seen technologies invented and then lost again. The phoenix's perspective on time would have been fundamentally different from that of any human or any ordinary creature. Where a human might measure the passage of time in years or generations, the phoenix measured time in centuries and ages. This vast temporal perspective would have colored every moment of the phoenix's existence, giving the bird a kind of cosmic awareness that transcended the ordinary concerns of shorter-lived creatures. In the early years of its existence, when the phoenix was still young and new to the world, the bird would have possessed a vitality and energy unlike anything else in creation. Just as human children grow and develop, gradually gaining strength and skill and understanding of the world around them, so too the young phoenix would have undergone its own process of growth and transformation. The ancient sources tell us that the phoenix lived for 500 years, but they do not tell us clearly what the phoenix's youth and early adulthood would have been like. However, we can infer certain things from the nature of the bird and from the general patterns of life that we observe in the natural world. A creature of such extraordinary beauty and power would not simply spring into existence fully formed and ancient. Rather, it would have gone through its own period of becoming, a time when the phoenix was still developing its powers and coming to understand its place in the cosmos. The birth of a new phoenix would have been itself a momentous event in the cosmos, a turning point that the ancient peoples understood as marking great changes in the world. When the previous phoenix was reborn from its ashes, rising into the sky for the first time as a new creature, the transformation would have been complete and sudden in the moment of rebirth. But in the years that followed, the young phoenix would have had to learn and grow, to develop the full understanding of what it meant to be this divine and eternal creature. The young bird would have been beautiful from the very beginning, with those magnificent feathers of gold and crimson already glowing with their characteristic light. But the wisdom and knowledge that came with age would have been something that developed gradually over decades. The early years of the phoenix's life would have been years of discovery and awakening. The bird would have had to learn to use its great wings, to understand the currents of air and wind that would carry it aloft into the sky. The phoenix would have had to discover the vast forests and distant lands of the world, the mountains and valleys and deserts that made up the landscape of existence. In the earliest period of its life, the phoenix would likely have been less confident, less assured of its own power and significance. There would have been a period when the bird was still learning what it meant to be a creature of fire and divinity, still discovering the full extent of its abilities and its role in the cosmic order. The beauty that the phoenix possessed would have been present from the beginning, but the knowledge and wisdom that came with age and experience would have been something that the bird developed over decades and centuries. The ancient texts suggest that the phoenix spent much of its life in Arabia, that distant and exotic land that was to the ancient Greeks and Romans almost like a mythical place in itself. Arabia was known for its spices and aromatic plants, for its heat and its dryness, for its separation from the familiar world of the Mediterranean. To the ancients, Arabia was a land of mystery and wonder, a place that seemed to exist on the edge of the known world, filled with treasures and wonders that ordinary people would never see. The phoenix in Arabia would have been a creature of paradox, a being of cold and fire, living in a land of endless heat. The bird would have nested in the tallest trees and highest mountains of that far distant land, places where few humans ever ventured, and where the ordinary rules of the natural world seemed to bend and transform. In the accounts of Herodotus and other ancient writers, Arabia takes on an almost dreamlike quality, a place where the phoenix lived in isolation, far from the prying eyes of humanity, in a realm that seemed almost outside of normal time and space. The spices and aromatic materials that filled Arabia would have been the natural food and sustenance for the phoenix. The frankincense trees, which produced the precious resin that was burned in temples and used in sacred rituals, would have been familiar to the phoenix. The myrrh, another precious resin with a warm and complex scent, would have been gathered and consumed by the bird as part of its ordinary diet. These were not ordinary foods, and the fact that the phoenix consumed them speaks to the sacred nature of the bird itself. The substances that nourished the phoenix were the very same substances that were considered the most holy and precious in the ancient world. Burning frankincense in a temple was an act of devotion, an offering to the gods. The very air that surrounded the phoenix in Arabia would have been filled with the fragrance of these sacred materials, creating an atmosphere of almost unbearable holiness and sanctity. During the long centuries of the phoenix's youth and middle years, the bird would have grown in strength and understanding. Year after year, the phoenix would have watched the cycles of day and night, the turning of the seasons, the endless repetition of birth and death and renewal that characterized all living things. The phoenix would have observed the world changing around it, civilizations rising and falling, generations of humans being born and dying, while the bird continued on, unchanging in its essential nature, yet growing in wisdom and power with each passing year. The bird would have eaten its fill of frankincense and myrrh, the precious aromatic materials that were said to sustain its physical form. These were not ordinary foods, but were sacred substances used in the religious rituals of the most important civilizations of the ancient world. By consuming these substances, the phoenix was linking itself to the sacred practices of humanity, to the moments when humans encountered the divine through ritual and ceremony. Imagine the accumulation of experience and knowledge that would have come to the phoenix over the course of centuries. The bird would have witnessed every type of weather and climate, experienced every season many times over. The phoenix would have seen the great deserts of Arabia transform from month to month, the colors shifting from the golden yellows of summer to the cooler tones of winter. The bird would have learned to read the sky, to predict the coming of storms, to understand the subtle signs that indicated changes in the world. The phoenix would have developed a profound knowledge of every mountain and valley in its vast territory, would have known the names and habits of every creature that shared that land. The bird would have learned to navigate by the stars and by the position of the sun, to find its way across vast distances without getting lost. All of this knowledge would have accumulated slowly and steadily over the long centuries. making the phoenix into a being of profound wisdom and understanding. Imagine the phoenix soaring high above the desert lands of Arabia, its great wings spread wide, its feathers catching the light of the sun in brilliant flashes of gold and red. The bird would have been visible for great distances, a moving beacon of light and color against the blue sky. Those rare humans who glimpsed the phoenix in flight would have understood immediately that they were witnessing something extraordinary, something that did not belong to the ordinary realm of nature. The sight would have filled them with awe and wonder, with a sense of connection to something far greater than themselves. The phoenix, in its youth and vigor, would have been a creature of radiant joy, a being that seemed to embody the very principle of life itself, the vital force that animated the universe and kept it turning from one moment to the next. The power of the phoenix would have been evident in every movement. The bird's flight would not have been the tentative or struggling flight of ordinary birds, but would have been smooth and assured, a mastery of the air that suggested complete confidence and control. The wings would have beaten with a rhythm that was almost musical, creating a sound that those who heard it would have remembered for the rest of their lives. The bird's movements would have had a grace and an elegance that transcended the merely physical, suggesting something almost divine in the way the phoenix carried itself through the world. To witness the phoenix in flight would have been to witness perfection, to see demonstrated in physical form the qualities of power and beauty and authority that characterize the divine. The bird's connection to the sun would have been especially pronounced during these long centuries of vitality. Just as the sun rises each morning and journeys across the sky in its eternal cycle, so too the phoenix would have moved through its own long cycle of existence. The bird's daily life would have mirrored in some ways the journey of the sun itself. The phoenix would have awakened with the dawn, as the sun god Ra, or Helios, brought the light back to the world. Throughout the day, as the sun moved across the sky, the phoenix would have soared on the wind currents, riding the thermals that rose from the heating earth below. As evening approached and the sun began its descent toward the horizon, the phoenix would have made its way toward its nest, settling down as the darkness began to fall. And then, as the night deepened and the stars emerged in the sky, the phoenix would rest, waiting for the return of the light, secure in the knowledge that the sun would rise again and bring another day of life and vitality. This daily mirroring of the sun's journey would have given the phoenix a profound connection to the rhythms of the cosmos. The bird's existence was synchronized with the great cycles of nature, moving in harmony with forces far greater than itself. The phoenix did not fight against these rhythms or try to transcend them, but rather moved with them, embraced them, became part of them. In this way, the phoenix's daily life was a kind of sacred ritual, a continuous participation in the great drama of creation and renewal that characterized the universe. Every dawn that the phoenix witnessed was a personal renewal, a fresh confirmation of the promise that life would return again and again. Every sunset was a letting go, an acceptance of the temporary nature of each day and each moment. The phoenix lived in this constant dialogue with the sun, with the day and the night, with the eternal cycles that never ceased their turning. But if we understand the myth more deeply, we realize that this long cycle of vitality, this centuries-long period of life and growth and power, was not eternal. The sources are clear on this point. The phoenix lived for 500 years, and only 500 years. The bird did not gradually slow down as it aged. Rather, according to the ancient accounts, the phoenix maintained its vigor and its power throughout its long lifespan. The bird did not grow weak or infirm. The phoenix did not experience the gradual decline that characterizes aging in most living creatures. Instead, the phoenix remained vital and powerful right up until the very end, when suddenly and dramatically the time came for the greatest transformation of all. This is what makes the phoenix myth so powerful and so meaningful. The bird did not decay slowly over centuries. Rather, it lived in full vitality for its entire lifespan, and then, at the appointed hour, it faced the mystery and the transformation of its own death and rebirth. But what would have signaled to the phoenix that its time had come? How would a bird that had lived for 500 years know that the moment of transformation was approaching? The ancient sources suggest that the phoenix would have felt something, some inner awareness that the cycle was completing and a new beginning was at hand. They describe the aging phoenix becoming aware, in some mysterious way, that its lifespan was drawing to a close. This awareness was not something that came from the outside world, not something imposed upon the bird by external forces. Rather, it came from within, from the very nature of the phoenix itself. The bird carried within its being an internal clock of sorts, a sense of cosmic time that marked the passage of centuries and the approach of the moment of transformation. This internal knowing would have been as natural to the phoenix as hunger is to other creatures, as natural as the urge to nest and raise young is to birds of ordinary species. The phoenix would have known, without anyone telling it, how much of its 500-year lifespan had already been consumed. The bird would have felt the passage of time like a physical thing, a weight that accumulated with each passing year. As the phoenix moved through its 300th year, then its 400th year, the bird would have become increasingly aware that the great cycle was approaching completion. It would have been as if the phoenix could feel the ticking of a vast cosmic clock, could sense the turning of the great wheel of existence that governed all life and all death and all transformation. The ancients understood this awareness not as a mysterious or supernatural ability, but as a perfectly natural extension of the phoenix's divine nature. A creature that belonged to the divine realm would naturally be more aware of cosmic cycles and cosmic time than creatures whose existence was bound to the ordinary material world. As the phoenix approached the end of its 500-year lifespan, something remarkable would have begun to happen within the bird's consciousness. The accounts tell us that the aging phoenix would have sensed that a change was coming. The bird would have felt within itself the stirrings of a transformation more profound and more terrifying than anything it had ever experienced. For a creature that had lived so long, that had known only strength and vitality, the approach of its own death would have been a deeply unsettling knowledge. Yet at the same time, if we understand the myth correctly, the phoenix would have understood that this death was not an ending, but a doorway, not a cessation of existence, but a transformation into a new form of existence. The phoenix would have known, in whatever way a mythological creature could know such things, that what was about to happen to it was not a tragedy, but a fulfillment, not a loss, but a profound and necessary change. The approach of the end of the phoenix's lifespan would have been something that built gradually, like a pressure building in the atmosphere before a great storm. The bird would not have suddenly, in a single moment, become aware that it was time to prepare for death. Rather, the awareness would have grown slowly, month after month, year after year, until it became impossible for the phoenix to think of anything else. The bird would have found itself increasingly drawn towards certain places, toward the aromatic materials that would be necessary for the great transformation to come. The phoenix would have felt a restlessness, an inability to settle down and rest, a constant inner drive that pushed the bird to move and to act. The bird might have found itself returning again and again to certain locations, as if being called back by some invisible force that it could not fully understand or resist. The sensing of death by the phoenix would have been a gradual process, not a sudden shock or surprise. As the bird approached the end of its centuries-long life, the knowledge of what was coming would have grown stronger and more urgent within its being. The ancient writers described this period in terms that suggest a kind of cosmic calling, a voice from the universe itself summoning the phoenix to its appointed transformation. The bird would have felt the pull of destiny, the inexorable turning of the wheel of existence that brought all things, even the eternal phoenix, toward the moment of death and renewal. In the accounts that have come down to us from antiquity, this sensing of death is portrayed not as something unwelcome or fearful, but as something natural and even inevitable, as much a part of the phoenix's existence as the beating of its heart or the spreading of its wings. The approach of death would have filled the phoenix with a kind of urgency, a driving impulse to prepare for what was to come. The bird would have needed to gather certain materials, to seek out specific places and substances that would be necessary for the ritual of transformation that lay ahead. The phoenix would have begun to journey, moved by an inner compulsion that it could not resist and would not want to resist. The bird would have traveled across the lands of Arabia and beyond, seeking out the aromatic plants and spices that would become the fuel for the great transformation. The frankincense and myrrh that had sustained the phoenix throughout its life would now take on a new and sacred purpose. These materials would become the components of the phoenix's own funeral pyre, the nest from which it would be reborn. As the phoenix aged toward the end of its lifespan, the bird's awareness of death would have colored everything it did and experienced. Every flight through the sky would have been tinged with the knowledge that these journeys would eventually end. Every moment of rest and contemplation would have been shadowed by the understanding that there would be a final moment of rest, a final settling down from which the bird would not simply awaken, but from which it would be transformed into something new. Yet paradoxically, this awareness of death would not have diminished the bird's joy or its appreciation for life. If anything, the knowledge that the phoenix's centuries-long existence would eventually lead to this great transformation would have made each moment more precious and more meaningful. The bird would have lived with a kind of intensity and consciousness that ordinary creatures who do not know when their death will come can perhaps never fully understand. In the final years before the transformation, the sensing of death within the phoenix would have become almost overwhelming. The bird would have felt the pull of destiny with increasing force. The knowledge of what was coming would have become almost impossible to resist or deny. The phoenix would have journeyed to distant places, gathering the materials that would be necessary for its ritual of death and rebirth. The bird would have collected aromatic woods and spices from across the known world and beyond. The frankincense would have been gathered, the myrrh accumulated, all of the precious substances that would serve as the fuel for the great fire to come. The phoenix would have moved with a purpose and a determination that came from deep within its being, driven by an instinct that was older and deeper than reason or logic. The sensing of death by the phoenix was not a matter of calculation or understanding in any rational sense. Rather, it was an instinctual knowing, a deep awareness that came from the very core of the bird's existence. The phoenix knew without being told, understood without being taught, that the time of transformation was at hand. The bird knew that it would need to gather the materials for its funeral pyre. The phoenix knew that it would need to journey to a specific place, a sacred location where the great transformation would take place. And most importantly, the phoenix knew that it would need to prepare itself mentally and spiritually for the dramatic change that was about to occur. The bird approached this knowledge not with fear, but with a strange kind of acceptance, a recognition that this was simply the next chapter in its eternal story, the next turn in the great wheel of existence. The sensing of death would have grown more intense and more urgent as the final years approached. The phoenix would have found it increasingly difficult to focus on the ordinary matters of daily existence. The bird might have found itself flying less, spending more time at rest, conserving its energy for the work of preparation that lay ahead. The phoenix would have felt pulled towards certain locations, toward the places where the aromatic materials could be found and gathered. The bird would have experienced what might be called an obsession, a single-minded focus on the task of gathering and preparing the materials that would serve as the instrument of its own transformation. This was not a madness or a loss of control, but rather a heightening of focus, a clarification of purpose that came from the phoenix's deep understanding of what must be done. In the final years before the transformation, the phoenix would have felt compelled to gather specific materials. The bird would have sought out the finest frankincense, the most aromatic myrrh, the rarest and most precious spices that Arabia had to offer. The phoenix would have carried these materials back to a high place, a mountain peak or a tall tree where the nest would be constructed. The bird would have worked with purpose and with a kind of sacred dedication, building the nest from the very materials that had sustained it throughout its life. The frankincense and myrrh that had nourished the phoenix's body would now become the materials that would consume that body in the great transformation to come. There was a kind of poetry in this, a deep symbolic rightness that transcended mere coincidence. The phoenix would consume in death the very substances that had sustained it in life, completing a circle and closing a loop. The accounts from ancient sources speak of the phoenix's behavior becoming more deliberate and purposeful as the end of its lifespan approached. The bird would have spent its final months or years gathering specific materials and preparing itself for the great ritual to come. The phoenix would have moved with an almost ceremonial quality, as if performing the steps of an ancient ritual that had been encoded into its very being at the moment of its creation. Every action would have had significance and meaning. Every gathering of materials would have been a step closer to the transformation. The phoenix would have understood, in whatever way it could understand such things, that it was not merely gathering firewood for a practical purpose, but was preparing the sacred materials for one of the most important and momentous events in the cosmic cycle. The gathering of materials would have been conducted with great care and deliberation. The phoenix would have selected only the finest and most aromatic pieces of wood, the most fragrant spices and resins. The bird would have sought out the materials that had the greatest value and the most sacred significance. The frankincense from the great frankincense trees would have been gathered with reverence. The myrrh, with its warm and complex scent, would have been collected with the understanding that it served a purpose far greater than ordinary sustenance. Every piece of material that went into building the nest would have been chosen for its symbolic significance as well as its physical properties. The phoenix would have been building not just a nest, but an altar, a sacred place where the transformation from one age to the next would take place. The aging phoenix approaching the moment of death would have been a creature of profound contemplation and inner focus. The bird would have withdrawn somewhat from the ordinary world of flight and daily living. The phoenix would have become increasingly solitary, seeking out quiet and peaceful places where it could rest and prepare itself for what was coming. The awareness of approaching death would have transformed the bird's consciousness, filled it with a kind of sacred awareness that transcended the ordinary concerns of living. The phoenix would have meditated on the meaning of its own existence, on the vast cycles of time that it had witnessed, on the endless dance of creation and destruction that characterized existence itself. In the final days before the transformation, the phoenix would have spent long hours in meditation, sitting among the materials it had gathered, contemplating what was about to happen. The bird would have reflected on the 500 years that it had lived, on all the changes it had witnessed in the world, on all the experiences it had accumulated. The phoenix would have thought about the first moment it had opened its eyes to the world, the moment of its emergence from the ashes of its previous self. The bird would have remembered the joy and the wonder of discovering flight for the first time, of soaring high above the earth and seeing the world spread out below in all its vastness and beauty. The phoenix would have remembered countless moments of connection with the divine forces of the cosmos, moments when the boundary between the material and the spiritual seemed to dissolve, and the bird felt itself to be part of something infinitely greater than itself. The bird would have understood that it was about to pass through a gateway, to undergo a transformation so complete that it would be as if the phoenix that had lived for 500 years would die entirely. And yet at the same time, the bird would have known that in that death lay rebirth, that from the ashes of the old phoenix would rise a new one, young and vital, and filled with the potential to live for another 500 years and complete another great cycle. The phoenix would have approached this threshold with a mixture of emotions, perhaps tinged with something like fear or sadness at the ending of such a long and magnificent existence, but also filled with anticipation and with an understanding of the necessity of what was about to occur. The bird would have known that transformation always required sacrifice, that the ending of one thing was necessary for the beginning of another, that death and rebirth were not opposites, but were intimately connected. two sides of a single coin. As the bird approached the end of its 500-year lifespan, it would have stood at the threshold of its own greatest transformation, ready to take the final step into the mystery of its own death and glorious rebirth. All the preparation was complete. The nest had been built, the materials had been gathered, the phoenix had been purified and sanctified through long meditation and contemplation. The bird was ready for what would come next, ready to face the fire that would consume it and from which it would emerge renewed. The phoenix in its final moments before the transformation would have been a creature transformed by the knowledge of what was about to occur. The bird would have possessed a kind of sacred calm, a peace that came from accepting the inevitability of what must come. The phoenix would have understood that it was not being punished or destroyed, but was being called to participate in one of the great mysteries of existence, one of the grand cycles that kept the cosmos in motion and prevented it from falling into chaos and stagnation. The bird would have climbed into its nest, arranged itself among the fragrant materials it had so carefully gathered, and prepared itself for the final transformation that would complete one age and begin another. In that moment, standing at the threshold between death and rebirth, the phoenix would have epitomized the great paradox that lies at the heart of existence itself, the truth that endings and beginnings are not separate, but are different aspects of a single eternal cycle. In that moment, standing at the threshold between death and rebirth, the phoenix would have epitomized the great paradox that lies at the heart of existence itself, the truth that endings and beginnings are not separate, but are different aspects of a single eternal cycle. This understanding would have filled the bird with a kind of calm acceptance, a peaceful recognition that what was about to occur was not a tragedy or a calamity, but was rather the fulfillment of a sacred law, the enactment of a divine pattern that had been woven into the very fabric of reality since the beginning of time. But the moment of contemplation could not last forever. The time for action had come, the moment when all the preparation and gathering and meditation would give way to the final ritual that had echoed through countless ages, and would echo through countless more. The phoenix climbed into the nest that it had so carefully constructed, settling itself among the fragrant materials with a kind of ceremonial grace. Every movement was deliberate, each positioning of the bird's body a step in an ancient dance that the phoenix performed, not because it had been taught, but because it was written into its very nature to do so. The nest itself was a remarkable structure, built from the finest aromatic materials that the phoenix had gathered from across the known world and beyond. The foundation of the nest was constructed from pieces of frankincense wood, the precious timber that burned with an almost unbearably sweet fragrance. This wood was not the kind that ordinary people could gather easily. It came from distant trees that grew only in the most remote and sacred places, trees that produced the resin that was burned in the holiest temples and used in the most important rituals of human civilization. The phoenix, in gathering this wood, had chosen materials that were themselves sacred, materials that were already set apart from the ordinary matter of the world. The frankincense wood formed the skeleton of the nest, its pieces arranged in an intricate pattern that would allow the fire to move through the structure with ease and grace when the time came. Layered into this foundation and woven throughout the nest were pieces of myrrh, another precious resin that had been gathered and prized by humans since the dawn of civilization. The myrrh had a warmth to it, a complexity of scent that mingled with the frankincense to create an atmosphere of almost unbearable holiness. These two substances, frankincense and myrrh, were the gifts that wise men had brought to the birth of divine children in human traditions. They were the materials that honored the sacred and the holy. The phoenix, in choosing these substances, had made a statement about the significance of what was about to occur. This was not merely a death, but was a sacred ritual, a transformation so important and so meaningful that it deserved to be surrounded by the most precious and holy substances that the earth could produce. Mixed throughout the nest, woven among the frankincense and myrrh, were other aromatic materials that the phoenix had gathered. The There were pieces of sandalwood, which burned with a gentle, meditative fragrance. There was cinnamon bark, which released its warming, complex scent when exposed to heat. There were cloves and other precious spices that had been valued by humans for their rarity and their extraordinary fragrance. These were not the everyday materials of life, but were the luxuries, the treasures, the substances that humans saved for the most important moments and the most sacred rituals. The phoenix had gathered them all, had woven them together into a single magnificent structure, and now the bird settled into this nest as if it were a throne, as if it were the most precious and sacred place in all the cosmos. The fragrance of the nest was extraordinary, almost overwhelming in its intensity. If a human had stood nearby, they would have been filled with the scent, would have breathed in the layered aromas of frankincense and myrrh and sandalwood and cinnamon, all mingling together in a way that suggested something far greater than the mere combination of individual scents. The fragrance seemed to contain multitudes within it, seemed to suggest depths of meaning and significance that transcended ordinary understanding. The perfume that rose from the nest would have been intoxicating, not in a way that would have induced sleep or confusion, but in a way that would have elevated the consciousness, that would have made anyone who smelled it aware that they were in the presence of something sacred and significant. The materials of the nest would have released their fragrance, not all at once, but gradually, layer by layer, as the phoenix settled into place. The aromatic compounds in these precious substances would have been released by the warmth of the bird's body, by the friction of feathers against the materials, by the simple passage of time. The air surrounding the nest would have become thick with scent, almost visible in the way that smoke becomes visible when it catches the light. This fragrant atmosphere would have been a kind of sanctification, a blessing that prepared the space for what was about to occur. The scent would have seemed to contain within it something from every moment of the phoenix's 500-year life, every journey across distant lands, every moment of contemplation in the wilderness of Arabia. The fragrance would have been the perfume of memory itself, the scent of eternity made temporarily tangible in the material world. The phoenix settled deeper into the nest, arranging its magnificent feathers, tucking its wings close to its body. The bird's feathers, still brilliant with the gold and crimson that had characterized them throughout the bird's long life, shimmered in the light. The plumage caught whatever light touched it and transformed it into something luminous and otherworldly. The phoenix's body was positioned with great care, the bird settling into the aromatic materials as if preparing for a sacred sleep, a meditation that would lead to transformation. The bird's eyes remained clear and aware, taking in the surrounding materials, confirming that everything was in place, that all the preparations were complete and correct. In the accounts that have come down to us from the ancient writers, there is often a moment of stillness before the fire ignites, a pause in which the phoenix sits surrounded by the sacred materials, fully aware of what is about to occur, waiting for the right moment when the transformation will begin. This moment of stillness is profound and meaningful, a pause between one age and another, a moment when the cosmos itself seems to hold its breath. The phoenix in this moment would have been a creature of supreme consciousness, fully aware of what was about to happen, not struggling against it or trying to avoid it, but rather meeting it with a kind of peaceful acceptance. The bird would have known that the fire was about to come, that the flames would consume the body that had served the phoenix so faithfully for 500 years. But the bird would also have known that from those flames would come something new, something reborn and renewed. The ignition of the fire would not have been a sudden or violent event, but rather would have occurred gradually, building slowly from the sacred materials themselves. In some of the ancient accounts, the fire is described as igniting when the bird itself somehow causes the flames to begin, as if the phoenix's own inner fire, the divine spark that had animated it throughout its life, suddenly found external expression in the burning of the aromatic materials. The phoenix might have called out, released a sound that was part cry and part song, a vocalization that carried within it the weight of centuries and the awareness of imminent transformation. This cry might have been heard by anyone who was near enough to witness the event, and those who heard it would have understood that they were hearing something extraordinary, something that belonged more to the realm of the divine than to the ordinary sounds of the natural world. The first flames would have appeared among the aromatic materials, small at first, flickering gently like tiny torches. The fire would have caught hold of the frankincense wood, which burned readily and enthusiastically, eager to release its fragrance into the air. As the flames grew, they would have transformed the sacred nest into a beacon of light and heat, a pillar of fire that rose into the sky. The heat from the burning materials would have been intense, far beyond what an ordinary creature could have endured, but the phoenix would not have struggled or attempted to escape. The bird would have remained still, settled into the nest, allowing the flames to consume it, understanding that this consumption was not a destruction, but was the necessary vehicle for transformation. The light produced by the burning nest would have been extraordinary, not the ordinary orange and yellow of a common fire, but something richer and more complex. The frankincense produced a clear, bright flame that shone with a quality of divine light. The myrrh burned with a deeper, warmer tone. The other spices produced flames that seemed to contain within them hints of red and purple, and even blue, colors that seemed almost impossible, but that emerged from the complex combustion of so many sacred materials burning together. If anyone had been present to witness this fire, they would have been transfixed, unable to look away from the extraordinary beauty and power of the flames. The fragrance that rose from the burning nest would have been even more intense and complex than when the materials were merely smoldering. As the fire grew and the heat increased, the volatile oils in the sacred materials would have been released all at once, flooding the air with an overwhelming perfume. The scent would have traveled for great distances, carrying on the wind to distant places, announcing to anyone with senses sensitive enough to perceive it that something extraordinary was taking place. The fragrance would have been at once beautiful and terrible, wonderful and overwhelming, a sensory experience that transcended ordinary perception. The phoenix, as the flames consumed its body, would have undergone a transformation that transcended mere physical change. The bird's consciousness would have been altering even as its physical form was being unmade. Some of the ancient accounts suggest that in the moment of death, the phoenix's awareness expanded, that the bird was able to perceive not just the present moment, but also to glimpse the future, to see the rebirth that would come, to understand the continuation of the eternal cycle. The bird's last conscious moments, as the old phoenix, would have been filled with a kind of transcendent awareness, a comprehension of the meaning and purpose of the sacrifice that was being made. The pain, if the phoenix experienced pain in those final moments, would not have been a torment, but would have been transformed into something else entirely. The heat that consumed the bird would have been experienced not as destruction, but as a kind of purification, a cleansing that burned away all impurities and all the accumulated weight of 5 centuries of existence. The bird's body would have felt lighter with each moment that the flames consumed more of its material form, as if the very act of burning was freeing the phoenix from the constraints and limitations of physical existence. The bird's awareness in those final moments would have been extraordinarily clear and vivid, stripped of distraction and confusion by the intensity of the experience. Every nerve would have been alive with sensation. Every part of the bird's consciousness would have been concentrated in the present moment, experiencing fully and completely the great transformation that was taking place. The burning would have continued for some time, the aromatic materials sustaining the flames, feeding the fire with their volatile essences. The nest would have been gradually consumed, the structure that had been so carefully constructed, now dismantled by the very element that was its purpose. The ashes would have accumulated, the remnants of the frankincense and myrrh, and the other precious materials combining with the physical remains of the phoenix itself, creating a mass of ash that contained within it the complete history of the bird's life. Every experience, every memory, every moment of beauty and power that had characterized the phoenix's 500-year existence would have been reduced to ash. transformed into the fundamental substance from which new life would emerge. As the flames began to subside, as the most volatile materials were consumed and only the densest ashes remained, the fire would have gradually declined. The brilliant light that had filled the sky would have faded, the intense heat that had radiated outward would have diminished. The moment of burning would have been complete, and the moment of waiting would have begun. In this time between the old and the new, between death and rebirth, there would have been only the ashes and the fading heat, and the lingering fragrance of the sacred materials that had fueled the transformation. The ashes themselves would have been extraordinary, composed not of the ordinary grey powder that remains when common wood burns, but would have been filled with the residue of the precious materials that had fueled the fire. The frankincense would have left behind particles that caught the light in a way that suggested they retained something of the luminosity of the original resin. The myrrh would have contributed particles that seemed warm and golden. The spices would have left behind essences and compounds that would have continued to release their fragrance even in the ash, so that the pile of remains would have retained something of the sacred perfume that had characterized the nest. The ash would have been warm to the touch, even as the visible flames died away, would have retained the heat of the great fire at its core. The pile would have continued to smoulder slightly, to release wisps of fragrant smoke that drifted upward into the sky, continuing to announce to any who could perceive it that something momentous was taking place in this location. The waiting period after the fire would have been a time of profound silence and stillness. If anyone had been present to witness the event, they would have found themselves unable to move or speak, would have been held in a kind of reverent silence by the magnitude of what they were witnessing. The air itself would have seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next moment, the next phase of the eternal cycle. The only sounds would have been the occasional crackle of embers still burning deep within the ash, the soft hiss of the last moisture being driven off by the lingering heat. The world would have seemed to pause, suspended between one age and another, between one form of the phoenix and its next incarnation. Time itself would have seemed to stand still, as if the moment of the phoenix's transformation had somehow disrupted the normal flow of temporal progression and created a space outside of ordinary time where the great mystery of death and rebirth could unfold. The ancient accounts are less clear about what happened in these moments after the burning, but they all agree on one crucial point. The fire did not leave behind only destruction. Among the ashes, something new was beginning to form. In some accounts, the process is described as almost spontaneous, as if the moment the fire completed its work, the new phoenix began to emerge. In others, there is a period of waiting, of stillness, as if the ashes themselves needed time to coalesce into new form. But in all the accounts, the outcome is the same. From the death, from the complete transformation of the old into ash, would come the birth of the new. The emergence of the new phoenix from the ashes would have been gradual at first, a stirring among the ash and cinders that might have been barely perceptible. The new bird would have been small initially, much smaller than the mature phoenix that had entered the fire. This young phoenix would have been fragile and vulnerable, emerging into the world with nothing of its former strength or knowledge. The new bird would have had to struggle to free itself from the ash that surrounded it, pushing through the remnants of the nest, casting aside the cinders that clung to its emerging form. The effort would have required tremendous determination and power, a drive to live and to continue that seemed almost miraculous in a creature that had not yet fully taken form. The moment of first stirring would have been perhaps the most mysterious aspect of the entire transformation. Some ancient accounts speak of the first movement as coming from the very center of the ash pile, as if something within the depths of the accumulated remains suddenly awoke to consciousness and began to move. The ash that had been still and passive would suddenly have shown signs of movement, would have shifted and fallen away as something within pushed upward toward the light. The young phoenix, scarcely formed and yet possessed of an urgent need to emerge, would have driven itself upward through the material that surrounded it. The bird would have been covered entirely in ash, its new feathers coated with the grey powder, its eyes still closed, its body still wet from the alchemical process of transformation. Yet the drive to emerge, to break free, to reach the air and the light, would have been overwhelming and irresistible. As the young phoenix pushed through the ash and the remnants of the nest, it would have encountered resistance at every point. The materials that had been so carefully arranged to fuel the great fire now stood in the way of the emerging bird, blocked its path, held it back. But the young phoenix would not have accepted this obstruction. The bird would have kicked and struggled, would have pushed with wings that were not yet fully formed, would have used every bit of strength and will that it possessed to break free. The struggle would have been intense and desperate, a fight for life that was also a birth, a violent emergence from the womb of fire and ash that had generated it. The effort would have been exhausting, would have consumed much of the young bird's initial energy and strength, but it would have been a necessary part of the transformation, a trial that had to be endured in order for the new phoenix to come fully into being. As the young phoenix struggled free from the ash, its new feathers would have emerged, still damp and clinging from the moment of transformation. These feathers would have been brilliant and vibrant, the same gold and crimson that had characterized the old phoenix. But they would have been fresh and new, free from the wear and aging that comes with 5 centuries of existence. The young bird would have shaken itself, casting off the ash and cinders, revealing feathers that seemed to glow with their own internal light. The new phoenix would have spread its wings, testing them, discovering that they worked even though they had just come into existence moments before. The young phoenix's awakening would have been a moment of profound wonder and transformation. The bird would have opened its eyes to the world as if for the first time, would have experienced the light and the air and the world around it with a freshness and immediacy that could only be experienced by a creature emerging into consciousness from the void of non-existence. The new phoenix would have been aware, in some mysterious way, that transcended ordinary knowledge, that it was not truly a new creature, but was rather the continuation of what had come before. The memories and the essence of the old phoenix would somehow have been preserved within the ash, and then somehow transmitted to the new bird, giving the young phoenix an awareness of its own history and its place in the eternal cycle. In the accounts of various ancient writers, there are descriptions of the young phoenix remaining near its birthplace for a time, strengthening itself, recovering from the effort of its emergence. The bird would have fed on the aromatic materials that remained, consuming the leftover frankincense and myrrh and cinnamon, the same materials that had fueled its transformation. These substances would have nourished the young bird, would have provided the energy necessary for its rapid growth and development. The young phoenix would have grown with astonishing speed, developing in days and weeks what would have taken an ordinary bird months or years to accomplish. The feathers would have strengthened and deepened in color. The wings would have developed the power and control that would eventually allow the bird to soar across vast distances. The body would have grown stronger and more capable with each passing moment. The young phoenix's growth would have been a time of learning and rediscovery. The bird would have had to relearn how to fly, even though some deep memory seemed to guide its movements. The young phoenix would have had to rediscover its relationship with the sun and the wind and the world around it. The bird would have emerged with a kind of knowledge that transcended mere learning, with an innate understanding of what it meant to be a phoenix, of its role in the cosmic cycle, of its place in the eternal rhythm of creation and destruction and renewal. But this knowledge would have had to be experienced anew, lived through in the context of this new embodiment. The young phoenix would have remained in the place of its rebirth for some time, gathering strength and regaining its full capabilities. But eventually, the same impulse that had drawn the old phoenix to gather materials for its nest would have drawn the young phoenix away from the place of transformation. The bird would have felt the call to journey, the need to travel to distant lands, the compulsion to begin the long cycle anew. The young phoenix would have taken flight, rising into the sky for the first time with its new wings, soaring upward in a great spiral that carried it higher and higher until it reached the realm of the clouds. As the young phoenix soared, it would have circled once more around the place where the great fire had taken place, would have flown around the ashes that still lay on the ground, the remains of what it had been. In some of the ancient accounts, there is a description of the young phoenix pausing here, circling the ashes, bidding farewell to what had come before, and acknowledging the transformation that had taken place. The bird would have understood, in whatever way a mythological creature could understand, that it was embarking on a new 500-year journey, that before it lay centuries of life and growth and experience, centuries in which it would soar through the skies and witness the turning of ages and the rise and fall of civilizations. This moment of circling and pausing would have been a moment of profound connection between the old phoenix and the new, a moment when the bird acknowledged both what it had been and what it now was. The new phoenix, looking down at the ashes and the remnants of its former nest, would have felt something like memory, though true memory would have belonged only to the old bird. Yet somehow, through means that transcended ordinary understanding, the new phoenix would have retained knowledge of its past existence. The bird would have known, in some deep and mysterious way, all that the old phoenix had experienced, all the journeys it had taken, all the wonders it had witnessed. The new bird would have understood that it was not truly new, but was rather a continuation, that the same eternal essence that had inhabited the old phoenix now inhabited this young form, that the great cycle that had consumed the old bird now propelled the new one forward into the future. The young phoenix's acknowledgement of the place of transformation would have been more than mere sentimentality or farewell. It would have been a spiritual act, a recognition of the significance of what had taken place. The bird would have understood that this place, where the great fire had burned and the ashes had fallen and the new phoenix had emerged, was sacred ground. This spot would forever be marked by the transformation that had taken place here, would carry within it the memory of the phoenix's death and rebirth, would be a location of power and significance that other creatures would sense and respect. The phoenix, in its moment of pause and acknowledgement, would have been blessing this place, would have been honoring the ground that had witnessed and contained the great transformation. The young phoenix's flight away from the place of rebirth would have been the beginning of its new life, the start of another 500-year cycle. The bird would have been filled with vitality and power, would have been young and strong and filled with the promise of centuries yet to come. The sun would have shone on its new feathers, illuminating the gold and crimson in a way that suggested the bird was itself made of light. The young phoenix would have climbed higher and higher into the sky, would have soared on the wind currents, would have looked down on the world spread below and known that this world, with all its beauty and all its complexity, was its domain, its realm, the place where it would live and move and have its being for the next 5 centuries. But before the phoenix could depart completely from the place of its transformation, according to some of the ancient accounts, the young bird performed one final task, a ritual that connected the death that had just occurred to the great cycle that would continue. In the accounts from certain ancient writers, there is a description of the young phoenix gathering some of the ashes from the place of the great fire, collecting the finest particles and the most precious remains, forming them into a bundle that the bird would carry with it. These ashes, the very substance that had been created from the burning of the old phoenix, would be carried by the young bird to a sacred place, would be transported to Heliopolis, the great city of the sun, where they would be placed in the temple of the sun god as an offering, as a testament to the cycle of death and rebirth that had just taken place. The young phoenix would have taken flight with this sacred bundle, would have journeyed across lands and seas, would have carried the ashes of the old phoenix toward the distant city where the sun god was worshipped. This journey would have been itself a sacred act, a continuation of the ritual of transformation. The young bird, bearing the remains of its former self, would have been a living symbol of the continuity of the eternal cycle, proof that what was old could become new, that what was destroyed could be reborn, that endings and beginnings were not separate, but were inextricably joined in the great dance of existence. The journey to Heliopolis would have taken the young phoenix across the vast landscapes of the ancient world, across deserts and mountains and seas, through lands that were wild and untamed. The bird would have soared on the winds, would have travelled day after day, carrying the sacred remains with utmost care and reverence. The young phoenix's strength would have grown with each day of flight, the bird's wings becoming more powerful, its understanding of its nature deepening. As the phoenix journeyed, it would have been moving toward a spiritual destination as much as a physical one, would have been drawn by an inner knowing that insisted that the ashes must be returned to the sacred city, must be placed in the temple where the sun god dwelt, must be offered as a testament to the eternal cycle. When the young phoenix finally arrived at Heliopolis, carrying the ashes of the old bird, it would have been received with reverence and awe by those who witnessed it. The priests who tended the great temple would have recognized immediately what the bird was, would have understood the significance of the remains it carried. The young phoenix would have been ushered into the inner sanctum, would have been permitted to place the ashes upon the altar of the sun god as an offering, as a dedication to the divine principles of renewal and eternal return. In that moment, the cycle would have been completed. The ritual of death and rebirth would have been brought full circle, and the great transformation would have been given its final blessing by being placed in the holiest of all locations, in the very heart of the cult of the sun. The young phoenix, having delivered the remains of its former self to the temple, would have been released to begin its new 500-year journey. The bird would have taken flight once more, soaring upward from the temple of Heliopolis, carrying with it the knowledge that it had honored its past, had acknowledged the significance of the transformation, and had fulfilled the sacred obligation that was encoded into its divine nature. The cycle would begin anew, and the eternal dance of the phoenix would continue, the bird rising and falling in the great rhythm that kept the cosmos in motion and prevented it from falling into chaos and stagnation. As the young phoenix soared upward from the temple of Heliopolis with its mission complete, the knowledge of what the phoenix represented would have already begun to spread throughout the ancient world. The story of this magnificent creature, this bird that lived for centuries and died only to be reborn from its own ashes, would captivate the imagination of people from Egypt to Rome and far beyond. Different civilizations would encounter the phoenix myth and would adapt it to their own worldviews, their own spiritual traditions, their own ways of understanding the cycles of time and the eternal struggle between creation and destruction. The phoenix, in its travels across the centuries, would become not just an Egyptian or Greek or Roman symbol, but would become something far greater, a universal representation of the human spirit's capacity to endure, to transform, and to find renewal, even in the darkest and most destructive moments. In Persia, the phoenix myth would take on new and different forms. Persian philosophers and poets would encounter the story of the phoenix and would recognize in it something that resonated deeply with their own theological understanding. They would adapt the phoenix myth and transform it into the figure of the Simurgh, a majestic and benevolent bird that served as a guide to heroes and sages. Unlike the solitary phoenix of Greek mythology that cycled through death and rebirth in isolation, the Simurgh was an active participant in the world of humans and gods. The Simurgh was depicted as nesting in the tree of life itself, and from this sacred position, the great bird would offer wisdom, healing, and spiritual guidance to those who sought it. The Simurgh symbolized transcendence and purification, divine truth and cosmic order. Where the phoenix represented the individual's struggle with mortality and the fierce independence of the self, the Simurgh represented the interconnectedness of all beings and the wisdom that came from understanding one's place in the larger cosmic scheme. The Persian Zoroastrian tradition understood the cosmos as a battleground between good and evil, between order and chaos, and in this framework, the Simurgh represented the power of divine goodness to bring healing and restoration. The Simurgh was not confined to a single location or a single moment in time. Instead, the bird moved freely through the cosmos, appearing wherever its wisdom and protection were needed. The Simurgh was described as having the head of a dog, the body of an eagle, and the tail of a peacock, an arrangement of attributes that suggested the combination of loyalty and protection with the soaring transcendence of the spiritual realm. The Simurgh's wings were said to be so vast that when the bird flew, it created the winds that moved through the world. When the Simurgh spoke, its voice carried wisdom that could transform those who heard it. The Persian tradition understood the Simurgh not as a creature locked in a cycle of self-destruction, but as a being of pure grace and compassion. The Simurgh would appear in Persian poetry and in the great epic known as the Shahnameh, the Book of Kings, as a helper and protector of heroes. The Simurgh would rescue the abandoned Prince Rostam when he was merely an infant, would raise him and care for him until he was old enough to survive on his own. The Simurgh would offer counsel to those who sought wisdom, would provide protection to those who found themselves in danger. This vision of the divine bird was gentler than the Greek phoenix, more engaged with the world of mortals and gods, less focused on the solitary act of self-immolation, and more concerned with the welfare of others. Yet the Simurgh maintained something essential that connected it to the phoenix, a sense of divine power, an awareness of cosmic significance, a connection to the sacred and the eternal. In the story of Rostam, the Simurgh demonstrates how divine intervention and protection could work in the world. When Rostam was born, his parents, terrified of his enormous size and strength, abandoned him in the wilderness. The child would have perished had the Simurgh not found him and raised him with the same care and tenderness that a mother would give to her own offspring. The Simurgh fed the child, protected him from danger, and taught him the ways of the world. When Rostam grew old enough to fend for himself, the Simurgh released him, knowing that the boy was ready to face the world. But the great bird did not disappear entirely from Rostam's life. Instead, the Simurgh remained a guardian presence, appearing at crucial moments to offer aid and guidance when Rostam found himself in situations of great peril. This narrative transformed the divine bird archetype from a symbol of solitary transformation into a symbol of nurturing care and divine protection extended across multiple generations. In China, the divine bird archetype would take yet another form, one that was perhaps even more different from the Greek phoenix than the Persian Simurgh. The Chinese would develop the figure of the Fenghuang, a creature of extraordinary complexity and symbolic richness. The Fenghuang was not merely a bird of death and rebirth, but represented something far more nuanced. The Fenghuang embodied virtue, grace, and the perfect balance of cosmic harmony. The bird symbolized the joining of yin and yang, the eternal dance of opposites that held the universe in balance. The Fenghuang did not necessarily die and return as the Greek phoenix did. Instead, the Fenghuang appeared as a sign of cosmic order, as a visible manifestation of the presence of virtue in the world. When a virtuous ruler came to power, the Fenghuang would be said to appear. When the world was in balance and harmony prevailed, the Fenghuang would be near. The bird represented not the individual's struggle with mortality, but rather the presence of divine order in human affairs. The Fenghuang was understood in Chinese cosmology as the feminine counterpart to the dragon, which represented masculine power and imperial authority. Where the dragon embodied strength and dominion, the Fenghuang represented grace and refinement. Together, the dragon and the phoenix created a complete symbol of balanced power, of masculine and feminine energies working in harmony. The Fenghuang was frequently depicted with elaborate and multicolored plumage, with patterns that suggested both the splendor of nature and the intricate designs of human artifice. The bird's tail was particularly significant, composed of long feathers that resembled the flowing train of an empress's gown. The Fenghuang was often shown perched among peonies and other flowering plants, establishing the bird as a creature closely connected to the cycles of nature and the seasons. The appearance of the Fenghuang in art and literature was understood as an auspicious sign, promising prosperity and the continuation of harmony. The Japanese would adapt the Chinese Fenghuang and create their own version, the Ho'o, which carried similar meanings and symbolism. The Ho'o, like the Fenghuang, was closely linked with the concept of divine order and righteousness. The bird appeared in times of great change, when the world was shifting from one era to another, announcing that a new age was beginning and that divine principles still governed the cosmos. The Ho-Oh was depicted with elaborate plumage, with patterns and colors that suggested fire and transformation, even though the bird itself did not necessarily undergo death and rebirth. The Japanese tradition understood the Ho-Oh as an auspicious symbol, a creature whose appearance promised that good things would come, that the future held possibility and hope. The Jewish tradition would engage with the phoenix myth in its own unique way, creating the figure known as the Milcham. According to Jewish legend, the Milcham was a faithful and immortal bird that had refused temptation in the Garden of Eden when Eve offered the forbidden apple to all the creatures around her. Unlike the other animals, the Milcham had refused the apple and had remained loyal to the divine principles that governed creation. For this act of faithfulness, the Milcham was granted a special gift, a town where it would live in peace for almost all of eternity. The Milcham would not die like other creatures. It would not be subject to time in the way that mortal beings were. Instead, the Milcham would undergo rebirth every 1,000 years, renewing itself and emerging anew from its own transformation. Most importantly, the Milcham was said to be immune to the angel of death, that divine being who came to all mortal creatures when their time had come. The Milcham would continue on forever, sustained by its own faithfulness and by the divine reward that had been granted for its virtue. The Milcham story embodied a fundamentally different theology than the Greek and Persian versions of the divine bird. Rather than representing a natural or cosmic cycle that operated independent of moral considerations, the Milcham's immortality was explicitly a reward for righteousness. The bird had made a choice at the moment of creation when the world was young and the divine will was still being revealed to the creation. At that crucial moment, the Milcham had chosen obedience over temptation, had refused the promise of knowledge and power that came with transgression, had remained faithful to the order and the law that the divine had established. This choice, made once and held to eternally, had earned the Milcham a form of immortality that was unique among birds. The Milcham did not cycle through death and rebirth like the phoenix. Rather, the bird would age gradually over the course of 1,000 years until it reached a point of extreme old age, and then it would undergo a complete transformation, would emerge anew and young again, and would live another 1,000 years. The cycle would continue forever, each rebirth a renewal of the bird's youth and strength, each new 1,000-year period a fresh opportunity to continue the work of bearing witness to the faithfulness that had earned this extraordinary gift. The Jewish adaptation of the phoenix myth transformed it into something that was less about cosmic cycles and more about the consequences of moral choices. The Milcham's immortality was not a natural consequence of its divine nature, but was rather a reward granted because the bird had chosen righteousness over temptation. This understanding reflected the Jewish theological emphasis on the importance of choice, on the idea that what humans and creatures chose to do mattered profoundly, that faithfulness and virtue led to blessing, while transgression led to punishment. The 1,000-year cycle attributed to the Milcham was longer than the 500-year cycle of the Greek phoenix, suggesting a different temporal framework, a different way of measuring the ages and understanding the relationship between individual being and cosmic time. In the Christian tradition, the phoenix would undergo yet another transformation, one that was perhaps more significant in its own way than any of the other adaptations. Early Christian theologians recognized the phoenix myth as a powerful symbol that could express something essential about Christian belief. The cycle of death and rebirth that characterized the phoenix's existence bore a striking resemblance to the central narrative of Christianity itself, the death of Christ and his resurrection. Early Christian thinkers saw in the phoenix's self-immolation and rebirth a prefiguration of Christ's sacrifice on the cross and his rising from the dead on the third day. The phoenix became an image of Christ, and the fire in which the bird burned was understood as a symbol of the divine love that consumed Christ and transformed him. The ashes from which the new phoenix emerged could be understood as representing the tomb from which Christ rose. By adopting the phoenix as a Christian symbol, the early church was able to legitimize and incorporate into Christian tradition a figure that had originated in pagan religions. The phoenix became a bridge between the pagan past and the Christian present, a way of showing that truth and beauty could be found in many places, and that the new Christian faith did not need to reject everything that had come before. The symbol would appear in Christian art and literature throughout the medieval period and beyond, always carrying with it the message of resurrection and eternal life, always connecting the death and rebirth of the mythological bird to the death and resurrection of Christ. Christian artists would depict the phoenix in illuminated manuscripts and in the decorations of churches and cathedrals. The bird would appear in margins and in capitals, sometimes surrounding or emerging from flames, sometimes shown in its moment of renewal. The phoenix became a familiar figure to medieval Christians, a creature that could be referenced in sermons and theological writings as a way of expressing the hope and the promise of resurrection that lay at the heart of Christian faith. The phoenix offered a way for Christians to explain to one another and to non-believers the mystery of how death could lead to new life, how the worst tragedy could become the foundation of salvation and redemption. The bird that had originated in Egyptian mythology, that had been transformed through Persian and Greco-Roman interpretation, was now being transformed once more into a thoroughly Christian symbol, carrying forward the essential truth that endings could lead to beginnings and that destruction could contain the seeds of resurrection. The symbolic meanings of the phoenix operated on multiple levels simultaneously. On the most personal level, the phoenix represented the individual's journey through suffering and transformation. Anyone who had experienced a significant loss, a profound setback, a moment when everything they knew and valued seemed to be burning away in flames, could find meaning in the phoenix myth. The phoenix promised that what seemed like an ending might actually be the beginning of something new. The fire that consumed the old self would not be the final word. From the ashes would come rebirth, renewal, and a new beginning that would be different from what came before, but would not necessarily be worse. The new phoenix that emerged from the ashes would be young and full of vitality, fully equipped to begin again, to soar again, to live again for another 500 years or another 1,000 years, or whatever time span one's tradition assigned to the bird's existence. On a broader level, the phoenix represented the cyclical nature of time itself and the reality of transformation in the natural world. The seasons changed, and winter always gave way to spring. Forests that were consumed by fire would eventually regrow and flourish. Civilizations that seemed to have fallen and been destroyed could experience revival and renewal. The phoenix embodied this universal principle that nothing remained the same, that stagnation and permanence were not possible in the world as it actually existed. Change was the only constant, and the phoenix represented the possibility that change could lead toward greater good, even when in the moment the change felt like destruction and loss. On the deepest spiritual level, the phoenix represented the possibility of transformation at the very core of one's being. The soul itself could be purified and renewed through the fire of spiritual practice and inner work. The false self that had accumulated layers of conditioning and attachment could be burned away, and from the ashes would emerge a more authentic, more genuine, more spiritually awakened version of self. This understanding of the phoenix appeared in various religious traditions and in various forms of spiritual practice. The idea that one had to die to be reborn spiritually, that one had to surrender the small ego self in order to connect with something larger and more meaningful, that transformation required passing through fire rather than remaining comfortable and unchanged. These ideas appeared again and again in the world's wisdom traditions. The phoenix symbolized immortality, but not the kind of immortality that meant never dying or never changing. Rather, the phoenix represented a different kind of immortality, one that came through dying repeatedly and being reborn. The phoenix was immortal, not because it never underwent death, but because it never stayed dead. The cycle of death and rebirth would continue forever. No matter how many times the phoenix burned, a new one would always emerge from the ashes. This suggested a kind of immortality that was available not just to gods and mythological creatures, but to all beings and all traditions that could adapt and change and transform themselves again and again throughout time. The universality of the phoenix as a symbol of transformation and renewal across so many different cultures suggested that this was one of humanity's deepest recognitions about the nature of existence. Human beings did not naturally stay the same. We changed and grew and were transformed by our experiences. What seemed like a final ending, a permanent loss, a destruction that could never be repaired, often turned out to be something different. In retrospect, we could sometimes see how those difficult times had led to growth and understanding. The trials and tribulations that seemed unbearable while we were going through them often became the soil in which new possibilities could grow. The phoenix myth gave form and expression to this deep human knowledge. The bird became a living embodiment of the truth that endings and beginnings were not as separate as they appeared, that destruction and creation were intimately connected, that transformation was not something that happened to us, but was something that was woven into the very fabric of existence itself. The eternal flight of the phoenix continued on across the centuries, and with each turning of the great bird's wings, new meanings were created, and old meanings were deepened and refined. The young phoenix that had been reborn in one age would eventually age and die, and be reborn again in another age. And in each rebirth, the phoenix would carry with it the accumulated wisdom and the accumulated meanings that had been attached to the creature across all the cultures and all the traditions that had encountered the myth. The phoenix was not just a symbol, but was a living presence, a reality that moved through time and space, that inspired and guided and illuminated the path for all those who recognized themselves in the bird's eternal cycle. The phoenix soared on through the ages, a constant presence in human consciousness and human hope. Even as the centuries passed and civilizations changed, even as old religions were replaced by new ones and old myths were forgotten in favor of newer stories, the phoenix endured. The myth was so fundamental to human experience, so deeply rooted in the truths about existence that transcended any particular culture or tradition, that it could never be truly forgotten. New generations would discover the phoenix myth and would be transformed by it, would recognize in it something that spoke directly to their own hearts and their own struggles. The bird that had originated in Egypt thousands of years ago would continue to live and fly and inspire long into the future. The flight of the young phoenix away from Heliopolis would carry it across lands and seas that the old phoenix had also traveled in its time. The bird would fly over deserts and mountains, would soar above forests and rivers, would witness the passage of time and the changes that occurred in the world below. The phoenix would live its 500 years, would grow older and warier as the centuries passed, would watch empires rise and fall, would see human civilizations flourish and decline. And through it all, the phoenix would carry with it the awareness that this was not the end, that when its time came to age and slow and finally to settle into the nest for one final time, the fire would come again, and from those ashes would emerge a new phoenix, young and vital and ready to soar again. This understanding that the phoenix's cycle would continue eternally, that generation after generation of the bird would be born and would live their lives and would undergo transformation and would be reborn again, filled the mythological bird's existence with a kind of meaning and significance that transcended the individual phoenix's life. The bird was not just living for itself, but was participating in an eternal cosmic process. The phoenix was the keeper of the principle of eternal renewal, the guardian of the promise that endings could always lead to new beginnings. The phoenix soared higher and higher, its magnificent wings catching the currents of air that flowed through the upper reaches of the sky. The bird was no longer tethered to the ground or bound by the concerns of any single civilization or tradition. The phoenix was free to move through time and space, to journey to distant lands and epochs, to carry the eternal truth of transformation and renewal to all who were ready to receive it. The young phoenix, full of strength and vitality, flew with a joy that came from knowing that this was not the beginning, but was a continuation of an endless cycle. The bird had been born before and would be born again. The experiences of the previous phoenix lived on in the memory and in the essence of the new bird. The young phoenix was alone and yet was not alone, was new and yet was ancient, was flying away from the temple and yet was returning in an eternal circle that had no true beginning and no true end. The ancient peoples who told the story of the phoenix understood something that modern people sometimes forget. They understood that death and life were not opposites, but were two aspects of a single continuous process. What died did not simply cease to exist, but was transformed into something new. The material that made up the old phoenix did not disappear when the bird burned. The atoms and molecules that had composed the bird's body were released by the fire and were recombined and reorganized in new ways. The ash that fell from the great fire contained within it all the material substance of the bird that had just died. The phoenix that emerged from those ashes was literally composed of the same material as the phoenix that had entered the fire. The transformation was profound and complete, yet it was also continuous. The new phoenix was both utterly different from the old phoenix, and was also, in some essential way, the same phoenix continuing on through another cycle. This understanding applied not just to the phoenix, but to all life and all existence. Everything that lived would eventually die, but the material of which living things were made would not cease to exist. It would be recycled and transformed and would become part of new living things. Death was real and should not be denied or minimized, but death was not the end. Death was a transformation, a returning of material to the great cycle of existence, and making room for new things to grow and flourish. The phoenix myth encoded this understanding in the figure of a single magnificent bird that embodied and expressed the eternal principle of transformation and renewal that governed all of existence. The practical implications of this understanding shaped how the ancient peoples conducted their lives and their religious practices. If death was transformation rather than finality, then the proper response to loss was not despair, but acceptance and gratitude for what had been. The phoenix cycle validated the natural processes of decay and renewal that people observed all around them in the natural world. The seasons changed, and that was good. Living things died, and their bodies returned to the earth, feeding new growth, and that was good. Civilizations rose and fell, and that was part of the natural order, and that was good. The phoenix gave meaning and dignity to processes that might otherwise seem merely destructive and wasteful. The bird transformed waste into renewal, loss into hope, endings into beginnings. As the young phoenix soared higher and higher into the sky, climbing on the currents of warm air that rose from the earth below, the bird would eventually disappear from sight, would vanish into the realm of clouds and sky. Those who had witnessed the rebirth and had watched the bird take flight would stand below and watch it go, knowing that they would not see this particular phoenix again for another 500 years, that by the time the bird completed its cycle and returned to this land to undergo its transformation once more, everything in the world below would have changed. The people who were watching the phoenix depart would long since have passed away. Their children and their children's children and their children's children's children would have lived and died and been buried in the earth. Civilizations that were powerful now would have crumbled into dust. New civilizations would have risen in their place. The world would be a different world, and yet, in the eternal return of the phoenix, there would be continuity, a thread connecting that distant future time to this present moment. The phoenix promised that life was not merely a linear progression from birth to death, but was rather a series of cycles and transformations. The phoenix promised that setbacks and losses and even apparent deaths could be transformed into new beginnings. The phoenix promised that there was wisdom and meaning to be found in the cyclical nature of existence, in the eternal return, in the principle that what had been could be again, that what was lost could be found in new form, that endings were not final, but were transitions into new phases of being. The mystique of the phoenix lay partly in the fact that the bird itself was never actually observed. No one had ever actually seen a phoenix die and be reborn. No one had ever witnessed the actual event. All that existed was the myth, the story, the tradition that had been passed down through centuries of human history. And yet the myth was so powerful and so compelling that it had become more real in some ways than any merely factual account could be. The phoenix had captured something essential about human experience and human understanding. The bird had become a teacher, a guide, a light in the darkness, showing the way toward acceptance of change and transformation and death and rebirth. The power of the phoenix myth lay not in its literal truth, but in its metaphorical and spiritual truth. The phoenix did not need to exist as a physical creature for the myth to be valid and meaningful. Indeed, the fact that the phoenix existed only in the realm of imagination and belief made it even more powerful. The myth was a vehicle for expressing truths that transcended the merely physical, truths about the nature of consciousness and the soul and the spiritual transformation that human beings could undergo. The phoenix invited people to contemplate their own capacity for renewal, to recognize that they too could pass through fire and emerge transformed, could allow what was old within them to die so that what was new could be born. This psychological and spiritual dimension of the phoenix myth was perhaps even more important than any literal or historical dimension. As sleep overtakes the listener, as consciousness gradually fades and the boundaries between waking and dreaming begin to blur, the image of the phoenix soaring through the sky might linger in the mind. The vision of the magnificent bird, outlined against the sky, feathers catching the light of the sun, wings spread wide in the eternal flight, might offer a kind of comfort and reassurance. The phoenix, in its endless cycle of death and rebirth, in its eternal refusal to accept finality or stagnation, in its constant transformation and renewal, embodies something that we all seek and all need to believe in. We seek the knowledge that what seems like an ending might actually be a beginning, that the fire we pass through might purify us rather than destroy us, that from our own ashes we too might rise again, renewed and reborn, and ready to soar once more into the unfolding mystery of existence. The myth of the phoenix has traveled across thousands of years and across countless cultures, and in that journey it has remained essentially unchanged. The bird still dies in flames and is reborn from ashes. The cycle still continues eternally. The promise that destruction is not the final word still resonates in the hearts of all who hear the story. What changes is the context, the meanings, the way different peoples and different traditions have adapted the myth to express their own deepest truths and their own spiritual understanding. But the core remains constant, a truth so fundamental that it needs no embellishment and brooks no denial. Life cycles through transformation. What ends is transformed into what begins. The death of one thing is always the birth of another. The phoenix teaches us this, if we are wise enough to listen and to learn. The eternal cycle continues, and in that continuation there is peace. There is a deep and abiding peace that comes from understanding that we are part of something larger than ourselves, something that transcends our individual lives and our individual struggles. The phoenix invites us into that understanding, offers us the comfort of knowing that we are connected to an infinite web of transformation and renewal that stretches backward through all the ages that have passed and forward into all the ages yet to come. As your eyes grow heavy, and as the world around you begins to fade, let the image of the phoenix remain with you. Let the knowledge that you too are part of this eternal cycle bring you peace and ease your passage into sleep. The phoenix soars eternally, and its flight is your flight, and its transformation is your transformation, and its eternal return is the promise that gives meaning to all of existence. Rest now in that knowledge. Rest in the peace that comes from knowing that from every ending comes a new beginning, and the eternal dance continues. There is a sound in Irish folklore so particular, so deeply threaded into the memory of the people who grew up with it, that it has no satisfying translation into any other language. It is not quite a scream. It is not quite a song. It belongs to a figure whose name most people have heard, and whose true nature very few have ever stopped long enough to consider. She is called the Banshee. For centuries upon centuries she has moved through the stories of Ireland, not as a monster lurking in the dark, but as something far more particular and far more human than either of those things. She is a herald. She is a mourner. She arrives not to cause harm, but to bear witness to it, to stand outside the window of a grieving family and give voice to what the living cannot yet bring themselves to say. And that distinction between something that causes death and something that simply knows it is coming is the whole key to understanding her, to understanding why she has persisted in Irish memory for so long, outlasting empires and upheavals and centuries of change, still recognizable, still present, still carried in the mouths of people who may no longer believe in her the way their great-grandparents once did, but who have never quite managed to forget her either. She is, at her core, a spirit from the world that the ancient Irish believed existed alongside this one, not above it or below it, but woven into it, present in the hills and the water and the soft, shifting mist that gathers over low ground on autumn mornings. Her name in Irish is Bean Sidhe. That means, as precisely as language can manage, woman of the fairy mound. The fairy mound is not a whimsical thing in the tradition she comes from. It is a burial hill, an ancient place where the boundaries between the living world and a world of the unseen grow thin enough to feel. The Irish did not experience the spirit world as a distant destination, somewhere a soul travelled to after death and never returned from. They experienced it as a presence, immediate, adjacent, breathing just on the other side of a membrane so fine that in certain places, at certain times, you could almost press your hand through it, and the Banshee moved between those places as naturally as weather moves across open ground, carrying knowledge that no living person could possess. Arriving at the homes of those she had watched over, sometimes for generations, to do the only thing she knew how to do, which was grieve. What makes her endure is not the terror of the cry, though the cry is terrible enough in the accounts that have survived. What makes her endure is the grief behind it. The Banshee does not appear because she is indifferent to the death she announces. She appears because she is not. Somewhere in her long history, she is connected to the women who once stood at the edges of real graves in real Irish villages and keened for the dead, wailed and sang and wept in a formal, rhythmic way that gave the community's sorrow a shape it could survive inside. Those women were real. Their role was ancient and respected and, in some accounts, feared in the way that any great concentrated emotion tends to frighten the people who witness it. The line between those women and the spirit who wails outside the window on the night before a death is not a straight one, but it runs without interruption through the centuries, and following it takes you somewhere worth going. The Banshee inherits from those keeners something that no amount of later distortion has managed to erase. She mourns because she cares. Her cry is not a weapon, it is a lament. To close your eyes and picture her in the way the oldest accounts do, standing near water or on a hillside at dusk, her hair loose, her voice rising and falling in the dark, is to understand that she was never meant to be a monster. She was meant to be a reminder. Not every tradition in the world believed that death deserved to go unwitnessed, that a person could pass out of the world without something in the universe marking the loss. The Irish believed otherwise, and the Banshee is the shape that belief eventually took. She is ancient without being simple, sorrowful without being sinister, far more layered than a word that has travelled as far as hers has usually manages to remain. And to understand what she truly is, it helps to begin, not with the cry itself, but with the world she comes from. The ancient Irish did not imagine the world of the spirits as something far away. It was not across some vast and unreachable ocean, not tucked behind the stars, not waiting at the bottom of a long descent into darkness. It was here, close enough that you might brush against its edge on an autumn evening when the light failed early and the mist came low across the hills, close enough that certain places, old hills, river crossings, the grassy crowns of burial mounds rising from otherwise flat ground, were understood not as ordinary landscape features, but as doors left slightly ajar. The Irish called this other realm by several names over the centuries. It drifted between them the way mist drifts between trees, never quite settling into a single fixed description. Sometimes it was Tir na Nog, the land of youth, a place of extraordinary beauty where time moved differently and no one aged or suffered. Sometimes it was Mag Mell, the plain of delight, somewhere beneath the western sea, shimmering with a light that ordinary sun could not produce. But in the deepest and most enduring layer of Irish belief, the other world was not a distant destination at all. It was a parallel world, existing alongside this one, overlapping with it at certain points, separated from it not by distance, but by something thinner and more permeable, something closer to a membrane than a wall. The people who lived in Ireland across many centuries understood their landscape as double, every hill having its hidden interior, every lake its invisible depth, every crossing point its particular quality of thinness between the worlds. And it was precisely this quality of nearness, this sense that the unseen world pressed in close against the visible one, that gave Irish folklore its particular texture, not the grand drama of a distant heaven, but the quiet unease of something breathing softly just beside you in the dark. The beings who inhabited this parallel world were called the Aos Si, or the Seedhi. They were not the small, delicate creatures that later centuries would make of them. They were ancient, powerful, in many accounts deeply beautiful, remnants, in some traditions, of the Tuatha De Danann, a divine race who had once ruled Ireland openly and who had eventually retreated beneath the earth when a newer people arrived and claimed the land above. The great mounds of Ireland, Newgrange, Knocknarea, the hills scattered across the Midlands and the West, were believed to be their homes, their palaces sealed beneath the soil, occupied by beings who had not vanished so much as withdrawn, who still moved through the landscape, but in ways that ordinary eyes could only occasionally perceive. The Seedhi were not benevolent by any simple measure, nor were they malevolent in any straightforward way. They operated according to their own customs, their own hierarchies, their own sense of obligation and territory. They took a keen and particular interest in the affairs of the living, especially in matters of birth, sovereignty, and death. They were known to cross over into the human world at certain times of year, when the boundary grew especially thin, to move between the realms in ways that left traces, a sound heard from an empty hillside, a light seen where no fire had been lit, a voice that came from no visible direction and then dissolved back into the wind. The Banshee belongs to this world entirely and specifically. She is not a wandering ghost, unmoored from any particular place or purpose, drifting through the human world without direction. She is a member of the spirit world with a defined role, a specific function, a territory of obligation that passes from generation to generation as surely as any human inheritance. When she crosses into the visible world, she does so with intention, drawn by the approach of a death she has long been watching for, moving through a boundary that the Irish always understood as porous, always understood as close. It was into this world, this shifting border between the seen and the unseen, that the Banshee properly belongs. The word Banshee comes from the Irish bean sidhe, which translates, simply and precisely, as woman of the fairy mound. Each part of that phrase carries its own weight, and when you hold the two words together, you find that they do not merely name the creature. They locate her, explain her nature, and place her within a whole understanding of the world that the Irish once held as simply true. Bean is the Irish word for woman. It appears in the language constantly, woven into place names, into proverbs, into daily speech across the centuries. It is a plain word, unadorned, and its plainness matters here. The Banshee is not described as a goddess, not as a demon, not as a monster or a shade. She is a woman. Whatever else she may be, however far she has travelled from the ordinary human world, the name insists on her fundamental nature as female, as someone who weeps and watches and belongs to the intimate life of a family. That choice of word was not accidental in a tradition where language carried enormous precision. She is Bean, woman, first and always. The second part of the name, Sidi, is where the geography enters. The Sidi, pronounced something like she with a long open vowel, referred in the Old Irish understanding to the fairy mounds themselves, the ancient earthen hills, many of them burial sites from the distant past, that were believed to be the dwelling places of the Eos Sea, the spirit people of the other world. These were not imaginary places. They were features of the actual Irish landscape, hills that you could walk to and stand beside, hills that people passed on their way to market or to mass. The word carried that physical reality with it, even as it reached towards something beyond the physical. A Sidhe was a real hill, and it was also a threshold, and the Sidhe, the beings who lived within it, were real in the same doubled way. So Bean Sidhe, put together, means a woman who belongs to those hills, not a woman who occasionally visits them, not a woman who was born near one, but a woman whose nature and home are the fairy mounds themselves. She comes from inside the earth, from the place where the old divine race retreated when the world above changed, and she carries that origin with her everywhere she goes. Her connection to the Sidhe is not incidental to what she is. It is the whole of it. In Munster Irish, the form most commonly heard was Banshee, a slightly softer rendering of the same idea. In Ulster, you encounter Banshee more often in its fuller form. Scottish Gaelic produced the Banshee, the woman of the fairy hill, a figure closely related but with her own distinct regional character, who sometimes manifested near streams rather than hills. The pronunciation shifted depending on where you were, the vowel sounds stretching and contracting with the rhythms of local speech, but the essential meaning held steady across all these variations. She was always the woman of the fairy place, always rooted in that same tradition of the hills as living thresholds. The anglicised form, Banshee, emerged gradually through centuries of English contact with the Irish language, the way many Irish words were roughed and flattened into something that English mouths could manage more easily. The long vowel of Sidhe became the E of Banshee, and the full phrase compressed itself into a single crisp word that could travel into English conversation without requiring any knowledge of what it originally contained. By the 18th and 19th centuries, Banshee was appearing in English texts written by people who had likely never heard the Irish original spoken aloud in its proper form. The word had crossed over, the way the creature herself was said to cross over, moving between one world and another, carrying something essential from the first into the second. What was lost in that crossing, in some ways, was the specificity. Banshee became a general English word for a wailing spirit, something vague and frightening, while Banshee had always been something much more precise. It named a particular kind of being with a particular origin, a particular home, and a particular purpose. The name encoded a whole cosmology, that the world had layers, that the other world pressed against this one through specific geographic points, that certain women, or beings in the form of women, lived within those points and watched the families of the living with a grief that outlasted ordinary human time. None of that mystery required any extra explanation when the name was spoken in Irish, because the language already carried it. The name alone tells you nearly everything you need to know about her, if you know how to read it. Before the Banshee was a legend, she was a woman standing at the edge of a grave. In the ancient Irish tradition, long before Christianity reshaped the rituals of mourning, and long before the church began to quietly insist on a more restrained relationship with death, there existed a practice so old and so elemental that it was believed to have been performed first not by any human woman at all, but by a goddess. A cry so essential to the Irish experience of grief that a community without it felt the loss of something that could not be named but was unmistakably absent, a kind of silence that said the dead were going unmourned and unacknowledged, and therefore somehow incomplete in their passing, as though the grief had to be given voice before the soul could properly begin its journey. And the woman who gave it that voice was called the Bean Choint, which translates simply as the keening woman, though that simple phrase hardly contains the full weight of what she was: the hired mourner, the professional griever, the woman whose voice could move between lamentation and something almost like song, whose cry carried the sorrow of a whole family into the open air and made it real, made it witnessed, made it part of the world, rather than something locked inside the chest of people too stunned by loss to speak. And she would arrive at the house where the body was laid out, and she would take her place near the threshold or at the graveside, and she would begin, not with screaming exactly, though screaming was part of it, but with a rhythmic, melodic lament that rose and fell in long arcs of sound, the voice moving up into anguish and then settling back into something lower and more sustained, then rising again, the cry punctuated by moments of near silence before another wave of grief came forward, so that those who heard it described the sound as something between singing and weeping, as something that was neither one thing nor the other, but a kind of third thing that existed only in that particular extremity of sorrow, a form that had its own structure and its own logic and its own beauty, in the way that all honest expressions of grief have a kind of terrible beauty to them. And the best of the keening women were known across wide stretches of the country for the particular quality of their cry, for the power and the depth of it, for the way it could open something in the chest of everyone who heard it, and let the grief pour out of the living, even as it honoured the dead. The Bean Choint was paid for her work, usually in whiskey or food, or some small sum of money, and that transaction, so ordinary on its surface, so deeply practical, carried within it a kind of spiritual danger that the people around her understood even as they accepted its necessity, because there was something complicated about turning grief into a profession, about summoning anguish on behalf of strangers, and doing it again and again across a lifetime, at the bedsides and gravesides of people you may not have known or loved. And the church, when it turned its attention to the practice, found precisely this aspect of it most troubling. Not the grief itself, which the church understood, but the pagan flavour of the ritual, the sense that the coenard belonged to an older order of belief, to a time when the dead required a specific kind of vocal ceremony to move from one world to the next. And so, over the course of several centuries, the church worked steadily and sometimes harshly against the practice, calling it uncivilized, calling it incompatible with Christian mourning, insisting that the bereaved express their sorrow in quieter and more contained ways, until eventually the Bean Choint became a rarer figure, the tradition thinning and fraying at its edges, surviving in pockets of rural Ireland long past the time it was formally discouraged, but never quite regaining the place it had once occupied, at the very centre of the Irish experience of death. In the centuries of this slow suppression, the keening women did not vanish from the memory of the people. Instead, they transformed in that memory into something more vivid and more powerful than they had been even in life. The stories that emerged in those years spoke of women whose voices had been so extraordinary, so capable of moving the deepest grief, that they seemed to have touched something beyond the human realm. These figures became the ones people most feared and most needed, and as the church's authority grew stronger, it became easier in the imagination to picture such women as belonging partially to death itself, as already existing in the liminal space between the worlds of the living and the dead. The very intensity that had made them valued mourners in life became, in folklore, a mark of something otherworldly, something that had burned too brightly to be entirely human. And it was in the space that opened between the old practice and its suppression that the legend began to shift, because in the imagination of the people, those keening women did not simply disappear. Those women who had accepted coin or drink in exchange for their tears, who had made a kind of commerce out of the most sacred human act, did not simply age and die and become nothing, but were instead imagined as having been transformed by the very transaction that had defined them, cursed for accepting payment for grief, condemned to go on mourning forever, stripped of the rest that death was supposed to bring, and set instead to wander at the edge of the living world, still performing the only function they had ever truly known. And this was the moment, in the long, slow development of Irish folklore, when the keening woman became something other than human, when the profession of mourning crossed over into the realm of the supernatural, and the Bean Caoint became, in the minds of the people who told these stories to one another, the spirit who wept before the death rather than after it, the voice heard in the darkness outside the window, the cry that arrived not to comfort the already grieving, but to warn those who did not yet know what was coming, and that transformation is perhaps the most quietly devastating thing about the Banshee's origin, that she began as an act of love, as a service rendered to the dead and to their families, as a human being who stood in the cold and gave her voice to sorrow, so that no one had to carry it alone, and ended as the sound that people feared most in all the world. And so the keening woman, in the imagination of the people, passed through death without passing out of her role. She simply kept weeping on the other side of the veil. No two accounts of the Banshee describe quite the same woman. What people saw, or believed they saw, shifted from one county to the next, from one family's story to another's, as though the Banshee herself were capable of choosing the shape most fitted to the moment, the household, the grief that was waiting to be named. And yet, across all of those varying accounts, across centuries of testimony gathered from ordinary people in townlands and along coastlines and on the edges of bogs, certain forms recur with enough consistency that scholars and collectors have found it possible to speak of three distinct appearances, three faces the Banshee was said to wear when she came to announce that someone's time had grown short. The first and perhaps most striking of these forms was that of a young woman, sometimes described as beautiful in the way that something sorrowful can be beautiful, dressed in white or the palest silver, her hair long and loose about her shoulders. She moved, in the accounts that survive, with a kind of slow and deliberate grace, unhurried, as though she had nowhere else she needed to be. Her face, in some tellings, was turned slightly away, as if she could not quite bear to look directly at the house she was approaching. In others, her expression was simply one of open grief, unconcealed and quiet, like someone who has already wept until weeping no longer required effort. Her clothing caught the light in ways that ordinary cloth did not. Witnesses who described her from a distance often said at first that they had mistaken her for a neighbour, a young woman walking alone in the dark, until something about the way she stood or the sound that followed her made clear she was neither a neighbour nor alone in any ordinary sense. The second form was older, a woman of middle years, composed rather than agitated, wearing darker clothing, sometimes grey, sometimes a deep and unremarkable green. She carried herself with a kind of stillness that people found almost harder to bear than outright terror. This was because there was in it the suggestion of someone who had done this before and would do it again. Someone to whom the announcement of death was not a crisis, but a duty. Some accounts placed her seated near a stream in the last light of the evening, her hands folded, her face calm and resigned, already mourning in the measured way of someone who understood that grief was not something to be rushed through, but something to be kept company with, for as long as it required. The third form was the one that settled most deeply into the popular imagination, perhaps because it was the most immediately strange. The old woman, the kayak of the fairy world. Her hair, a wild white, that seemed to move even when there was no wind. Her eyes hollow and pale as waterstones. Her cloak grey and tattered at its hem where it dragged along the ground. She was not threatening in any active sense. She carried no weapon, made no menacing gesture. Her terror was entirely her presence, the sense she gave of something that had existed for a very long time and had spent all of that time in proximity to loss. People who described this form often noted her teeth, which were long, her fingers, which were thin, the way she seemed to be watching the house rather than approaching it, as though she preferred to remain at the edge of things, at the boundary between the firelight and the dark. Beyond these three, there existed a rarer and considerably more unsettling tradition, accounts concentrated in certain regions, of a headless woman who carried before her a vessel, sometimes described as a bowl or basin filled with blood. This was not the most common version of the Banshee. Many communities had no such story attached to her at all, but in the places where it was told with the same matter-of-fact gravity as everything else in the tradition, neither embellished nor apologized for. Simply recorded as one of the shapes she could inhabit, one of the more extreme expressions of the same essential announcement. The geographic distribution of these various forms revealed intriguing patterns that scholars found worthy of detailed study. The young woman in white appeared with greater frequency in the eastern and southern counties, where written records were more plentiful and Anglo-Norman influence had been longer established. The matron figure seemed concentrated in the Midlands and along river valleys, suggesting perhaps a connection to agricultural cycles and the seasonal patterns of rural life. The crone, wild-haired and ancient, dominated accounts from the western counties, particularly Galway and Mayo and the rocky edges of Connaught, where older traditions seemed to hold stronger purchase on the collective imagination. The headless variant, mercifully rare, appeared most often in the northernmost reaches, preserved in the careful records gathered by folklore collectors in the early 20th century. What was remarkable was not merely that these forms varied by region, but that they varied with such consistency, as if each landscape had somehow shaped the Banshee into the form most suited to its own character and history. Some scholars, looking at all three primary forms together, the young woman, the matron, the crone, have observed that they correspond rather neatly to the structure of the Celtic triple goddess, the ancient pattern of maiden, mother, elder that appears throughout the mythology of the Irish-speaking world. If that correspondence is intentional, if it was ever consciously felt rather than simply accumulated by accident across many generations of storytelling, then it carries a significant implication, that the Banshee was not simply one spirit performing a single function, but something larger, something that contained within herself all the stages of a woman's life, and therefore all the stages of life itself, every age at which a person might be taken. Whether or not that interpretation holds in any strict theological sense, it gives shape to what is otherwise a bewildering variety of appearances, and it suggests that the differences between the forms were not contradictions, but dimensions, each one revealing something the others left in shadow. Accounts varied enormously, and any single community's understanding of what the Banshee looked like was colored by geography, by family history, by the particular deaths that had already marked a household, by the time of year and the state of the light and the degree of fear that had preceded the encounter. The form she chose to wear, it seems, said something about the death she had come to announce, or perhaps something about the person unlucky enough to see her. More than any visual description, more than the white cloak or the long unbound hair, it is the sound that has kept the Banshee alive in Irish memory. Appearances vary so widely across accounts and family traditions and regional tellings that a person could read 100 stories and never settle on a single image. But the sound is always there, and it is always the same kind of thing, even when the words used to describe it fall apart under the weight of what they are trying to convey. People who tried to describe it in the old accounts reached, almost universally, for the same problem. It was like a woman's voice, and yet it was not like a woman's voice. It was like weeping, and yet it was something that moved beyond weeping into a register that ordinary grief does not reach. Some said it began low, nearly beneath hearing, a moan that seemed to come up from the ground itself rather than from any throat or mouth. Then it would build, slowly, with a patience that made it worse, rising through the pitch of a sob, through the pitch of a scream, until it reached something that had no clean name in any language, and then it would fall again, settling back into that low, terrible moan, before beginning its rise once more. The rhythm of it was part of what made it so unbearable to hear. It had the structure of the keening cry that actual mourning women used at funerals, that ancient back and forth between song and weeping, but stretched and distorted, as though something had taken the shape of human grief and pulled it past the point where it could still be called human. Witnesses in the older accounts often noted that they could not place where the sound was coming from. It did not seem to have a source in the usual way that sounds do. A person might stand in an open field and hear it, and look in every direction and see nothing, and still be unable to say whether it came from the east or the west, from near or far, from above the ground or below it. This quality, the sourcelessness of it, was itself a kind of proof for those who believed. Ordinary sounds come from particular places. A sound that comes from everywhere and nowhere at once belongs to a different order of things entirely. There is a natural explanation that gained quiet attention among folklorists, and it involves the barn owl. The barn owl, which is native to Ireland, produces a call that does not sound like any other bird and does not particularly sound like a bird at all. It is a long, drawn-out shriek, harsh and wavering, and loud enough to carry across open fields and through the walls of stone buildings. Heard at night, without any preparation for what it is, a barn owl's call can stop a person cold. It has a quality that is almost vocal, almost human, and yet unmistakably wrong in some way that is difficult to specify. The theory gained traction not because it explained the Banshee away entirely, but because it offered a plausible origin point, a real sound, moving through the dark, that early generations of Irish people may have woven into an existing framework of belief. Once you know that a banshee comes before a death in the family, a sound like that in the night takes on a meaning it would not otherwise carry. But the barn owl theory, persuasive as it is in certain circumstances, does not fully account for the complexity of the accounts that survive. Many people who described hearing the banshee's cry were not alone when they heard it, and multiple witnesses in the same place heard the same thing. Many accounts place the cry close to a house, near a window, sometimes directly beneath one, with a quality of intention that a barn owl does not possess. The cry in these accounts was not random, it was addressed. It was mourning a specific person, and the people inside the house knew it. This is perhaps the most important thing to understand about what the sound meant to those who heard it. It was not received as random terror. People did not, in the traditional accounts, run from the house or fall into panic. They went quiet. They held each other. They began to think about who in the family was ill, or old, or had not been well. There was grief in the response, but there was also something that functioned almost like recognition, an awful settling of certainty into the chest, a feeling that something which had been uncertain was now, in the worst possible way, resolved. The cry was not the beginning of fear, it was the end of hope, and in that ending there was a strange, terrible clarity, and with that clarity came something practical, something human and necessary. If the Banshee had cried, then a death was coming, and a death required preparation. There were prayers to arrange, and people to send word to, and rituals of mourning that needed to begin. The cry, in this way, was a kind of grace, unwanted, devastating, but a grace nonetheless. It gave the family time. It said, "You are not going to be taken by surprise. Whatever is coming, you will not face it without having had a moment to gather yourselves and begin the work of mourning that the dead deserve." This is why the cry was never simply a sound of horror in the Irish tradition, even though it was genuinely terrifying to hear. It was the voice of something that was, in its own way, on the family's side. She was not crying to frighten them. She was crying because someone she had watched over across generations was about to leave the world, and she was doing what had always been done at the edge of death. She was weeping, in the way that only she could weep, in that voice that came from everywhere and settled into the bones of everyone who heard it. What people remembered most was not the sight of her, but the silence that followed the cry, the silence in which they understood what it meant. There is a particular piece of advice that generations of Irish mothers passed to their children. It concerns a comb. "Do not pick it up," they would say. "If you find a comb lying near a graveyard or along the edge of a river or resting on the damp stones of a stream bank, leave it exactly where it is. Walk past it without stopping, without looking at it for too long. Do not let your fingers move toward it, no matter how fine or how beautiful it may appear." This warning, carried quietly from one generation to the next, was not treated as a story told for amusement. It was treated as practical knowledge, as genuinely useful as any other piece of guidance a parent could offer a child going out into the world. And it points to something that most accounts of the Banshee include alongside the cry and the pale figure in the darkness, the silver comb, working slowly and steadily through long, unbound hair, as though nothing in the world required more attention in that moment than the grooming of it. In Irish tradition, the Banshee was often seen combing her hair before she was heard to cry, or after, seated somewhere near water, sometimes visible only in profile, drawing the comb through again and again with a patience that had the quality of ritual rather than habit. The O'Brien family accounts in particular preserve this image, a figure in white, sitting near the shore, the slow movement of her arm catching the attention of whoever happened to see her before they understood what they were seeing. The comb itself was described in different accounts as silver, or as gold, or simply as very fine, the kind of object that would stand out clearly against dark hair or pale grass. And it was left behind, sometimes, as though accidentally, though nothing about the Banshee suggested carelessness. What the comb meant, symbolically, is something that takes a moment to consider. Grooming is preparation. It is what a person does before something that matters, before a ceremony, before a gathering, before a departure. The Banshee combing her hair carries within it the suggestion that what is about to happen has a kind of formality to it, that death, in her understanding, is not merely an ending, but an occasion requiring composure and attention. There is beauty in the gesture and grief in it simultaneously. That is precisely the quality that the Banshee, in her truest form, has always carried. Beauty and grief do not cancel each other in Irish tradition. They deepen each other. The way a melody becomes more affecting when it is played slowly and without ornament. The warning not to take the comb carried weight because the Banshee's response to having it stolen was understood to be severe. She was not indifferent to what belonged to her, and the comb, whatever else it was hers. Some accounts described her turning toward the person who took it with a fury that bore no resemblance to the grief she had been expressing a moment before. The mourner and the spirit suddenly becoming something sharper, older, more dangerous. This is consistent with how the broader tradition understood the fairy folk in general. Gentle, or at least neutral when left undisturbed, but capable of a response that had nothing gentle in it when their boundaries were crossed. The comb sitting on the ground near a grave was, in this sense, a kind of boundary marker, a signal of presence that asked only to be respected and left alone. Other signs of the Banshee's nearness took different forms. Water drew her consistently. Rivers, streams, the edges of lakes, the shoreline at dusk. People reported seeing a dim figure crouching at the bank of a stream, washing something dark in the current, wringing it slowly between her hands. This image connects the Irish Banshee to a related figure known in Scottish Gaelic tradition as the Bean Naig, the washing woman, who was said to be found cleaning the burial clothes of those about to die. The Bean Naig and the Irish Banshee are not quite the same figure. Their traditions developed separately. The Bean Naig in Scotland carried her own distinct qualities, including the belief that encountering her could, in certain circumstances, allow a person to ask her questions or extract a wish from her, that the Irish Banshee did not typically permit. But the connection between both figures and running water is striking and likely ancient, rooted in something older than either tradition in its current form, the understanding that water was a threshold, a place where the boundary between the visible and invisible worlds grew permeable. Lights were also noted, small moving ones that had no obvious source, seen near hedgerows or along field edges, late at night, in the days before a death in a household. In the Irish countryside, these were sometimes called will-o'-the-wisps and attributed to various causes. But in the specific context of a family who had reason to expect the Banshee's attention, a drifting light in the dark was not simply a curiosity. It was read as part of a gathering of signs: the comb, the water, the light, then eventually the sound, each one a quieter version of the announcement the cry would finally make. As though the Banshee arrived, not all at once but in stages, as gently as something so terrible could manage. The comb was not an ornament, it was a warning. Leaving it where you found it was the wisest thing a person could do. Not every family in Ireland had a Banshee. This is perhaps the most important thing to understand about the tradition. This was because it changes the nature of the figure entirely. The Banshee was not a wandering spirit who might appear to anyone unfortunate enough to be near death. She was not a creature of chance or misfortune, not something that could befall a stranger in the night. She was specific. She was inherited. She belonged, in the deepest and most permanent sense of that word, to a particular bloodline. She would follow that bloodline through every generation, mourning each of its members in turn, as faithfully and as inevitably as the seasons. To be the kind of family that had a Banshee was to carry something old and solemn attached to your name. Something that was neither curse nor blessing, but something stranger and more intimate than either. A companion from the other world who had chosen your people. Who would not let go of them? The belief, as it was understood across the old Irish tradition, was that the Banshee bound herself to a family through some connection older than living memory. She was not summoned. She was not assigned by any authority that the stories named or explained. She simply was, as the family simply was, rooted in the same soil, shaped by the same long centuries. When a member of her family was approaching death, she came. She did not deliberate or choose or hesitate. She came because it was her purpose. in the same quiet and absolute way that it is the purpose of the river to reach the sea. Her keening was not a judgment. It was an acknowledgement, a recognition from the spirit world that someone beloved was passing out of the living one. For the family she watched over, this was, in its way, a form of devotion. They had not been forgotten by whatever forces moved through the unseen world. They were known there, they were mourned there, and that knowledge, however frightening its arrival, carried within it something that resembled care. The families most deeply associated with this tradition were the great Gaelic bloodlines of ancient Ireland, the O'Neills, the O'Briens, the O'Gradis, the O'Connors, and the Kavanaghs. What distinguished these families in the eyes of the tradition was not simply that they were old, though they were extraordinarily old. Their genealogies reaching back into the early centuries of Irish history and beyond into the mythological past. What distinguished them was that they were royal. Each of these families carried the memory of kingship, of high kings and provincial kings, of warriors and chieftains whose names had shaped the land itself. The O'Neills traced their descent from Niall of the 9 Hostages, a high king whose influence extended, in the old stories, far beyond the shores of Ireland. The O'Briens were heirs to Brian Boru, whose victory at Clontarf in 1014 remained one of the great landmarks of Irish memory. The O'Connors had produced their own high kings in Connacht. The Kavanaghs carried the lineage of the kings of Leinster. The O'Gradys, too, held their place among the noble houses of Munster, their name woven into the fabric of that province's history for generations beyond counting. The records and accounts that survive from these families, preserved in family histories and folklore collections, demonstrate the seriousness with which the Banshee tradition was held. Accounts describe the distinctive features attributed to each family's Banshee, the particular tone of her keen, the times she was said to appear, the auguries that accompanied her presence. Some families spoke of their Banshee appearing not only before death, but at moments of great significance for the bloodline, births of heirs, marriages that would forge new alliances, departures to war or exile. The O'Neill Banshee was said to possess a voice of particular piercing quality, one that could be heard across distances that seemed to defy natural explanation. The O'Brien account spoke of a figure sometimes glimpsed as well as heard, a woman in grey who appeared at the windows of great houses. These specific details, passed down through generations, served to personalize the tradition within each family. They made the Banshee not an abstract concept, but a presence with recognizable characteristics, someone the family could speak of with a kind of familiar understanding. This accumulation of particular details across centuries served to deepen the bond between the living family and their otherworldly guardian. It seemed, in the logic of the tradition, that this depth of lineage, this unbroken chain of ancestry leading back to the earliest Irish past, was precisely what drew the Banshee. She was drawn to antiquity. She was drawn to families whose roots ran so deep into the Irish earth that they had, in some sense, become part of that earth, part of the same landscape in which the sieve mounds rose and the otherworld pressed so closely against the visible world. A family with that kind of history had accumulated something beyond lands and titles. They had accumulated grief, layer upon layer of it, stretching back through centuries of births and deaths and battles and losses. The Banshee was the keeper of all of it. She held the sorrow of every generation in her voice. When she opened her mouth to wail, she was weeping not only for the person who was about to die, but for everyone who had gone before them, all the way back to the beginning. This is what made the family Banshee so different from any other spirit of warning or omen in the folklore of Ireland or elsewhere. She was not impersonal. She was not a cosmic force indifferent to the individual. She knew the family. She had always known them. She had been present somewhere just beyond the edge of sight at every death the family had suffered. She would be present at every death that was still to come. In this sense, she was more permanent than any living member of the family, more permanent than a name or a house or a title, all of which could be lost in a single generation. She would endure when everything else had changed. She would still be weeping when the last bearer of the name drew their final breath. The people who carried these beliefs did not think of the Banshee as belonging to one era or one set of circumstances. She was not a figure from the distant past who had faded as the world changed. She was present. She was ongoing. Families who held on to the tradition understood that their Banshee was as real and as constant as the hills their ancestors had walked, that her presence required nothing from them except perhaps a certain humility, a willingness to understand that they were part of something larger than any single life, that the spirit world had been watching them long before they were born and would continue to watch them long after they were gone. She was not something you earned in a single generation. She was something that had attached itself to the bloodline long before any living person could remember. She would remain long after they were gone. The O'Briens of Munster were once the most powerful family in Ireland. According to the tradition that grew up around their name, even the world of spirits recognized this. Their lineage traced itself back through centuries of kings. Through the great province of Munster, where the land opens into wide limestone plains and the Atlantic air moves inland, heavy with salt. At the peak of that long history stood Brian Boru, the High King who unified Ireland and died in 1014 at the Battle of Clontarf, cut down in his tent on the morning of the very victory he had spent his life pursuing. That singular life, and the long dynasty that followed it, gave the O'Briens a kind of gravity in Irish memory that few other families could claim, and it gave them, according to the old tradition, a Banshee unlike any other, not a solitary figure weeping in the darkness, but a spirit of such rank and presence that she did not come alone. The concept of ranking among supernatural beings was not unusual in Irish folklore. The other world, as it was understood in these traditions, possessed its own social architecture, its own hierarchies of power and significance. Spirits were believed to hold stations appropriate to their nature and their history. A being who attended to one family might carry a different weight and authority than one who keened for another. The O'Brien Banshee's status as a queen suggested something extraordinary. Not merely a spirit bound to a particular bloodline, but one who held dominion over other such spirits. This understanding reflected a broader Irish belief that the invisible world was not chaotic or random, but ordered according to principles that mirrored the visible one. Rank meant something there, as it meant something here. Power had consequences. A family's prominence in the human realm was believed to cast a corresponding shadow in the realm of spirits. Her name, in some of the older tellings, was Revel. She was spoken of as the Queen of Banshees, a designation that carried within it an entire imagined hierarchy of the spirit world. There are also accounts that connect the O'Brien tradition to Cleodna, a figure who appears elsewhere in Irish mythology as a sovereignty goddess of Munster, a being whose domain was the southern coastline and the ancient hills above it, whose beauty was said to be the kind that belonged more properly to the other world than to any place the living could reach. The layers of tradition surrounding such figures often accumulated over generations, each retelling adding texture and detail. Scholars of Irish mythology have noted that certain divine or semi-divine beings appeared under multiple names and in multiple contexts, their stories shifting and recombining as they were told and retold across different regions and different centuries. A goddess of one era might become a banshee of another. A figure associated with sovereignty in one account might merge with a figure associated with lamentation in another. This fluidity was characteristic of oral tradition, where the boundaries between different stories and different beings remained permeable. The distinction between historical record and spiritual narrative was similarly blurred. What mattered was not necessarily factual precision, but thematic truth, the sense that certain beings and certain stories captured something essential about a place or a people. Whether these two figures were understood as the same being or as separate spirits whose traditions overlapped and blurred over time is difficult to say with certainty. What the stories agree upon is the essence of the thing, that the O'Briens were mourned in death by something far grander than a single keening spirit, that the distinction was felt to be entirely appropriate given who they were. When a member of that bloodline drew close to dying, Revel would come down through the unseen passages between the worlds. She would bring others with her, a gathering of spirits, a procession of grief, as though the other world itself had assembled to mark the passage of someone whose family had shaped the visible world so deeply. People who described this imagined it as a sound that seemed to multiply, one wail building upon another, until the air itself seemed full of voices all crying in the same direction, a chorus that had no visible source and no clear ending. The Clare coastline, which had been O'Brien territory for generations, was the landscape most closely associated with this particular grief. That stretch of the Irish West is already a place of great strangeness and beauty, where the Burren's pale limestone meets the sea, and the cliffs at Moher fall away so steeply that the water far below looks like something glimpsed in a dream rather than something real. The wind along that coast behaves differently than it does inland. It comes in layers, sometimes warm and sometimes shockingly cold within the same moment. It carries sound in ways that seem to defy the ordinary rules of direction and distance. People who grew up near those cliffs sometimes said that on certain nights, when the weather was neither fully stormy nor fully calm, but caught somewhere restless between the two, they could hear something in the wind that was not quite the wind. Those who believed in the O'Brien Banshee understood immediately what that sound was and where it came from. The cry was said to move along the shoreline, travelling with the water rather than across the land, following the inlets and the bays as though it knew the geography from long familiarity. It rose and fell not randomly, but with something almost like structure, like a lament that had been practiced and perfected across centuries of mourning, that in a sense, according to the tradition, it had. Revel had been weeping for the O'Briens long before anyone then living could remember her beginning. She would continue long after the last person who had heard her name firsthand was gone. That permanence was part of what distinguished her from a common spirit. She was not passing through the family's history, but woven into it, as intrinsic to the O'Brien story as the battles they had won and the kings they had buried. The idea of a queen of banshees suggested something more than one family's attachment to one spirit. It suggested that the world of mourning had its own order, its own gradations of significance, that certain losses were mourned at a different register entirely than others. What the O'Brien tradition quietly insisted upon in giving their banshee a title and an entourage was that grief itself could be proportionate, that the magnitude of a life, of a lineage, left a corresponding shape in the spirit world, that the weeping that followed was larger in kind because the life that preceded it had been larger in kind. For the O'Briens, in other words, even death arrived with a kind of ceremony, a final, sorrowful acknowledgement of who they were and what their bloodline had meant. Of all the family banshee traditions in Ireland, the one that belongs to the O'Neills of Ulster is the most quietly extraordinary. Where other families might speak of a banshee who arrived at the edge of the property in the dark hours before a death, who wailed from a distance and then withdrew back into whatever world she came from, the O'Neill tradition describes something altogether different, not a visitation, but a residency. According to the stories that have gathered around this family over the centuries, their banshee was named Maveen. She was known as the White Lady of Sorrow. She did not merely come to the castle when death was near. She lived there. She was given a room of her own within the O'Neill castle at Loch Ness. A room set aside and kept for her as deliberately and as permanently as any other room in the house. That detail, small as it sounds when stated plainly, opens into something vast when you sit with it. It means that every person who grew up in that house grew up knowing the room was there. Every child who ran along the corridors in the early morning, every servant who carried wood for the fires in winter, every member of the family who walked those halls at night would have known, with a quiet and settled certainty, that one of the rooms belonged to Maevene. There are few written records documenting the true origins of this practice at Loch Ness. The stories themselves suggest that the room had always existed, perhaps predating the castle itself. What truly matters is not when it began, but how continuously it was maintained across successive generations. Generation after generation kept the room prepared and acknowledged its inhabitant with formal respect. The name Maevene appears in documented family records from at least the 16th century. The legends surrounding her reach further back into older territories of tradition and story. Whether the practice began as deliberate spiritual acknowledgement or gradually accumulated its meaning over time remains unclear. What is certain is that the O'Neills understood Maevene's room as essential to their house's identity. The castle at Loch Ness sat at the edge of the largest lake in Ireland. That geography matters in the way that all geography matters in Irish tradition. It is not merely backdrop, but meaning. Loch Ness is immense in a way that still surprises those who see it for the first time, stretching across nearly 150 square miles of Ulster. Its surface wide enough that on overcast days the far shore disappears entirely into the grey. The water and the sky become indistinguishable from one another. It lies very still most of the time. Not the cheerful stillness of a protected bay, but the stillness of something deep and old and patient. Something that has been gathering the reflections of passing clouds for longer than the people who live around it can account for. In winter, mist rises off the water in the early morning and drifts across the shoreline grasses and into the lower fields. The world beyond the lakeshore becomes soft and uncertain. A castle perched near those waters would have carried that quality of the lake inside itself. The quiet, the sense of depth beneath ordinary things, the feeling that the boundary between what is visible and what is not might be thinner here than elsewhere. In such a place, perhaps a room kept for a spirit did not seem as strange as it would somewhere else. Perhaps it seemed, in fact, like the most honest possible acknowledgement of what everyone already knew, that the world of the living and the world of something older were not separated by any great distance, that Maevene, in her room, was simply the most visible evidence of a nearness that the lake itself had always suggested. The name Maevene is a diminutive form of Maeve, one of the oldest names in the Irish tradition. Carried by queens and goddesses in the stories that reach back to the earliest layers of Irish mythology, that the O'Neill Banshee bore a name so intimate, so softened by affection, not Maeve in her full sovereignty, but Maevene, the smaller, closer form, suggests something about the relationship the family understood themselves to have with her. She was not a terrifying stranger. She was someone known, someone who had been part of the household long enough to be addressed by a name that carried warmth inside it, even as it also carried grief. The O'Neills themselves were one of the oldest and most powerful dynasties in Irish history, tracing their lineage back to Niall of the Nine Hostages, the legendary High King whose descendants spread across Ulster and whose name gave rise to the family line that would endure through centuries of change. For a family of that depth and continuity, the idea of a guardian spirit who had watched over every generation since the beginning would not have seemed improbable. It would have seemed appropriate. The White Lady of Sorrow, then, was in some sense the spiritual keeper of the family's long history of loss, and there had been a great deal of loss. across a great many centuries, for a family that had lived so centrally in the life of their country. To set aside a room for her was to acknowledge that loss formally, to give grief its own dedicated space within the architecture of the house, the same way a chapel might be set aside for prayer. And to grow up in that house, knowing the room was there, would have been a particular kind of education in the nature of mortality, not frightening exactly, but never entirely escapable either. The O'Neill children would have understood from an early age that death was not something that arrived from outside without warning, but something that already had a place in the household, something patient and permanent and known by name. Maveen in her room would have been a quiet presence beneath the ordinary sounds of the house, the voices in the great hall, the movement of people through the courtyard, the creak of wood in the cold night air off the lake. She would have been there through all of it, as she had been there before any of them were born, as she would be there after. She was not a visitor who came and left. She was always there, in the room at the end of the corridor, waiting with the patience of someone who had all of time. The O'Donnell family of Ulster had their castle at the edge of a cliff, and their Banshee, it was said, lived at the edge of that same cliff. Dunluce Castle sits on the Antrim coast of Northern Ireland, balanced on a shelf of dark basalt rock that juts out above the North Atlantic as though the land itself leaned forward to look into the water below. On three sides, the cliff drops sharply down to the sea, and the sea does not let you forget it is there. The wind comes in off the water at almost every hour, carrying salt and cold and the low, continuous sound of waves pressing themselves against the rock face beneath the castle walls. Below the promontory, there is a sea cave that locals have long called the Mermaid's Cave, a dark passage through the basalt that the tide fills and empties on its own schedule, independent of any human concern. It is a place that was already strange before any story was ever told about it, the kind of place that asks something of you simply by existing, that makes the ordinary sense of the world feel, for a moment, less certain than it usually does. The O'Donnells were a formidable family, lords of Tyrconnell, the territory that now makes up County Donegal, and one of the great powers of Ulster during the long medieval centuries when Gaelic Ireland still governed itself by its own laws. They were seafarers and warriors, people whose lives were shaped by the coastline as much as by the land behind it. Their history was full of campaigns and losses, alliances and betrayals, and the particular kind of grief that comes to families who have wagered everything on the sea and on battle, and have not always won. The tradition that grew up around them said that their Banshee understood this, that she had been watching over the O'Donnell bloodline long enough to know how often tragedy arrived by water. She was said to appear on the cliff tops near Dunluce, sometimes seen as a pale figure standing at the edge of the rock, her hair loose and moving in the wind, her face turned toward the open sea. Whether she was heard more than she was seen is difficult to say now, since the accounts that survive tend to describe a sound rather than a clear vision, a wailing that rose from somewhere near the cliff's edge and mingled so completely with the ocean noise that listeners found themselves unable to say where the wind ended and the cry began. That uncertainty was part of what made it so unsettling. A sound you can identify and name has edges to it, a shape you can place in the world, but when a grieving cry becomes part of the landscape itself, woven into the wind and the surf until it seems to come from everywhere and nowhere, there is nothing to point at, nothing to dismiss. You are simply inside it, and it is inside the night around you. In some accounts, people said the sound was audible well before the death itself arrived, arriving from the sea before news could travel by any human means. There are old stories of families who heard the wailing on the cliff and later learned that a ship had gone down off the coast, or that a son had fallen in a battle fought far to the south. The cry preceded the knowledge. It arrived first, as though the Banshee moved through some shorter distance between the moment of death and the world of the living than any messenger on horseback could cover. And so the people who heard her developed a grim literacy around the sound. They learned to recognize it, and when they recognized it, they began, quietly and without panic, to wait. The particular quality of coastal wind makes this tradition feel less like mere superstition and more like something that arose from genuine and repeated experience. Along the Antrim cliff tops, especially in autumn and winter, the wind can produce sounds that are extraordinarily close to human vocalization. Long, drawn-out tones that rise and fall with the rhythm of breathing, that sharpen into something like a cry when the air is forced through narrow gaps in the rock. Anyone who has spent a night near those cliffs knows how the sounds accumulate, how they layer over one another until the darkness seems populated with something more than weather. The Banshee tradition did not invent that strangeness. It simply gave it a name and a role, and in doing so made it bearable. If the sound was her, then the sound meant something. It was mourning, not chaos. It was a presence that knew you, not a void that did not. The mermaid's cave below the castle would fill with the tide in the dark, and the air pushed through it by the incoming water made its own low sounds against the basalt, sounds that carried upward to the cliff top and into the rooms of anyone who lay awake listening. The O'Donnells lived with that sound their whole lives. Their Banshee, in a sense, had the most natural dwelling of any in Ireland, because the landscape itself already spoke in her register, already moved in the rhythms of grief and tide, already made the wall between the herd and the veldt as thin as it could be made without dissolving entirely. The sea below Dunluce never stopped sounding like something between a groan and a wail. And in certain lights, at certain seasons, people said they understood exactly why. The O'Connors of Connacht carried their claim to the high kingship long after the age of high kings had ended. They carried their Banshee just as tenaciously. Connacht was a province of old pride and long memory. The O'Connor family, who had produced the last true High King of Ireland in Ruadhrí Ua Conchobar before the Norman arrival, changed everything, kept faith with traditions that other families let slip away. Their Banshee was said to appear near water, as was often the case with spirits attached to Western families, where the landscape gave so freely to lakes and rivers and soft rain that the boundary between the visible world and the other one seemed to thin almost of its own accord. She was not described with the elaborateness of the O'Brien's revel, nor the quiet domestic particularity of Maeveen at Loch Ness, but she was consistent. A presence felt before a death was known, a sound heard at the edge of hearing, somewhere between the wind over the Shannon and something that did not belong to wind at all. The O'Connors had lost a great deal across the centuries. Perhaps that accumulated grief was precisely the kind of sorrow that called a Banshee into being and kept her close. The O'Gradys, too, were counted among the old families who had their own spirit guardian, though their tradition was quieter in the surviving accounts, less adorned with named figures or specific geographies. What remained consistent across the stories told about them was the same principle that governed all the great family traditions. She came before the death, not after. She came whether the family wished it or not, as faithful to her role as she had ever been. The Cavannahs of Leinster rounded out the 5 families most commonly named in these traditions, a family of ancient lineage whose Banshee was described in terms that echo the wider folklore. A woman heard more often than seen, her cry moving through the darkness before a death that sometimes came quickly and sometimes came slow, but always came. These 5 families formed the backbone of the recorded Banshee tradition, the ones whose accounts appeared most frequently in the folklore collections and family histories that accumulated over centuries. Their credentials were impeccable. Their genealogies reached back into the mists of early Celtic Ireland, their names appearing in the oldest manuscripts and chronicles. They represented a continuity of power and presence that stretched across the medieval period and into the modern age. In their stories, the Banshee seemed less an anomaly than a natural accompaniment to nobility itself, as essential to the great houses as their lands and titles and hereditary claims. What is striking about these 5 families, set alongside the broader landscape of Irish nobility, is how the tradition remained stable across such different circumstances and geographies, from the Atlantic coast to the Midlands to the Eastern Province. The same belief held its shape. The same spirit, or the same kind of spirit, was said to keep her vigil. And then there were the families who should not, by the oldest definitions of the tradition, have had a Banshee at all. The Geraldines, the great Fitzgerald family, descended from Norman knights who arrived in Ireland in the 12th century, were not of Gaelic blood. Yet by the time their roots had grown deep enough into Irish soil, they came to be associated with a Banshee of their own. You can imagine what that meant, not as a technicality of folklore, but as a human thing, that a family had been in a place long enough, had buried enough of their dead in a particular ground, had wept enough seasons of grief into a particular landscape, that the spirit world had taken notice of them. The Bunworth family of County Cork, Anglo-Saxon in descent, settled in a place where the old traditions ran thick, even if the family's origins did not, were documented in remarkable detail by the folklorist Thomas Crofton Croker in the early 19th century. Their Banshee encounter described with a precision that suggested not imagination but memory, not embellishment but faithful recollection of something genuinely heard and genuinely feared. And the Rossmore baronets, of Scottish and Dutch descent, who held their title in County Monaghan, a family as far from Milesian heritage as it was possible to be and still live in Ireland, nonetheless had their account. Their night of inexplicable sound before a death that followed exactly as the old stories said it would. What do you make of that? Of a spirit tied by tradition to the oldest Irish bloodlines, appearing at the window of a family whose ancestors had never walked an Irish hillside until a few generations prior. One reading is simple enough. The tradition was expansive, generous with itself, willing to adapt as the population of Ireland changed and blended and settled into new configurations. Another reading goes a little deeper and suggests that the Banshee was never truly about purity of ancestry in the first place, that what mattered was not who your great-grandparents were, but how much of yourself and your family your particular patch of Irish ground had taken in over the years. How many bodies it held, how many winters of grief had been spent looking out at the same hills. There is something in that reading that feels more honest to the spirit of the tradition than any genealogical accounting could manage. The Banshee, by this understanding, was not a reward granted to the noblest lineages, nor a privilege of blood alone, but something that grew naturally out of long habitation, out of the slow accumulation of loss in one place, the way a family might find. After several generations, that it had become part of a landscape, and that the landscape had become part of it in return. It seemed, in the end, that the Banshee was less about blood than about belonging, that what she mourned was not lineage alone, but the long accumulation of loss that came from living and dying in one place across many generations. When Irish families crossed the Atlantic in the 19th century, they brought the Banshee with them, or perhaps she followed on her own. The 19th century was a time of enormous and often brutal upheaval for Ireland. The famine years of the 1840s drove more than 1 million people from the island in a span of less than a decade, and the decades on either side of that catastrophe sent hundreds of thousands more, to Boston, to New York, to Philadelphia, to the Australian colonies, to wherever a ship was going and a passage could be found or borrowed. These were not people who had chosen to leave in any comfortable sense of the word. They left because the land could not feed them, because the political arrangements of the century had made ordinary life impossible, because they had watched their neighbours die and understood that staying meant following them. They carried very little that was material, but they carried their stories, their prayers, their sense of who they were and where they belonged. And among those things, quietly and persistently, they carried the Banshee. What is remarkable, and what the folklore collectors of the 19th and early 20th centuries began to document with increasing interest, is that the Banshee did not remain in Ireland when her families left. Accounts gathered from Irish communities in America describe the cry being heard in circumstances that should, by any ordinary logic, have severed the connection entirely. A woman in a tenement in Boston would wake in the night to a sound she could not explain. A wail that seemed to come from no particular room and no particular direction. Something between grief and wind. Something that reminded her immediately of what her mother had described back home. And within days, sometimes within hours, word would arrive from Ireland that a relative had died. The timing was close enough, in account after account, that the people who experienced these things did not consider it coincidence. They considered it the Banshee, doing what the Banshee had always done, across whatever distance happened to lie between her and the family she was bound to. The belief encoded in these accounts is a precise one. It was not that the Banshee haunted a particular hillside or river valley back in County Clare or County Cork, and that leaving those places meant leaving her behind. The attachment, as the tradition understood it, was to the bloodline, to the family itself, to the living thread of a particular lineage, wherever that thread happened to run. An ocean was not an obstacle. A generation born on foreign soil was not a disqualification. If the blood was there, the Banshee was there, or could find her way there when she needed to be. For the emigrants themselves, this belief carried a complicated emotional weight. On one hand, the idea that the Banshee had followed them across the sea was not a comforting one in any simple sense. Her presence still meant death, still meant loss, still meant the particular anguish of hearing a cry and knowing what it foretold. But on the other hand, there was something in the persistence of the tradition that spoke to a deeper need. These were people who had been separated from everything familiar, from the landscape they had grown up in, from the communities that had shaped them, from the graves of their parents and grandparents. The Banshee, in this context, was a strange form of continuity. She was proof that the connection to Ireland had not been entirely broken, that the old world had not simply let them go, that something remembered them and their dead. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. The Banshee is a figure of mourning, but she is also a figure of loyalty. Her function is not simply to announce death, it is to mourn it, to mark it as a loss that the spirit world itself recognizes. For families who had left Ireland under such painful circumstances, the knowledge that the Banshee still came, that she crossed whatever distance was necessary to weep for their dead, may have offered a kind of solace that no ordinary reassurance could provide. The world they had come from still knew their names. It still grieved for them. There are accounts, too, of the Banshee being heard not by those who had emigrated, but by those who remained behind, crying before the news arrived that a family member had died in America or Australia, far from home and far from any proper funeral rite. In these stories, the Banshee functioned as a kind of messenger in both directions, acknowledging a death that the living had not yet learned of, collapsing the distance between two worlds that were in every practical sense enormously far apart. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as Irish communities established themselves more firmly in cities across America, the Banshee tradition became part of the inherited cultural memory that distinguished Irish American identity from its surroundings. It was told to children not always as literal belief, but as a story that carried something true about where they came from and who they were, about the particular relationship between their families and death, between their bloodlines and the old country, between the people they were now and the people they had been for generations before the crossing. What the stories suggest, quietly, is that the Banshee was never tied to any particular hill or harbour. She was tied to something that travelled with the people themselves and could not be left behind. The Morrigan appears in the oldest surviving Irish mythological texts as a goddess of war, fate, and death, a being whose nature was neither wholly unified nor wholly separate, but triple in its expression. Different texts name her component aspects differently, and it's worth holding that uncertainty gently rather than resolving it too neatly. In some accounts, the three faces of the Morrigan are Badby, Macha, and Nemain. In others, the Morrigan herself is one aspect within a broader triple grouping. What the texts agree on is this: she was a shapeshifter. She was connected to the battlefield as intimately as the ravens that gathered there, and she knew the fates of those who went to war before the war had finished deciding them. She could appear as a crow or raven circling above the fighting. She could appear as a beautiful woman and speak to a warrior directly, offering him her love or her enmity. She could appear as a withered, ancient figure, washing the armour and weapons of those who are about to die. A vision so particular that it carries its own name and its own long afterlife in Celtic tradition. If you encountered her in any of these forms before a battle, the message was essentially the same, whatever form it arrived in. The encounter meant something about what was coming, and what was coming was not good. It is Badba, among her aspects, who reaches most clearly toward the Banshee. Badba's name is usually translated as something close to battle crow or scold crow, and her role was precisely what you might expect from a name like that. She was present at the great mythological battles of Ireland, circling above the slaughter, and her cry, her wail, her shriek was understood as a harbinger of the killing that was either already underway or soon to begin. The connection between Badby's cry and the Banshee's keening is not merely symbolic. I think it's worth pausing on this for a moment, because it helps explain something that can otherwise seem puzzling. Why a spirit whose function is to mourn the dead would be described in such frightening terms? Why her sound could stop a person's heart with something more than ordinary grief? The Banshee inherited that terror from Badby, from the understanding that this particular cry meant something was ending that could not be recovered. Badab's wail was not a sound of comfort, even if it contained within it a kind of strange recognition, the acknowledgement that what was happening was real and that something larger than the human world had noticed it. As the centuries passed and the mythological tradition moved away from formal observance and into the fabric of everyday culture, Badab's cosmic role began a long process of transformation. The distinction between her function in the great battles of the gods and her function at the threshold of ordinary death gradually dissolved. Warriors and families needed a language for sudden loss, a way to understand the premonitions that sometimes came before sorrow, and the terrible certainty that arrives in moments before the irreversible happens. Bab, in her various manifestations, provided that language. What had been knowledge of the fate of nations slowly narrowed into knowledge of the fate of individuals. The wail that had once announced destiny on the battlefield began to announce destiny at the bedside. This was not a weakening of power, but a transformation of it, a focusing of ancient force on the most intimate of human experiences. The scale of Bab's concern had contracted, but the intensity of her presence had, if anything, grown sharper and more immediate. There is a detail in southeastern Irish tradition that makes this connection unusually explicit. In parts of Leinster, the word used for the Banshee was not Bean Seedhe, but a form of the name Bodbe, a variant of Badbe herself. The battle crow carried down through the centuries from mythology into local folklore. That kind of linguistic trace is remarkable when you find it, because it means that ordinary people in those communities were, without necessarily knowing it in any formal sense, using a name drawn from divine mythology to describe the spirit they heard outside their windows on the nights when death was near. The mythological and the folkloric were not two separate systems for them. They flowed into each other, the way the oldest stories always do when they are genuinely alive in a culture rather than preserved behind glass. What shifted over the long passage of time between the mythological age and the world of family banshees and keening women was the scale of the thing. The Morrigan moved through wars, through the fates of kings and heroes, through battles that determined the shape of the entire world. Her concern, if you could call it that, was with the grand and terrible arc of events. The Banshee, by the time she took the form we've been following through these family stories, had turned her attention to something much smaller and, in its own way, much more intimate. The death of a grandmother in a farmhouse in Clare, the loss of a young son to fever in an Ulster winter, the passing of a patriarch whose family would feel his absence for the rest of their lives. She had moved, in other words, from the battlefield to the threshold. She had moved from sovereignty to tenderness. That is a long journey, and it took a long time, and it passed through many hands and many tellings before it arrived where we find it. But the thread connecting Babby's shriek above the bodies at Mag Tweed to Maiveen weeping softly in her room above Loch Ness is a real one, if you follow it carefully enough. The Morrigan may have been a goddess of the battlefield, but in her wake walked a figure who would eventually leave the battlefield entirely and come instead to stand beneath the windows of ordinary homes. The significance of this moment in Irish tradition extends far beyond the confines of the battlefield itself. In the mythology of pre-Christian Ireland, the keen that Bridget performed was understood as something fundamentally transformative and sacred, an act that transcended mere personal anguish. The Tuatha De Danann were beings of divine power and magic, and when Bridget keened over her son, she brought the attention and presence of the entire otherworldly realm to bear upon the human fact of death. This established a pattern that would echo and shape Irish ritual practice for centuries to come. The keen became recognized not as a private expression of sorrow, but as a public and necessary ceremony, a formalized utterance that transformed individual grief into something that honored the boundaries between the living and the dead themselves. There is something in that image. Bridget on the battlefield, her son still and cold beneath the open sky, her voice climbing and falling in that first terrible keen that carries an enormous weight for everything that came after her. Because what the story establishes, quietly and without ever stating it directly, is that mourning is not merely a human instinct or a social custom, but something woven into the fabric of the divine order itself, something the gods themselves perform, something the highest order of being finds necessary and right and true. Bridget was no minor figure in the mythology of the Tuatha De Danann. She was associated with poetry, with healing, with the sacred fires of inspiration, with the kinds of creative and generative forces that hold a world together. And so when a figure of that magnitude stands over a body and gives voice to grief in a form that is simultaneously weeping and song, the tradition is saying something profound about what keening actually is. It is not excess. It is not mere noise. It is a sacred act, a ritualized form of mourning that honors the dead by refusing to let their passing go unmarked by the world, by insisting that the universe itself pause and acknowledge what has been lost. And when you hold that origin story next to the Banshee, that figure who arrives before death to begin the keening, who mourns not because she is paid or because she is obligated, but because the act of mourning is her very nature and purpose, the connection becomes something you can feel rather than simply understand. The Banshee does not wail because she is frightening. She wails because Bridget wailed first. This was because the first woman in Ireland to express grief in that structured, musical, aching form was a goddess doing what goddesses do, marking the passage of someone loved from one state of existence into another, refusing to let it happen in silence. Every keening woman who ever stood at the edge of a grave and opened her throat to that ancient cry, was inheriting something that began on a battlefield in the age of Irish gods. In the moment when a mother found her son among the dead, and the only response adequate to what she felt was a sound that was neither speech nor song, but something older than either one. Bridget's lament for Ruadan was not recorded as a terrifying event, but as a sorrowful and sacred one, the moment the world learned what grief, given voice, could sound like. The Tuatha De Danann were the gods of ancient Ireland before they became its fairies, a distinction that matters more than it might first appear. In the oldest layers of Irish mythological tradition, they were not small or mischievous or merely decorative beings tucked into the margins of the landscape. They were a divine race of immense power, skilled in craft and magic and war, who arrived in Ireland as conquerors and ruled it as gods. According to the tradition recorded in the medieval texts, they came from 4 great northern cities: Phalius, Gorius, Phineus, Murius, and they brought with them 4 sacred objects that had belonged to those cities: the Lia File, the stone of sovereignty that cried out when the rightful king stood upon it; the spear of Lug, which no battle could withstand; the sword of Nuada, from which no enemy could escape; and the cauldron of the Dagda, which left no one hungry. These were not the possessions of minor spirits. They were the tools of divine governance. The beings who carried them were understood to be something far closer to the ordering forces of the world than to the gentle folk of later fairy stories. The Tuatha De Danann fought 2 great battles against those who held Ireland before them, the Fir Bolg and later the Fomorians. When they had won, the island was theirs. For a time, they were its gods in the fullest sense, present in the land, bound to it, sovereign over it. Then came the Milesians, the ancestors of the Irish people in the mythological tradition, who arrived from the southwest and fought the Tuatha De Danann for possession of Ireland. The outcome of that contest was not the simple destruction of one side by the other. Instead, according to the tradition, a division was agreed upon. The Milesians would hold the surface of the land, its fields and shores and hills under the open sky. The Tuatha De Danann would withdraw below it, into the hollow places, the ancient burial mounds, the Sidhe. They did not vanish. They went inward, and in going inward, they became something different from what they had been, though no less real and no less powerful in the imagination of the people who lived above them. The world had 2 layers now. The gods lived in the lower one, close enough to feel, close enough to hear, but no longer visible in the ordinary light of day. This is the framework that makes the Banshee possible. She is not a wandering spirit detached from any larger tradition. She is a member of that diminished but still potent divine race, carrying within her the full weight of what the Tuatha De Danann once were and what they became. Her attachment to specific families is not, in this light, a simple piece of folklore about local superstition. It reaches back to something much older, to the concept of the sovereignty goddess, a figure who appears again and again in Irish mythological tradition, and who is, in many ways, the deepest root from which the Banshee grows. The sovereignty goddess in Irish tradition was a being tied to the land itself, to a particular territory, through that territory to the fate of whoever ruled it. She was the one who chose the king, who conferred legitimacy upon him through a ritual union, who withdrew that legitimacy when his time had passed. She knew the fates of those bound to her territory in a way that no mortal could know them. This was because her knowledge was not accumulated through experience, but was simply part of what she was. When a king died, it was the sovereignty goddess who felt it first, who mourned it most completely. This was because his fate had always been braided into hers. The Banshee, attached to a particular bloodline across generations, mourning each of its members at the moment of their passing, is this same essential idea translated into the register of family rather than kingship. She is the sovereignty goddess, narrowed in scope, but unchanged in nature. Still a divine being who watches over those bound to a particular piece of Irish earth. Still the one who knows before anyone else does. Still the one whose grief is deeper and older than anything the living can produce on their own. The family she attaches herself to, the O'Neills, the O'Briens, the O'Connors and the rest, were themselves descended from ancient kings. In some sense, the Banshee's attachment to them preserves, in folklore, a relationship between the divine and the royal that once belonged to a much older mythological world. The land had not forgotten what those bloodlines were, even when the political circumstances that once defined them had long since changed. And so the Banshee continued to come, generation after generation. This was because the relationship she embodied was not contingent on power or circumstance. It was something established in an earlier age, in a different kind of world. It simply continued, because that is the nature of things that were woven into the land itself, rather than written into laws that could be unmade. She carried the memory of what the Tuatha De Danann had been, gods who loved and governed Ireland before they were pressed into its earth. And she expressed it in the only way available to her now. In the cry that rose from the hollow places and moved through the night air toward the house where someone's time was ending. She was not a lesser creature. She was an ancient one. The grief in her voice had been accumulating for longer than any living person could reckon. In 1825, a Cork folklorist named Thomas Crofton Croker published a collection of stories he had gathered from ordinary people across the south of Ireland, and among the most detailed was the account of the Bunworth family. Reverend Charles Bunworth was a Protestant clergyman of some standing in County Cork, a man described by those who knew him as gentle, learned, and well regarded by his neighbours of every faith. He was aging and unwell, in the way that aging people sometimes are. Slowly, without drama, in a house that had grown quieter around him over the years. The account Crocker preserved tells of the night the Banshee came to that house. It was not a single sudden shriek. Those who were present, members of the household, servants who had been with the family for years, described a sound that seemed to gather outside the walls, moving beneath the windows, rising and falling in long unbroken waves that had the quality of a human voice stretched past anything a human voice could ordinarily sustain. It circled the house. That was the detail that stayed with the people who reported it, not the volume of the sound, not its strangeness in itself, but the way it moved, patient and deliberate, as though it knew every corner of the building and was taking the time to mourn each one. One of the women inside went to a window and looked out into the dark. She saw nothing. The sound continued for some time, and then, as these things apparently did, it ceased, and the night returned to its ordinary silence. The Reverend Bunworth died not long afterward. What made Croker's account so valuable to later researchers was not only its detail, but the manner in which it was given to him. The people who told it were not performing a legend. They were reporting something they had heard. They described the sound with the precision of witnesses, noting its direction, its duration, the way it seemed at certain moments to almost resolve itself into something recognizable before pulling back again into that long, unclassifiable wail. Croker himself was a careful collector, and he recorded what he was told without embellishment, allowing the plainness of the testimony to carry its own weight. The Rossmore account belongs to a different social world, but carries the same quality of quiet, unadorned testimony. General Robert Cunningham, who later became the first Baron Rossmore, was a man of considerable position in late 18th century Ireland, with estates in County Monaghan, and a life that had taken him through military service and political circles far removed from the rural hearths where most Banshee stories were first told. The night he died, in 1801, according to the accounts that have survived, he had been attending a gathering in Dublin, where he spent the evening in the company of several guests, among them Sir Jonah Barrington, an Irish lawyer and memoirist, who would later write down what he had witnessed. According to Barrington's own account, he and his wife were staying nearby when, in the early hours of the morning, they were woken by a sound they could not immediately explain. It was a voice, or something shaped like a voice, repeating a name. The name it repeated was Rossmore. The sound, as Barrington described it, was low and rhythmic, rising and falling in the manner of a keen, intimate, in a way that made it more unsettling rather than less, as though whatever was making the sound was not performing grief, but actually experiencing it. Barrington's account says that he and his wife lay still and listened, and that neither of them spoke about what they were hearing until the sound had stopped. In the morning, they received word that Lord Rossmore had died during the night. At approximately the same hour, the wailing had reached them. Barrington was not, by temperament, a man inclined toward credulity. He was a lawyer and a writer, trained in observation and skeptical by habit. His account of the Rossmore Banshee is notable precisely because of that. He did not explain what he had heard, did not reach for a natural cause and settle on it reassuringly. He simply wrote down what had happened, in the order it happened, and allowed the sequence to speak for itself. Other collectors working in the 19th century gathered accounts with similar qualities: ordinary people, specific circumstances, a calm in the telling that was sometimes more striking than the events described. Lady Wilde, writing in her 1887 collection of Irish legends and traditions, preserved several accounts in which the Banshee's presence was noted not as a rupture in daily life, but as a confirmation of something already feared or suspected. In one account she recorded, a family already keeping a bedside vigil for a sick relative heard the cry begin outside, and what they described feeling was not panic, but a kind of sorrowful recognition, the sense that the world beyond the walls had already understood what they had not yet allowed themselves to know. The sound, in that telling, was almost a relief. It named the thing that had been moving through the house without a name for days. Patrick Kennedy, another 19th century Irish writer who worked to preserve the oral traditions of County Wexford, collected accounts in which witnesses were notably specific about the physical sensation of hearing the cry, the way it seemed to reach through the walls of a house rather than around them, the strange difficulty of locating its direction, the way it left a stillness behind it that was different in quality from ordinary silence. These are not the descriptions of people who had worked themselves into a fright and misheard something in the dark. They are the descriptions of people trying carefully to tell the truth about an experience that did not fit neatly into any category available to them. Taken together, these accounts form something unusual in the archive of Irish folklore. A body of testimony that cuts across class, county, religion, and temperament, gathered by collectors who were themselves often skeptical, and reported with a consistency that is not the consistency of a single spreading story, but of many separate encounters with something that people understood, in their own framework, to be the same. What strikes a reader of these accounts, even now, is not how wild they seem, but how ordinary, how calmly they are reported, as though the people who told them considered the Banshee a fact of life rather than a figure of imagination. The 19th century brought an unexpected new audience to the Banshee, not Irish farmers and their families, but poets, scholars, and nationalists who saw in her something more than a local superstition. Thomas Crofton Croker had already done his part by gathering stories from ordinary people across Munster and putting them into print. His work opened a door that others were eager to walk through. The period known broadly as the Celtic Revival drew educated men and women toward the surviving traditions of Ireland with a kind of reverence they might once have reserved for classical antiquity. The Banshee suited their purposes remarkably well. She was ancient, she was distinctly Irish, she carried within her the weight of generations. She could not be mistaken for anything belonging to England or to Rome. Writers and collectors moved through the Irish countryside with notebooks, recording what elderly men and women remembered, the family traditions, the particular sounds, the specific places where a cry had once been heard, and they brought those accounts back to drawing rooms and publishing houses where readers received them with fascination. William Butler Yeats, who spent much of his life trying to understand what Ireland's supernatural imagination actually contained, included the Banshee in his early collection of folklore and poetry, treating her with the same careful attention he gave to the fairy women and the shape-shifting spirits he encountered in the west of the country. Lady Gregory, his collaborator and friend, gathered comparable material in County Galway. Her work built up a picture of Irish belief that was nuanced and internally consistent in ways that a purely literary treatment could never have achieved. What both of them recognized, what gave the Banshee such particular resonance in this period, was that she was not merely a frightening story, she was a figure of mourning. Ireland in the 19th century had mourning enough to fill several centuries. The famine had carved through the population with a devastation that left communities hollowed out, families broken apart, and entire people grappling with losses so vast they could barely be spoken of directly. Into that atmosphere, the image of a woman who wept before death arrived, who gave grief a voice that rang across the dark countryside and could not be silenced, carried a meaning that went far beyond any individual family's tradition. Nationalist writers found in the Banshee a ready symbol of Ireland as a mourning woman, a figure with deep roots in the older literary tradition of the Aisling, in which Ireland appeared as a woman in distress, waiting for deliverance. The Banshee fit that framework almost too perfectly. She began to appear in poems and essays, not simply as a supernatural harbinger, but as an embodiment of collective Irish sorrow, a spirit whose cry expressed what ordinary language could not. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, the Banshee's journey through culture became more complicated, in some ways more melancholy than the creature herself. The collectors and scholars who had treated her with genuine respect gave way, gradually, to a popular imagination that was less careful about the distinctions that mattered, less interested in the difference between a family guardian who mourned out of ancient loyalty and a simple monster who screamed at people in the dark. The growth of mass publishing, later of film and television, carried the Banshee far beyond the borders of Ireland and into a world that had no inherited understanding of what she actually was or what she was supposed to mean. In that broader world, the details that made her specific and her tradition coherent were easy to lose. The connection to the Keening women fell away. The attachment to particular bloodlines, with all the cultural weight that carried, became harder to explain in a short scene or a single sentence. What remained when everything else was stripped back was the cry and the association with death. Those two elements, taken alone, were enough to make her useful in stories that needed a frightening sound in a dark corridor. She became, in much of the popular imagination, simply a screaming ghost, terrifying rather than sorrowful, threatening rather than mourning, stripped of the dignity and the grief that had always been central to what she was. The genuine Irish tradition understood the Banshee's wail, not as an attack, but as an act of love, however terrible it felt to hear it. But that understanding required a kind of cultural context that did not travel well across an ocean or survive the transition to a medium that prized shock over meaning. Scholars of Irish folklore noted this drift with some regret. Occasional efforts were made throughout the 20th century to restore a more accurate picture of the tradition through academic publications, through the work of organisations devoted to preserving Irish language and culture, through writers who had grown up inside the tradition and understood what had been lost in translation. Those efforts mattered, and they kept alive a version of the Banshee that was truer to her origins. But the popular image, once established, proved difficult to dislodge. the creature that most people outside Ireland knew by the end of the century, bore only the faintest resemblance to the ancient, sorrowful figure who had once kept faithful watch over the oldest families in the land. In the hands of the collectors and the poets, the Banshee became a symbol as much as a spirit, a figure who stood not just for one family's grief, but for the grief of an entire people. There is something in the Banshee legend that has nothing to do with fear, everything to do with the desire to believe that a death does not go unnoticed. When you sit with the tradition long enough, when you move past the wailing and the hollow eyes and the image of a figure standing at the edge of the dark, what you find underneath is something far more tender than terror, a belief held quietly and seriously by generation after generation of Irish families, that the passing of a person from this world into whatever comes after is an event of such gravity that the spirit world itself pauses to acknowledge it, that somewhere beyond the ordinary threshold of things, a being who has known your family across centuries feels the loss and gives it voice. The Banshee, understood this way, is not a punishment or a curse. She is a witness. And in a tradition that took death seriously as a passage rather than simply an ending, the presence of a witness, even a supernatural one, even one whose voice could stop the heart of anyone who heard it, carried within it a kind of solemn reassurance. You were not alone in it. Your family was not alone in it. Something older than memory, something that had been watching since before any living person could recall, knew what was happening and was moved enough to grieve. There is a comfort in that, if you are willing to receive it. The Irish, across many centuries and many kinds of loss, seem to have been willing. What the Banshee tradition reflects, at its most essential, is a particular understanding of where the living world ends and the spirit world begins, or rather, the understanding that it does not quite end at all, that the boundary is more like the shoreline of a lake than a wall, something that shifts depending on the light and the season, something that can be approached and sometimes crossed. The ancient Irish sense of the other world was never distant. It was close, running alongside everyday life the way a river runs alongside a road, occasionally visible through the trees, occasionally audible when everything else goes quiet, and into that nearness the Banshee fits perfectly. This was because she does not arrive from some remote and incomprehensible beyond. She arrives from just next door, from the place that has always been there. Her cry is not the sound of something alien breaking through into the human world, but the sound of something familiar, something that knows you and has always known you, finally making itself heard. When a family heard the Banshee keening in the dark outside their home, they understood, in the tradition as it was genuinely lived, that the spirit world was not indifferent to what was about to happen. It was mourning alongside them, ahead of them, already deep in grief on their behalf before they had even been told what they had lost. And there is something in that sequence, in the idea that the mourning begins before the death, that the cry comes first and the loss follows, that speaks to the way grief actually works in human experience, the way the heart sometimes knows before the mind has caught up, the way certain losses feel anticipated in the body long before they arrive in any form you can name or speak aloud. The Banshee externalizes that feeling, gives it a shape and a sound, places it in the landscape outside the window rather than inside the chest where it usually lives without any name at all. She is, among other things, a way of saying that some things cannot be kept entirely inside, that grief, at its deepest, escapes the body and moves through the world, that it becomes atmospheric, that it belongs to the air as much as to the person feeling it. The keening woman who stood at the graveside knew this. She gave the community's grief a voice it could not find for itself. And the Banshee, who grew from that same tradition, simply carried the practice further, into the night. Across generations, into the territory of the permanent and the inexplicable, where no ordinary woman could follow. The dusk in the Irish countryside falls slowly at certain times of year, the light stretching long and amber across the fields before it finally gives way to something darker and cooler. The grasses hold the last of it for a while, glowing faintly as though they have been storing warmth all day and are only now releasing it. The wind through them makes a sound that is not quite silence and not quite music, something in between, something that seems to come from no particular direction and from everywhere at once. It moves across the hillsides and down through the valleys where the old family lands used to be, past the places where the burial mounds still rise gently from the earth, past the lakes that hold the last of the sky in their still surfaces. In that hour, between the end of the day and the full settling of the night, it is not difficult to understand why people once believed that the distance between the worlds was thin. It is not difficult to imagine a sound in that wind that was not purely the wind, a voice that carried within it something the ordinary evening could not entirely account for. And it is not difficult, in that moment of fading light and cooling air, to feel something of what those families must have felt when they stopped what they were doing and listened, understood what they were hearing. Not just fear, something older and stranger than fear, the recognition that they were known, that their grief was already shared by something beyond themselves, that the world had registered their loss and was answering it in the only language available, a long, sorrowful, human-sounding cry moving across the dark fields toward their door. And somewhere in the older, quieter part of that tradition, before the stories got strange and the centuries piled up and the sound became just a sound, she was simply a woman who knew your name, who wept because she loved you. In the next journey into one of the world's most enduring mysteries, a legend that has captivated imaginations for nearly 1,500 years, we are travelling to a deep, dark lake in the Scottish Highlands, a place where ancient folklore meets modern fascination, where credible witnesses have reported extraordinary sightings, and where the line between myth and reality remains beautifully, frustratingly unclear. Some people spend their entire lives pursuing evidence of this creature, travelling to Scotland again and again, convinced that beneath those dark waters lies something remarkable and undiscovered. They bring sonar equipment and cameras and scientific instruments, hoping to be the one who finally proves the creature exists. Others dismiss the whole thing as mass hysteria, hoaxes, and the human mind's remarkable ability to see what it expects to see. They point to the many documented frauds, the hoaxes created for publicity or revenge, the way that witness accounts often seem to match previous sightings almost too perfectly. But whether the creature is real, or whether it exists only in the collective imagination of thousands, the story itself is worth exploring. The mystery of the Loch Ness monster is a story about how humans relate to the unknown, about how we populate mystery with meaning, about how a simple question can grow into an obsession that captures the world's attention. Over these hours, we will trace the legend backward through time, beginning with the loch itself, and the ancient traditions that first populated its waters with unknown creatures. Then we will move forward through documented history, from a saint's legendary encounter in the 6th century, to whispered stories among local villagers, to the modern explosion of interest that transformed a local mystery into an international phenomenon. We will sit with the strange ambiguity of the legend, with the tangled mix of credible witnesses and obvious hoaxes, with the way that humans create meaning from mystery and transform fear into fascination. We will explore how a legend grows, how it changes, how it adapts to new information and new beliefs. Whether you believe in the creature or not, the story of how a simple mystery became a global obsession is endlessly fascinating. So settle in, grow comfortable, and let us begin our exploration of one of Scotland's greatest secrets, a mystery that continues to captivate us even after all these years. In the Scottish Highlands, where mountains rise steep and ancient above vast stretches of moorland, there lies a body of water unlike most others in Britain. Loch Ness stretches for nearly 23 miles down a geological fault called the Great Glen, a fracture in the earth that formed hundreds of millions of years ago when the continents were arranged in ways we can barely imagine. The great continents of North America and Europe were once pressed together in a supercontinent called Pangaea, and the forces that separated them left cracks and faults in the landscape. The Great Glen is one such ancient scar, and it has filled with water over geological time, creating a long, narrow lake that cuts through the highlands like a knife blade. The loch is not particularly wide, but its depth is what makes it remarkable. It plunges downward sharply from the banks, reaching depths of nearly 800 feet in places. Some sections drop off so steeply that you can stand in shallow water and be a few yards from a cliff that descends into near total darkness. When you stand at the edge of Loch Ness on a cloudy day, which is most days in Scotland, the water before you appears almost black. The darkness comes from the peat and sediment that stains the loch, particles suspended in the water that absorb light rather than reflecting it back. The water is essentially opaque beyond a few feet of depth, creating an underwater world that is completely hidden from view. On sunny days, the water might appear dark blue or grey, but it is never the bright, crystalline blue of alpine lakes or Mediterranean seas. Even on the clearest, sunniest day imaginable, the loch maintains its dark complexion. There is something about this darkness that invites mystery and speculation. You cannot see what lives beneath that surface. You cannot verify with your own eyes what might be moving in those depths. The opaque water hides everything. It conceals. It protects whatever might dwell below from observation and verification. When you stand at the edge of Loch Ness, looking out over that dark water, you are looking at an unknown world. You cannot help but wonder what might exist in those hidden depths, what creatures or mysteries might be concealed from human sight. The loch holds more fresh water than all the lakes and rivers of England and Wales combined, a vast volume that hides an enormous underwater landscape of trenches and canyons and steep drop-offs. Scientists have mapped the bottom of Loch Ness and found it to be surprisingly complex, with underwater ridges and deep valleys, places where large creatures could theoretically hide from observation. The shores themselves are rocky and lined with pine and birch trees, with mountains rising in the distance, creating a landscape that feels timeless and primordial. In summer, the vegetation is lush and green, the trees full of life and growth. In winter, everything becomes bare and stark and grey, the landscape reduced to its essential bones. The Caledonian pines that grow around the loch are ancient trees, some of them hundreds of years old, their gnarled trunks and spreading branches speaking to centuries of survival in a harsh climate. The birch trees, with their pale bark standing out against the darker pines, create a landscape that shifts in appearance with the changing light and seasons. On misty mornings, when the fog rolls across the water and obscures the far shore completely, it is easy to imagine that almost anything might live in the depths below. The fog transforms the loch into something otherworldly, something that seems to exist outside of normal reality. You lose your sense of scale and distance. You cannot see across the water. You cannot verify that the far shore is still there. The water is cold too, remaining near freezing even in summer months when the sun climbs higher in the northern sky. On the rare days when the water temperature rises above 50 degrees Fahrenheit, it is considered a warm day by loch standards. This cold temperature means that any large creature living in the loch would need to have adaptations to survive in such an environment, specialized physiology that would allow it to thrive in cold water. Most large marine creatures have some form of insulation, either blubber or thick skin or dense fur, to maintain their body temperature in cold water. The geological formation of the loch, created by ancient forces at work over immense spans of time, adds to its mystique and its sense of timelessness. This is old water in a place that has been carved by time itself. This is a landscape that has been shaped by forces far beyond human understanding. glaciers that ground and carved the landscape, tectonic forces that created the fault line, all of it happening on timescales that dwarf human history. The Loch retains a quality of unknowability that invites wonder and speculation. It holds secrets. It has existed for longer than human civilization, and it will likely exist long after we are gone. The story of the Loch Ness Monster does not begin in 1933, despite what modern sensationalism might suggest. The legend reaches backward into Scottish history, into Celtic tradition, into the very roots of how the people of the Highlands understood their world and the waters that surrounded them. Long before written records, before Christianity, before the Picts carved their mysterious stones, the waters of Scotland were believed to harbour strange and powerful creatures. The Picts were a Celtic people who inhabited the northern regions of Britain from roughly the 3rd century until the 9th century, a 1,000-year presence that left behind an intricate record carved into stone. They preceded the Scots, who would eventually migrate from Ireland, and they developed a distinctive culture with their own language, their own religious beliefs, their own artistic traditions. The Picts were skilled farmers and warriors, organized into kingdoms, and engaged in trade and warfare with neighboring peoples. They had their own druids and spiritual leaders, their own understanding of the sacred and the divine. These ancient people created standing stones throughout northern Scotland, monuments that served as territorial markers and records of their beliefs. Some of these stones stand taller than a man, elaborate sculptures that required significant effort and skill to create. They carved these stones with elaborate designs featuring animals, geometric patterns, symbols that we still do not fully understand. The meanings of many Pictish symbols remain mysterious to modern scholars. We can see that certain symbols appear repeatedly, suggesting they held important significance, but we cannot always determine exactly what they meant or what role they played in Pictish society and religion. Some scholars believe the symbols represented kinship groups or territorial affiliations. Others suggest they had spiritual or religious significance. The truth is that we simply do not know with certainty. Among these stones, scattered throughout the Highlands, and particularly in the region around Loch Ness, are carvings that depict an unidentified animal, something that researchers have described as resembling a swimming elephant or a long-bodied creature with flippers. One of the most famous examples is the Hilton of Cadboll stone, which shows a creature that some interpret as a waterhorse or a swimming creature of unknown type. The symbol appears on Pictish stones in various forms, sometimes more horse-like with a distinct mane and 4 legs, sometimes more reptilian with scales or segmented body parts, sometimes with features that are difficult to categorize or interpret with modern eyes. Some interpretations see a long neck and a small head, reminiscent of descriptions of the modern Loch Ness Monster. Others see an entirely different creature. The problem is that Pictish art is stylized and symbolic, not necessarily meant to be a literal representation of reality. Modern viewers bring their own expectations and biases when trying to interpret these ancient images. Whether these carvings represent an actual animal that the Picts had observed, or whether they held symbolic or spiritual significance, is a question that still puzzles scholars today. Were the Picts recording an actual creature that they saw in their lakes and rivers, or were they depicting a spirit or a spiritual being, something that had meaning in their religious worldview but never existed in physical form? Or were they creating symbols that represented something entirely different, something that we cannot understand without access to Pictish written language and religious knowledge? We cannot know for certain because the Picts left no written explanation of their artwork. The Pictish language was eventually replaced by Gaelic as the Scots from Ireland migrated and settled in the region, and with that language change went the ability to understand these ancient symbols on their own terms. What is clear is that the Picts included mysterious water creatures in their artistic repertoire and in their cultural consciousness. These ancient carvings suggest that belief in unknown creatures inhabiting Scottish waters was woven into the cultural consciousness of the region for at least 1,500 years. Whether we can know exactly what the Picts believed or what these carvings represented, we at least know that water creatures held some kind of significance in their worldview. The Picts left behind no written records that survived, so we cannot know exactly what stories they told about these creatures, what role they played in Pictish religion or belief, what warnings or teachings they carried. But the fact that they carved them into stone, that they took the time and effort to preserve these images, that they repeated the design across multiple stones, suggests that water creatures held genuine significance in their worldview. The impulse to document something, to carve it into permanent stone, speaks to a belief that this thing mattered, that it was important enough to record for posterity. The Kelpie is perhaps the most famous of these, a shapeshifter associated with running water and lochs, appearing sometimes as a beautiful water horse covered in shining black fur with eyes that glow like fire, sometimes as a handsome young man with wet hair and an otherworldly beauty designed to lure unsuspecting travelers to watery deaths. The legends about Kelpies are remarkably consistent across different regions of Scotland, suggesting that they are an old and deeply rooted part of Celtic tradition. In the Scottish Highlands and Islands, in the Lowlands and the border regions, the Kelpie legend appears with similar characteristics and similar warnings. Kelpies were believed to haunt streams and lochs, to pull people beneath the surface with supernatural strength that no mortal could resist, to demand sacrifice and death. In some stories, Kelpies would appear as friendly horses grazing peacefully by the water's edge, tame and approachable, enticing riders, only to plunge into water and drag riders to their deaths. Other tales describe them taking human form, a beautiful young man or woman appearing to travelers, seducing them or luring them to remote locations, only to reveal their true nature and pull them into water. In still other versions, they would approach people at the water's edge and attack them with supernatural fury. These creatures functioned in Scottish tradition as warnings, as a way to keep children away from dangerous water, as explanations for drownings and disappearances that otherwise had no rational cause. Before the modern understanding of water safety, before lifeguards and swimming lessons and water education programs, the Kelpie legend served a vital practical purpose. It terrified people away from water, particularly children, protecting them from the real dangers that Scottish waters posed. Scottish waters were genuinely dangerous. Rivers could flood. Lakes could be cold enough to kill a person in minutes. People drowned regularly, and the causes were not always understood. The Kelpie legend provided an explanation that made sense within the worldview of the time, and it provided a powerful incentive to avoid risky behavior around water. The Kelpie tradition stretches back centuries into the mists of Scottish history, a part of the cultural inheritance passed down through generations, told and retold around fires, adapted and elaborated by each new teller. The legend evolved and changed as it was told and retold, but the core elements remained consistent. In 1980, a Swedish scholar named Bengt Sjögren proposed an interesting theory about the relationship between ancient Kelpie legends and the modern Loch Ness monster. Sjögren suggested that accounts of loch monsters have evolved significantly over time, originally describing horse-like creatures designed to frighten children away from water, but gradually transforming into descriptions that reflected contemporary scientific understanding. As knowledge of prehistoric creatures spread through the modern world, as people learned about plesiosaurs and ancient reptiles through paleontology and museums, the old Kelpie legends were reshaped to match these new images. The mysterious water creature became less a malevolent horse spirit and more a surviving prehistoric reptile, something that science could explain and investigate. This transformation suggests something profound about how legends work, how they are living things that change and adapt to fit the beliefs and knowledge of the people who tell them. A legend is not a static thing, frozen in time like an insect preserved in amber. Instead, each generation inherits the legend from the previous generation, but they tell it in their own language, with their own understanding, shaped by their own world. People in the 20th century had learned about prehistoric creatures and extinction from popular science. They had read about dinosaurs and plesiosaurs and other extinct animals. So when they heard the old stories about water creatures, they reinterpreted them through this new lens. The old kelpie was transformed into a surviving prehistoric reptile. The malevolent waterhorse became a plesiosaur that had somehow escaped extinction. This was not a conscious process of deliberate reinterpretation, but rather the natural way that humans absorb new information and incorporate it into existing frameworks of understanding. The legend evolved because the people who told it evolved. Their knowledge changed, their worldview changed, and the legend changed with them. The ancient water spirit tradition provided the foundation, the cultural soil from which the modern monster legend would eventually grow. Without the Kelpie legends, without the ancient belief in water creatures already established in Scottish tradition, the modern Loch Ness monster might never have captured the popular imagination in the same way. The legend needed a foundation to grow from, and that foundation had been laid by over 1,000 years of Celtic tradition. In the year 565 AD, according to a biography written a century later, the Irish missionary St. Columba was travelling through the Scottish Highlands to visit the king of the northern Picts near Inverness. Columba was a figure of considerable importance in early Christian history. He had founded monastic communities in Ireland before travelling to Scotland, had spread the Christian faith throughout the Highlands with remarkable success, and had earned a reputation for piety and miraculous power. He was not simply a wandering preacher, but a significant religious figure, someone who shaped the course of Christianity in Scotland. According to the biography written by Adamnan, his successor as abbot of his monastery, Columba stopped at Loch Ness and encountered a great beast that had been killing people in the waters. The account is spare on certain details, which is typical of hagiographies from this period, but the basic story is striking and worth examining closely. A large creature had been terrorizing the loch, attacking travelers and fishermen, apparently showing an aggression that was remarkable even for a wild animal. Local people had come to fear the water. The creature had become a public menace, a threat to the safety of those living near and depending on the loch. Columba, witnessing the beast about to attack another man, invoked the name of God and commanded the creature to go back with all speed. The language here is important. Columba does not fight the creature or harm it. Instead, he uses spiritual authority, the power of his faith and his connection to God, to command it. The monster retreated at his command, seemingly obedient to his spiritual power, and according to the account, never harmed another human being. The confrontation ends not in violence or bloodshed, but in spiritual authority asserting dominance. This detail is consistent with the kind of stories hagiographers liked to tell about saints, stories that demonstrated the power of faith and the victory of Christianity over pagan forces and creatures. This encounter, whether it happened exactly as described or whether it is a metaphorical or spiritual account, became foundational to the legend. It established a historical connection between the creature and written record, a tangible link that scholars and believers would reference for nearly 1,500 years. The Vita Sancti Columbae is what historians call a hagiography, a sacred biography written to celebrate the life and works of a holy person. These texts are not reliable historical documents in the modern sense. They are written to inspire faith and to teach religious lessons, not to provide objective documentation of historical events. They include accounts of miracles and divine intervention, sometimes accounts that strain credibility by modern standards. A hagiographer would be more interested in illustrating the spiritual power and importance of the saint than in accurately documenting what actually happened. Scholars have noted that hagiographies of this period include extraordinary accounts of various saints and their encounters with supernatural forces and creatures. These texts typically emphasize the triumph of Christianity and Christian saints over pagan practices and entities. A story of a Christian saint confronting and commanding a pagan creature fits perfectly within this framework. Skeptics have long pointed out that we cannot trust the account of Columba's encounter with the monster any more than we can trust accounts of other saints achieving miraculous feats or raising the dead. The standards of evidence and documentation that we apply to modern historical writing simply did not exist in the 7th century. We do not know if Columba even visited Loch Ness, or if he did, whether he encountered any creature at all. The biography was written by Adamnan, who lived a century after Columba died, and who never personally witnessed the events he describes. A century is a long time, and stories change as they are passed down. He was writing from tradition, from stories passed down through generations, from accounts he had heard from others who may not have been eyewitnesses themselves. There is no contemporary documentation of the encounter, no other source that corroborates the story. We have only Adamnan's account, written long after the fact, written with the clear purpose of celebrating and promoting St. Columba. Despite the serious questions about historical accuracy and reliability, despite the obvious reasons to doubt the literal truth of the account, it became embedded deeply in the folklore and tradition of the region. People around Loch Ness knew the story of St. Columba and the beast. Local tradition held that the creature was real, that the encounter had occurred, that there was something in the loch that demanded respect and caution. Mothers would tell the story to their children to keep them away from the water. The story would be told and retold, elaborated and modified, but the core remained the same. There was a dangerous creature in the loch. A great saint had confronted it. The story gave the creature a name and a history within Christian tradition, transforming it from a purely pagan water spirit into something that even the Christian church had documented and confronted. The account legitimized the creature within a Christian framework, suggesting that the creature was not merely a superstition of pagan peoples, but something real enough to warrant the attention of a major Christian saint. This aspect of the legend proved enormously important, as it gave the monster a kind of historical legitimacy that it might not otherwise have possessed. It suggested that the creature was not merely folklore or superstition, but something that had actually happened, something that had been important enough for a major religious figure to address. When the modern legend erupted in the 20th century, people would point back to this ancient account as evidence that the creature had always been there, that sightings had been reported for over 1,000 years. The Columba account provided historical depth and credibility to claims that would otherwise have been viewed as purely modern inventions. In the centuries following St. Columba's time, the Loch Ness monster legend did not disappear, but neither did it dominate public consciousness or break through into the wider world. The creature remained a part of local tradition, a story that people in the Highlands knew and told, passed down through families and communities, but not something that had captured wider attention or broken through into the broader world of written literature or academic study. The legend lived in the oral tradition, in the conversations of villagers and local people, in stories told on dark winter nights around fires, in the collective memory of communities that lived along the loch. It was the kind of thing that everyone in the village would know about, that mothers would mention to warn their children away from the water, that would be whispered about when something unusual happened. In 1916, a local gamekeeper reported seeing something enormous surfacing near his boat on the loch. This was a man whose livelihood depended on his knowledge of the loch and its wildlife, someone who worked outdoors regularly and would have intimate familiarity with the creatures that actually lived in these waters. A gamekeeper was responsible for managing the wildlife on a property, protecting game animals, preventing poaching, maintaining the ecological balance. He would have spent countless hours on or near the loch, observing it in all seasons and all weather conditions. He described what he saw as a large, powerful creature, though the account lacks the specific details that later sightings would provide. He did not elaborate extensively on what he witnessed, did not provide measurements or descriptions of features. He simply reported that he had seen something that seemed genuinely unusual. The gamekeeper's observation is significant because it came from a credible witness, a person who worked near the loch regularly and would have been familiar with the normal fauna of the water, with the fish and waterfowl and other animals that inhabited the loch. He would have known what large salmon looked like, what an eel might resemble, what seals or otters looked like when they moved through the water. If anyone could distinguish between something ordinary and something genuinely unusual, it would have been him. In the years following the gamekeeper's sighting, there were other accounts. Other reports from local people. In 1933, the manager of the Drumnadrochit Hotel, a woman named Oldie Mackay, reported seeing what she described as resembling a whale, though she acknowledged the oddness of finding such a creature in a Scottish freshwater loch. Again, this came from a person in a position of authority and knowledge, someone who ran a hotel and would have been aware of local gossip and stories, and would have had regular opportunities to observe the water. These pre-20th century sightings suggest that belief in the creature existed among local residents long before the media frenzy began. The legend was alive in the community, passed down in oral tradition, reinforced by occasional reports from credible witnesses. It was not a dead legend, not a historical curiosity, but something that local people actually believed in and talked about. What made the modern legend different was not the existence of the creature or the stories about it, but rather the infrastructure and media that would suddenly bring the legend to global attention. In the early part of the 20th century, the road along the northern shore of Loch Ness was improved and widened, making it easier for visitors to travel the length of the loch and providing unobstructed views of the water from passing vehicles. Before this improvement, the loch would have been less accessible, less visible to travelers passing through the region. Anyone wanting to visit the loch would have had to make a deliberate journey, traveling on difficult roads or on foot or by water. The journey would have been more difficult and time-consuming, discouraging casual visitors. The improved road changed everything. Now a person could drive along the loch's shore, see the water clearly from their vehicle, stop at viewpoints and hotels. Visitor numbers began to increase significantly as Scotland became more accessible to tourists from the south, as transportation improved and travel became easier and less expensive. The development of automobile travel meant that people who would never have visited the Highlands before could now make weekend trips from Edinburgh or Glasgow. Tourism became feasible on a scale that had never been possible before. More people travelling close to the water meant more potential witnesses to any unusual activity. More people meant more eyes watching the loch, more opportunities for sightings to occur, more people to report what they saw or thought they saw. The modern legend was not born from nothing, from pure fabrication or imagination sprung from nowhere. It grew from seeds that had been planted in the soil of Scottish culture for over 1,000 years, seeds that had been watered by countless generations of stories and beliefs and occasional sightings. The ground was already prepared. People already believed that something lived in the loch. They already had stories to tell. They already had a framework of folklore and tradition to interpret unusual events. When something unusual finally occurred in 1933, when someone reported seeing something strange in the water, the community was ready to believe, ready to embrace the sighting as confirmation of what they had always suspected. The legend had deep roots. It was not a new invention. It was an ancient story that was about to be reborn. What changed in the 20th century was not the creature, but the attention paid to it, the machinery of media and publicity that would transform a local mystery into an international phenomenon that would captivate the imagination of the world and inspire decades of investigation and speculation. In the centuries between St. Columba's time and the 20th century, the legend did not vanish, though it also did not break through into wider consciousness. The story of the creature remained alive in the oral traditions of people living in the region, passed down through families, told around fires on winter nights when the darkness seemed absolute and the wind howled across the highlands. It was the kind of thing that grandmothers would whisper to their grandchildren to keep them away from dangerous water, that locals would mention when a fishing boat capsized or someone disappeared near the loch, that would surface in conversation when unusual ripples appeared on the water or when strange sounds echoed across the dark surface. People believed it existed. They carried the stories with them, the way they carried their other traditions and superstitions, the way they carried their understanding of the landscape and the dangers it posed. But the legend remained local. It did not appear in major newspapers. It did not capture the attention of scientists or scholars. It was not discussed in London or Edinburgh or Glasgow. It lived in the Highlands, among the people who lived there, a quiet undercurrent of belief that had been flowing through the region for over 1,000 years. As the 19th century turned toward the 20th, the Highlands began to change slowly. Better roads were being built. The railway expanded into remote regions. Tourism was beginning to develop, though it remained limited. More outsiders began to visit Scotland, drawn by the romance of the Highlands and the appeal of the landscape. But even with these changes, the loch remained relatively inaccessible. To reach it still required effort and deliberate intention. Travellers had to seek it out. They had to want to go there. The infrastructure was improving, but not rapidly enough to fundamentally transform access to the more remote regions. The few visitors who came would hear the stories from locals if they were interested, if they asked the right questions. Most likely did not. They came for the scenery, for the fresh air, for the experience of wilderness. They were not looking for monsters. Those who did hear the stories probably dismissed them as folklore, as superstition, as the kind of thing that ignorant country people believed, dismissed as the superstitions of people living in isolation and darkness. In 1916, during the First World War, when much of the world's attention was focused elsewhere, when young men were fighting in the trenches of France and the newspapers were filled with accounts of battles and casualties, a local gamekeeper working near the loch reported seeing something extraordinary in the water near his boat. The account, as recorded, was brief and lacking in elaborate detail. He simply reported seeing a large creature emerge from or move through the water in a way that seemed unusual to him, something that did not match his experience of the normal wildlife of the loch. As a man who spent his livelihood working in and around the loch, as someone with intimate knowledge of the fish, otters, seals, and other animals that actually lived in the water, he would have been in a position to know what was normal and what was extraordinary. A gamekeeper's knowledge of the landscape and its wildlife would have been detailed and personal, built up through years of observation and experience. He would have understood the ecology of the loch in ways that an outsider could not. He would have known the behaviors of various animals, how they moved through the water, what sounds they made, what patterns of activity to expect. His sighting added credibility to the old stories. It suggested that maybe there was something to them after all, something that even informed observers could not easily explain away as misidentification or superstition. But the 1916 sighting did not spark widespread interest. It remained a local matter. People in the village knew about it. It was discussed among people who worked on or near the loch. Word spread among the people living around the loch, reinforcing the local belief in the creature. But it did not reach beyond that circle. The newspapers did not pick it up. London journalists did not descend on the Highlands to investigate. The sighting simply existed as one more story added to the accumulating weight of evidence that local people carried with them. One more data point in their ongoing understanding of the loch and its mysteries. Other sightings occurred in these early years of the 20th century. In 1933, before the explosion of media attention that would occur later that summer, the manager of the Drumnadrochit Hotel, a woman named Aldie Mackay, reported seeing what she described as resembling a whale in the loch. Again, this came from someone in a position of authority and knowledge, someone who ran a hotel and would have been aware of local gossip and who had regular opportunities to observe the water from her workplace. The hotel sat near the shore. She would have looked out at the loch many times throughout her days, watching the water change with the seasons and the hours of daylight. She would have known what normal activity looked like. She would have developed an intuitive understanding of how the water should appear. When she saw something that seemed unusual to her, something that reminded her of a whale, it was noteworthy enough to mention, noteworthy enough to remember. These early 20th century sightings by credible witnesses created a subtle foundation of belief. They were not sensational. They did not capture headlines, but they existed. They were real reports from real people who had no obvious reason to lie. They suggested that the old legend might have some basis in observation rather than pure imagination. that the stories might be grounded in something real rather than merely the product of superstition and fear. The legend was alive in the community, simmering quietly, waiting like a coal that had not yet caught fire. It had deep roots in the Scottish soil, fed by centuries of folklore and belief. It had been reinforced by occasional credible sightings. It had survived the transition from pagan times to Christian times, from feudal Scotland to modern Scotland, from oral tradition to written record. It had proved itself resilient and adaptable. All it needed was a catalyst, a moment that would suddenly bring it to the attention of the wider world. All it needed was the right combination of circumstances that would transform it from a local mystery into an international obsession. The ingredients for this transformation were about to be put in place. In the early years of the 1930s, the landscape around Loch Ness was changing physically in ways that would prove crucial to the legend's explosion. A road ran along the northern shore of the loch, but it was not particularly good by modern standards. It was rough and not consistently maintained. It was narrow in places and difficult to navigate. It had been constructed to allow access to the region, but it had not been designed with the goal of providing viewpoints or tourism amenities. More importantly, it did not provide good views of the water. Trees blocked the sightlines. The road curved away from the shore frequently. The vegetation was thick and close to the road in many places. A person driving along it might not see very much of the loch at all. It was possible to traverse the entire length of the road without witnessing the water clearly, without having an unobstructed view that would allow any meaningful observation of the surface. The road had been functional but not visually accessible. This was about to change fundamentally. In the early 1930s, the road was being improved and widened as part of a larger effort to develop transportation infrastructure throughout Scotland. The improvement included not only making the road itself wider and more traversable, but also clearing vegetation that blocked views, creating better sightlines to the water, widening the shoulders to allow for stopping and viewing. The work was substantial and necessary. The road needed to handle more traffic as Scotland developed economically. The visibility improvements were incidental to the primary purpose, but they were significant. The work was completed in 1933. When it was finished, something remarkable happened. For the first time in history, people driving along the northern shore of the loch had clear, unobstructed views of the water. They could stop their cars and look across the loch. They could observe the surface easily without obstacles in the way. They could see variations in the water, ripples and waves and unusual movements. The improved visibility fundamentally changed the loch's relationship to the world beyond it. The improved road coincided with another development of enormous significance. The Scottish Highlands were becoming more accessible and more popular as a tourist destination. The automobile was becoming more common among ordinary people. It was no longer a luxury item available only to the wealthy. Families could now take weekend drives into the countryside. What would have required a significant expedition a decade earlier, what would have meant hiring transportation and spending multiple days, could now be accomplished as a weekend jaunt from Edinburgh or Glasgow. A person could drive to Loch Ness in a day, stop, look around, and drive home. Tourism to the Highlands began to increase substantially. More people were driving past Loch Ness. More people were stopping to look at it. More people were looking at the water than ever before in history. The combination of improved infrastructure, accessible automobiles, and increased leisure time created a perfect storm of visibility. This combination of factors was critical in ways that cannot be overstated. The legend had always been there. People had always lived near the loch and believed in the creature. The stories had deep roots. But now, suddenly, hundreds and then thousands of people per year were driving past the loch and looking at it. Hundreds and thousands of eyes were watching the water. The probability that someone would see something unusual, or think they saw something unusual, was suddenly much higher. Probability works both ways. If a creature lived in the loch, the increased number of observers meant it was more likely to be seen. If no creature lived in the loch, The increased number of observers meant it was more likely that someone would see something they misidentified as unusual, something they interpreted through the lens of the legend they had heard. The improved visibility of the loch combined with increased tourism created the conditions for the legend to explode in ways that had previously been impossible. Whether the creature was real or not, whether it actually lived in the loch or existed only in the collective imagination of Scottish tradition, the stage had been set. The machinery of modern life, the improved roads and automobiles, and the tourism they enabled, had created the perfect conditions for a legend to ignite and spread globally. On a day in April of 1933, a couple named George and Annie Spicer were driving along the newly improved road near Loch Ness. They were travelling in their motorcar on what was probably a routine drive. Nothing remarkable planned, nothing particularly unusual anticipated. The day was clear enough to see across the water. The road was good. The driving was easy. It was the kind of drive that thousands of people were beginning to take. Tourists and locals alike taking advantage of the improved road to see the highlands. As they drove, something appeared in front of them. A large creature, moving across the road toward the water. The Spicers watched in astonishment as the thing crossed their path. It was enormous, they later reported. It had what they described as a hump or humps on its back, a rounded shape that protruded from its body. It had a long neck or body, something that extended from the main body of the creature. It resembled, to them, something like a dragon or a prehistoric animal, something that seemed to belong to an earlier age, something that should not exist in the modern world. It moved with surprising speed despite its size, hurrying across the road and disappearing into the water with a splash or a submersion. The entire encounter lasted only a brief moment. It was over almost before they could fully register what they were seeing, but it was long enough to provide an image, long enough to create a memory that would stay with them for the rest of their lives, long enough to give them something to report and something to think about. The Spicers were not village eccentrics or attention seekers. They were respectable people travelling on a public road in broad daylight, engaged in ordinary activity. They had nothing obvious to gain by reporting what they had seen. They could have simply driven on and never mentioned it, could have kept the experience to themselves as a strange anomaly, discussed it only with family and close friends, but they felt compelled to share what they had witnessed. They discussed it with others. They reported it. Word spread among local people. The account travelled through the informal networks of gossip and conversation that connect communities. Eventually, the story reached the Inverness Courier, a regional newspaper serving the Highlands. The Courier was the kind of paper that documented local events and stories. It was read by people throughout the region. It was a respectable publication. The Courier published an account of the Spicer sighting in its pages. It was not given enormous prominence. It was not the lead story. It was not highlighted and sensationalized, but it was published. It was recorded in the newspaper. It was made official in a way that oral tradition alone could never achieve. Once something appeared in a newspaper, it had a different status. It became documented. It became part of the official record. It could be referenced and cited. It could be repeated and elaborated in ways that oral tradition could not support. It had the authority of print behind it. The publication of the Spicer sighting in August 1933 marked a turning point in the history of the legend. Suddenly, a local mystery had been documented in print in a regional publication. What had been whispered about in villages became something that could be read in a newspaper. The story reached beyond the immediate region. London newspapers caught wind of the account. Journalists from the south, always hungry for interesting stories and unusual events, sent reporters to Scotland to investigate. They saw in the Spicer account the possibility of a genuine mystery, something that could sell papers, something that could capture the public imagination. The reporters arrived at Loch Ness expecting to find a simple story, probably a hoax or a misidentification that could be quickly explained and debunked. Instead, they found a community of people who genuinely believed in the creature, who had stories to tell, who had their own sightings to report. They found local people willing to testify about what they had seen or heard. More importantly, They found a landscape that seemed to match the descriptions in the old folklore, a dark and mysterious body of water that could plausibly contain unknown creatures. The landscape itself seemed to support the legend. The water was dark and deep. The loch was vast. It was easy to imagine that something unknown could hide in those depths. The reporters began to file stories. The stories appeared in London newspapers. The London newspapers had much wider circulation than the regional papers of Scotland. Suddenly, people throughout Britain were reading about the Loch Ness monster. They were learning about the creature, seeing illustrations of what it might look like based on eyewitness descriptions, seeing maps showing the location of the loch, reading interviews with local witnesses. The legend was escaping the Highlands. It was entering the national consciousness. It was becoming a matter of public interest and discussion. What had been a regional mystery was becoming a national phenomenon. Newspapers competed with each other to provide the most interesting accounts and the most compelling theories. The mystery was being promoted, sensationalized, and elaborated, and it was only going to grow from there. The machinery of mass media, newly powerful in the 20th century, was beginning to work on the legend. Once the media became involved, the dynamic changed fundamentally. Through the summer and fall of 1933, reports of sightings began to accumulate at an accelerating pace. It was as if everyone who had ever believed in the creature was now suddenly willing to come forward and report what they had seen or heard. Or perhaps the publicity inspired new sightings, new observations that might not have been made or reported without the context provided by the media coverage. People were looking at the loch with fresh eyes, primed to see something unusual, expecting to see something unusual. The power of suggestion is strong and well documented in psychology and human perception. When people are told to look for something, when they expect to see something, they often find what they are looking for, whether it is actually there or not. It is a psychological principle that operates constantly beneath our awareness. We see what we expect to see. We interpret ambiguous shapes and patterns in ways that confirm what we believe. We fill in gaps in our perception with what we anticipate finding. A log floating in the water becomes a hump on the back of a creature. A ripple becomes a moving creature displacing water. A wave becomes a distinctive shape suggesting a head or a neck. A normal piece of debris becomes evidence of the extraordinary. The newspaper publicity created an expectation. It created an image in people's minds of what the monster should look like based on descriptions and illustrations. It created an expectation about what people should see when they looked at the loch, what they should be looking for, what would constitute unusual activity. It created a reward system that encouraged people to look for the creature, to interpret what they saw in terms of the legend, to connect ordinary observations to the extraordinary narrative that had been created. And suddenly, there were sightings everywhere. Reports began to pour in from all over the loch, from people who had seen something unusual, or thought they had, or had heard stories from others. The sightings came from different locations, different times of day, different weather conditions. Not all of them were serious reports. Some people were joking, telling stories for entertainment. Some people were deliberately hoaxing, creating false evidence to fool the investigators and the media, seeking attention or fame or revenge. The publicity had attracted attention, and with attention came opportunity. People who might have otherwise remained quiet suddenly saw a chance to be part of something remarkable, something that might bring them into contact with newspaper reporters and public attention. The incentive structure had changed. Being associated with a sighting could bring fame. It could bring the attention of the press. It could make you part of history, part of a mystery that was captivating the world's attention. The legend was growing at an exponential rate. The creature was becoming more real with each passing week, more established in public consciousness, more frequently discussed. More newspapers were running stories. More journalists were investigating. More tourists were traveling to Loch Ness, hoping to glimpse the creature themselves, hoping to be the one who captured the definitive photograph or the conclusive sighting. The mystery had captured the public imagination in a way that few things do. It was exciting. It was unusual. It promised the possibility of discovering something genuinely new, genuinely unknown. This sense of possibility is powerful. It drives investigation and speculation. It makes people willing to invest time and money and effort in pursuing the truth. It creates a kind of collective belief that something important might be discovered, that the effort is worthwhile. Throughout 1933, as the summer turned to fall and fall turned to winter, the legend continued to grow with remarkable speed. The media coverage continued. New sightings continued to be reported almost daily. The mystery deepened rather than being resolved. The more people looked for the creature, the more sightings were reported. The more sightings were reported, the more people became convinced that something was there. It was a positive feedback loop, a self-reinforcing cycle. No one had captured the creature. No one had produced definitive proof. But the evidence continued to accumulate. The legend was establishing itself as a legitimate matter of public interest. It was becoming embedded in the public consciousness. It was becoming a fixture of the cultural conversation. People all over Britain were talking about the Loch Ness monster. They were discussing theories about what it might be. They were speculating about whether it was real or a misidentification or a hoax. The local mystery had become a national obsession. The transformation had happened remarkably quickly, driven by the combination of the improved road, increased tourism, media coverage, and human psychology. In April of 1934, what many people believed was the smoking gun emerged. A photograph appeared in the pages of the Daily Mail, apparently showing the creature itself. The image was striking. It showed what appeared to be a long neck rising out of the water, elegant and sinuous. A small head at the end of the neck, the characteristic hump of the creature just visible in the background. The photograph seemed to prove that the creature was real. It was not a hoax. It was not a misidentification. Here was visual proof. Here was evidence that could not be denied. The photograph was obtained by a man named Robert Kenneth Wilson, a physician from London. Wilson was a respectable figure, a man with a professional reputation to maintain. A doctor would not risk his reputation by perpetrating a hoax. He had nothing obvious to gain by lying about the photograph. He simply claimed to have captured the creature on film, to have been at the right place at the right time, to have had his camera ready when the creature surfaced. The photograph was published in the Daily Mail, a major London newspaper, and it electrified the public. This was the evidence that believers had been waiting for. This was proof. The creature was real. There could be no doubt about it. The existence of the creature was no longer a matter of speculation or debate. It was documented. It was real. The photograph circulated widely, appearing in publications around the world, being reproduced in newspapers and magazines, being discussed in living rooms and pubs and workplaces. It became the iconic image of the Loch Ness monster, the image that people thought of when they heard about the creature. When people imagined what the creature looked like, they imagined the long neck and small head from the photograph. The visual image had more power than any description could have had. The photograph seemed to resolve the mystery. It seemed to establish conclusively that something genuinely unusual lived in the loch. The creature was no longer merely a legend or folklore or misidentification. It was documented fact. There was a picture of it. You could see it with your own eyes. The investigation continued with renewed vigor and enthusiasm. If one photograph existed, perhaps more could be obtained. If the creature could be photographed, perhaps it could be captured. Perhaps it could be proven to science. Perhaps the mystery could be solved. The photograph of 1934 energized the search for evidence. It gave investigators hope that they were pursuing something real. It gave the public confidence that the mystery would eventually be solved, that the creature would be discovered, that the truth would be revealed. The photograph seemed to shift the burden of proof. It was no longer necessary to convince skeptics that something existed. The photograph had already done that. Now the only question was what exactly the creature was and how it had come to live in a Scottish loch. What no one knew at the time was that the photograph was a deliberate hoax. It would take decades before the truth emerged. In 1994, nearly 60 years after the photograph appeared, the hoax was finally revealed. The creature in the photograph was not real. It was a toy submarine with a carved wooden head and neck attached to it, a model built carefully with the intention of deceiving. The hoax had been created by a man named Christian Sperling, who had built the model for his father-in-law, Marmaduke Wetherell. Wetherell was a big game hunter who had become involved in the search for the Loch Ness monster. He was someone with experience in hunting and tracking, someone who had pursued large game animals in remote places. He seemed like someone who might have the skills and knowledge to locate an unknown creature. But Wetherell had experienced a profound humiliation. The Daily Mail had commissioned him to find the monster. They had hired him specifically because of his expertise and experience. He had reported discovering large footprints supposedly belonging to the monster. He had claimed to have found physical evidence of the creature, tangible proof that could be examined and verified. But the footprints had been revealed as a hoax, a fabrication. Worse, the hoax had been publicly mocked by the Daily Mail. The newspaper that had hired him had turned on him and ridiculed him for the false discovery. He had become the subject of public mockery and shame. His reputation had been damaged. His credibility had been destroyed. The experience had been deeply humiliating. Wetherell wanted revenge against the newspaper that had humiliated him publicly. He wanted to restore his status and his reputation. Wetherell was seeking revenge against the Daily Mail for this public humiliation. He wanted to fool them. He wanted to create evidence that was convincing enough to be published, but that would ultimately be revealed as false, making the newspaper look foolish for having been deceived. He wanted his revenge, so he created the submarine model with its fake monster head. The model was built carefully, constructed with attention to detail, designed to look convincing in a photograph. It was then photographed in the loch, the image captured in a way that would seem authentic and genuine. The photograph was then sold to the Daily Mail. The newspaper published it without adequately verifying its authenticity. They did not examine the photograph critically. They did not test whether the image was genuine. They simply published it. They wanted the story. The hoax was brilliant in its simplicity. It had fooled the public. It had fooled investigators. It had fooled the scientific community. For nearly 60 years, one of the most famous pieces of evidence for the Loch Ness monster was a deliberate fabrication. The photograph had defined how people imagined the creature. It had shaped the entire search for decades. It had influenced what people expected to see when they looked at the loch. It had become the benchmark against which all other evidence was measured. When the truth emerged in 1994, nearly 60 years later, it was shocking to many people who had believed in the legend. They had believed the photograph was genuine. They had believed it was evidence of the creature's existence. They had built their belief partly on the foundation of that photograph. To discover that it was a hoax was disturbing and disorienting. It raised serious questions about all the other evidence that had accumulated over the decades. If this famous photograph was false, what about the other sightings? What about the other photographs and reports? Could they be trusted? Had the entire legend been built on fraudulent evidence? Had people been fooled for over half a century? The revelation was uncomfortable. It suggested that humans were easily deceived, that we saw what we wanted to see, that we could be manipulated by images and narratives. But by then, the legend had already taken on a life of its own. The revelation of the hoax did not kill the legend. The legend continued despite the exposure of fraud. The creature remained in the public imagination. The mystery remained unsolved. People continued to search for evidence. The hoax had been revealed, but the mystery had proved to be more resilient than the false evidence. The legend survived the revelation of fraud because it had become part of the culture, part of the folklore, part of how people understood the loch in Scotland, and mystery itself. The legend was bigger than any single piece of evidence. It had roots that went back centuries. It could not be killed by exposure of one hoax. The legend was resilient, as it turned out, far more durable than any single piece of fraudulent evidence. The revelation of the 1994 hoax was shocking to many people who had believed in the photograph for nearly 6 decades, but it did not destroy what had been built over decades of investigation and belief. The creature remained in people's minds even after the revelation. The mystery persisted stubbornly despite the exposure of fraudulent evidence. The search continued even after it became clear that one of the most famous pieces of evidence was false. The scandal of the fake photograph had exposed a truth about human nature and belief, about how easily humans can be deceived by images and narratives that align with what they expect and want to believe. But the exposure of the hoax had not extinguished the fascination with the loch, or the desire to believe that something unknown lived in its depths. The legend was bigger than any single piece of evidence. It could absorb the revelation of fraud and continue to exist in the cultural imagination. The years following World War II were a time of recovery and reconstruction for Britain. The war had consumed the nation's attention and resources for nearly 6 years. The infrastructure of daily life had been disrupted. Many people had lost loved ones. Entire cities had been damaged by bombing. The nation's resources had been devoted entirely to the military effort. Economic life had been severely constrained. Food had been rationed. Fuel had been scarce. The country was weary and rebuilding itself, brick by brick and life by life, struggling to recover from the enormous toll that the conflict had taken on the physical and emotional landscape of the nation. Attention that had been focused on the monster during the 1930s and early 1940s had shifted elsewhere entirely during the war years. The loch itself had been less visited. The roads had been less travelled. Tourism had essentially ceased as people struggled with rationing and the demands of war. The machinery of publicity and investigation that had surrounded the creature had largely ground to a halt as the nation focused on survival and winning the war. No one was thinking about Loch Ness. No one was reporting sightings. No one was investigating mysteries. The entire cultural infrastructure that had supported the legend had effectively been suspended. But as the immediate post-war years passed, as the 1950s emerged and life began to return to something approaching normalcy, the legend did not die. The rationing that had constrained everyday life began to ease. The rebuilding of the nation progressed. Economic activity gradually resumed. Life became more livable. People who had heard about the monster before the war, who remembered the sensation of the 1930s, began to travel to the loch again. New people, those who had grown up during the war years and had not heard the stories of the 1930s, began to encounter the legend for the first time, hearing about it from locals or from older generations who had lived through the phenomenon. The improved road that had been so crucial to the explosion of sightings in 1933 was still there, having survived the war years largely intact. The infrastructure for tourism and observation remained intact. As Scotland recovered economically and tourism gradually resumed, the loch once again became a destination for visitors seeking scenery and mystery. Sightings continued to be reported throughout the late 1940s and the 1950s. They came in smaller numbers than they had in the peak years of 1933 and 1933 and 1934, when the creature had been the subject of intense media focus. But they never stopped coming. A fisherman working the loch would report seeing something unusual moving through the water. A tourist family, having heard about the legend before arriving, would claim to have observed the creature from the shore, describing a dark shape or unusual ripple. A local resident who had lived on the loch their entire life would mention something they had heard or seen, adding another account to the accumulating body of testimony. The accumulated weight of these reports kept the legend alive even during the quieter post-war years, preventing it from being completely forgotten, ensuring that the mystery remained part of the cultural consciousness of the region, even when it was not dominating the headlines. The investigation of the creature became more organized and systematic after the war, as people with serious interests began to approach the question more methodically. Instead of simply waiting for sightings to be reported by chance, waiting for dramatic moments to capture public attention, Researchers began to actively and deliberately search for evidence. They positioned observers at various points around the loch to maintain constant watch over the water. They began to keep careful records of sightings, documenting dates, times, locations, and weather conditions. They interviewed witnesses in detail, asking probing questions to understand exactly what they had seen and whether it could be explained by known phenomena. They documented their accounts, creating a growing archive of reported sightings. They tried to develop a coherent picture of what the creature might be, where it might live in the loch, what its behavior patterns might be, and what times of day or weather conditions seemed associated with sightings. The amateur investigation gradually became more serious and methodical in its approach. What had been driven largely by media sensation and public curiosity was beginning to take on the characteristics of actual scientific research. People were starting to ask the hard questions. If the creature was real, how big was it? What was its life history? How did it feed itself in the loch? How did it reproduce? What kind of animal was it? Could it be a living fossil, a prehistoric creature that had somehow survived in isolation in the loch? Could it be an unknown species of fish or aquatic mammal? These questions move beyond mere curiosity into actual scientific inquiry, suggesting that serious investigation might be worthwhile. By the late 1950s, the legend had settled into a kind of equilibrium, a stable and sustainable state after the wild fluctuations and intense media activity of the 1930s. It was no longer the dominant media sensation it had been in the 1930s, when the front pages of newspapers had been filled with accounts of sightings and theories about the creature. But it had also not faded away entirely into obscurity and forgotten folklore. It had become embedded in Scottish culture in a way that was more subtle but also more permanent. It was part of how the Highlands were understood and described by outsiders. It was part of the folklore that locals told visitors who arrived at the loch with curiosity in their eyes. It was part of the identity of the region, part of what made Loch Ness distinctive and interesting and worth travelling to see. The creature had become so thoroughly integrated into Scottish consciousness and into the broader cultural imagination that it was difficult to imagine the loch without it, difficult to imagine Loch Ness without the persistent possibility of a mysterious creature living in its depths. The legend had transformed from a temporary media phenomenon into something more permanent and culturally rooted, something that was part of the region's identity and heritage regardless of whether the creature actually existed or was purely a product of folklore and imagination. In 1962, a significant development occurred that would reinvigorate interest in the legend and give it new direction and focus. A group of people who shared a serious interest in investigating the creature and determining whether it actually existed decided to form an organization dedicated to this purpose. The Loch Ness Investigation Bureau was established, representing a formalization of what had been an informal and uncoordinated effort. It was not just a casual club of enthusiasts interested in monster hunting as a weekend hobby. It was intended to be a serious research organization that would approach the question of the creature's existence with rigorous methodology and scientific standards. The Bureau was led by people who had genuine credentials and expertise, people who approached the mystery with seriousness and intellectual honesty rather than sensationalism or speculation. The Bureau would organize systematic investigations using defined protocols. It would coordinate observation efforts across multiple locations on the loch. It would collect and analyze data systematically. It would attempt to determine once and for all whether the Loch Ness monster was a real creature or a product of misidentification and folklore. The formation of the Investigation Bureau marked a significant shift in how the legend was being pursued and investigated. Prior to this formal establishment, investigation had been largely haphazard and disorganized. Various individuals or groups would conduct their own searches or make their own observations, sometimes cooperating, but often working in isolation. There was no coordination between different investigation efforts, no comprehensive overall strategy, no unified approach that would allow information to be shared and built upon. Each investigator might duplicate work that others had already done. Different investigators might reach conflicting conclusions based on the same evidence because they were analyzing it independently. The Bureau changed this fundamental dynamic. It provided organizational structure that allowed coordination and information sharing. It provided legitimacy and credibility that individual researchers lacked. It attracted people with serious scientific interests and expertise who might have been reluctant to become involved in what had previously seemed like an unorganized amateur pursuit. It gave the investigation of the creature a more official and authoritative character that commanded respect. When a research organization like the Loch Ness Investigation Bureau was formed, it suggested to the broader public and to the scientific community that there was something worth investigating, something that deserved serious attention, something that could potentially yield genuine discoveries rather than just entertaining stories. The Bureau maintained observation posts around the loch at multiple strategic locations, carefully chosen for their vantage points and visibility. Teams of volunteers and researchers would position themselves at various vantage points where they could watch the water for extended periods, taking shifts that allowed for near-continuous observation covering the loch 24 hours a day. They developed systematic techniques for recording sightings and observations, using standardized forms and protocols that ensured all data was captured in a consistent manner that could be compared and analyzed. They created detailed databases of reports that could be analyzed for patterns and correlations, looking for the kind of structured information that scientific analysis requires. They attempted to correlate sightings with weather conditions, time of day, season of year, water temperature, atmospheric pressure, and other variables that might provide insight into the creature's behavior and movement patterns. Were there seasonal patterns suggesting that the creature might be more visible at certain times? The work was methodical and largely unglamorous, lacking the drama and excitement that sensational newspaper accounts of the monster hunt often suggested to the public. Much of it consisted of long hours of observation, during which nothing unusual would be seen, nothing worth reporting, nothing that would contribute to solving the mystery. Day after day, observers would position themselves at their posts and watch the water, maintaining vigilant attention even as nothing happened, even as the hours passed with only the normal activity of wind and water and wildlife. It was patient work, the kind of work that scientific investigation often requires, work that demands persistence and discipline in the face of apparent failure or lack of progress. It was the kind of work that separates serious research from amateur enthusiasm, the willingness to invest time and effort without guaranteed results, the commitment to methodical investigation even when immediate rewards are not forthcoming. The Bureau also worked extensively to evaluate reports that came to them from members of the public, recognizing that not all reports were equally reliable. Not every claimed sighting could be verified or was credible enough to include in the investigation. Some reports were clearly misidentifications of known animals or natural phenomena, observers mistaking waves, logs, or wildlife for the creature. Some were hoaxes or deliberate fabrications intended to fool investigators or gain attention for the perpetrator. The Bureau attempted to distinguish between credible reports worthy of serious consideration and unreliable ones that should be discarded or marginalized in the analysis. They interviewed witnesses in meticulous detail, asking probing questions about what they had seen and under what conditions. They checked details carefully against weather records and other documentation. They tried to understand what people had actually seen and whether it could be explained by known animals, fishing equipment, logs, waves, or other natural phenomena. This critical evaluation was essential to maintaining the integrity of the investigation. The formation of the Investigation Bureau also represented a critical moment when the legend began to gain more serious scientific consideration from the broader scientific community. Scientists who had previously dismissed the creature as folklore or misidentification, who had regarded the entire matter with skepticism and even ridicule, began to take the possibility more seriously. If there was a research organization dedicated to investigating the creature, If credible people with scientific training were willing to spend time and effort on the search, perhaps there was something worth investigating after all. Perhaps the legend was not entirely baseless. The Bureau lent legitimacy to the entire investigation. It suggested that the question of the creature's existence was not simply a matter of folklore or superstition or popular imagination, but a genuine scientific question that deserved serious attention and rigorous methodology. Throughout the 1960s, the Investigation Bureau became the hub of organized research efforts around the creature, serving as the central clearinghouse for information and investigation strategy. The Bureau would become known for its systematic approaches to investigation, its careful documentation of sightings, and its genuine and sustained attempt to bring scientific rigor to a subject that had long been dominated by sensation and speculation and casual reporting. The Bureau represented a kind of bridge between the wild enthusiasms and sensationalism of the 1930s and a more measured, careful, and methodical approach to understanding the mystery. It transformed what had been a matter of popular curiosity and entertainment into something approaching a legitimate scientific inquiry, conferring upon the investigation a credibility and seriousness that it had previously lacked. In 1960, a significant piece of evidence emerged that would become one of the most important pieces of visual documentation in the entire history of the Loch Ness Monster legend. A man named Tim Dinsdale, a filmmaker and cameraman with professional experience, captured film footage of what appeared to be the creature. The film lasted only about a minute, but it showed a creature moving through the water of the loch, a dark hump or humps visible above the surface, what appeared to be a neck or appendage extending upward from the water. The creature's movement seemed powerful and deliberate, purposeful rather than random or passive. It was clearly a large animal of some kind, something substantial enough to displace water noticeably and create disturbance as it moved. The film was remarkable because it was motion picture footage rather than a still photograph. A still image captures only a single moment, showing only what the creature looked like at that particular instant. Movement conveyed information that still images could not possibly capture. Movement revealed how the creature swam, what pattern of propulsion it used, how it displaced water, how it directed itself through the loch. The creature in Dinsdale's film appeared to swim with a kind of undulating motion, rising and submerging in the water in a rhythmic pattern, displaying what looked like purposeful movement rather than the behavior of drifting logs or natural water phenomena that skeptics might invoke as alternative explanations. Dinsdale was a respectable and credible witness, a man with professional standing and no obvious reason to fabricate evidence, and nothing much to gain personally from producing the film. He had simply documented what he claimed to have observed. The film was analyzed by various experts and researchers who possessed different perspectives and different conclusions. Some believed it provided strong evidence that a genuine creature lived in the loch. The movement patterns seemed inconsistent with any known animal living in British waters. The size appeared substantial, large enough to be noteworthy. The film seemed to confirm that something large and unusual inhabited the water. Others were far more skeptical about what the film actually showed. They suggested that the film could be explained by various known phenomena and did not require an unknown creature to account for it. A large fish, they argued, could produce a similar humpbacked appearance when swimming at the surface. A floating log or piece of debris could be dragged through the water by currents and create ripples and disturbance. Some combination of water effects, camera angles, perspective tricks, and human expectation could produce an image similar to what appeared in the Dinsdale film without requiring any unknown creature. The Dinsdale film became one of the most significant pieces of evidence supporting the creature's existence for those who believed the monster was real. It was replayed and discussed for decades, generating intense debate about what it showed. It appeared in documentaries about the creature and in books attempting to explain the Loch Ness mystery. It was widely distributed through various media and became part of the visual vocabulary of the legend, part of how people imagined the creature might look and move. Like the surgeon's photograph of 1934, it seemed to provide visual proof of the creature's existence, evidence that could not be dismissed as mere folklore or imagination. Unlike the surgeon's photograph, which was eventually revealed in 1994 to be a deliberate hoax, the Dinsdale film has never been conclusively proven to be fabricated or an intentional deception. Skeptics have proposed various explanations for what the film shows, but none have been definitively proven, and Dinsdale has never confessed to hoaxing the footage or creating a deliberate fake. It remains one of the more intriguing pieces of evidence in the entire history of the legend, neither fully accepted by skeptics as proof of the creature's existence, nor definitively debunked as a hoax or misidentification. The film raised questions that remain difficult to answer even decades later. What exactly did Dinsdale film? Could it have been a known animal or combination of natural phenomena? Could it have been deliberate fabrication or an accidental trick of light and perspective? Or did it genuinely capture something unusual and unknown in the water? The 1960s saw the development of increasingly sophisticated technology that could be brought to bear on the investigation of the creature. Sonar equipment, which was being refined and improved rapidly during this period as naval and oceanographic applications drove technological advancement, offered the possibility of detecting large objects moving through the water without requiring direct visual observation of the surface. Sonar works by sending sound waves through water and measuring the echoes that return from objects in the water. Objects in the water would create distinctive echoes that could be recorded and analyzed, providing information about the size, location, and movement patterns of whatever created the echo. In theory, if a large creature lived in the loch, sonar equipment should be able to detect it even when the creature was submerged and invisible to observers on the surface. The technology offered a way to search for the creature that did not depend on direct visual observation or on the luck of being present at the moment when the creature might surface. Sonar could theoretically detect the creature, whether it was in the shallows or in the deepest parts of the loch, making it a potentially more comprehensive investigative tool than visual observation. Throughout the 1960s and into the 1970s, sonar equipment was deployed in various investigations of the loch, as researchers became convinced that technological approaches might succeed where visual observation had failed. Researchers would operate sonar equipment from boats positioned in different parts of the loch, carefully recording the data that was produced. They would scan the water systematically, looking for echoes that might indicate the presence of large objects or creatures. Some of these sonar investigations reported detecting unusual contacts, echoes that did not match the patterns expected from known fish or expected loch inhabitants. In some cases, sonar equipment seemed to detect large moving objects that did not correspond to known fish species or other expected inhabitants of the loch. The sonar contacts raised intriguing possibilities for investigators interested in the creature. If the sonar was functioning correctly and the analysis was accurate, these contacts might represent evidence of an unknown creature living in the loch, providing technological confirmation of what witnesses had been claiming for decades. One particularly notable sonar investigation occurred in the late 1960s when a team of researchers deployed sophisticated equipment and conducted an extended and comprehensive survey of the loch. The sonar appeared to detect multiple large objects moving through the water at various depths. The patterns of these objects seemed consistent with intelligent movement rather than random drifting or the behavior of dead or passive objects. Some of the contacts appeared to maintain consistent positions relative to the investigating boat, as if the objects detected by sonar were aware of the boat's presence and were moving in deliberate relation to it. These patterns sparked theories among researchers that the creatures might be actively avoiding detection, that they might be responsive to the presence of human observers in a way that suggested awareness and intelligence. If the creatures could detect the presence of boats and sonar equipment and were responding to them, that itself would be evidence of living, sentient animals rather than inanimate objects or natural phenomena. The sonar evidence seemed genuinely promising to believers in the creature's existence. It suggested that something was in the loch that sonar equipment could detect, something substantial enough to create distinctive echoes. It supported the hypothesis that a large creature or creatures were living in the water, creatures that could be tracked and located using technology rather than depending on chance visual sightings. To skeptics, however, the sonar evidence was far less convincing and far easier to dismiss. They pointed out that sonar equipment can produce artifacts and false readings, especially in waters with complex conditions and bottom topology. Temperature layers in the water, which create boundaries between water masses of different temperatures, can create false echoes that resemble large objects. Equipment malfunction or misinterpretation of readings could explain the detected contacts without requiring any unknown creature. What seemed like evidence of large creatures might actually be some combination of equipment error, natural water phenomena, and human interpretation shaped by expectation and belief. The uncertainty around what the sonar data actually showed could not be resolved definitively. The debate around the sonar evidence illustrated a fundamental and persistent problem in the investigation of the Loch Ness monster. Every piece of evidence could be interpreted in multiple ways depending on the perspective and assumptions of the interpreter. Evidence that believers saw as proof of the creature's existence could be explained away by skeptics as misidentification, error, or natural phenomena. Evidence that skeptics saw as inconclusive or easily explained could be seized upon by believers as support for their position. There was no single piece of evidence that was universally accepted as conclusive by both believers and skeptics. The uncertainty persisted stubbornly. The mystery remained fundamentally unresolved. In 1972, underwater photography technology was brought to bear on the investigation in earnest. Robert Rines, an American researcher and underwater explorer with significant experience in deepwater exploration and discovery, led an ambitious expedition to Loch Ness that employed underwater cameras and sonar equipment to explore the depths of the loch and search for physical evidence of the creature. The expedition was significant because it represented a fundamental shift in investigative strategy, an attempt to gather visual evidence from underwater rather than relying on observations of the water's surface limited to brief glimpses when the creature might surface. If a creature lived in the loch, as believers maintained, it would necessarily spend much of its time underwater, occupying the deep parts of the loch where it would be invisible to surface observers. Surface observations and photographs would only capture brief moments when the creature was at or near the surface, moments that might never occur if the creature preferred to remain in the depths. Underwater photography offered the tantalizing possibility of gathering direct visual evidence about what the creature actually looked like when completely submerged, evidence that would be less ambiguous than blurry surface observations. The Rines expedition was well-funded and comprehensive in its approach. The team deployed cameras and sonar equipment at various depths in the loch, systematically exploring underwater regions that had never been thoroughly examined. The equipment recorded numerous images and sonar contacts during the expedition. Among the images recorded were some that appeared to show unusual shapes and forms, shapes and structures that were difficult to explain by conventional means. Some researchers and analysts believed that certain images showed parts of an unknown creature, components of an animal that would be consistent with the descriptions of witnesses. One image appeared to show what might be a flipper or appendage of some kind, an anatomical structure that would be consistent with a large aquatic animal. Another seemed to show the outline of a large creature, a massive shape that occupied a significant volume of space. These underwater photographs generated considerable discussion and debate among researchers studying the Loch Ness mystery. Again, what some saw as evidence of the creature's existence, others interpreted as natural rock formations, equipment errors, film artifacts, or visual effects created by murky water conditions and poor underwater visibility. The ambiguity could not be resolved definitively. The underwater photography efforts continued periodically throughout the 1970s and beyond, with multiple expeditions attempting to obtain clearer and more definitive evidence. The images recorded by all these efforts remained stubbornly ambiguous and open to multiple interpretations. They never provided the kind of clear, incontrovertible visual evidence that would put the question of the creature's existence beyond reasonable doubt. Instead, they existed in a grey zone where believers saw them as supporting evidence for the creature's existence, and skeptics saw them as inconclusive, misleading, or easily explained by alternative means. The mystery deepened rather than being resolved. The more sophisticated the equipment became, and the more advanced the technology deployed, the more data that was gathered and analyzed, the more stubbornly the fundamental question seemed to resist a definitive answer. It was as if the mystery had its own internal logic that prevented resolution. By the mid-1970s, decades of investigation, spanning 4 decades, had produced accumulated evidence that neither conclusively proved nor conclusively disproved the creature's existence. There were credible witnesses who had reported seeing something unusual. There were films like the Dinsdale footage and photographs that seemed to show something in the water. There was sonar evidence suggesting the presence of large objects in the loch. Yet there was no animal carcass that had been recovered. No skeletal remains had ever been found. No genetic material that could definitively prove an unknown creature lived in the loch had ever been discovered. The absence of this kind of physical, tangible evidence was significant and troubling for believers. It suggested that perhaps no such creature existed at all, that the entire phenomenon was a product of misidentification and folklore and human imagination. Alternatively, if a creature did exist, it must be remarkably elusive and must have left no traces, no remains, no genetic markers that humans could find and document through their investigations. The absence of physical evidence could be explained either way. The investigation of the Loch Ness monster had evolved dramatically over the decades, from a matter of folklore and casual reporting in the 1930s to a systematic scientific effort involving sophisticated technology and professional researchers by the 1970s. The legend had persisted and even intensified as investigation became more organized and more rigorous. The mystery had proven to be remarkably and stubbornly resistant to resolution despite all the effort invested. Every new piece of evidence seemed to raise new questions rather than answer them. Every investigation seemed to deepen the enigma rather than resolve it. The creature had become embedded in the collective imagination and consciousness of both believers and skeptics alike. The mystery had become a kind of permanent fixture in British culture by the 1980s, no longer the sensation it had been in the 1930s, but never truly fading away either. The legend had endured through decades of investigation, hoaxes, false leads, and genuine puzzlement. By 1987, nearly 55 years after George Spicer had seen the creature cross the road in front of his car, the determination to resolve the mystery had not diminished. If anything, it had become more focused and more organized. That year marked the launch of Operation Deep Scan, an ambitious and extraordinarily well-funded effort to scan every part of Loch Ness using the latest sonar technology available. Operation Deep Scan was led by Adrian Shine, a Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, who had dedicated much of his career to investigating the creature and maintaining serious scientific standards in the investigation. Shine recognized that sonar technology had advanced significantly since the first underwater searches of the 1960s and 1970s. The equipment available in 1987 was far more sophisticated and far more capable than anything that had been used before. The operation was massive in scale, involving 24 boats that would systematically scan the entire loch, creating a comprehensive sonar map of everything in the water. The budget was substantial, approximately £1 million, a significant investment reflecting the seriousness with which this investigation was being undertaken. The planning for Operation Deep Scan had taken considerable time and effort. Researchers had to analyze the geography of the loch, identify the most efficient scanning patterns, arrange the logistics of coordinating 24 vessels, secure funding from various sources, recruit trained personnel, and assemble the necessary technological equipment. The operation represented the convergence of decades of investigative work, the accumulated knowledge of researchers who had spent years studying the creature, and the latest advances in sonar technology. When the operation finally launched, it carried with it the hopes and expectations of believers in the creature's existence, who saw it as a potential breakthrough. Over the course of several weeks, the fleet of boats worked methodically through the loch, dividing the water into sections and systematically scanning each one. The sonar arrays sent sound waves through the water and recorded the echoes that returned from objects in the depths. Everything in the water would theoretically create some kind of sonar signature. Fish schools would appear as clouds of targets. The bottom of the loch would show as a continuous reflection. Rocks and rock formations would produce distinctive patterns of echoes. Any large object or creature would produce distinctive echoes that could be analyzed and interpreted. The coordination required to manage 24 boats working simultaneously across the loch was considerable. Each boat had to maintain its position, operate its equipment according to precise protocols, record data carefully, and communicate with the central command post coordinating the operation. This orchestrated effort represented the most comprehensive and systematic scan of the loch that had ever been conducted. The results of Operation Deep Scan were tantalizing to believers in the creature's existence. During the operation, the sonar equipment detected several large, unidentified objects moving through the water at various depths. One particularly notable contact was made with what appeared to be a large object moving at approximately 590 feet below the surface. The object was substantial enough to create a strong sonar echo, suggesting something of considerable size. The readings generated considerable excitement among the research team and among monster enthusiasts who were following the progress of the operation. For those invested in the belief that a real creature lived in the loch, these results seemed to provide technological confirmation of what witnesses had been claiming for decades. Here was sophisticated modern equipment, operated by trained professionals following rigorous protocols, detecting something that did not fit the patterns of known fish or expected loch inhabitants. The significance of the findings was amplified by the prestige of those involved and the legitimacy that modern technology seemed to confer upon the investigation. Skeptics, however, interpreted the results far differently. Sonar equipment, they pointed out, can produce false readings and artifacts. The technology is not infallible, and under certain conditions, it can generate misleading data that appears to show objects that are not actually present. Thermal layers in the water can create false echoes that mimic large objects. These temperature boundaries, called thermoclines, exist where warmer water meets colder water. Sound waves reflect differently at these boundaries, creating echoes that can be misinterpreted as solid objects if the operator is not familiar with this phenomenon. Equipment malfunction or misinterpretation of data could easily explain the detected contacts. Temperature boundaries between different water masses can create reflective surfaces that appear on sonar as if they were solid objects. Skeptics pointed out that without visual confirmation of what had created the sonar contacts, there was no way to definitively say what had been detected. It could have been fish. It could have been equipment error. It could have been thermal phenomena. The sonar evidence, while intriguing, was not conclusive proof of anything. It added to the accumulating mystery without resolving it. Operation Deep Scan demonstrated that despite decades of investigation and increasingly sophisticated technology, the fundamental question remained unanswered. The operation was a significant event in the history of the legend, representing perhaps the most comprehensive and expensive attempt to resolve the mystery through technological means. But it did not provide the breakthrough that believers hoped for, or the definitive disproof that skeptics sought. The mystery persisted stubbornly, resistant to the tools that humans had developed to investigate it. As technology advanced throughout the 1990s and into the 21st century, new tools became available for investigating the loch. Remotely operated vehicles, or ROVs, were developed for deep-sea exploration and oceanographic research. These small robotic submarines could be deployed in the loch, descending to depths that humans could not safely reach, equipped with cameras and sensors that could record and transmit images and data back to the surface. The development of ROV technology opened new possibilities for investigation. For the first time, researchers could conduct visual exploration of the Loch's deepest regions without being physically present at those depths. Underwater photography equipment improved dramatically, becoming more sensitive and more capable of capturing images in the murky conditions of Loch Ness. The water of the loch is dark and murky, filled with sediment and organic material that reduces visibility to just a few meters, even with artificial lighting. Modern underwater cameras had to be specially designed to handle these challenging conditions. Digital technology replaced film, allowing images to be instantly viewed and analyzed rather than waiting for film to be developed. Internet connectivity made it possible to coordinate investigations and share findings almost instantaneously across the world. Scientific conferences and research collaborations could occur in real time, with researchers analyzing footage and data immediately, rather than waiting weeks for physical materials to be transported and processed. The combination of these advances seemed to suggest that if a creature really lived in Loch Ness, modern technology ought to be able to find definitive evidence. Multiple expeditions deployed ROVs and underwater cameras throughout the 1990s and 2000s. Researchers like Robert Rines, who had pioneered underwater photography in the Loch in the 1970s, continued their investigations using updated equipment. The Loch's depths were systematically explored and photographed. Countless hours of underwater footage were recorded, far more than had ever been captured in any previous investigation. The footage was analyzed frame by frame, with researchers looking for any anomalies or unusual features that might indicate the presence of an unknown creature. The problem was that interpretation of underwater imagery is inherently difficult. The water is dark, the visibility is limited, and the loch bottom is covered with sediment, rocks, and vegetation in complex patterns. Objects on the loch bottom can be difficult to identify with certainty. What looks like an unusual shape at first glance often turns out to be a rock formation or natural feature when examined more closely. The team of researchers working on the Quest Festival in 2023 utilized drones and advanced sonar equipment to surveil the lake from multiple angles. The Quest Festival represented a major coordinated investigation effort that combined traditional surface observation with modern technology. Drones equipped with cameras and thermal imaging sensors provided aerial views of the loch that had never been possible before. Volunteers were positioned at 13 different observation points around the loch to maintain continuous visual monitoring of the water. These observers used binoculars and telephoto lenses to scan the surface for any unusual activity. Hydrophones were deployed to detect acoustic signals moving through the water, searching for any sounds that might indicate the presence of an unknown creature. The hydrophones, which are essentially underwater microphones, could theoretically detect sounds made by a large animal moving through the water or communicating with other animals. Advanced sonar equipment was also deployed, using newer technology than had been available during Operation Deep Scan in 1987. The combination of visual observation, technological monitoring, and active sonar scanning represented perhaps the most comprehensive effort ever made to detect the creature. Analysis of this material remained as ambiguous as ever. Some researchers pointed to images that seemed to show unusual shapes or forms that they interpreted as parts of an unknown creature. Skeptics saw the same images and interpreted them as rock formations, silt, equipment artifacts, or natural features of the loch bottom. The technology that was supposed to resolve the mystery definitively somehow managed to deepen the ambiguity instead. A 2023 search using ROVs and baited camera traps revealed enormous pike in the loch for the first time, providing evidence of large fish that could potentially account for some reported sightings. These pike, measuring several feet in length, were far larger than most people expected fish in the loch to be, and they represented a previously undocumented population of large predators. Yet this discovery of a known species did nothing to settle the question of whether an unknown creature also inhabited the water. If giant pike lived in the loch, they could certainly be misidentified as something more exotic. But believers argued that pike behavior and appearance were different enough from witness descriptions that something more unusual might still be living in the depths. One particularly ambitious investigation took place in 2018, when environmental DNA sampling techniques were brought to bear on the Loch Ness mystery. Environmental DNA, or eDNA, is a cutting-edge technique that analyzes the genetic material present in water samples. All living organisms shed genetic material into their environment. Fish, mammals, plants, bacteria, and every other living thing constantly releases microscopic fragments of DNA into the surrounding water. This genetic material remains in the water for varying amounts of time, depending on conditions, but it can be detected and analyzed using modern molecular biology techniques. By collecting water samples and analyzing the DNA present in them, researchers can create an inventory of every organism living in a body of water without having to see or capture any individual animals. The technique is incredibly sensitive and incredibly comprehensive. It can detect the presence of rare or elusive species that would be virtually impossible to observe directly. An animal could spend most of its time in the deepest, darkest parts of the loch, where no human would ever see it, and its presence would still be revealed by the genetic material it shed into the water. Environmental DNA analysis has been used successfully to detect the presence of rare fish species, endangered animals, and invasive species in various water bodies around the world. It represents perhaps the most sensitive and comprehensive inventory method ever developed. University of Otago geneticist Neil Gemmell led the environmental DNA study of Loch Ness, collecting water samples from various depths and locations throughout the loch. The expedition was carefully planned to ensure that samples were collected from all regions of the loch and at various depths to maximize the chances of detecting any unknown organisms. The samples were analyzed using sophisticated DNA sequencing technology at modern research facilities. The results were comprehensive and detailed, revealing a complete genetic profile of what lived in the loch. The study identified thousands of species of bacteria, plants, fish, and other organisms. The results included a significant presence of eel DNA, suggesting that large eels inhabited the loch and could potentially explain some sightings. European eels are capable of reaching lengths of several meters, and unusual eel behavior or movement could potentially account for some eyewitness reports. But the study found no genetic evidence of any large unknown creature. There was no DNA from a plesiosaur, no genetic markers from a prehistoric reptile that had somehow survived to the present day. There was no evidence of any animal of the size and characteristics that believers claimed the creature possessed. There were no mysterious unknown species identified in the genetic analysis. The DNA analysis revealed only organisms that could be identified and classified within known groups of animals. For skeptics, the environmental DNA study was definitive proof that no large unknown creature lived in Loch Ness. If an unknown animal of significant size inhabited the water, its presence would inevitably leave genetic traces. Animals shed skin cells, produce waste, leave behind decomposing tissue, and in countless other ways contribute genetic material to their environment. A viable breeding population of anything would produce abundant detectable DNA. The more animals present, and the larger they were, the more genetic material they would shed. Even a single large animal in the loch would be expected to produce detectable DNA. The absence of such DNA strongly suggested that no such population existed. The environmental DNA findings appeared to be the most definitive scientific evidence yet presented against the creature's existence. Believers in the creature's existence responded to the environmental DNA findings with various counter-arguments. Some suggested that the creature might be so rare and elusive that it simply did not shed enough genetic material to be detected by the sampling methodology used. If only one or two individuals existed in the loch, perhaps they could avoid detection. Others proposed that the creature might be a living fossil of a species that was genetically so distinct from modern organisms that it was not recognized by the DNA analysis techniques employed. Standard DNA sequencing techniques are designed to identify organisms by comparing their genetic sequences to known species. An organism with no close relatives in the genetic databases might not be identified as an organism at all. Its DNA might be mistaken for contamination or noise in the data. Some speculated that whatever the creature was, it might not leave DNA at all, suggesting paranormal or interdimensional explanations that moved far beyond the realm of conventional science. These arguments illustrated the fundamental problem with the Loch Ness Monster mystery. The scientific explanations for the reported sightings have evolved over decades, as understanding of the loch and its inhabitants has improved. The plesiosaur theory, which captured public imagination in the 1930s and remained dominant through much of the 20th century, has been largely abandoned by serious researchers. The arguments against the plesiosaur hypothesis are numerous and compelling. Plesiosaurs were a group of large marine reptiles that dominated the oceans for much of the Mesozoic era. They went extinct approximately 65 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period, along with the dinosaurs. For a population of plesiosaurs to survive in Loch Ness to the present day would require extraordinary circumstances that defy conventional understanding of paleontology and evolutionary biology. A viable breeding population would need to consist of hundreds or thousands of individuals. Young animals would need to be born and raised in the loch without ever being observed by the thousands of people who have lived on the shores of the loch over the centuries. Dead animals would eventually decompose, and bones would settle to the loch bottom, where they should be discoverable by archaeological or geological investigation. The genetic diversity required to prevent inbreeding depression over millions of years would be enormous. Populations that are too small become genetically depauperate and suffer from the accumulation of harmful mutations. A population of only 1 or 2 breeding pairs, as some theorists have proposed, would be essentially impossible to maintain for more than a few generations. Not a single fossil bone, not a single piece of definitive physical evidence has ever been recovered that would support the survival of plesiosaurs in the loch. Despite decades of investigation and periodic discoveries of fossils in Scotland, no plesiosaur remains have ever been found in the loch or its immediate surroundings. Alternative scientific explanations have emerged to account for the reported sightings, explanations that are rooted in known biology and documented species. The giant eel hypothesis, supported to some extent by the discovery of eel DNA in the environmental sampling, suggests that large eels could account for some observations. European eels can grow to substantial sizes, and unusual eel movements or behavior could potentially explain sightings of long-humped shapes. Eels move through water with undulating motions that could create the humpbacked appearance described by some witnesses. The Greenland shark theory, proposed by biologist Jeremy Wade, suggests that such creatures, which can reach 8 meters in length and are rarely seen alive due to their deep-sea habitat, could possibly inhabit deep loch waters. Greenland sharks are slow-moving, elusive creatures that spend most of their time at great depths, and they could theoretically survive in the deep waters of Loch Ness if the water temperature and food sources were suitable. Sturgeon have also been suggested as potential explanations. Large sturgeon can reach impressive sizes and have unusual body shapes that might account for sighting reports. Some prehistoric sturgeon species reach lengths of several meters, and there is no strong reason to believe that modern populations could not reach similar sizes. These naturalistic explanations are scientifically plausible in ways that the plesiosaur theory is not. They involve known species that have been documented to exist and that could theoretically inhabit the loch's waters without violating any fundamental laws of biology or paleontology. Yet these alternative explanations do not account for the consistency and specificity of witness descriptions. Witnesses repeatedly describe creatures with characteristics that do not match the known anatomy of eels, sharks, or sturgeon. They describe long necks and small heads in patterns inconsistent with these species. The morphology of eels is distinctly different from what many witnesses have reported. The body shape, the way eels move through water, the size relationships between different body parts. All of these features differ from typical witness descriptions. Greenland sharks are bottom-dwelling creatures that rarely come to the surface, while sightings typically describe creatures moving actively and deliberately through the water, sometimes at high speeds. Sturgeon, while large, do not have the long necks and small heads that witnesses frequently describe. They have distinct barbels and a different body architecture that would be recognizable to anyone with knowledge of fish anatomy. The alternative explanations, while more scientifically credible than the plesiosaur theory, do not fully satisfy those who have studied the eyewitness accounts and historical evidence extensively. There remains a gap between what the most plausible scientific explanations can account for and what the most credible eyewitness accounts describe. This gap is not small or insignificant. It is the space in which the mystery persists, the space that allows believers and skeptics to maintain their respective positions despite decades of investigation. It is this very gap, this irresolvable tension between evidence and explanation, that gives the mystery its remarkable durability. The cultural phenomenon of the Loch Ness Monster was perhaps as significant as the creature itself, or the question of whether the creature actually existed. The legend had become embedded deeply in Scottish identity and in the broader British cultural consciousness. Tourism around Loch Ness had been transformed by the existence of the legend. In the 1930s, before the modern monster boom, the loch was a scenic attraction, but not particularly famous beyond the immediate region. The improved road and the reports of the creature transformed it into a destination. Visitors came from all over the world to see the loch and to experience the possibility of glimpsing the creature. The legend became a draw that generated tourism revenue for the region, supporting hotels, restaurants, tour operators, and other businesses dependent on visitor interest. People traveled hundreds of miles and spent significant amounts of money to visit a lake on the chance that they might see a creature that had never been conclusively documented. The Loch Ness Centre, established as a museum dedicated to the creature and its history, became a major tourist attraction in its own right, drawing thousands of visitors annually. The museum documented the history of sightings, displayed photographs and equipment from investigations, and explained the various theories about what the creature might be. It became a centre for monster hunting culture, a place where enthusiasts could gather and discuss the mystery. The legend had become inseparable from the loch's identity. When people thought of Loch Ness, they thought of the monster. It was what made the loch famous beyond Scotland. Without the creature, Loch Ness would be just another scenic lake in the Scottish Highlands, notable for its beauty, but not for any particular cultural significance. With it, the loch had achieved international fame and had become a destination that drew visitors from every continent. The economic benefits were substantial enough that the local community had a vested interest in maintaining the legend, regardless of whether the creature actually existed. There was little incentive to conclusively prove or disprove the creature's existence. The ambiguity itself was economically valuable. If the creature was conclusively proven to exist, the mystery would end and the legend would transform into something different. Scientists and officials would likely move in, the local population would lose some control over the narrative, and the creature would become a subject of intense scientific study rather than a matter of folkloric interest. If it was conclusively proven not to exist, the mystery would also end, but with the opposite outcome. The tourism would likely dry up. The Loch Ness Centre would lose much of its appeal. The regional identity that had been built around the creature would be undermined. In either case, the current situation, where the mystery remained unresolved and travellers came from all over to investigate it, had considerable economic value to the region. The absence of resolution was itself a valuable commodity. The legend had also become a fascinating case study in how modern myths develop and propagate. The Loch Ness Monster represented a 20th century version of ancient folklore, a mythical creature born not in the distant past, but in recorded modern times. The legend had emerged from a combination of ancient folklore traditions about water creatures, Media sensationalism, tourism infrastructure, hoaxes and deliberate deceptions, genuine ambiguous evidence that could be interpreted multiple ways, and a fundamental human attraction to mystery and the unknown. It emerged from the perfect storm of circumstances, a convergence of factors that made the legend not just possible, but inevitable. The improved road gave access. The media gave publicity. The ambiguous sightings gave substance. The hoaxes gave drama. All of these elements combined to create something larger than any single element alone could have created. The creature had become a character in popular culture, appearing in films, television programs, cartoons, books, and countless other cultural products. It had been parodied and celebrated, investigated and mocked, treated seriously by scientists and playfully by entertainers. Nessie, as the creature was affectionately nicknamed, had become recognizable to people around the world, a symbol of Scotland, an icon of mystery and the unknown. The image of the creature, the long neck and humped back, had become part of a shared global visual language, something that could be recognized instantly, even by people who had never heard the story in detail. The enduring mystery of Loch Ness had developed a peculiar quality that allowed it to persist despite investigation, despite technological advancement, despite attempts at definitive proof or disproof. Sightings continued to be reported even into the 21st century. In 2025, official sightings registers recorded new reports of unusual activity in the loch, with witnesses describing dark shapes moving through the water or unusual disturbances on the surface. These sightings had the same quality as those reported a century earlier. They were ambiguous, difficult to verify, easily explained by skeptics as misidentifications of known animals or natural phenomena, yet compelling to those who wanted to believe in the creature's existence. The consistency of witness descriptions across nearly 100 years of reporting was striking. Despite the flood of publicity, despite the awareness that the loch was famous for its monster, witnesses continued to describe similar features, similar shapes, similar behaviors. This consistency could be interpreted as evidence of genuine observations of a real creature. Alternatively, it could be evidence of the powerful pull of expectation and cultural narrative, the way that people see what they expect to see and describe what they have been told to look for. The legend had developed a kind of cultural momentum that allowed it to continue indefinitely. It required no new evidence to sustain itself. It persisted through cultural transmission, through the continued interest of tourism and popular culture, through the genuine ambiguity of the historical evidence. The Loch Ness Monster was not a solved mystery that had been definitively explained. It was a persistent puzzle that had become part of human culture, a story that people continued to tell and retell, a possibility that they continued to entertain, a mystery that they continued to investigate. Whether the creature actually existed in the physical world seemed almost less important than the fact that it existed in the cultural imagination, that it continued to captivate human attention, that it remained a source of wonder and speculation and investigation. The official Loch Ness Monster Sightings Register, now maintained with systematic rigor, documented over 1,100 reported sightings as of 2025. Yet each report added little resolution to the core question. The accumulation of testimony did not point decisively in either direction. It was possible to cite the sightings as evidence for the creature's existence. It was equally possible to dismiss them as misidentifications and false reports. The mystery had become something more than a simple question of whether a large unknown creature lived in a Scottish lake. It had become a lens through which people explored the nature of belief, the power of evidence and interpretation, the limits of scientific knowledge, and the enduring human attraction to the unknown and the mysterious. It had become a case study in how communities create and sustain shared narratives, how legends develop and persist, how the boundaries between fact and folklore can become blurred and complex. The Loch Ness Monster may or may not exist in the waters of Scotland, but it certainly exists in the collective imagination of countless people who have been intrigued by the mystery over the decades. It is a mystery that refuses to be resolved, that persists despite investigation, that adapts and continues in each new generation, teaching us about ourselves as much as it teaches us about the unknown waters of a Scottish lake. As you lie in the stillness of the evening, perhaps settling into sleep, you might consider the strange appeal of mysteries like this one. We are drawn to unanswered questions, to the spaces between what we know and what remains unknown. We populate those spaces with possibilities, with explanations both rational and imaginative. Throughout human history, we have invented creatures for unknown places. We have populated forests with spirits and waters with monsters. We have told stories about these creatures to help us understand the world, to explain the unexplained, to find wonder in the familiar landscape around us. The Loch Ness monster may or may not exist in the waters of Scotland, but it certainly exists in the collective imagination of countless people across the generations. It is a mystery that refuses final resolution, that invites continued investigation, that adapts to each new era of technology and scientific understanding. And perhaps the enduring power of the legend lies not in whether the creature is real, but in what the legend itself tells us about human nature. We seek wonder in the world around us. We find meaning in mystery. We continue to explore and investigate, even when definitive answers seem impossible. There is something deeply human about the desire to believe in the Loch Ness monster, about the willingness to invest time and effort and hope into solving a mystery that may never be solved. It speaks to something fundamental in us, a need for mystery and wonder in the world, a refusal to accept that all the great puzzles have been answered and all the great discoveries have been made. The waters of Loch Ness remain as dark and as deep as they have ever been, keeping their secrets whether the creature waits in those depths or exists only in our imagination. The loch continues as it has for millions of years, indifferent to the humans who search its waters and study its mysteries. The legend continues as well, sustained by curiosity and wonder, by the simple fact that some questions remain unanswered, some mysteries persist, and perhaps that persistence itself is the most interesting aspect of the entire phenomenon. The mystery endures. It will likely endure long into the future, surviving exposures of fraudulent evidence, surviving technological advancement, surviving the skepticism of science. Because mysteries, once established in the human imagination, are remarkably durable things. They persist not because the evidence compels us to believe, but because we choose to keep believing, because we value the mystery itself. Now, we will explore the story of the Chupacabra, a creature that captured the imagination of millions and continues to intrigue people across the Western Hemisphere, even now, decades after its mysterious arrival in our collective consciousness. The Chupacabra is a unique phenomenon in the history of folklore because it was born not in some distant past or from ancient oral traditions passed down through countless generations, but in the modern era, in 1995, in the glare of mass media and public attention. Yet despite being one of the newest legends in human culture, it carries all the power and persistence of myths that have survived for centuries. The Chupacabra represents something fascinating about how mythology functions in our contemporary world, how legends can be born in real time before our eyes, spreading through television and newspapers and personal testimony. Tonight, we will trace the origins of this legend from its beginning in Puerto Rico in 1995, through the early panic that gripped farming communities, and into the eyewitness accounts that shaped how the world would imagine this creature. We will explore the precedent for such phenomena in Puerto Rican culture and the way that earlier unexplained livestock deaths in the 1970s prepared communities to interpret and respond to the new mystery that emerged in 1995. As we listen together in the quiet of the night, we will find ourselves in the role of observers of modern mythology, watching how fear, media coverage, and human perception combine to create a legend that takes on a life of its own. By the time we conclude tonight's portion of our journey, you will understand how the Chupacabra was born, how it spread, and how eyewitness accounts shaped the creature we know today. The word Chupacabra comes from Spanish, derived from two simple words joined together to create a single powerful name. Chupa means to suck, and cabra means goat. So the creature's name, when translated directly, means goat sucker. This straightforward etymology tells us something important about how the legend began. When the first reports came in from Puerto Rico in 1995, people had witnessed something they could not explain using conventional understanding. Livestock were found dead with unusual puncture wounds in patterns that did not match any known predator attack. Many witnesses believed the animal responsible was somehow draining their animals of blood, leaving the carcasses hollow and lifeless. The name emerged naturally from this belief, and it stuck with remarkable persistence across the entire Spanish-speaking world and beyond. What began as a simple description of what farmers thought they were witnessing would eventually spread far beyond the island where it started, becoming one of the most widely recognized cryptids in modern folklore. The Chupacabra would inspire fear, fascination, investigation, and debate that continues even today. The Chupacabra is unique among modern legends in how suddenly and completely it captured public attention in a way that few other cryptids have managed. Unlike other creatures of folklore that have been reported sporadically for decades or even centuries, gradually accumulating stories and witnesses, the Chupacabra appeared seemingly overnight in 1995 and almost immediately spread across the globe through media coverage, telephone conversations, and word of mouth. Within months of the first reports, people from Mexico to Argentina to the southwestern United States were reporting their own sightings of the creature. The legend jumped from one country to another with astonishing speed, leaping across language barriers and cultural boundaries. The creature became a symbol of the mysterious and the unexplained, representing that persistent sense we all have that there are mysteries in the world that science has not yet fully illuminated, that the natural world is stranger than we sometimes give it credit for being. What makes the Chupacabra legend particularly interesting for our purposes tonight is the way it evolved and changed as it spread. The creature's physical description was not fixed and immutable, but rather adapted and transformed as reports came from different regions and different communities. In the beginning, in Puerto Rico, witnesses described an otherworldly, alien-like being with distinctly reptilian features. By the early 2000s, just a few years later, reports from Texas and other parts of the American Southwest began to describe a very different animal, something far more canine in nature. This dramatic transformation in the legend reveals something profound about how folklore spreads and how it adapts to different communities, different explanatory frameworks, and different cultural expectations about what creatures might inhabit their lands. As we settle into this story together, I invite you to close your eyes and imagine the Puerto Rican countryside as it existed in the spring of 1995. Picture the green hills and quiet farms, the morning when farmers discovered something that would baffle veterinarians and shake their community to its core. In March of 1995, something unusual and deeply disturbing began happening in the town of Canovanas, located on the eastern side of Puerto Rico. On a local farm, a farmer made a discovery that would set off a cascade of events leading to a legend that persists to this day. 8 sheep, all belonging to the same herd, were found dead under mysterious circumstances. What made this discovery particularly alarming was not simply that the animals were dead, but how they had died and what had been done to them. Each sheep bore exactly 3 puncture wounds concentrated in the area around the neck. The wounds were precise, consistent with one another, and unlike any injury pattern that would result from a natural predator attack. More disturbing still to the farmers who found them was the fact that the animals appeared to be completely drained of blood. When veterinarians examined the carcasses, they noted that the wound characteristics were puzzling. The punctures were approximately the diameter of a drinking straw and measured about 3 to 4 inches in length. They were positioned specifically under the right side of the neck, a very particular location that seemed to suggest intentional rather than random attack. The precision of the wounds, and the unusual manner of death did not match any known predator or natural cause of death that local veterinarians could readily identify with confidence. This was not the ragged, messy work of a wild animal attacking prey. It seemed more controlled, more deliberate, suggesting something with intelligence and purpose behind the attacks. News of these deaths spread quickly through the farming communities of Puerto Rico. The 8 sheep in Canovanas were just the beginning. Other farmers began reporting similar incidents on their own properties in the weeks and months that followed. By summer of that year, the reports had escalated dramatically and alarmingly. More than 200 alleged Chupacabra sightings were being reported across the island of Puerto Rico. The number of dead animals attributed to the mysterious creature climbed steadily into the hundreds. Chickens were found dead in their coops with similar puncture wounds. Rabbits disappeared from pens, leaving behind evidence of struggle. Sheep and goats died under circumstances that matched the pattern established by the original discoveries in Canovanas. The panic that took hold of Puerto Rican farming communities was palpable and growing with each passing week. People were frightened by something they could not see, could not trap, and could not identify through any conventional understanding. Livestock farmers are practical people, accustomed to dealing with real dangers from wild animals and environmental threats. But this threat, whatever it was, defied their experience and expertise. Farmers began taking extraordinary measures to protect their animals, measures that reflected the depth of their fear and the seriousness with which they took the threat. They built stronger enclosures with reinforced fencing and locks. They installed lights around their pens and corrals to illuminate the darkness where the creature was believed to hunt. They kept constant watch through the night, sitting vigil over their herds and flocks, armed with whatever weapons they had available. Some farmers slept in their barns to be close to their animals, ready to confront whatever threat might emerge from the darkness. The psychological toll on these communities was significant. Uncertainty about what was happening created anxiety and stress that spread far beyond those who had actually lost animals. The mysterious nature of these deaths led to wild speculation about what could be responsible. Some suggested large cats, perhaps escaped from private collections or exotic animal dealers, predators that could explain the lethal nature of the attacks. Others proposed unknown species that had never been documented by science, creatures that might have evolved in isolated parts of Puerto Rico's interior or arrived on the island through unknown means. Still others suggested more supernatural explanations, drawing on Puerto Rico's rich tradition of folklore and belief in spirits and supernatural beings. But the evidence seemed inconsistent with any natural explanation that people could offer with confidence. The precision of the wounds, the apparent exsanguination of the victims draining them of blood, and the unusual pattern of attacks, with different farms being targeted on different nights, as if the creature was mobile and moving through the countryside, all pointed to something altogether different from any known predator. Nothing in the experience of Puerto Rican farmers seemed to account for what was happening. It was a Puerto Rican comedian and media personality named Silverio Perez who crystallized the moment by coining the term that would stick in the popular imagination. In an effort to capture what people believed was happening, to give a name to the mysterious threat, he combined the Spanish words for suck and goat into a single memorable word. The Chupacabra was born, not in Puerto Rico's countryside, where the livestock were dying, but in the popular imagination and in the media coverage that followed. The name was simple, memorable, descriptive, and evocative of what witnesses believed they were witnessing. The term was perfect for mass media and public discourse. Once the term was established and began circulating in newspapers, radio broadcasts, and television coverage, it became ubiquitous throughout Puerto Rico and then throughout Spanish-speaking communities across the hemisphere. Every report of livestock death, every sighting by a frightened farmer or curious observer, every theory about the creature's origin and nature all revolved around this single name. The Chupacabra had become, in the span of just a few months, one of the most talked about mysteries in Puerto Rico and was beginning to attract attention internationally. The panic intensified as the calendar moved deeper into 1995. By August of that year, approximately 150 livestock killings had been officially attributed to the creature, though the actual number may have been higher, as some farmers may not have reported losses or may have attributed them to other causes. By the end of the calendar year, some estimates suggested that more than 1,000 animals had been found dead under circumstances that people believed indicated Chupacabra attacks. The sheer number of reported incidents, the speed with which they occurred, and the consistent descriptions of the wounds all contributed to a growing sense of urgency and genuine fear. This was not a single isolated incident that could be easily explained away as a misidentification or a natural cause. This was a pattern, or at least the perception of a pattern, that seemed to demand explanation and response. The animals kept dying, the reports kept coming, and no solution was forthcoming. Before the 1995 Chupacabra phenomenon, Puerto Rico had experienced a similar mystery roughly 2 decades earlier that would provide important context for understanding how communities responded to the new crisis. In 1975, Puerto Rico had been gripped by panic over unexplained livestock deaths in the town of Mocha, located in the northwestern part of the island near the coast. During that earlier episode, farmers reported mysterious deaths of their animals, in patterns that seemed remarkably similar to what would occur 20 years later, suggesting either a cyclical phenomenon or a deep cultural pattern of interpreting livestock deaths through supernatural frameworks. The creatures responsible for those 1975 deaths were blamed on what locals called the Vampiro de Mocha, or the Mocha vampire, a creature that inhabited local folklore and collective anxiety. Like the later Chupacabra phenomenon that would emerge in 1995, the Mocha vampire was said to drain animals of their blood through small, precise puncture wounds that veterinarians found difficult to explain through conventional predation. The vampire would supposedly attack livestock at night, leaving behind drained carcasses as evidence of its feeding. The panic generated by these reports was substantial and spread widely through farming communities across the northwestern region of Puerto Rico. People were frightened and deeply confused, unable to identify the threat with certainty or protect themselves against it through conventional means. Farmers attempted various strategies to protect their animals, much like they would do 2 decades later during the Chupacabra panic. The incident lasted for several months, from sometime in 1975 and continuing into the months that followed, before gradually fading from immediate public concern and news coverage. However, it never received a satisfactory official explanation that would resolve the mystery or provide closure to the communities affected. No creature was captured. No definitive cause was determined. The incident simply became part of Puerto Rico's folklore, a lingering mystery that would be remembered and discussed when similar phenomena emerged. The Mocha vampire incident had never been officially resolved. No definitive explanation had been offered by authorities or veterinary experts for the mysterious livestock deaths that occurred in 1975. No creature was captured or definitively identified. The incident passed into local folklore and into the cultural memory of Puerto Rico as an example of something strange and unexplained that had once occurred in their homeland. The story of the Mocha vampire was known in Puerto Rican communities, discussed around dinner tables, mentioned in casual conversation when people gathered. It remained a lingering mystery, unsolved and unresolved, waiting in the cultural consciousness. When the new wave of livestock deaths began in 1995, it was entirely natural and perhaps inevitable that people would draw parallels to that earlier event. The livestock deaths followed a similar pattern. The puncture wounds resembled those from 2 decades earlier. The sense of an unknown and unidentifiable threat moved through rural communities in the same way. The supernatural explanation that had been suggested for the Mocha incidents seemed potentially applicable to what was now happening. Some people in 1995 wondered whether the Mocha vampire had returned after 20 years of absence. Others speculated that perhaps the creature that had attacked livestock in Mocha in 1975 had been lying dormant somewhere in the remote interior of Puerto Rico, and now it had awakened or emerged once again to feed. Still others suggested that perhaps it was a different but related creature, descended from or connected to the original Mocha vampire in some supernatural lineage. Whether the creature was the same ancient being returning in a new manifestation, or whether it was a new creature altogether, the fundamental mystery and the fear it generated were similar. The Mocha vampire precedent was significant to the Chupacabra legend because it demonstrated that the underlying narrative of mysterious livestock deaths and blood-sucking creatures was not new to Puerto Rican culture or experience. Rather, the Chupacabra represented a resurgence and modernization of an older fear that had roots in the recent past. The specific characteristics attributed to the Chupacabra in 1995 showed remarkable parallels to the Mocha vampire incidents from 1975. The exsanguinated animals, the precise puncture wounds that veterinarians could not readily explain, the sense of an unknown predator operating beyond the reach of conventional understanding and capture, all of these had precedence in the earlier Mocha incident. The psychological framework was already in place. People knew what it was like to fear an invisible threat. They knew what it felt like to watch their livestock die to an unknown predator. The Chupacabra legend was not emerging in a cultural vacuum, but in a place that already had experience with similar unexplained phenomena and already had mythological categories for understanding such events. This historical context helps explain why the Chupacabra panic took hold so quickly and spread so widely within Puerto Rico and throughout the broader Hispanic community. Farmers and residents were not encountering this type of mystery for the first time in their lives or in the collective memory of their communities. They had a cultural framework, established and validated by the Mocha vampire legend, through which to interpret the current events. The patterns of livestock death seemed familiar, even if the specific creature being blamed was new and different. As reports continued to accumulate and the legend grew in scope and intensity, specific eyewitness accounts began to accumulate that would shape how people understood and imagined the creature. Beyond the general reports of livestock deaths, there were first-hand accounts from people who claimed to have actually seen the Chupacabra itself, to have laid eyes on the mysterious creature. The most detailed and most widely circulated of these accounts came from a Puerto Rican woman named Madeline Tolentino, whose sighting would profoundly influence how the creature would be understood and described for years to come. Tolentino lived in the town of Canovanas, in the same area where the first livestock deaths had been reported. During the second week of August 1995, she reported seeing the creature through a picture window of her house. This was not merely a quick glimpse of something moving in the darkness. Tolentino claimed to have observed the creature long enough to notice and remember specific details about its appearance and manner of movement. Her account would become the template that all subsequent witnesses would use to interpret their own experiences and observations, the baseline description against which all future sightings would be measured and compared. In a detailed interview conducted in 1996, Tolentino described the creature she had observed with remarkable specificity. The creature she described was bipedal, standing roughly 4 feet in height, walking upright on 2 legs in a manner that suggested human-like cognition and deliberation. This was not an animal crawling or running on all fours, but a being that walked like a human, using 2 legs for locomotion and leaving its upper limbs free for other purposes. Tolentino noted that the creature's arms were drawn back in what appeared to be an attack position, as though it were a creature from a science fiction film or a monster from a nightmare, poised to strike at something or someone. The creature's eyes were dark grey or black in colour, and she described them as damp and protruding. They appeared to run up toward the temples and spread to the sides of the head in a way that she characterized as distinctly alien, unlike the eyes of any animal she had encountered before. The overall effect of the eye structure was unsettling and otherworldly. The hair on the creature was short and close to the body, not the long fur one might expect on a wild animal, but short like the skin of a reptile covered with short, fine hairs. The creature she described had extremely distinctive hands and arms, It possessed 3 long, thin fingers on each hand, not the 4 or 5 digits typical of mammals. The arms themselves were extraordinarily elongated compared to what one would expect on a creature of its height and body proportions. The sheer length of the arms was one of the most striking features of Tolentino's description. This detail was particularly notable because it deviated from the body proportions of known animals. The description Tolentino provided was vivid, detailed, and internally consistent. The precision of her account gave it a credibility that resonated deeply with others who read about it or heard it recounted. Here was a person willing to describe the creature in specific, almost clinical terms, rather than offering vague impressions or purely emotional reactions. The level of detail she provided suggested to many who heard the account that she had genuinely encountered something real and unusual, something that existed in physical form outside of imagination. What made Tolentino's account so influential and so powerful in shaping the legend was not just that it was detailed and specific, but that it did not match any known animal species in Puerto Rico or elsewhere in the world. No conventional animal could be described in the way she described this creature. It bore no resemblance to any large cat, to any wild dog, to any primate or reptile that might reasonably be found in Puerto Rico or anywhere else. The creature's body proportions were wrong for known species. The 3-fingered hands, the alien eyes, the overall morphology suggested something that either had never been catalogued by science or that did not exist in nature at all. The account essentially created a template for all future sightings and descriptions of the creature. When other people reported seeing the Chupacabra in the weeks and months and years that followed, they did so through the lens of Tolentino's description. They interpreted what they thought they saw in terms of her account. They looked for the features she had described. They remembered or imagined the alien eyes, the reptilian features, the strange body proportions. Other witnesses began using similar language to describe the creature's appearance, speaking of reptilian features, the specific eye characteristics that Tolentino had emphasized, the unusual body proportions that she had noted so carefully. The influence of her account on subsequent reports was remarkable and profound. Years after the initial flurry of reports, researchers and skeptics would investigate the origins of the Chupacabra phenomenon in depth. One of the most thorough investigations would be undertaken by Benjamin Redford, an author and skeptic associated with Skeptical Inquirer magazine, a publication dedicated to examining claims of the paranormal and cryptozoological phenomena with scientific rigor and critical thinking. Redford spent 5 years investigating the origins of the Chupacabra legend, traveling to Puerto Rico, interviewing witnesses, examining historical records, and tracing the evolution of the creature's description through different sources and media outlets. After spending this considerable time and effort on his research, Redford published his findings in a book titled Tracking the Chupacabra in 2011. His research revealed something remarkable and troubling for those who believed in the creature's literal existence as a physical animal. Redford's investigation demonstrated that virtually all subsequent accounts of what the Chupacabra looked like could be traced back directly and specifically to Madeline Tolentino's single sighting and her specific description of the creature that she had given in her 1996 interview. Redford's conclusion was striking. He argued that Tolentino's description essentially created the visual template that all other witnesses would consciously or unconsciously use to interpret their own observations and experiences. If Tolentino had described the creature as having 4 eyes instead of 2, or as being 10 feet tall instead of 4 feet, subsequent witnesses would likely have reported seeing a creature with those characteristics. The power of an eyewitness account, especially one that receives significant media attention, to shape and influence all future reports of the same phenomenon, is well documented in the field of folklore and urban legend studies. Tolentino's account had been widely publicized, discussed on radio and television, printed in newspapers and magazines. It had become the definitive description of the Chupacabra for the general public. When other people claimed to have seen the creature, they were seeing it through the lens of Tolentino's words and descriptions. The researchers and journalists who reported on these subsequent sightings would naturally compare them to Tolentino's account, asking witnesses whether what they saw matched her description. The influence was not necessarily one of conscious deception, but of perception itself being shaped by expectation and cultural narrative. Beside Tolentino's account, other Puerto Ricans reported their own encounters with the mysterious creature. Some described seeing the Chupacabra in the darkness near their farms, catching only a fleeting glimpse of something moving strangely through the shadows. Others claimed to have seen the creature near their livestock pens, standing upright on its hind legs in a manner that seemed unnatural and deeply unsettling to those who witnessed it. Some described seeing the creature's movement, the deliberate and purposeful way it walked despite its alien appearance. The odd deliberateness of the creature's gait, the purposefulness with which it seemed to move, suggested to witnesses that they were observing an intelligent being rather than a simple animal acting on instinct. Still others described the creature's presence near their properties, reporting sightings that lasted only seconds but left an overwhelming impression of fear and dread. These additional accounts, while less detailed and comprehensive than Tolentino's, reinforced the growing sense within Puerto Rican communities that something genuinely unusual was occurring on the island. When multiple people from different locations reported seeing something similar, each supposedly unaware of the other's accounts, it seemed to suggest that the creature was real and that the phenomenon was not limited to a small area or a few farms. The geographic spread of the reports across Puerto Rico added significant weight to the belief that the Chupacabra was a physical creature moving through the countryside, hunting livestock and evading capture. Farmers in different towns reported sightings. People in rural areas came forward with their own experiences. The pattern of reports created the impression of a creature on the move, traveling from place to place, hunting and feeding as it moved across the island. The reptilian description that dominated early accounts of the Chupacabra was particularly striking and memorable. Witnesses consistently reported features that seemed decidedly inhuman and strange, features that would not fit any known animal. The creature was described by many as having greenish or greyish scaly skin, resembling a reptile more closely than any mammal or animal that might be found in Puerto Rico. The eyes were consistently described across different accounts as glowing red or yellow, large and protruding from the skull, with an intelligence and apparent malevolence behind them that witnesses found deeply unsettling and terrifying. The gaze of the creature, according to witness descriptions, seemed to convey purpose and awareness. Many accounts mentioned spines or quills running down the creature's back from the neck to the base of the tail, adding significantly to its reptilian appearance. Some described a forked tongue, like that of a snake, long fangs that suggested a predatory nature, and a general morphology that seemed more appropriate to a creature from a nightmare or a science fiction film than to any known animal living in Puerto Rico. The specific consistency of these reptilian features across different witness accounts was remarkable. Witnesses from different locations described nearly identical characteristics, suggesting either that a genuinely reptilian creature was present in Puerto Rico, or that witnesses were interpreting ambiguous observations through a shared cultural and media framework that emphasized reptilian and alien characteristics. The consistency of the reptilian descriptions was so pronounced that it suggested something significant about how perception and expectation interact. When multiple independent observers describe essentially the same creature using nearly identical language and detail, it creates a powerful sense of validation and reality. Each account seemed to confirm the others. The description of scaly green skin, the glowing red eyes, the spines along the back, the alien features, all appeared again and again in different accounts from different people. This consistency was remarkable, given that these accounts came from different observers in different locations across Puerto Rico. Yet they matched so closely that they seemed to describe not just one type of creature, but one specific individual creature. This consistency in itself became powerful evidence, in the minds of believers and in the eyes of communities gripped by fear, that the Chupacabra was real, and that multiple people had genuinely encountered the same type of creature, or perhaps the same individual creature, as it moved through Puerto Rico. By the end of 1995, the Chupacabra legend had achieved a level of saturation in Puerto Rican media and public consciousness that was remarkable for any phenomenon emerging from reported livestock deaths. Newspapers ran extensive articles about the creature. Radio stations invited experts and witnesses to discuss what was happening. Television stations broadcast interviews with farmers who had lost animals and with people claiming to have seen the creature. The media coverage, far from diminishing the phenomenon, seemed to amplify it. Each new report of an alleged sighting received coverage that introduced more people to the legend and gave them the opportunity to form their own ideas about what the creature might look like or do. The legend was growing not just through direct encounters, but through the constant reiteration of the story in media outlets. In December of 1995, barely 10 months after the initial discovery of the 8 dead sheep in Canavanas, the Chupacabra had become a fixture of Puerto Rican culture and consciousness. The creature existed in a strange liminal space between folklore and contemporary reality. It was a legend in the sense that it operated through narrative and storytelling, yet people spoke of it as though it were a real physical creature actively roaming the island. The Chupacabra represented something that Puerto Rican people could point to and say, "This is happening in our community right now." The fear was immediate and contemporary, not something from a distant past or a fictional world, but something unfolding in real time in their own farms and villages. By the end of that year, few people on the island had not heard the story or formed some opinion about whether they believed the creature existed. The legend had achieved a completeness and cultural integration in Puerto Rico that would set the stage for what would happen next as the story spread beyond the island and into the broader world. As the weeks turned into months in 1995, the panic that had taken root in Puerto Rico grew deeper and more widespread with each passing day. What had begun as a mystery confined to rural farming communities began to permeate everyday life across the entire island, affecting people in cities and rural areas alike. People talked about the Chupacabra in their homes at dinner time, discussing the latest reports and sharing theories about what the creature might be. They discussed it at work, in marketplaces, in schools, and on street corners. Children played games reenacting Chupacabra hunts, chasing each other through backyards and shouting the creature's name as if it were a character from mythology rather than a supposed contemporary threat. Adults discussed their fears about the creature with neighbors and friends, comparing notes and sharing information they had heard from others. The legend was becoming woven into the fabric of Puerto Rican culture in real time, spreading through personal conversation and media coverage, until it seemed like the creature was everywhere and nowhere at once, a pervasive threat that might appear anywhere at any moment. The fear manifested in tangible ways throughout Puerto Rican society. Farmers implemented elaborate security systems around their livestock pens, installing motion-activated lights and reinforcing fencing with extra locks and chains. Groups of armed men began organizing nighttime patrols around their farms, watching for any sign of movement in the darkness. Some farmers reported barely sleeping at night, sitting vigil with shotguns across their laps, ready to confront whatever might emerge from the shadows. The stress and exhaustion from constant vigilance began to take a psychological toll on families across the island. Parents became anxious about their children playing outdoors. Stories of the creature were told and retold, each telling adding new details, new descriptions, new theories about what the creature might be capable of doing. The media coverage that summer and fall of 1995 was relentless. Local newspapers ran front-page stories about new livestock deaths almost daily. Radio stations featured interviews with farmers who had lost animals, with veterinarians trying to offer explanations, with local officials attempting to address the growing panic. Television news broadcasts showed footage of frightened farmers guarding their animals, of farm gates reinforced with chains and locks, of the empty fields where herds of livestock had once grazed. The more coverage the phenomenon received, the more reports came in from people claiming to have seen the creature or found evidence of its attacks. This created a feedback loop where media attention amplified the panic, which produced more sightings and reports, which in turn generated more media coverage and more fear. The livestock counts became increasingly astronomical. By the middle of August, roughly 150 animals had been reported killed in patterns consistent with Chupacabra attacks. Chickens disappeared from coops. Rabbits vanished from pens. Sheep and goats were found dead in pastures with the characteristic puncture wounds and, according to witnesses, completely exsanguinated. Some reports claimed that entire herds had been discovered at dawn with all the animals dead, as though something had moved through the enclosure with deadly precision during the night. The sheer volume of reported incidents made it difficult to dismiss the phenomenon as coincidence or misidentification. Something was happening across Puerto Rico, whether it was a genuine unknown creature, a natural predator attacking in unusual patterns, or a combination of mass hysteria and confirmation bias amplifying normal animal deaths. The psychological weight of this phenomenon cannot be overstated. Farmers who depended on their livestock for their livelihood were watching their economic survival threatened by an invisible predator. Veterinarians, usually calm and rational professionals, accustomed to treating animal diseases and injuries with scientific precision, found themselves facing a mystery that their expertise could not solve. Parents worried about their children's safety, wondering whether a creature capable of such precise and deadly attacks on livestock might pose a threat to humans as well. The uncertainty was perhaps more damaging than any concrete threat would have been, because uncertainty offers no clear solutions, no obvious preventive measures, no assurance that the danger will pass. Some communities began to organize formal hunting parties, groups of armed men who would patrol the countryside at night in search of the creature. These patrols were often spontaneous and informal, organized through personal connections and word of mouth among neighbors who shared the same fears and the desire to protect their livestock and their families. The hunting parties represented a kind of community action, a way for people to feel as though they were doing something rather than passively waiting for the next attack. Whether these patrols actually encountered the creature was less important to many participants than the sense of agency and collective purpose that the hunting provided. The patrols also served a social function, allowing men to gather and discuss their fears and theories about what was happening on the island. In some areas, schools and local government offices began to issue advisories to residents about the Chupacabra. Warnings were posted in public spaces. Parents were advised to keep their children indoors during the evening and night hours, when the creature was believed to hunt. Some communities organized neighborhood watch programs, similar to those created to protect against human crime, but now directed toward protecting livestock and homes from an animal threat. The creature had become such a fixture of public discourse that organized institutions were being mobilized to address the perceived threat it posed. This official acknowledgement of the phenomenon, even in the form of general advisories rather than confirmation of the creature's existence, seemed to validate people's fears and suggest that the danger was real enough to warrant systematic attention. By the end of 1995, the estimates of livestock killed by the Chupacabra had grown to over 1,000 animals, 1,000 deaths attributed to a creature that no one could definitively identify, capture, or even agree existed with absolute certainty. The number seemed almost absurdly high, yet it reflected both the actual animal deaths occurring on farms across Puerto Rico and the power of a cultural narrative to shape how people interpreted and counted ambiguous incidents. Some of these deaths may have been caused by the creature. Others may have been natural deaths that were reinterpreted in light of the prevailing fear and hysteria. Still others may have never occurred at all, but existed only in rumor and retelling. The true number of Chupacabra-caused deaths versus the number simply attributed to the creature in the minds of frightened people remains unclear even today. Theories about what the creature might be ranged from the mundane to the exotic, to the outright supernatural. Some people suggested that what they were witnessing was a large cat of some kind, perhaps a jaguar or a cougar, that had somehow made its way to Puerto Rico. These predators were known to exist in Central and South America, and there were precedents for exotic animals escaping from captivity or being released into the wild. Private collectors and zoos have occasionally experienced escapes, and it was conceivable that a large feline predator could have arrived on the island through human agency. A large cat could potentially explain the predatory behavior and the puncture wounds that witnesses attributed to the creature. However, the pattern of attacks and the specific characteristics of the wounds did not match the typical behavior or anatomical signature of known feline predators. A cat's bite marks would be different, leaving paired puncture wounds in a distinctive pattern. The locations of wounds would be different, usually targeting the throat or major blood vessels in more accessible areas. The manner of death would be different from what Puerto Rican veterinarians were observing in the livestock they examined. The precision and the specificity of what witnesses described seemed inconsistent with a large cat predation scenario. Others proposed that the creature might be a completely unknown species that inhabited the remote interior of Puerto Rico, an animal that had never been documented by science because it lived in such isolated terrain that it rarely encountered humans. Perhaps, the theory went, it was a remnant population of an ancient species that had survived in the remote mountains and forests of the island, hidden from human observation for centuries. The remote interior of Puerto Rico, while not vast by the standards of continental wilderness areas, certainly contained areas that were sparsely populated and difficult to access. Thick forests and mountainous terrain could theoretically harbor species unknown to science. It was theoretically possible, if scientifically unlikely, that an unknown animal might persist in such areas, perhaps a species that had been isolated for so long that it had evolved unique characteristics found nowhere else on Earth. However, the rapid explosion of sightings and attacks, concentrated in areas that were not particularly remote or isolated, but rather in settled agricultural regions where humans were numerous, made this theory seem less plausible than some alternatives. If the creature truly inhabited remote wilderness areas, why would it suddenly begin attacking livestock in populated farming regions? The creature's sudden emergence from supposed isolation in 1995 also required explanation that the undiscovered species hypothesis did not readily provide. Still others drew on Puerto Rico's rich tradition of folklore and spiritual belief to offer more supernatural explanations. Some suggested that the creature was a Chupacabra in the literal sense, a demonic being from folklore that fed on the vital essence of animals and possibly humans. Others proposed that it might be a vampire, a creature of legend that drank blood and possessed supernatural abilities that made it difficult to capture or kill through conventional means. Some even suggested that the creature might be an alien visitor, an extraterrestrial being that had come to Earth to study terrestrial life or to feed on it, using its advanced abilities to evade human capture. The idea of an alien visitor appealed to people who were aware of growing interest in UFOs and extraterrestrial life, cultural phenomena that had gained significant attention in the decades before 1995. Puerto Rico had its own history of reported UFO sightings and extraterrestrial encounters, making it not unusual for some residents to consider extraterrestrial explanations for the mysterious phenomenon. These more fantastical explanations appealed to people who were already primed by cultural narratives about the supernatural and mysterious. Puerto Rico has a long history of spiritual beliefs, folk traditions, and stories of creatures that exist beyond the boundaries of scientific explanation. The island's indigenous Taino heritage had left behind legends and beliefs that persisted in contemporary culture, blended with African spiritual traditions brought by enslaved peoples and Spanish Catholic beliefs. It was natural that some people would interpret the Chupacabra through this complex cultural lens, seeing it not as a natural animal but as a supernatural being, or a manifestation of forces beyond normal understanding. The descriptions of the creature that circulated during this period of escalating panic were remarkably consistent, which itself seemed significant to many people. If the creature was merely a product of collective imagination, people reasoned, why would so many independent witnesses describe it in nearly identical terms? The consistency suggested that people were actually seeing something real, something with actual physical characteristics that could be observed and described. The reptilian features that appeared in account after account, the specific body proportions, the eye characteristics, the spines along the back, all of these repeated descriptions seemed to point toward a genuine creature, not a pure invention of fearful minds. The descriptions that became standardized during the 1995 panic emphasized the creature's otherworldly appearance. It was consistently described as bipedal, walking upright on two hind legs like a human or a primate. It was relatively small, usually estimated at around 4 to 5 feet in height, which made it seem both more plausible as a real animal and more terrifying as a predator that might lurk in the darkness near a farmhouse. The eyes were uniformly described as large, dark and intelligent, with an alien quality that suggested consciousness and intentionality. Some witnesses reported seeing red or yellow eyes that glowed in the darkness, which added to the sense that this was something uncanny and supernatural. The skin was described as greenish or greyish in colour, with a scaly reptilian texture that suggested something that was neither mammal nor conventional predator. The creature was almost universally described as possessing spines or quills running down its back from the neck to the base of the tail. These spines were sometimes described as being particularly pronounced and sharp, adding significantly to the creature's menacing appearance and suggesting a defensive or aggressive posture. The hands, according to the most detailed descriptions, had only 3 fingers, which was unusual and unsettling compared to the 4 or 5 digits typical of most mammals. This detail seemed particularly important to witnesses because it represented a clear departure from the anatomy of known animals. Some witnesses described the creature as having a monkey-like face combined with reptilian features, creating a chimeric appearance that did not match any known animal in the world. The inclusion of specific details like a forked tongue similar to that of a snake, long fangs suitable for puncturing and feeding on blood, and even a foul odor that supposedly accompanied the creature's presence, all added texture and specificity to the descriptions. Some witnesses reported that the creature smelled like sulfur or rotting flesh, sensory details that added to the sense of the creature being genuinely present and not merely imaginary. The consistency of these specific physical characteristics across multiple independent witnesses was striking and seemed significant to many observers. If different people from different locations all reported seeing a creature with 3-fingered hands, was it not likely that this detail reflected something genuinely observed rather than something invented? The repetition of specific characteristics across accounts suggested pattern and consistency, which in the minds of believers supported the reality of what was being described. The creature seemed to have genuine physical characteristics that could be observed and described, even if no one had yet managed to capture it or obtain clear photographic evidence of its existence. Believers pointed to this consistency as evidence that the creature was real, while skeptics pointed to the same consistency as evidence of how media accounts and cultural narratives could influence eyewitness perception and memory, creating the appearance of consensus where none actually existed. What was remarkable about these descriptions was how they evolved and developed through the summer and fall of 1995. The first accounts were relatively simple and vague, describing only that something unusual had been seen in the darkness or glimpsed at a distance, often at night when visibility was poor and details were difficult to discern. But as the legend developed and spread, and as people heard the descriptions provided by Madeline Tolentino and other witnesses who spoke to journalists and appeared in media interviews, subsequent accounts became progressively more detailed and more aligned with these earlier descriptions. People began reporting seeing the same features that earlier witnesses had described, noticing the spines, the 3-fingered hands, the alien eyes with that distinctive glowing quality that supposedly illuminated the darkness. This created what some skeptics have called a feedback loop of description, where each account reinforced and refined previous accounts, leading to an increasingly standardized and iconic image of the creature that may have reflected not direct observation, but cultural narrative and expectation about what the creature should look like. The power of a circulating description to shape subsequent observations is well documented in psychology and folklore studies, and the Chupacabra phenomenon provides a clear example of this process happening in real time within modern media-saturated society. Witnesses who reported seeing the creature often drew parallels to science fiction imagery they had encountered in movies or television programs. Some explicitly mentioned that the creature looked like something from an alien encounter story or a horror film. Others compared it to creatures they had read about in folklore or mythology. These comparisons were significant because they suggested that witnesses were interpreting what they saw through existing cultural frameworks and media references. Their brains, confronted with something ambiguous in the darkness, filled in details using templates provided by popular culture. A glimpse of an unfamiliar animal might be filtered through memory of a movie alien, resulting in a description that combined observation with cultural expectation. This is not necessarily dishonesty or deception on the part of witnesses, but rather the normal way human perception works, especially when observing something ambiguous or unexpected. The scientific theories offered by veterinarians and biologists in Puerto Rico during 1995 were various and inconclusive, reflecting the difficulty of investigating a phenomenon that was simultaneously generating thousands of reports while remaining elusive to direct examination. Most experts agreed that the puncture wounds and the apparent exsanguination of animals required explanation and deserved serious investigation, but they were unable to offer a single unified theory about what could account for all the reported incidents across Puerto Rico. Some suggested that the deaths might be caused by a combination of factors, including natural predation by known animals, disease or parasitic infection that had gone undiagnosed, and human error or misinterpretation of what they had observed. Others proposed that some of the livestock deaths might have been caused by known predators, like wild dogs or other animals, and that pervasive fear and confirmation bias had led people to attribute these deaths to a single mysterious creature rather than to natural causes. One prominent theory suggested that people might be misinterpreting predation by wild dogs or semi-feral dog populations. Dogs had lived in Puerto Rico for centuries, having arrived with Spanish colonizers and subsequently adapting to the local environment. Wild or semi-feral dogs could potentially attack livestock, and their bites and teeth marks could be misinterpreted or misremembered as the distinctive puncture wounds attributed to the Chupacabra. However, this theory failed to fully explain the reported exsanguination of animals, which was not a typical result of dog predation. Dogs attacking livestock usually killed through strangulation or massive blood loss from torn arteries and veins, but the precise nature of the wounds attributed to the Chupacabra seemed inconsistent with typical canine predation patterns. Another theory proposed involvement of parasites or disease. Some veterinarians suggested that the livestock deaths might be explained by introduction of a new parasite or disease organism to Puerto Rico that was causing unusual symptoms or unusual patterns of illness. The puncture wounds might not be the cause of death, but rather secondary infections or symptoms of an underlying disease condition. However, the precision and consistency of the wounds, as described by farmers, seemed inconsistent with illness or parasitic infection, which would typically produce different patterns of injury and different symptoms. The problem was that the evidence available to these experts was largely anecdotal. They did not have the opportunity to examine fresh carcasses in their entirety, to conduct detailed autopsies, or to gather systematic data about the specific circumstances of each reported death. The reports were coming in too rapidly, from too many different locations, and with too much variation in the level of detail provided. Most importantly, farmers who had lost animals had no particular motivation to preserve the carcasses for expert examination. By the time a veterinarian might be called to examine an animal, it had often been dead for hours or even days, making it difficult to determine the precise cause of death with certainty. By the early months of 1996, as the immediate intensity of the panic in Puerto Rico began to subside slightly, the legend was already beginning to spread beyond the island. Reports of Chupacabra sightings and attacks started appearing in other Caribbean islands and in Latin American countries. The creature seemed to be following human communication networks rather than geographic proximity. Miami, the major gateway between the Caribbean and the mainland United States, began reporting sightings of the creature, as did cities with significant Puerto Rican immigrant populations. The Spanish-language media played a crucial role in this expansion. Radio stations and television networks that broadcast to Spanish-speaking communities throughout North and South America disseminated stories about the Chupacabra, describing the creature's characteristics and recounting the reports from Puerto Rico in dramatic and compelling terms. Reporters and news anchors treated the phenomenon with the gravity of a genuine wildlife threat, giving it legitimacy and suggesting that the danger was real and potentially present in their own communities. In March of 1996, a Spanish-language television program called Cristina, hosted by popular talk show host Cristina Saralegui, aired a major segment about the Chupacabra phenomenon that was broadcast to millions of viewers throughout Latin America and among Spanish-speaking audiences in the United States. The Cristina program was one of the most widely viewed Spanish-language talk shows in the Americas, and its decision to devote significant airtime to the Chupacabra story meant that the phenomenon was being elevated to national and international prominence. The segment featured interviews with people claiming to have witnessed the creature, discussions of the livestock deaths in Puerto Rico, and speculation about what the creature might be. The production values and the emotional weight given to the segment suggested that this was not merely folklore or entertainment, but a genuine mystery worthy of serious investigation and public concern. The effect of the Cristina broadcast was immediate and dramatic. Following the airing of the program, reports of Chupacabra sightings and livestock deaths suddenly exploded across the Spanish-speaking world like a contagion moving through connected populations. Within weeks of the broadcast, people in Mexico were reporting Chupacabra attacks. The Dominican Republic began receiving reports of the creature attacking livestock. Venezuela reported sightings in remote agricultural regions. Argentina, Brazil, and other South American countries suddenly had their own Chupacabra sightings and livestock deaths attributed to the mysterious creature. The speed and scale of this geographic expansion demonstrated the power of modern media to propagate folklore and legend across vast distances and diverse populations, far more effectively than traditional oral transmission could accomplish. A story that had originated in Puerto Rico just months earlier was now being reported from multiple countries and multiple continents, reaching audiences that had no prior familiarity with the original phenomenon, but were now learning about it through televised media coverage and subsequent newspaper articles and radio broadcasts. Some researchers and skeptics suggested that the rapid spread of reports following the Cristina broadcast was not evidence that the creature had suddenly migrated to multiple countries simultaneously, but rather evidence that the power of media narrative could inspire copycat reports and reinterpretations of mundane animal deaths as Chupacabra attacks. People who heard about the creature on television and understood what characteristics to look for might then see those characteristics in animals they encountered or heard about. Farmers who had lost livestock to unknown causes might reinterpret those losses as Chupacabra attacks now that the creature had been brought to their attention. The expansion of reports could be explained not by the creature's actual distribution across the Americas, but by the psychological and cultural effects of media coverage and the power of suggestion. This theory suggested that the Chupacabra was spreading not as a physical creature across geographic space, but as an idea spreading through information networks and cultural narratives. By the middle of 1996, the Chupacabra legend had achieved a scale of international recognition that was remarkable for such a recently originated phenomenon. A creature that had first been reported fewer than 2 years earlier was now known across North, Central, and South America, discussed in Spanish-language media throughout the hemisphere, and the subject of intense fascination and fear in farming communities across multiple countries. The legend had transcended its origins in Puerto Rico and become a continental and eventually global phenomenon. International wire services were picking up stories about Chupacabra sightings and transmitting them to news outlets around the world. English-language media outlets in the United States began covering the phenomenon, introducing the creature to audiences who had no familiarity with Spanish-language media. The Internet, though still in its early stages of widespread adoption in 1996, began to play a supplementary role in spreading information and reports about the creature. Early websites dedicated to cryptozoology and folklore began collecting and disseminating accounts of Chupacabra sightings from various locations. Chat rooms and bulletin boards, the precursors to modern social media, allowed people to share their experiences and theories about the creature with a global audience of interested readers who were exploring the emerging digital world. The expansion of the legend beyond Puerto Rico happened with a speed and scope that would have been impossible in earlier eras of human history. Without modern media infrastructure, without television and radio broadcasts that could reach millions of people simultaneously, without early internet communication that allowed near instantaneous sharing of information across continents, the Chupacabra legend might have remained a localized phenomenon, confined to Puerto Rico and perhaps gradually spreading to nearby Caribbean islands through word of mouth and traditional oral transmission over the course of years or even decades. But in 1995 and 1996, with contemporary media infrastructure in place and Spanish-language broadcasting networks reaching audiences across multiple continents, the legend spread with astonishing rapidity, jumping from country to country and across oceans, becoming integrated into the folklore of multiple distinct cultures and communities, each adding their own interpretations and their own reports to the growing body of Chupacabra lore. The creature became known not just to Spanish speakers, but to English speakers, to indigenous populations, to farmers and city dwellers, to children and adults across multiple generations simultaneously. What is particularly interesting about the early geographic expansion of the Chupacabra legend is that different regions seem to develop their own variations of the creature's description, reflecting local contexts and expectations. While the Puerto Rican version maintained its distinctly reptilian, alien appearance with the emphasis on bipedal locomotion and distinctive spines running along the back, reports from other regions began to include different characteristics that reflected regional fauna and local predators. In Mexico and along the southwestern United States border regions, some reports began to describe a more canine appearance, a creature that was increasingly dog-like in form and behavior, while still retaining some of the vampiric characteristics that had made the creature famous in Puerto Rico. The shift from reptilian to canine descriptions was not random, but seemed to follow geographic patterns and cultural contexts. In Chile and Argentina, sightings described a creature that seemed to incorporate elements that matched local predators known to inhabit those regions, suggesting that witnesses were filtering their observations through expectations about what animals could exist in their particular environments. This regional variation in descriptions suggests that as the legend spread, it adapted to local contexts and local expectations about what kinds of creatures might plausibly exist in different environments. A Puerto Rican farmer might see an alien reptilian creature because that image had been popularized by Madeline Tolentino and circulated through international media coverage. A Mexican farmer might interpret the same phenomenon or similar livestock deaths through the lens of a canine predator, because dogs and coyotes were familiar animals whose size and appearance could be distorted by fear, poor lighting, and the psychological impact of discovering dead livestock. The Chupacabra was becoming a shapeshifter, adapting its appearance to match the landscape and the expectations of different communities across the Americas. The legendary creature that had originated in the panic and fear of Puerto Rican livestock farmers had become something far more expansive and more complex than a simple mystery about dead animals. It was no longer a single unified legend with consistent characteristics, but rather a body of folklore that was evolving and adapting as it spread across different cultures and communities, the Chupacabra was becoming a truly continental and global phenomenon, a modern legend that seemed to fulfill some deep and perhaps universal human need to understand the unexplained, to give names and forms to mysterious threats, and to connect with others through shared narratives of fear and fascination. In an era of increasing globalization and mass media, the Chupacabra represented folklore that had been born not from centuries of oral tradition, but from the collision of contemporary events, media coverage, and human psychology in real time. As 1996 progressed into its middle and latter months, the Chupacabra became increasingly prominent in popular culture beyond farming communities and beyond the immediate context of livestock losses. Newspapers that had initially covered the story as a regional news item began reporting on international sightings and the expansion of the legend across multiple countries. Television programs beyond the original Christina broadcast began featuring segments about the creature, some treating it seriously as a genuine mystery, and others approaching it with a more skeptical or entertainment-focused sensibility. Magazines ran articles speculating about what the Chupacabra might be, offering various theories ranging from the scientific to the supernatural, and interviewing cryptozoologists and paranormal researchers who found the phenomenon fascinating and worthy of study. The creature had transcended its origin as a reported livestock predator in Puerto Rico to become a topic of cultural interest, debate, and entertainment across the entire hemisphere. Yet for farmers across multiple countries who had experienced livestock losses and lived with the fear of the creature's presence, the Chupacabra remained a serious matter, a genuine threat that deserved investigation and practical solutions. The gulf between those who viewed the Chupacabra as entertainment and those who saw it as a real danger continued to widen as the legend expanded. As the legend expanded across continents and the reports multiplied, a different kind of attention began to focus on the phenomenon. Scientists, veterinarians, and researchers who had initially dismissed the Chupacabra as folklore or mass hysteria found themselves unable to ignore the sheer volume of reports and the consistency of certain details across different locations and different countries. The phenomenon demanded investigation, not because the Chupacabra was necessarily real, but because something real was happening on the ground in various communities. Livestock were dying, farmers were losing animals and livelihoods, communities were experiencing genuine fear and upheaval. Whether the cause was a mysterious creature, a known predator, or a combination of natural and psychological factors, the phenomenon merited serious scientific attention. Researchers began organizing investigations and attempting to gather evidence that might explain what was occurring. The initial challenge that scientists faced was one of logistics and access. The reports were coming in from multiple countries across vast geographic distances, making it impossible for any single investigator or research team to be present at the scene of every reported attack. By the time veterinarians or zoologists could travel to a farm where livestock had been killed, the carcasses had often been buried or otherwise disposed of, making detailed examination impossible. The preliminary examination by untrained farmers or local veterinarians who lacked the expertise to conduct thorough forensic analysis of animal deaths further complicated matters. Most farmers were understandably more concerned with disposing of dead animals and preventing further losses than with preserving evidence for scientific study. This meant that the scientific investigation of the Chupacabra was hampered from the start by lack of direct access to material evidence. The reports and testimony of witnesses had to serve as the primary data for investigation, but eyewitness testimony, while valuable, is inherently subjective and subject to various forms of bias and misinterpretation. A veterinarian examining a carcass weeks after death might be unable to determine the precise cause of death with certainty. A farmer describing puncture wounds might be remembering them inaccurately or interpreting them in light of preconceived notions about what a Chupacabra attack would look like. In Puerto Rico, where the phenomenon had originated, veterinary authorities attempted to examine some of the livestock that had been killed in the early attacks. The wound patterns that they observed were unusual in some respects, but not inexplicable. The puncture wounds that were reported could potentially have been caused by any number of predators, including wild dogs, feral dogs, or other carnivorous animals. The exsanguination of animals, while dramatic and troubling to witnesses, was not actually inconsistent with predation by known predators. A dog or cat attacking livestock typically does so by biting the throat or the belly, severing major blood vessels and causing rapid blood loss. By the time a dead animal was discovered and examined, most or all of the blood could have drained from the carcass, creating the appearance of exsanguination, even if the predator had not specifically targeted the animal for blood feeding. The precision and consistency of the wounds, as described by farmers, might reflect the actual behavior of predators, or it might reflect the tendency of people to remember and emphasize details that fit the narrative of a mysterious and intentional creature. A predator's teeth marks would naturally cluster in certain locations where the animal bit, and these could be remembered or interpreted as distinctive puncture wounds characteristic of an unusual creature. Some investigators proposed that the deaths could be explained by predation by larger carnivorous animals that lived in Puerto Rico or that might have been transported to the island. Wild pigs, which had been introduced to Puerto Rico centuries earlier and had established feral populations in forested areas, could potentially attack livestock under certain circumstances. Large feral dogs or packs of dogs could certainly kill livestock and leave puncture wounds. However, neither wild pigs nor feral dogs matched the descriptions that witnesses had provided of the creature they claimed to have seen. Most of the physical descriptions involved a bipedal creature with distinctly unusual anatomy, not an animal that resembled known terrestrial carnivores. The discrepancy between the actual animals that might plausibly be present in Puerto Rico and the descriptions of what witnesses claimed to have seen created a puzzle that was difficult to resolve through conventional zoological investigation. Researchers began attempting to gather more systematic data about the reported attacks and sightings. Questionnaires were distributed to farmers, asking for detailed information about the circumstances of livestock deaths, the specific characteristics of any wounds observed, and any sightings of unusual animals. Researchers tried to map the geographic distribution of reported attacks to see if patterns emerged that might suggest movement of a predator or concentration of attacks in particular areas. They attempted to interview witnesses in detail, trying to separate their observations from their interpretations and from information they had received from others. These systematic approaches produced some interesting results. The geographic distribution of attacks was not random, but seemed to cluster around certain areas, particularly agricultural regions. However, the clustering could be explained either by the presence of the actual predator in those regions, or by the fact that those regions had denser populations of livestock and thus more opportunity for predation by ordinary animals. The correlation between media coverage and reports of new sightings was striking. In some cases, reports of attacks surged immediately after newspaper articles or television broadcasts about the Chupacabra. In other cases, apparent attacks preceded media coverage, suggesting that media was reporting actual incidents rather than creating them from whole cloth. But disentangling cause and effect was difficult. Did media coverage create the belief in the Chupacabra and cause people to misinterpret normal predation as Chupacabra attacks? Or did actual mysterious incidents occur first and then receive media coverage? Determining the direction of causation was one of the central challenges in investigating the phenomenon. The temporal relationship between media events and reported sightings suggested that information networks were playing a crucial role in shaping not just how the phenomenon was understood, but whether it continued to generate reports at all. By the late 1990s, some researchers began to focus on collecting physical evidence. A few carcasses that had been preserved or that were freshly killed and examined by veterinarians provided opportunities for detailed analysis. The wounds that were observed, while sometimes unusual, could generally be explained by predation. The pattern of wounds, the depth of penetration, the location on the body where bites were concentrated, All of these could be interpreted as consistent with predation by known animals. Blood work and tissue analysis did not reveal anything unusual. The animals that had been killed appeared to have died from normal causes of predation, not from some exotic form of blood feeding or venom injection. The lack of unusual findings in the physical examination of carcasses did not prove that the Chupacabra did not exist, but it did suggest that if it existed, it was leaving evidence that was indistinguishable from predation by known animals. As the years passed and the phenomenon continued to evolve, the nature of the scientific investigation shifted. Researchers began to recognize that the Chupacabra phenomenon was not primarily a zoological mystery, but rather a cultural and psychological phenomenon. The creature had taken on a life of its own in folklore and popular imagination, spreading through media networks and capturing the fascination of millions of people across multiple continents. Whether or not a genuine unknown animal had initiated the phenomenon in Puerto Rico in 1995, the Chupacabra had become a cultural object, a legendary creature with its own mythology and symbolic significance. Understanding the phenomenon required understanding not just the biology of predators, but the psychology of belief, the mechanics of media transmission, and the cultural contexts in which folklore flourishes and spreads. Some researchers trained in psychology and folklore studies began to examine the Chupacabra through a different analytical lens. They looked at how the legend had originated, how it had spread, how descriptions had evolved and changed, and what psychological and cultural needs the legend seemed to fulfill. They recognized that the Chupacabra served functions beyond literal belief in a mysterious creature. It provided a way for communities experiencing anxiety about livestock losses to understand those losses within a narrative framework. It created a sense of community among people who shared fears and theories about the creature. It explained the inexplicable, giving a name and a form to something that would otherwise remain mysterious. The legend also connected contemporary experience to traditional folklore and mythology, drawing on a long history of demonic creatures, vampire legends, and supernatural threats that pervade human storytelling across cultures. The Chupacabra became a vehicle through which people could explore deeper anxieties about the unknown, about the wild and untamed world that persisted at the edges of civilization, about the limits of human understanding and control. The scientific investigation of the Chupacabra phenomenon ultimately revealed as much about human cognition and culture as it revealed about the actual predators that were killing livestock across the Americas. The phenomenon demonstrated how media, psychology, folklore, and environmental context combined to create a modern legend that spread with remarkable speed and reached across continents and cultures. It showed how human perception could be shaped by expectation, by cultural narratives, and by the power of suggestion. It illustrated the difficulty of distinguishing between genuine observations, honest misinterpretations, and fabrications in eyewitness testimony. It provided a case study in how scientific investigation of ambiguous phenomena could run up against the limits of evidence and the power of belief to persist, despite lack of definitive proof. From the beginning, skeptics offered alternative explanations for what was happening in Puerto Rico and later across the Americas. The most straightforward explanation was that the livestock deaths were being caused by known predators that were being misidentified or sensationalized by frightened witnesses and sensationalist media coverage. Wild dogs, feral dogs, or dog packs could certainly kill livestock and leave puncture wounds in a pattern that might appear distinctive to untrained observers. Coyotes, which were present in Mexico and the southwestern United States, could attack livestock and leave similar wound patterns. Larger cats, including jaguars or cougars, could be present in remote areas and could potentially attack livestock. Identification of predators from eyewitness testimony and from examination of wound patterns was notoriously difficult, and an unfamiliar predator or an animal seen in poor lighting conditions might be described in terms that made it sound strange or unusual. The skeptic's case was strengthened by the fact that livestock losses to predation were common in agricultural communities throughout the Americas. particularly in less developed regions where veterinary medicine and predator control were limited. Farmers regularly lost animals to known predators and to disease. When such losses occurred in the context of the Chupacabra panic, they could be attributed to the legendary creature rather than to ordinary causes. A farmer finding a dead animal with predation wounds might, in the context of widespread belief in the Chupacabra, interpret those wounds as evidence of the legendary creature's attack rather than as evidence of predation by a known animal. The confirmation bias that this created meant that once the Chupacabra legend had taken root, each livestock loss provided additional evidence of the creature's existence in the minds of believers, even if the actual cause of death was ordinary predation. Another skeptical explanation focused on the media influence and the power of suggestion. The film Species, released in the summer of 1995 in Puerto Rico, featured an alien creature with specific physical characteristics: bipedal, humanoid body shape, spines running along the back, large eyes, and an otherworldly appearance. The timing and content of this film coincided closely with the emergence of the Chupacabra legend. Skeptics suggested that Madeline Tolentino's sighting in August 1995, which was the most influential description of the creature, might have been influenced by the film that she had apparently seen before reporting her sighting. Rather than observing something genuinely unknown, Tolentino might have filtered her observation of an ambiguous or ordinary animal through the lens of imagery from the film, creating a description that matched the cinematic creature more closely than it matched any actual animal. Once her detailed description was circulated through the media, it became a template that shaped how other witnesses perceived and described the creatures they claimed to observe. Skeptics also pointed out the rapid increase in reports following media coverage as evidence of media-driven phenomenon rather than evidence of a genuine creature. When the Christina television program broadcast its segment about the Chupacabra, reports of sightings spiked dramatically in multiple countries. This temporal correlation between media coverage and increased reports suggested that the coverage was creating the phenomenon rather than simply reporting on it. People who heard about the Chupacabra became primed to interpret ambiguous sightings as potential Chupacabra encounters. The power of suggestion and the power of a detailed description to shape perception meant that people who heard about the creature's appearance were more likely to see that appearance in animals they encountered, whether or not those animals actually matched the description. Psychological explanations also played a role in skeptical critiques of the Chupacabra phenomenon. Humans are prone to pareidolia, the tendency to see familiar patterns, especially faces and familiar creatures, in ambiguous stimuli. A vaguely unusual animal seen in poor lighting or at a distance might trigger pareidolia, causing a witness to perceive it as matching the shape or appearance of a legendary creature they had heard about. Stress and fear, common emotions among farmers dealing with livestock losses, can affect perception and memory. A frightened farmer might perceive an ordinary predator as more threatening and more unusual than it actually was. Memory is reconstructive rather than reproductive, meaning that people do not simply recall events as they occurred, but reconstruct them based on subsequent information they have received. A farmer who initially saw a predator that was only partially visible or seen in poor lighting might reconstruct that memory to match the detailed descriptions they had subsequently heard about the Chupacabra. The skeptical case also emphasized the absence of definitive physical evidence of an unknown creature. Despite thousands of reports of sightings and attacks across multiple countries and decades, no one had managed to capture a Chupacabra, photograph one clearly, or provide a body for scientific examination. Every carcass that was examined and subjected to laboratory analysis turned out to be a known animal, usually a coyote or dog, with a disease like mange. The complete absence of any confirmed physical evidence of an unknown creature was taken by skeptics as strong evidence that no unknown creature existed, and that all reports reflected either misidentification of known animals or fabrication. In science, the absence of evidence is not always evidence of absence. But when looking for a creature that supposedly exists in significant numbers across multiple continents, the complete absence of physical evidence after decades of searching and investigation seems significant. Despite these skeptical arguments, belief in the Chupacabra persisted and in some regions actually strengthened. The skeptical explanations, while plausible and internally consistent, did not fully account for all aspects of the phenomenon. They could explain individual sightings or individual livestock deaths, but they could not easily explain the consistency of descriptions across different regions or the apparent precision of the wounds attributed to the creature. Believers could point to gaps in the skeptical arguments and suggest that skeptics were being closed-minded, dismissing legitimate mystery in favor of conventional explanations. The debate between skeptics and believers became increasingly polarized, with each side dismissing the other's arguments and providing their own interpretations of the same evidence. The Chupacabra became a focal point for larger debates about the nature of reality, the limits of scientific explanation, and the possibility of the unknown persisting in the modern world despite scientific advances. The cultural impact of the Chupacabra phenomenon extended far beyond the farming communities where livestock was being lost and beyond the scientific and skeptical communities debating the creature's existence. The legend permeated popular culture across the Americas and eventually worldwide. The creature became a subject of fascination and entertainment, appearing in movies, television shows, comic books, and other media. The initial panic and fear that had characterized the early reports in Puerto Rico gradually transformed into curiosity and fascination. The Chupacabra became a symbol of mystery and possibility, a legendary creature that represented the idea that the unknown might still exist in the modern world, that there might be mysteries that science had not yet explained, that the rational world might contain pockets of the irrational or the supernatural. In Mexico, the Chupacabra became integrated into existing folklore traditions and became a subject of cultural expression and creativity. Artists created paintings, sculptures, and other artworks depicting the creature. Musicians wrote songs about the Chupacabra, incorporating it into popular music styles. The creature appeared in murals and street art in cities and towns across Mexico and other Latin American countries. The Chupacabra became a recognizable cultural icon, known not just to rural farmers but to urban populations, to children, to people who had never encountered livestock and had no direct connection to the phenomenon that had sparked the legend. The creature had transcended its origins as a mysterious predator of livestock and become a cultural symbol with meanings that extended beyond its literal significance. In the United States, the Chupacabra became a subject of fascination in cryptozoology circles and among people interested in paranormal phenomena and unexplained mysteries. Cryptozoologists, people who study and search for unknown or legendary creatures, adopted the Chupacabra as one of the major subjects of investigation. Websites dedicated to cryptozoology compiled reports of sightings, maintained databases of Chupacabra encounters, and organized expeditions to search for the creature. The creature was incorporated into the broader culture of cryptozoology alongside other legendary creatures like Bigfoot, the Loch Ness monster, and the Mothman. The Chupacabra offered the advantage that, unlike some other cryptids, it was believed to inhabit populated areas rather than remote wilderness, making it theoretically easier to find or photograph. This accessibility contributed to the fascination that cryptozoologists held for the creature. In television and film, the Chupacabra became a subject of entertainment and dramatization. Television shows featuring paranormal investigation or cryptid searching often included episodes about the Chupacabra. Horror films and creature features incorporated the Chupacabra as an antagonist, drawing on the legendary characteristics of the creature to create entertainment products. The transformation of the Chupacabra from a source of genuine fear in farming communities to an entertainment subject for mass audiences represented a significant shift in the cultural meaning of the legend. What had begun as a terrifying mystery causing real economic and psychological harm to farmers became, for many audiences, an object of entertainment and curiosity, a legendary monster to be investigated and pursued for the sake of excitement and entertainment. The persistence of the Chupacabra legend in popular culture has proven remarkably durable, far outlasting the initial panic of the 1990s. Even decades after the phenomenon's emergence in Puerto Rico, the creature remains recognizable and continues to capture the imagination of new generations who encounter the legend through books, movies, internet resources, and other media. The creature has become a fixed part of contemporary mythology, a legendary being that people recognize and can discuss despite having no actual evidence of its existence. This persistence raises interesting questions about the nature of legend and folklore in the contemporary world. In an era of scientific literacy and technological advancement, when most people understand that comprehensive photographic documentation and biological specimen collection are possible, the Chupacabra persists as a legendary creature anyway. The legend survives scientific debunking, photographic absence, and plausible alternative explanations because it serves psychological and cultural functions that transcend literal belief in the creature's existence. The media frenzy around the Chupacabra also reflected broader cultural anxieties and interests that extended beyond the specific question of whether an unknown predator existed. The phenomenon reflected anxiety about the relationship between humans and nature, about the possibility that the natural world might contain unknown threats that we have not yet documented or understood. It reflected interest in the paranormal and the supernatural, and the persistent human desire to believe that mysteries and the unknown persist despite scientific advancement. It reflected, perhaps, a kind of romantic attachment to the idea of wildness and mystery in a world that had become increasingly mapped, documented, and scientifically explained. The Chupacabra represented the possibility that something could exist beyond the boundaries of established knowledge, that the world might contain surprises and mysteries worthy of investigation and wonder. The geographic spread of the Chupacabra legend through media channels demonstrated the power of modern communication to transmit folklore and legend across continents and cultures with unprecedented speed and reach. A phenomenon that originated in Puerto Rico in 1995 had, by the early 2000s, become known and discussed in dozens of countries, in multiple languages, and across diverse cultural and linguistic communities. The legend had proven itself to be genuinely global in scope, not confined to Latin American or Spanish-speaking communities, but reaching audiences worldwide through internet communication, international media coverage, and the globalized culture of popular entertainment. The Chupacabra had become one of the most widely known contemporary legends, comparable in cultural reach to legends like Bigfoot or the Loch Ness monster that had taken decades or longer to achieve similar levels of global recognition. The integration of the Chupacabra into popular entertainment and consumer culture represented another dimension of the phenomenon's impact. By the early 2000s, merchandise bearing Chupacabra imagery became available through various channels. T-shirts with Chupacabra designs appeared in shops in Latin America and in specialty stores in the United States. Artwork depicting the creature circulated through art galleries and online marketplaces. Comic books and graphic novels featured the Chupacabra as a protagonist or antagonist, drawing on the creature's mysterious and somewhat menacing characteristics to create dramatic narratives. The creature became a recognizable symbol that could be used to evoke a sense of mystery, danger, or the paranormal. For some audiences, wearing a Chupacabra t-shirt or displaying Chupacabra artwork became a way to express interest in the paranormal, in cryptozoology, or in Latin American folklore and culture. The transformation of the Chupacabra from a source of rural panic into an urban legend and consumer product reflected a broader pattern in how contemporary culture processes and commodifies mystery and the paranormal. The initial fear and economic disruption caused by livestock losses had given way to fascination and entertainment. The creature that had terrorized farmers in Puerto Rico and Mexico became a subject of entertainment and kitsch in urban areas and in global consumer culture. This transformation is not unique to the Chupacabra, but represents a common pattern whereby contemporary legends, once they achieve sufficient cultural recognition, become incorporated into entertainment and consumer culture. The legend's ability to be transformed in this way suggested something about its durability and its capacity to maintain cultural relevance despite changes in context. Online communities formed around the Chupacabra legend, particularly as internet access became more widespread in the 2000s and 2010s. Websites dedicated to Chupacabra research, forums where enthusiasts could discuss sightings and theories, and social media groups where people shared reports and images all became spaces where the legend persisted and evolved. These online communities allowed people geographically distant from the regions where livestock losses were occurring to participate in discussions about the creature, to share their own sightings if they had any, and to collaborate on investigations or theorizing about the creature's nature. The internet enabled a decentralization of the legend, allowing it to be discussed and developed not just by journalists, researchers, or entertainment professionals, but by ordinary people who had an interest in the subject. The collective nature of online discussion meant that the legend could be continuously refined and reinterpreted by the communities that maintained and discussed it. The relationship between the Chupacabra legend and scientific inquiry remained complex and evolving. Scientists who investigated the phenomenon generally concluded that known animals, particularly mangy coyotes or dogs, could account for most or all of the reported incidents. However, the inability of science to provide absolute proof that the Chupacabra did not exist meant that belief in the creature could persist despite scientific skepticism. For some believers, the scientific debunking of specific cases only reinforced their conviction that scientists were missing something, that there were genuine cases that remained unexplained, that the scientific explanation was too mundane to account for the distinctive characteristics of what witnesses had observed. The scientific investigation of the Chupacabra had not resolved the question of the creature's existence, but had instead integrated scientific investigation into the broader legend, creating what might be called a mythic dialogue between science and mystery, between the rational and the irrational. The durability of the Chupacabra legend, despite the advancement of communication technology and photographic documentation technology, seems paradoxical. In a world where smartphones with high-quality cameras are ubiquitous, where nearly every person carries a device capable of taking and transmitting photographs and videos instantly, the absence of clear photographic evidence of a creature that supposedly exists in significant numbers seems like powerful evidence against its existence. Yet believers have learned to incorporate this absence into their narrative as well. They suggest that the creature is rare or elusive, or that it avoids human detection, or that it has learned to stay away from areas where it might be photographed. The scientific explanation that all documented cases can be explained by known animals with disease becomes, for believers, evidence of a cover-up or of scientific reluctance to investigate genuinely mysterious cases. The legend has developed immune responses to scientific debunking, ways of maintaining belief despite evidence that would seem to contradict it. The psychological persistence of belief in the Chupacabra raises interesting questions about the nature of belief in the contemporary world. Despite living in an era of scientific advancement, technological capability, and information accessibility, significant populations continue to believe in creatures whose existence is unsupported by physical evidence and contradicted by scientific investigation. This persistence suggests that belief in the mysterious and the unknown serves psychological or cultural functions that cannot be satisfied by scientific explanation alone. For some people, the existence of a mystery is itself valuable, a reminder that the world contains unknowns and surprises. For others, belief in the Chupacabra connects to deeper cultural narratives about the relationship between humans and the natural world, about the wild and untamed margins of civilization where danger and mystery might still exist. The legend provides a way of talking about anxieties and uncertainties that might be difficult to express in other ways. The evolution of Chupacabra descriptions over time, from the original reptilian and alien-like creature of the 1995 Puerto Rican accounts, to the canine variants that emerged in Texas and other southwestern locations, reflected an interesting cultural process whereby legends adapt to local contexts and local fauna. The same name applied to different creatures with different characteristics, depending on geographic location and local expectations about what animals might plausibly exist. The Puerto Rican Chupacabra remained distinctly alien and otherworldly, while the Texas Chupacabra became progressively more dog-like and more consistent with known predators. This evolution suggested that the legend was not a fixed thing, but a flexible framework into which different observations and different explanations could be integrated. The flexibility of the legend and its ability to adapt to local contexts may have contributed to its persistence and its geographic spread. By the 2010s and 2020s, more than 2 decades after the original 1995 reports, the Chupacabra legend had become an established part of contemporary folklore. New generations encountered the legend through books, documentaries, internet content, and popular culture references without having any direct knowledge of the 1995 Puerto Rican incidents that had sparked the original phenomenon. The legend had detached itself from its historical origins and had become a timeless element of contemporary mythology. New reports of sightings continue to emerge sporadically from various locations, each contributing to the ongoing legend without necessarily being connected to any individual verifiable incident. The Chupacabra had achieved a status similar to that of other legendary creatures that persist in contemporary consciousness despite questionable or non-existent physical evidence. The creature had become self-sustaining in cultural narrative, perpetuated through repeated telling and retelling, through media references and popular culture mentions, through the collective imagination of people who found the idea of the creature fascinating, regardless of whether it literally existed. In the years following the initial surge of reports, the Chupacabra continued to appear in scattered incidents across various regions, though the frequency and intensity of sightings fluctuated considerably. The phenomenon did not disappear as some skeptics had predicted, but neither did it maintain the sustained panic that had characterized the mid-1990s. Instead, the legend evolved into something different, becoming less about immediate fear of livestock losses and more about ongoing fascination with the mysterious and the unexplained. New reports continue to trickle in from rural areas across Latin America and the southwestern United States. Some of these reports described attacks consistent with the original Puerto Rican accounts, with livestock found with puncture wounds and minimal blood loss. Others described encounters with hairless, diseased-looking animals that matched the Texas canine variant more closely. Still others described creatures that seemed to combine elements from both versions, defying easy categorization. The documentation of these modern sightings became increasingly organized as the internet matured and became accessible to rural communities. Cryptozoology enthusiasts and paranormal investigators created detailed databases of reported Chupacabra incidents, organizing them by date, location, and description of the alleged creature. Some websites maintained maps showing the geographic distribution of sightings, attempting to discern patterns or migration routes of the creature if such patterns existed. Others compiled eyewitness testimonies and photographs, creating archives of evidence that believers could access and evaluate. The systematization of anecdotal evidence did not produce proof of the Chupacabra's existence, but it did create the appearance of a comprehensive historical record, making the phenomenon seem more substantial and more worthy of serious investigation than isolated individual reports might suggest. In Mexico, where the Chupacabra legend had taken particularly strong root, scattered incidents were reported throughout the 2000s and 2010s. A farmer in rural Durango reported finding livestock killed in a manner consistent with Chupacabra predation. Another incident in Coahuila involved reports of a strange-looking creature seen in the darkness near a ranch. These reports received attention from local media and from cryptozoology enthusiasts who maintained databases of Chupacabra sightings and attempted to track the creature's movements across borders. The reports were rarely investigated with scientific rigor, relying instead on eyewitness testimony and circumstantial evidence. When veterinarians or animal control officials did examine the carcasses, they typically concluded that the deaths resulted from predation by known animals, though this determination did not dissuade believers from maintaining that Chupacabra attacks were a distinct phenomenon. The accessibility of photographic equipment and video recording devices meant that modern sightings were sometimes documented in ways that earlier incidents could not have been. Digital cameras and later smartphone cameras made it possible for ordinary people to attempt to capture images of the creature if they encountered it. Some of these images and videos circulated through internet forums and social media, becoming part of the evidence that believers cited when discussing the Chupacabra. However, the quality and clarity of such images was generally poor, showing only shadowy figures or ambiguous animals that could potentially be interpreted in multiple ways. The resolution was often insufficient to determine with certainty what animal was actually depicted, allowing for continued disagreement about what the images showed. In some cases, images that were clearly of known animals were claimed as evidence of the Chupacabra, demonstrating how powerfully preconception and expectation could shape interpretation of visual evidence. The most significant physical evidence to emerge in decades came in 2007, when Phyllis Canyon of Cuero, Texas, discovered and preserved the carcass of an unusual animal found on her property. The creature was hairless, with an elongated face, prominent ribs, and other features that struck Canyon as consistent with descriptions of the Chupacabra. She displayed the preserved carcass publicly, generating widespread media coverage and attracting the attention of researchers and cryptozoologists from across the country. The carcass was subjected to DNA analysis by scientists at Texas A&M University, who determined that the animal was almost certainly a coyote or coyote-dog hybrid suffering from sarcoptic mange. This determination provided the first definitive scientific evidence that at least some animals being called chupacabras were, in fact, diseased canines. The mange disease causes the loss of fur, leaving the skin exposed and vulnerable. It also causes extreme itching, leading affected animals to scratch themselves raw and to develop secondary infections. The combination of fur loss, visible scars from scratching, and the altered appearance of a seriously ill animal could easily be perceived as monstrous or unusual by someone unfamiliar with the disease and predisposed to see evidence of the legendary creature. A coyote or dog with advanced mange becomes gaunt and skeletal in appearance, with prominent hip bones and ribs clearly visible through the denuded skin. The animal's behavior also changes as the disease progresses. Extreme itching causes constant scratching, making the animal appear frenzied or aggressive. Pain from secondary infections can make the animal more dangerous and less predictable. An animal in this condition might be more likely to attack livestock as an alternative to hunting wild prey, since wild animals in good health can outrun and elude a diseased predator. The constellation of symptoms and behavioral changes produced by mange could create an animal that seemed genuinely unusual and threatening, even though the underlying cause was a disease that veterinarians understood well. The Texas A&M findings provided what many scientists viewed as conclusive proof that the Chupacabra mystery could be solved through conventional zoological explanation. The animals that farmers and witnesses were seeing were not unknown creatures, but rather common predators suffering from disease. The precise nature of the wounds that witnesses reported, multiple small punctures concentrated on the throat and neck of prey animals, matched the feeding behavior of coyotes and other canines. When a coyote attacks livestock in a corral or enclosure, the animal cannot flee far, and the predator must make multiple bites to subdue it. These repeated bites create a pattern of puncture wounds that could reasonably be interpreted as evidence of a specialized feeding behavior or an unusual creature, particularly by someone who expected to see evidence of the Chupacabra. The blood loss that witnesses reported could be explained by the natural bleeding that occurs when major blood vessels are severed during predation. By the time the carcass was discovered, much or all of the blood could have drained or dried, leaving the animal looking as if it had been deliberately exsanguinated. Despite the Texas A&M findings and the scientific consensus that emerged from them, belief in the Chupacabra did not disappear. Instead, the explanation seemed to generate new questions and new debates among believers. Some suggested that the Texas case was not representative of all Chupacabra reports, that there were other incidents that could not be so easily explained. Others proposed that the scientific establishment was not taking the evidence seriously enough, or that the investigation had missed something crucial. The explanation that all Chupacabra sightings could be attributed to mangy canines struck some people as too convenient, too simple, too dismissive of the genuine mystery that they believed existed. The availability of a scientific explanation did not eliminate the legend, but instead incorporated it into a more complex narrative in which science, mystery, and belief all had roles to play. Reports of Chupacabra sightings continued to emerge sporadically into the 2010s and 2020s. Internet forums and social media groups dedicated to cryptozoology and unexplained phenomena maintained compilations of reported sightings and encouraged users to share their own encounters. These online communities created spaces where people with an interest in the Chupacabra could connect with others across geographic distances, sharing stories and evidence and developing theories about the creature's nature and origin. The ease of sharing images and videos through social media platforms meant that alleged evidence of the Chupacabra could be circulated widely and rapidly, reaching audiences that might never have heard of the creature through traditional media channels. Some of these images and videos were clearly images of known animals, either misidentified or deliberately misrepresented as Chupacabra evidence. Others were too ambiguous to determine what animal they actually depicted. A few were obvious hoaxes or artistic creations meant as jokes or social media entertainment. But the volume of such content meant that new people continued to be exposed to the legend and to the idea that the Chupacabra might be real, and that the mystery persisted despite decades of investigation and attempted explanation. In South America, particularly in Argentina and Chile, the legend persisted in rural communities, where livestock losses to predation remained a genuine problem. In these regions, the Chupacabra name could be applied to any unusual predation event or any mysterious death of livestock, much as it had been applied in the original Puerto Rican cases. The specificity of the legend became less important than its general utility as a term for the mysterious and unexplained. The Chupacabra became a cultural reference that people could invoke when they encountered something they did not understand, something that could not easily be attributed to known causes. In this sense, the legend functioned similarly to legends that had existed for centuries or longer in these regions, providing a framework for understanding the unpredictable and often harsh realities of rural life and livestock farming. The Chupacabra also became integrated into the broader culture and identity of Latin American communities in ways that extended far beyond livestock losses and rural farming concerns. The creature appeared in art, literature, music, and other cultural expressions. Artists in Mexico created paintings and sculptures depicting the creature, often emphasizing its otherness and its menacing qualities. These artworks ranged from realistic attempts to represent the creature as described in eyewitness accounts, to highly stylized and abstract interpretations that emphasized the symbolic and psychological dimensions of the legend. Muralists incorporated Chupacabra imagery into public artworks in cities and towns, making the creature a visible part of urban landscape and visual culture. In some cases, these murals transformed the creature into a folk hero or iconic figure of cultural significance, celebrating the legend even while acknowledging its mysterious or possibly fictional status. Musicians wrote songs about the Chupacabra, drawing on the legend to explore themes of danger, mystery, and the unknown. Some of these artistic treatments were serious and frightening, while others were humorous or ironic, playing with the idea of the creature as a cultural icon rather than a genuine biological threat. The versatility of the Chupacabra as a cultural subject meant that it could be adapted to multiple genres and artistic contexts. The creature appeared in popular music, in folk traditions, in theatrical performances, and in many other forms of cultural expression. The Chupacabra became something that people could discuss and celebrate as part of their cultural heritage, even if they did not literally believe that such a creature existed. The legend had achieved a kind of cultural permanence, becoming part of the established folklore and cultural identity of multiple regions and communities. For Spanish-speaking communities in the United States, the Chupacabra legend became one element of a broader cultural landscape that included many other legends and stories drawn from Latin American and indigenous traditions. The creature became a symbol of cultural identity and connection to ancestral traditions. Teaching children about the Chupacabra could be a way of transmitting cultural knowledge and maintaining connection to cultural roots, particularly for communities that had experienced displacement or immigration. The legend provided a touchstone for cultural identity that was distinctly Latin American, but also modern and contemporary, unlike some older legends that might feel distant or historical. The Chupacabra was something that belonged to the present moment, something that could have happened recently or might happen in the future, making it feel relevant and immediate even as it drew on the deep roots of folklore traditions. The legend also represented a kind of cultural ownership and agency for communities whose stories and traditions had often been dismissed or marginalized by dominant cultural institutions. The Chupacabra emerged from within Latin American communities, was carried and perpetuated by Spanish speakers and people of Latin American descent, and represented their concerns and their imaginations. The legend was not something imported from outside, but something generated from within, something that belonged authentically to the communities that told and retold its stories. In this sense, the Chupacabra represented a form of cultural power and cultural expression, a way that communities could assert their own narratives and their own ways of understanding the world, against external pressures to accept dominant cultural interpretations. In academic and scholarly contexts, the Chupacabra became a subject of study for researchers interested in folklore, mythology, cryptozoology, and the psychology of belief. Scholars examined how the legend had originated, how it had spread, how descriptions had evolved over time, and what functions the legend served in the communities where it persisted. The Chupacabra provided an interesting case study in how modern legends emerge and spread through media networks, how psychological factors influence perception and interpretation of ambiguous events, and how scientific explanation can coexist with belief in the mysterious. The phenomenon illustrated the complex relationship between rational and irrational thinking, between scientific and cultural ways of understanding the world. For researchers interested in these topics, the Chupacabra offered rich material for investigation and analysis. Universities and research institutions occasionally added the Chupacabra to their collections of folklore materials and investigated it using the methodologies of folklore scholarship. The legend became part of the official record, documented and analyzed in academic journals and scholarly books. This academic attention did not eliminate the legend's status as folklore or mystery, but rather validated its importance as a cultural phenomenon worthy of serious study. The fact that scholars studied the Chupacabra gave it a kind of legitimacy and cultural weight, even as the studies themselves often concluded that the creature was probably not real in a literal biological sense. The scholarly investigation of the legend became part of the legend itself, adding layers of interpretation and analysis that contributed to its ongoing significance and cultural resonance. The persistence of the legend despite scientific debunking also raised interesting questions about the nature of belief and the functions that legendary creatures serve in human consciousness. The Chupacabra seemed to represent something that resonated deeply in human psychology, something that spoke to anxieties and yearnings that could not be satisfied by conventional explanations alone. The creature represented the unknown, the wild, the dangerous margins of civilization, where human control and understanding were limited. It represented the possibility that mystery persisted in a world that had become increasingly mapped and scientifically explained. For people living in an era of rapid technological change and unprecedented access to information, the Chupacabra offered a reminder that there might still be unknowns, mysteries waiting to be solved, phenomena that science had not yet fully explained. The legend also seemed to serve a function in helping communities process and understand genuine problems. The livestock losses that farmers experienced in Puerto Rico and elsewhere were real, and the trauma and economic hardship associated with those losses were genuine. The Chupacabra legend provided a way of understanding those losses within a narrative framework that made them seem significant and worthy of attention, rather than just random or inevitable. The creature gave a name and a form to something that would otherwise remain abstract and unexplained. By making the problem tangible and specific, the legend made it feel like something that could potentially be addressed or solved, even if that resolution never actually came. The psychological function of the legend seemed to be as important as any literal truth about whether such a creature existed. The relationship between the Chupacabra legend and cultural identity became increasingly evident in how the creature was represented and discussed in different communities. In Puerto Rico, where the legend had originated, the Chupacabra became part of the national mythology and cultural identity. The creature represented something distinctly Puerto Rican, a phenomenon that had emerged from Puerto Rican soil and had captured world attention. Puerto Rican writers, artists, and musicians incorporated the legend into their work as a way of exploring cultural identity and connection to place. In Mexico and other Latin American countries, the Chupacabra became part of a broader pantheon of legendary creatures and folklore traditions that defined regional and national identity. The creature was not imported from outside, but was adapted and incorporated into existing cultural traditions, making it something distinctly Latin American and particular to specific regions. In the United States, the Chupacabra represented something somewhat different. The creature became associated particularly with the southwestern United States and with Mexican-American border communities. The legend provided a point of connection between Mexican and American cultural traditions and represented the complex cultural landscape of the border region, where Mexican and American cultures interacted and interpenetrated. For many people in the southwestern United States, the Chupacabra was not a foreign or exotic legend, but something intimately connected to their own regional and cultural experience. The creature became part of regional folklore and identity, something that belonged to the region as much as it belonged to Latin America. The Chupacabra also became integrated into the broader landscape of American cryptozoology and paranormal culture. The creature took its place alongside other famous cryptids and unexplained phenomena in popular culture. People who were interested in cryptozoology encountered the Chupacabra as one of several legendary creatures worth investigating and researching. The creature became a recognizable icon that appeared in cryptozoology websites, television shows, and other media. For many Americans, the Chupacabra was known as an exotic and mysterious creature from Latin America, something associated with otherness and foreign places. This association reflected broader patterns in how Americans understood and related to Latin America and to Latin American culture, seeing it as exotic, mysterious, and somewhat dangerous. The legend of the Chupacabra, like many modern legends, revealed the complex ways in which contemporary culture processes information, creates meaning, and constructs understanding of the world. The creature did not fit neatly into conventional categories. It was not purely fictional, as there were genuine reports of livestock deaths that sparked the legend. It was not purely real, as no conclusive evidence of an unknown creature had ever been produced. It was a legend in the classical sense, a narrative that seemed to contain truth, but whose literal accuracy was difficult or impossible to verify. The Chupacabra existed in the space between reality and fiction, between science and folklore, between rational explanation and mystery. This liminal quality seemed to be part of what made the legend so enduring and so fascinating. The continued sporadic reports of Chupacabra sightings and attacks, even decades after the initial phenomenon, suggested that the legend had become self-sustaining, perpetuated not by any actual creature, but by the power of the narrative itself. Once the legend had taken root in cultural consciousness, it provided a framework that people could use to interpret ambiguous or unusual events. A farmer finding livestock killed by a predator might interpret the event as evidence of the Chupacabra, rather than as ordinary predation. Someone seeing an unusual-looking animal might identify it as a Chupacabra based on descriptions they had heard about the creature. The legend created a lens through which people could view and interpret their experiences, making the legend self-reinforcing and self-perpetuating. The question of whether the Chupacabra exists seemed less important by the 2020s than the question of why people believed in it, what the legend meant to them, and what psychological and cultural functions it served. The creature had become a cultural icon regardless of its literal reality. It represented mystery, otherness, and the unknown. It embodied human anxieties about the relationship between civilization and wilderness, between human control and natural forces beyond human understanding. It represented the persistence of folklore and legend in a scientific age, the human need for mystery and wonder, even in a world of unprecedented knowledge and technological capability. The Chupacabra persisted because it answered real human needs and served real psychological and cultural functions, not because definitive proof of its existence had ever been produced. The enduring mystery of the Chupacabra also reflected broader patterns in how contemporary culture relates to the unknown and the unexplained. In an era when scientific knowledge has expanded dramatically, and when most phenomena can be explained through conventional means, the persistence of mysteries and legends seems paradoxical and perhaps even anachronistic. Yet throughout the world, legends of unknown creatures continue to circulate. Websites dedicated to cryptozoology continue to attract visitors, and people continue to report sightings of creatures that do not fit into established scientific categories. Humans seem to have a fundamental need for mystery and the unknown, a need that persists even when scientific explanations become available. The Chupacabra is one of many such legends, but it is perhaps uniquely positioned to persist because it is fundamentally democratic. Unlike the Loch Ness monster, which requires a journey to Scotland, or Bigfoot, which demands expedition into remote wilderness, the Chupacabra can supposedly appear anywhere, on anyone's property, attacking any livestock. This accessibility has made the legend more durable and more pervasive than many other cryptid legends. The Chupacabra threatens something immediate and personal, something that rural and agricultural communities actually care about. The stakes feel higher because livestock losses represent genuine economic hardship and real trauma to the people experiencing them. This grounding in real economic and practical concerns gives the Chupacabra legend a weight and urgency that purely supernatural legends might lack. A farmer who loses livestock faces genuine loss and hardship, and the Chupacabra legend provides a way of understanding and narrating that loss that seems commensurate with its significance. The scientific explanation for the Chupacabra, that reports describe mangy coyotes and other diseased canines, is plausible and supported by evidence. Yet this explanation has not eliminated belief in the creature, and perhaps never will. The explanation exists alongside the legend rather than replacing it. People who accept the scientific explanation can still discuss the Chupacabra as a cultural phenomenon and a legendary creature. The legend has transcended the question of its literal truth and has become something more fundamental, a story that people tell about mystery and the unknown, a way of thinking about the margins where human civilization meets wild nature. After more than 2 decades of reports and investigations, after scientific study and media coverage that has taken the Chupacabra from a local Puerto Rican phenomenon to a globally recognized legend, the creature remains as mysterious as ever. No one has captured a living Chupacabra. No definitive photograph of the creature has emerged from the thousands of reported sightings. The only physical evidence that scientists have been able to examine has turned out to be ordinary animals with disease or deformity, and yet the legend persists, spreading through new media channels, reaching new generations, inspiring continued belief and continued reports of sightings. The Chupacabra represents something important about human nature and human culture. We are creatures who tell stories about the unknown, who find meaning and comfort in legends and folklore, even when we understand intellectually that such legends may not describe literal reality. The Chupacabra is, in many ways, a legend for the modern age, a story that emerged through modern media and spreads through modern communication networks, yet draws on ancient traditions of folklore and belief in mysterious creatures. The legend shows how powerful narrative can be, how a single eyewitness account or a single media broadcast can spark a phenomenon that spreads across continents and generations. It demonstrates the persistence of mystery and wonder in human consciousness, even in an age of scientific knowledge and technological capability. The Chupacabra legend also demonstrates the limitations of scientific explanation in addressing all aspects of human experience and understanding. Science can explain that livestock deaths result from predation by diseased canines, but science cannot easily explain why people continue to believe in the Chupacabra despite this explanation. Science can document the facts of the matter, but it cannot fully account for the psychological and cultural significance that the legend holds for people who believe in it. The legend persists not because of a failure of science to explain the facts, but because the legend serves purposes that go beyond factual explanation. The Chupacabra offers a way for people to think about and discuss mysteries, dangers, and unknowns that are important to them. In this sense, the legend is not opposed to science, but exists in a different realm, addressing different kinds of human needs and concerns. The mystery of the Chupacabra, whether the creature exists or not, seems likely to persist for years or decades to come. New reports will continue to emerge from rural areas across the Americas, and perhaps from other regions as well. Cryptozoologists will continue to investigate reported sightings and search for physical evidence, driven by the compelling possibility that an unknown creature might exist. Scientists will continue to examine carcasses and provide rational explanations for livestock deaths and unusual animal sightings, contributing to the scientific understanding of disease and predation in wild and domesticated animals. Believers and skeptics will continue to debate the nature of the phenomenon and the validity of various explanations, each side marshalling evidence and arguments to support their interpretation of what is happening. And through it all, the legend will continue to evolve and adapt, incorporating new information and new cultural meanings, remaining relevant and mysterious, even as evidence continues to suggest a mundane explanation. The Chupacabra may never be definitively proven to exist as a distinct biological entity, but it will continue to exist as a cultural phenomenon, as a legend that people tell and retell, as a creature that captures the imagination and embodies the human need for mystery and wonder. The legend is not dependent on the physical existence of the creature for its continuation. The Chupacabra persists because people need it to persist, because the legend serves psychological and cultural functions that go beyond the question of biological reality. Perhaps the real mystery of the Chupacabra is not whether such a creature exists, but why we so desperately want it to exist, why we continue to believe in mysteries even when we have explanations for them, why the unknown continues to fascinate and captivate us, even in an age of unprecedented knowledge. The Chupacabra legend answers a deep human need for wonder, for the possibility of the unknown, for the reminder that the world contains mysteries and surprises beyond our complete understanding and control. It provides a narrative framework for thinking about anxieties and unknowns that might otherwise remain formless and overwhelming. It gives shape and form to fear, allowing us to contemplate and discuss danger in a way that abstract fear cannot provide. In this sense, the Chupacabra is real, not as a biological creature, but as a cultural phenomenon, as a legend that shapes how people understand and relate to the world around them. The creature exists in the collective imagination, in the stories that people tell, in the beliefs that people hold and transmit to new generations. This kind of reality is not less significant than biological reality. The Chupacabra affects how people behave, how they understand their experiences, how they relate to the natural world and to danger within it. The legend influences decisions about how to protect livestock, how to interpret livestock deaths, how to think about the wild animals that share the landscape with human communities. In these practical ways, the legend of the Chupacabra is profoundly real, regardless of whether an actual creature corresponding to the legendary description has ever existed. As you drift further into sleep, perhaps consider the possibility that mysteries and unknowns still exist in the world, despite all our knowledge and technology. The Chupacabra may be a legend, but legends persist because they speak to something true about human nature and human experience. The creatures of our imagination, the mysteries we tell stories about, are as real and as significant as the creatures we can measure and analyze. They represent the human capacity to wonder, to imagine, to find meaning in the unknown. The story of the Chupacabra reminds us that mystery and wonder are not relics of the past, left behind by the advance of science and technology. Instead, mystery persists at the edges of what we know, in the margins where human understanding meets the vast unknown that still surrounds us. The legend demonstrates that even in an age of smartphones and internet connectivity, of scientific knowledge and technological capability, people still find fascination in the unknown, still tell stories about creatures and phenomena that defy explanation. This persistence of mystery and legend is not a failure of human rationality, but a reflection of human depth and complexity. The Chupacabra legend teaches us something important about the relationship between knowledge and belief, between science and culture. Scientific explanation does not eliminate the need for story, for narrative, for meaning-making that goes beyond factual accuracy. The people who believe in the Chupacabra, despite scientific debunking, are not necessarily irrational or anti-science. They may be engaged in a different kind of thinking, one that uses narrative and legend to explore themes and questions that pure factual explanation cannot fully address. The Chupacabra becomes a vehicle for thinking about the unknown, about danger and mystery, about the wild and untamed margins of civilization. In this sense, the legend serves a purpose that is not contradicted by scientific explanation, but rather exists alongside it. As you rest and allow sleep to carry you deeper into its peaceful realm, may you carry with you the understanding that the world contains mysteries worthy of wonder. May the legend of the Chupacabra remind you that human imagination, human curiosity, and human capacity for storytelling are as important as scientific knowledge. May you find comfort in the mystery that persists, in the knowledge that not everything has been explained or understood, that wonder and surprise and unexpected discovery still remain possible. May the Chupacabra, whether real creature or legendary phantom, remind you of the importance of keeping alive your sense of wonder, your openness to mystery, your capacity to imagine and to believe in possibilities beyond the narrowly rational. And as you settle into sleep, may that sense of wonder bring you peace and comfort. May the knowledge that mysteries still exist in the world quiet your anxious mind and allow you to rest deeply and well. May you dream of the wild places and mysterious creatures that inhabit the edges of our knowledge, and may those dreams bring you joy.